Chapter 19 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Kinge from Surrey, United Kingdom. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 19 by Helen Campbell. Heavenly Charities. Sister Irene's Mysterious Basket. Homes for Foundlings and Little Waifs. Near Lexington Avenue, between 68th and 69th Streets, stands the New York Foundling Asylum, an enormous building of simplest construction, the main portion 6 stories high, with various outgrowths, which on examination proved to be hospitals and other departments connected with the institution. Possibly the visitor has come straight from the children's ward in St. Luke's Hospital, with its many free beds endowed by Sunday school classes, or by some mother in memory of her own little ones. Seeing the perfect care given there, one cannot but wonder how it fares with the myriad other babies who must be part of the misery that abounds in the swarming tenement houses of both the east and west sides. What is done with the hundreds upon hundreds of motherless, or worse than motherless, little ones? It is this asylum which affords one answer, and which 25 years ago had no existence. Popular feeling was strongly against foundling asylums of any order. Their need had been often discussed by charitable workers, but it was felt in the various churches to which such work was long confined that if crime were shielded it must necessarily increase. Paris, with its enormous foundling asylums, was pointed to as an illustration of all we should most wish to escape, and thus little waifs fared as they could, room being made for them in homes and asylums ill adapted to such use, and where all such work was carried on at the greatest disadvantage. As usual in these cases, a woman began the solution of the problem. Its ethical bearings did not enter her head. She had long worked among the poor. She knew what temptation meant, and how often an innocent girl, betrayed by a villain, needed the support denied her by the Pharisee, and even by those who wished to help, yet feared some compromising quality in the act. What thoughts went on under Sister Irene's close black bonnet she does not tell. It is sufficient to our purpose that the basket was bought, and that on October morning in 1869, the rain pouring as if to wash out any possible stain entailed by the act, the people in 12th Street saw in the doorway of number 17 a curious little basket, softly lined, and for a mysterious purpose which nobody could fathom. Men looked at it as they went to business and wondered if anybody had set it down and forgotten to take it in. It was still there when they returned home at night, and a light gleamed above it, but its purpose was no plainer than when day dawned and found it there. Far into the night, when the solitary footsteps of an occasional pedestrian echoed loudly in the silent street, a frightened woman stole toward the open doorway, casting startled looks around and behind her, and after long crouching in the shadow, softly crept up the steps. Something held close in her arms went with her, which she pressed to her breast again and again, and then with a burst of tears she laid it in the basket, and silently hurried down the steps. Crouching again in the friendly shadow, she waited, her face turned toward the doorway, till a baby's wail, followed by a sharp little cry, was heard, and she half sprung up and stretched her arms toward the basket. The door opened even as the cry came. A woman with a calm, gentle face stood for a moment, the flood of light from the hall bringing out every line of face and figure, then stooped and lifted the bundle to her shoulder, pressing the little face close to her own. The baby nestled to her as she passed into the hall. The door closed, and the woman, crouching in the darkness, stole away, bearing her secret with her. Another babe was found on the stoop during the night, in spite of the rain that was falling in torrents. The next night came 2 women, each with her burden, which was laid in the basket, and twice again the door opened, and the black-robed figure responded to the feeble cry that had only to sound to be heard. Out of the cold and dark into warmth and light and care went each helpless tenant of the waiting basket, and news soon went out that here no questions were asked, no demands were made, but help and comfort were always waiting. Within a month the number of babies reached 45. The house was full. This is the story of Sister Irene's little house on 12th Street, the first foundling asylum in the United States. Never was anything on smaller scale. Often she rose in the morning utterly uncertain as to where the day's food was to come from, and always before night help came and the work went on. Doubt as one might the wisdom of such undertaking, there were babies, and they must be fed. Ladies sent in food, money, and bundles of little garments, often from the drawer where they had been laid with tears, as the bereaved mother folded them away in memory of the little one who had put on angel raiment. These bereaved mothers took turns at watching, preparing food, and all the 1,000 cares of nursery, and Sister Irene and her nuns did the rest. Up to this time infanticide had been common, and abandonment on the streets no less so. 20 years ago, scarcely a morning passed without its being recorded in the daily journals that the body of a newborn babe had been found floating near the docks, buried in an ash barrel, or flung into some lonely area. Each day an armful of little unfortunates, picked up by the police on their night beats, were carried to the almshouse on Blackwell's Island to be bottle-fed by the aged paupers, rarely surviving their infancy. There was no place for these little waifs in charitable institutions, for the charters did not admit them, and even now, with a place offering itself, it was doubtful if it must not depend upon private charity for support. The matter came up for consideration, and the city fathers finally settled to pay a trifling amount per head for the baby's support. This was the beginning, and during the 20 years that have gone by since Sister Irene lifted the first tiny occupant of the basket to the motherly breast that has never known motherhood, over 22,000 babies have been cared for by her and her helpers. Long ago the 12th Street home proved utterly inadequate, and the great building on Lexington Avenue received them, to become in turn all too small for the crowds that apply. The main building now accommodates 600 babies and 300 mothers, and besides these, 1,200 are put out to nurse. In any poor family where a baby has died, the mother can take one of these little waifs, provided the doctor gives a certificate that the applicant is responsible and in fair health. For this the city pays $10 a month, but the woman must bring the child to the asylum once a month on the payday fixed, where it is inspected by the sisters before she receives her wage. Picture a helpless babe, a day or 2 old, either laid reluctantly in the crib by a poor broken-hearted mother, or abandoned pitilessly under cover of night on the steps or in the neighbourhood of the asylum. A little one entering is first registered, receiving a name and number. and is then temporarily placed in one of the nurseries. In a few days it is confided to a nurse in the outside department. Within a week her home is visited by the asylum detective to gain positive assurance that she is worthy of the trust. For the next 3 years the foundling is a member of its foster mother's family and is known as a rent baby. Once a month on payday she takes it to the asylum for inspection, and if sick it must be carried there for treatment. Time passes on. The baby has become a runaround and is recalled to the asylum. This time there are bitter tears shed over the foundling by the foster mother, who declares that the little stranger brought a blessing upon her home. If it is ill, it is taken in at the hospital for treatment, and here its troubles often end. But the percentage of deaths is less than one would be expected, and of all the mothers who serve as deputies, the majority give good care and often grow so attached to their little charges that adoption follows. Shortly after the opening of the asylum, a second branch of work, until then uncontemplated, forced itself upon the sisters' attention. One day a young woman came with her baby and pleaded not to leave it, but to be received into the house with it. As provision had been made for foundlings only, she was refused. A few hours later the woman returned and renewed her entreaties, saying her friends had cast her off. She had no shelter for the night. Might she not remain with her child? Money was given her for her present need, but once more she was refused admission. In the evening she came again and said there was but one alternative. If the sisters would not consent to take her, she would go and destroy herself. If they allowed her to stay with her child, she would work for them and nurse another baby with her own. These last words were a revelation, for painful experience had taught that, with the most unwearied care and vigilance, it was almost impossible to raise a number of infants by hand. The babies would gain by this extension of the work, as well as the poor homeless mothers. The girl, by her own importunity, had opened a refuge for thousands who, since then, have sought the shelter of the asylum. It is a noteworthy fact that, of the many nationalities represented, Irish, French, German, and Italian, it is the Italian mothers who bring back the healthiest-looking babies, and under whose nursing the weaklings soonest begin to thrive. They mother them like their own, and it is mothering, or the want of it, that means life or death to the waifs, that save for happy chance will never know the portion of real childhood. In the great asylum on Lexington Avenue, the outgrowth of Sister Irene's little basket, she still rules. The face is more than 20 years older than on that stormy night in which her basket held its first tenant, but it is even more peaceful and bright. Her shoulders are bowed, her day of work nearing its end. But she cannot enter a ward, but that the children tumble over each other in eagerness to even touch her, and her pride in them is something beautiful to see, as she pauses to admire the delicate skin of one, the bright eyes of another. The larger babies quarrel as to which shall open the door for her, or rejoice as she singles out one for special attention. They learn rhymes to please her. They even make no protest against the sorest of childhood trials, face-washing, if it is to make ready for Sister Irene's coming, and a forest of small hands wave a parting greeting as she passes through the open door. There is another reminder of her beginning of this beneficent work. In the marble corridors of the great building hang pictures of saints and children, each one a gift and each with its special significance. In the vestibule there is no longer a basket, but a bassinet with its pretty canopy of pink and white, and it knows as many pitiful stories as the old receptacle which it long ago replaced. In the long wards with their white canopied cribs, one sees white-capped nurses caring for their small charges as diligently as if it were their sole thought in life. It is hard to believe that they are themselves on probation, proving here their repentance and desire for a better life. 2 or 3 sisters are always with the babies, and the larger children follow them about or are busy with the bright papers and toys of the kindergarten. There are 2 kindergarten classes, each numbering about 50. A more charming sight can hardly be imagined than that presented by these children of misfortune, laughing and singing at their games, or grasping in their tiny fingers the various kindergarten gifts. The least observant visitor, on beholding the large assemblage of older children in the full tide of enjoyment and happiness, would quite forget the sad page in their history. They are not in uniform, that depressing fact of most asylums. On the contrary, each child seems to wear a different colour, and the pretty locks of all are banged and tied with bright ribbons as carefully as if a mother's hand had done it. One fact might be dwelt upon by all mothers. These 1,200 and more babies have the purest complexions, the result of the absolute regularity with which they are fed and cared for. No food is allowed between meals, but not one of them goes hungry, and the majority have a contented and comfortable look. All nationalities are here, and every shade of colouring and every type of feature, and often a beauty of both feature and expression that wins all hearts at once. At 3 years old, a baby's life under Sister Irene's roof must end. Up to that age, the mother may claim it if she will. After that, it can be legally adopted by anyone, though under the charge of the sisters, till its majority. It has been deemed best to find homes for them outside the city, and an agent visits the parties applying for children to adopt, and travels in the West securing homes. The number of applications is large, and they are of all orders. One writes, "We want a nice little red-headed boy. I have a red-haired wife and 5 red-headed little girls, and we want a boy to match." Another, in an order for a little brown-haired and blue-eyed girl, adds, "She must have a pretty nose," while another writes, "Send us a smart, stout, saucy boy of 6, Irish parents." Good tidings come from the West concerning the little ones who have been sent out to brighten childless homes. Some are declared to be the sweetest and dearest little children in the world. Others are the smartest in school. And one and all of the adopted parents express in different ways the same sentiment, that they could not possibly get on without them. Many persons who have seen them in the care of others desire to obtain similar treasures for themselves, and the agent, during his western tours of inspection, has little difficulty in selecting homes for a band of 40 or 50. And then comes the excitement of departure. The children, all animation and eagerness at the thought of the dear papas and mammas who are at last sending for them, assemble in the playroom to be prepared for their journey. They are dressed in their neat, warm cloaks and pretty hoods by those who have been to them as loving mothers, and who could scarcely bear to send them forth to an unknown future, but for their confidence in Him who has promised, "I will never leave thee nor forsake thee." The roll is called, to make sure that all appointed for the journey are at hand, and then, accompanied by several sisters, the little ones are placed in the stages that are to convey them to the station. The novelty of the ride and the bustle of the depot interest and amuse them. and it is only when they are settled in the car that is to take them to their destination, and the sisters turn to leave them, that they realize the parting from their first friends, and the journey is begun amid sobs and tears. But childish griefs are short-lived, and by the time the west is reached, bright little faces are peeping out, anxious to catch the first glimpse of those who are eagerly awaiting them. As far as it could be expected, they have met with parental care and love, and in their innocence fondly imagine that they have found their lost father and mother. It is most affecting to behold a little troop starting for these far-off homes. In response to the question, "Little one, where are you going?" the reply invariably comes, "To my papa and mamma." Many of them regularly correspond with Sister Irene. One wrote, "Dear sister, I hope you are well, and I would like to hear from you. I am getting a big boy now, and I am 9 years old. I am getting along in my books very well. Tell Mr. Hughes to send me that goat. I have a sloop, and she got frozen in the ice, and I could not hardly get her out. Goodbye." Another wrote, "Dear sister, I thought I would write to you and send my report, so that you can see how I am getting along in my lessons. I got the prize last month for taking the highest % in spelling. I am beginning to save my money, and I have 44 cents. I have had a real nice time this winter, sliding on my sled. I am well, and so is Mama. Goodbye. Mama and I send love to you. Your little boy, F." Some of the children first sent out have already reached maturity, and have chosen a calling. Some are happily married, and often write letters showing how gratefully and affectionately they remember those who protected them in infancy. This is the sunny side of the work. There is another. The hospital. Its wards filled with disease, deformity, and suffering, the penalty of the parents' sins. Here are the incurables, some of whom will linger in pain and suffering year after year, but many will soon escape to the happier country, where they shall no more say, "I am sick." The little faces, worn and spiritualized by suffering, are still cheerful. Every possible alleviation is there, but pain rules and must rule in the tortured little bodies, which have never known any other life but suffering. Beyond these wards is the quarantine, connected with the other buildings by iron bridges, by means of which little patients sick with any contagious disease can be conveyed there without going through the other buildings. To meet the total expenses of this great work, nearly $275,000 a year are required, and voluntary contributions are depended upon to a considerable extent. This foundling asylum is a type of the many homes which year by year have grown up for children, 15,000 of whom are now the charge of city or private charity. There are orphan asylums of every order, white and coloured, Catholic and Protestant. Every hospital has its children's ward, and there are special ones for every form of disease. Near Sister Irene's home is a new venture, hardly 5 years in existence, but of equal helpfulness in its way. It is only one large house, known as the Babies' Hospital, and capable at its utmost of holding not over 40 babies. It is for the sick, not for the well, and gives summer outings for the severest cases. None are turned away, not even the dying, and these come oftener than might be supposed, since hard-working mothers cannot or do not stop till the last moment to attend to a baby, sick or well. Contagious diseases are excluded, but everything else is undertaken, and sooner or later finds its way here. Every police station, all the charitable associations, all the mission rooms have been notified that here is a refuge for all sick children. Mothers are suspicious of hospitals and believe them places built for experiment upon the poor. But the mother who has once had her baby under treatment here persuades all she knows to try it for their own. There are a number of free cribs. It costs $3,000 to endow a crib for one's lifetime, and $250 to maintain it for a year. The children of Elberon, where President Garfield died, pay this sum yearly for a crib over which their name hangs, and there is one crib for which a wealthy mother gave $5,000, thus endowing it forever. Here, as in many children's wards in hospitals, the real difficulty is often found to be that the babies have never been properly fed, and a week or two of good food cures the supposed disease. The most interesting spot in this hospital, after the babies themselves, each in its crib with white coverlet, warm blanket, and pretty blue, pink or lilac puff tufted with knots of gay worsted, is the kitchen, where all their food is prepared. Here stands the great cans of milk, bottles of baby food, beef juice, and all that baby needs require. Beyond is the cold room, and in it stands a great case similar to a row of post office boxes, one for each baby and labelled with its name. In it is placed daily the food it is to have, chosen after the doctor's prescription, and in bottles stopped with the latest discovery, baked cotton batting. Germs of disease being a part of the air one must breathe in the cities, or indeed anywhere save on mountain tops, it becomes specially necessary to guard against them in a hospital, and it has been found that they cannot penetrate through baked cotton batting. So baked it is, and these babies have purer food than often falls to the lot of most Fifth Avenue children. There is one scene that nightly appeals to those in charge of the homeless little ones at the 5 Points House of Industry. It is repeated at other points of the great city, wherever indeed rise the walls of a child's asylum or protectory. But here, in this first and oldest of all aids for the helpless ones, it seems to have special significance and most touching appeal. Round about the great room, with its rows of little iron cots covered with snowy white spreads, the only home these tiny waifs have ever known, kneel the babies of 3 years and upwards, with folded hands, eyes tight shut, or opening for a moment's survey of the others. The little lips repeat in unison the prayer that happy mothers in many a home bend to hear. Now I lay me down to sleep, I pray the Lord my soul to keep. Be sure that it is heard, and that for each and all of these little ones there is a watch and ward in that kingdom, where none may enter save as they become as little children. The new training school for children's nurses, which is intended to give thorough training to all who are to have the care of young children, has 4 of its students on duty here through the day, and they may even serve a term as regular nurses after their 2 years' course is over. For this, and all the other hospitals for children, is a type of care impossible even a few years ago. The standard has risen year by year, till now every appliance of science is brought to bear, even the hospital for incurables furnishing its quota of experience and suggestion. There are many institutions devoted to this heavenly charity. The 2 I have imperfectly described are typical forms in which the passion for helpfulness and the saving of life find marked expression. But the city has other charities no less worthy, and the story of any one told in full would make a volume, each page of which might well, if praise were in question, be printed in letters of gold, and bound like beautiful missals of old, in vellum, jewel set, with all rare and costly work of monkish pens and gravers. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 20 by Helen Campbell. Italian life in New York, scenes in the Great Bend in Mulberry Street, homes of filth and squalor. Fully a generation ago, the children who watched from New York windows for the organ grinder and his monkey, or those more adventurous ones who followed his devious way as far as they dared, looked with wondering eyes at the monkey's close companion, a child, and sometimes more than one, dark-eyed, low-browed, and swarthy, with flashing white teeth that gleamed out at the least kindness, and a grace and suppleness of movement born under other than American skies. For the most part they were melancholy little creatures, and they had good reason. Their inability to speak English and their terror at the conditions that surrounded them sealed their lips. Nor did the public awaken to the outrages committed upon them till roused by the indignation of the few who had investigated the matter to the bottom and knew whereof they spoke. It was the Children's Aid Society that first sounded an alarm and sought some means of relief for the abominations of the Padroni system. This meant a formal traffic hardly less well organized than the old slave system, by means of which Italian children were hired from parents or friends at home, or came here with them to follow organ grinders and beg. Every child was compelled to bring home a fixed sum daily. If it was exceeded, good. If it fell below the standard, beating and starvation were the penalties. Children died of want, cold, and privation, nor was there any hope of betterment till the first school for Italians was opened and fought its way to recognition and final success. The organ grinder was once an emblem of our idea of Italian life, and the recipient of all the scorn that busy, practical America has for this pursuit. It has gradually dawned upon us, however, that a man need not necessarily be a beggar who adopts organ grinding as his occupation, and that he may even lead a more wholesome and broader life than that of the shoemaker at his bench, or the toiler in the factory, or mine. Often, it is true, the Italian organ grinder represented the worst order of his countrymen. He was the forerunner of the tide of emigration from Italy that from that day to this has set steadily toward our shores, a constantly increasing army of Italians young and old, drawn from the poorer and often from the most vicious classes. The New York Italian colony now numbers over 70,000 souls and is still increasing. It is chiefly the laboring class who come, and they have proved efficient and patient workers at railroad construction and innumerable other forms of manual labor. Aside from this is a proportion, and a constantly increasing one, of professional men and merchants. 95% of all who arrive become American citizens, and 30% remain in New York or its immediate vicinity. It was the organ grinder who first carried back the tale of what might be done in the new country, and stirred uneasy longings. Often there was no capital available for the listening peasant, save that in Tessa's heavy gold beads, but she sold them willingly for passage money, firm in the faith that better ones would soon take their place. If they owned a little patch of land, it was sold, or sometimes leased, and the two turned their faces westward. One may see the type today, Giovanni in leggings, broad hat, and blue jacket, and Tessa with her heavy braids and gay flowered shawl, just landed at Castle Garden, and looking with serious eyes at the new surroundings. The elevated road is the first amazement, and a terror as well, till custom has dulled the first shock at seeing trains in the air, but for the first few days all is wonder. From whatever part of Italy they come, they bring alike the melancholy faces that are part of the Italian inheritance. They are fatalists. Long oppression, unending hard work, and grinding poverty have all left their lines. We think of all Italians as happy, easy-natured do-nothings, and for Naples and much of southern Italy this is in part true. But northern Italians have much in common with New Englanders. They are abstinent, frugal, hard-working, and patient, but a little prosperity soon alters the expression and brings out the underlying type. Let us begin with the lowest order, the dealer in fruit and vegetables, or the rag-picker, who gravitates at once to the region given over to his people. Here one finds them swarming in the great tenement houses, grouping on doorsteps and sidewalks, and forming, with their vivid coloring, their flashing eyes, and gay-colored raiment, one of the most picturesque scenes New York has to offer. Do they herd together? Yes, but no more or perhaps less than at home, as anyone who has been in Genoa, for instance, and watched the stream of humanity pouring out from the tall old houses of the Carmagiano district can testify. They were not paupers even there, though many affirm that whoever prefers macaroni and oil to baker's bread must be near that condition. But they live on what an American would find impossible, and thus lay up money even when earnings are scantiest. Take the Great Bend in Mulberry Street on a Saturday morning, a spot as utterly un-American as anything in New York. The open-air market is going on, and trucks and barrows of every description line the sidewalk. A never-ending throng, through which one can barely make way, fills every available foot of walk. Tainted meat, poultry blue with age and skinny beyond belief, vegetables in every stage of wiltedness, fruit half rotten or mouldy, butter so rancid that it poisons the air, eggs broken in transit, sold by the spoonful for omelettes, fish that long ago left the water, all contribute their share to the unbearable odor that even in the open air proves almost too much for endurance. Over and over again the Board of Health officers have swooped down on the Bend and dumped the contents of the entire market into the river, but they cannot always be at hand, and so buying and selling goes on. Great sacks lie along the walk. They hold bread, the rejected stock of the downtown baker, who allows it to accumulate till hard, dry, or mouldy, according to the weather and the place of storage. It is sold at so much a sackful, and the inhabitants of the Bend walk away with their selections, as content apparently as if it had come fresh from the oven. At one point sits an old woman, wrinkled and skinny as her stock in trade, and holds out a starved little turkey as customers pause for consideration. "Una bella pollina, a beautiful hen-turkey," she cries, with 1,000 adjectives expressive of the fine qualities of this desirable investment. And presently a young woman, after a fierce course of bargaining accompanied with wild gestures that seem to point to nothing less than bloodshed, counts out the price, grasps her prize, and moves on smilingly. Buyer and seller vociferate and grimace, and he or she who can talk longest and loudest wins in the end. The piles of unwholesomeness and actual disease rapidly diminish, even sometimes disappear altogether before the crowd of eager buyers, and the throng lessens. It is the Sunday's supply, and presently there will be a smell of cooking, and herbs and oil will destroy rankness and make of the unsavory ingredients a meal which the purchasers will count festivity. The homes in these houses are of all orders, some squalid and filthy, others clean and bright, with red and blue saints on the walls and gay patchwork quilts on the bed. They all love lilac, a reminder to them of the orange blossoms of their sunny native land, and in the season one may see many a bunch placed on a little shelf or bracket before the patron saint. The organ grinder may even bring home a bunch on his return from a round. He loves flowers also, and delights in bringing them back to the children. Down on Baxter Street is a cluster of 8 houses known as the Beehive, and here is a man who is organ renter and clock seller, the business managed in part by his wife. The organ grinder seldom owns his organ, and hardly ever his monkey. This same beehive has another tenant who trains monkeys, and one who has long been organ mender. The double house close at hand swarms with Neapolitans, who are chiefly organ grinders and fruit sellers, and here is a monkey trainer who for a small consideration will show his pets. A well-trained organ monkey is worth from $12 to $20, and the trainer works patiently to give them the necessary accomplishments, bowing, holding out the cap for money, and so forth. They are taught to obey the word of command in both Italian and English, the whip being employed as argument, but as little as possible. A dozen solemn-eyed monkeys were in the cage when I called upon them, and the youngest, a mere baby of a monkey, screamed for joy as the door was opened and he was allowed to come out for a little. He was but half-trained. The others watched the master's eye and chattered comments among themselves, while a child stood gravely by, watching their antics. This is the region of rag-pickers, and in cellars, basements, and alleys, as well as in many a room of the tenement houses, the work of sorting goes on. Bones and garbage of many kinds are often added to the rags, and here again the Board of Health interferes as far as possible. 1,000 people dwell in the beehive, and most of them of the lowest order, yet there are few beggars, and the majority work hard each day. They give up the open-air eating that formed part of their European home life, nor do they take as many saints' days for holidays. The New York passion for money is upon them, and they work out of these noisome surroundings into something better in surprisingly short spaces of time. The members of the class just above them, the thrifty bourgeois, make money as grocers, hairdressers, or barbers, and go back to their native land to astonish old neighbors with their gains. Often such a one returns to New York and to the same quarters for the sake of adding to his store, finding that the old life has lost its charm and that his days must end in America. There is yet another class, the chorus singers and ballet dancers in the spectacular drama and the opera companies. They, with merchants and professional men, frequent the Italian restaurants, some of which are famous. Nothing has done more to make the Italian immigrant contented with New York than the industrial schools, which are thronged by the children. A pair who had landed at Castle Garden at 6 were found in line at 9 the same morning, and announced that 7 others would be there in the afternoon. They know from others just what is provided for them, and use every opportunity. The great school on Leonard Street, the outgrowth of the little seed planted in 1855, holds 500 of them. Afternoon and night schools take in the most pupils, since many must earn their support during the day. The boys are taught various trades. The girls learn sewing, lace-making, and so forth. The building has schoolrooms, bathrooms, reading rooms, and printing offices where trades are taught and payment given for work that is done. Some stay away at intervals or attend irregularly because they must mind the stand or help to sort rags, but all are anxious to come. Often they graduate from this into the public school, and hundreds of good citizens owe their success to teachings received here. The story of the school is, like that of many another invaluable work for children in New York, a part of the record of the Children's Aid Society. The first Italian emigrants were chiefly a part of the Padroni system. and necessarily the lowest order of that nationality. Some 1,500 settled in and about the 5 Points, to which that type still gravitates. But they were not criminals, and they lived hard-working lives, shut off by their ignorance of English from much share in the life about them. Suspicion and distrust had been born of this isolation, and thus it was hard to make them believe that a school could be opened with no ulterior design below the seeming help. 3 years of constant effort were required before any real foothold was gained, the ardent opposition of one of their priests being the greatest obstacle. He threatened excommunication for all who allowed their children to enter the heretic doors, and went from house to house to supplement the curse given in church. Fortunately, he collected money for a school according to his own ideas, and then decamped, preferring to spend it at his leisure on his own soil. This was the turning point, for the people made amends by sending their children to the school he had denounced. From this time on, the growth of the school has been steady. The chief object was to cultivate self-respect and turn the children from begging and organ-grinding towards trades, and this has been accomplished most thoroughly. The maestro has become a most indispensable personage, and is assumed to be not only a teacher, but lawyer, doctor, theologian, astronomer, banker, everything that is good and desirable. Family quarrels are brought before him for adjustment, and the gratitude of the people is unending compensation for the service rendered. The Italian government, through its minister in the United States, has sent formal thanks for the benefits extended to its people, and the higher class of Italians in New York are doing their full share toward helping on the work. Italians born in this country are much lighter in complexion than those born under an Italian sun. They pass for Americans, and wish to, for they are sometimes made to feel that their nationality is a disgrace. They enter every trade. The girls are dexterous and skillful workers, and many are found in artificial flower factories. In one of these factories near Canal Street, an old carbonaro spends his days in stamping patterns for flowers, a grey-headed, eagle-eyed old man, a patriot and companion of Garibaldi. There are many of the same order, but they work as quietly as Garibaldi himself worked at his trade of sail-making while in this country. In the region known as Little Italy, many of the most evil and reckless have banded, but they are a company less to be dreaded than our own hoodlums. They stab, it is true, and steal, and perform other undesirable offences, but they are not as lost in degradation, and often, after a course of this sort of vicious indulgence, they reform and take to hard work. The colony has nearly 80 benevolent societies, several weekly papers, and a chamber of commerce, supported in part by the Italian government. It is intended to establish an Italian home, and then the immigrants will fare much better than at present. Swindlers are always on the watch to defraud them, and there is constant complaint that the bosses are often as much at fault. Italian banks are started in the neighborhood of their work, and presently the cashier disappears with their savings, but all this is mending. The consuls, under the direction of King Umbert and the Italian government, are paying special attention to the immigrant and to the condition of all Italians in this country, and there is much testimony to their teachableness. They make a city of their own, and are one more element in the strange mosaic we call New York, where every nationality is coming to have larger place than the stock which has the best right to claim it as home. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 21, by Helen Campbell. Shantytown and its dwellers. Life among New York squatters. Characteristic scenes and incidents. Long ago, in the days which the old New Yorker recalls with an effort, there was no Central Park. The traveler uptown knew well the strange aspects of the dingy suburbs, land, rock, hill, and hollow, alike bristling with shanties, where the Irishman revelled in all the dirt, all the smells, and all the barefoot freedom of his own native cabin. They swarmed at every turn. Not a bush or tree but held its quota of family linen, inflated by the free winds of the new country. Mongrel dogs contested place with the goats, which browsed upon everything from a dandelion top to a battered coffee pot, or the brown paper that had wrapped Pat's slice of bacon. Pigs lived in closest relation with the family, and lent their voices to the chorus from geese and dogs. Cows lifted gentle, incurious eyes to the passer-by, and hens divided place with the mistress of the shanty, and snatched the bread from the children's hands with a confidence born of long practice. In spite of the fact that building goes on steadily, that row after row of houses rise everywhere of all orders of pretension and general flimsiness of construction, it remains a fact that hundreds of acres are still occupied by squatters, and that a large portion of the green stuff consumed by New Yorkers is grown, as it were, under their very eyes. The old shantytown is fast disappearing before the builder and contractor. The half-mile of space between 62nd and 72nd Streets was most densely populated, the bohemia of the poor, to which the newly arrived emigrants of the lower order gravitated almost instinctively, finding a city after their own hearts. The investigator who regarded it simply as the capital of the kingdom of misrule soon found his mistake. A certain order prevailed. Some houses were utterly squalid, and repelled as thoroughly as their owners. For some of the older ones, sunshine and rain had worked their alchemy and brought out soft colors. The scraps of which the buildings were made were as varied and capricious as the material of an oriole's nest. No wonder that artists wandered here, making surreptitious sketches or boldly bribing children to serve as temporary models, for Shantytown had a life and picturesqueness unknown and undreamed of by the reputable regions farther down. For years Shantytown retained its characteristics, the early immigration swelling its numbers. It was a sort of primary school in which some necessary lessons were learned, most of the pupils passing speedily to a higher grade. But many remained from pure love of the life, looked down upon by their relatives in the tenement houses, who regarded themselves as much nearer the aristocracy to which they were all, in the end, to come. But, cling as they might to the first quarters, subtle changes were at work. The children were taking on American characteristics, studying in the public schools, and unconsciously assimilating the new life. With the first thought of Central Park, a howl went up, and there were louder ones as the thought found shape, and the march of improvement took its course right through and over these swarming anthills of human life. The progress was swift and certain. Like another Red Sea, the park swallowed up its host, and no man knew what fate befell the vanished thousands. Shantytown still has its representatives. It is widely scattered, but there is still a region given over to gardens, cultivated chiefly by the successors of the first inhabitants, who had little thought of this means of making a living. The German, with his patience and unending capacity for toil, has come, and with him miles upon miles of market gardens. The houses have altered little, save that they are often cleaner, and that vines clamber over them, and flowers are here and there. There is an Irish element still, but the Italian is added, and in a cluster of shanties one may often distinguish the nationalities by the outward expression of the shanty itself. The Irishman likes whitewash hardly less well than the Negro, and he uses it not only for his house, but for pigsty and anything else to which it can be conveniently applied, from tree trunk to the stones about the door. He accepts his ground as he finds it, and has a fine eye for possibilities. No 2 feet of his floor have the same grade, and often a knob of Laurentian gneiss shows its head in the middle of the shanty, and is utilized as bench or table. A shanty has been known to creep all over a rock and employ every jutting point as buttress or stay, but it settles with equal facility in the hollows and has no objection to mud floors. There are tenants whose life began here. They played as babies in the same puddle, contesting it with the geese, seeking vainly to live up to the traditions of their ancestors and to make believe triumphantly that puddles are next best to ponds. Later, the boy and girl carried the family pail to the pump together, or went to and from school for such time as is allotted to fragments of education. The girl has changed, insensibly yet suddenly, to woman. The boy has become a truckman or day laborer, but looks in of an evening, to be assailed on his exit with old tin cans and jeers by the observant small boys of the neighborhood. He does not mind. Nora has blushed and laughed and evaded till the last moment, and then said an honest yes, and he plans, as he goes, how they may have a house of their own, and stay on in the old spot. Once he would have had free tenancy. Now the ground rent of a lot ranges from $25 to $50, with always the chance of a sudden eviction. The steam drill and derrick are tokens of coming change, and no other warning is needed, though there is a customary gift of $5 to every householder compelled to sudden flight. The shanty architect pleases his own fancy. Often he picks up the boards and outer fittings as he goes, but any junk shop will supply him with as motley a collection as he likes. The settlement is tolerably certain to have at least one such shop, where strange accumulations may be seen in which the practised eye at once discerns all possibilities. The squatter may choose to arrange his material in one of the depressions in the soil, or perch upon a rock. In the latter case, he is more likely to feel the shock of blasts, or to be forced to make way for the derrick. One man clung to his eyrie long after such work had begun, running out when a blast was announced, and returning till a signal for the next one came, holding his place till the rock was actually drilled from under him. The junk shop provides all that can be needed for beginners. Old stovepipe abounds, and where it fails an ingenious tenant has been known to supply its place with pieces of drain-pipe, acquired he does not say how. A stove which has no objection to bricks for legs, a bed, and some odds and ends of chairs and tables, all of which may make the interior appear squalid or inviting, according to the characteristics of the mistress. In many a shanty one sees that she has learned how to make the most and best of her possessions, and to brighten the room with spotless white curtains and gay chromos. Traces of old days still linger. Yonder an old house yet stands on a hill, with enormous willows here and there, though the steam drill is ominously near. A little further down are the ruins of an old Dutch Reformed church, and in the graveyard are stones whose well-nigh illegible inscriptions testify to the surprising indifference of descendants of old families to these memorials of the past. Goats clamber at will over grave and stone, and children play, gathering flowers which spring from the dust of other children who once held their places. Wherever there is space, and often where there is not, geese are being fattened for market. Poultry dealers send them up here and expect a return of so many a week or month. Often the people own a flock which wanders at will, trying puddles at various points, and cackling loudly at strangers and confidentially among themselves. Hens abound and share the shanty, and pigs as well, but dogs are the chief feature. And, with the goats, they front one at any and all points from which Shantytown may be approached. The big ones are the breadwinners. The rag-pickers and garbage men and women use them in small carts, or they carry loads of truck. They are mongrel in name and nature, and bite at every opportunity, to the secret joy of their owners, who wish no intruders, and who would fain shut out from Shantyland all but themselves. There is a pound also. It is at the end of a long street of shanties, and is run by an American who makes it his business to see that neither cows nor goats trespass. For the former he has $1, for the latter 25 cents, if either are caught out of bounds. And thus he earns a living, and the cordial detestation of all Shantytown. Wherever there is a patch of land that can be used, a garden springs up. It is Germans who sow and weed and work in rain or shine alike, laying the foundation of the prosperity that they are certain to secure. They do not like visitors, and with reason, since they suspect in each one a real estate agent or some prying inspector sent by the Board of Health. Now and then one will talk, but never till he has settled satisfactorily to his own mind that his interviewer belongs to neither class. He pays his ground rent cheerfully, only sighing as he thinks of dispossession. But he is master still of thousands of acres in the Harlem region, nor will he be entirely driven out for years to come. The scorn with which the tenement house dweller looks upon his brethren in the shanties is one feature of the situation which fills the disinterested observer with amazement. It is regarded as a family disgrace to live in Shantytown, and every influence is brought to bear to make them renounce the life and herd, like the others, in the tenement hives which they call homes. Yet the shanty dweller has 1,000 advantages over his more conventional relative. But when he has put on the yoke of civilization, he generally bids good-bye forever to the health he brought with him, the generation of Irish born in this country being prone to many diseases, consumption especially, which is almost unknown to their cabin life at home. Within a block of the spot where these words were written is the ideal shanty, a growth rather than an actual erection. The owner of the 7 lots, which will presently be sold for 100-fold their original price, has left the straggling fence put up in the days when the land was still a pasture. He charges ground rent, but a moderate one, and many a man might envy the tenant who pays it. 2 trees spread their graceful branches over the roof, covered with strange specimens of tin and sheet iron, with patches of shingles here and there. The windows were evidently once part of some steamboat, and sides and front have come together, quite of themselves, it would seem, no 2 boards having relation to each other. The pipe which serves as chimney is of 3 orders, big, little, and a tile pipe, all ingeniously bound together with wires, and strengthened with odd bits of tin and iron. a hen-house of the same composite order of architecture, goats everywhere, a dog-house, a low stable where the cow stands at ease, and a pig-pen, far more pretentious than the house, make up the establishment. The New York millionaire has less space, and by no means as much hint of country, and Tim, as he stands in his doorway at evening, has the air of a man well pleased with himself and with life. But the sound of the steam drill is near, and soon this too will give way to the long line of flats like those opposite, and Tim and his family will descend to the tenement house, where already the brother who first came over demands his presence for the credit of the family. The dweller in Shantytown is a natural politician. Aldermen and city officials have often come from rag-pickers, truckmen, and the various orders of labor that make up the population of this district. It is from just this region that some of the present city fathers have come. They had little groceries, such as are still standing, and furnished sugar and tea and tobacco to the neighborhood. One of them had a ballroom, where occasional festivities were held, a ballroom rejoicing in wealth of pink and blue fly-paper, wooden benches in long rows against the wooden walls, on which kerosene lamps in iron brackets were screwed. There they are still, and at night one may hear the sound of fiddle and jingling piano, and the thud of feet dancing merrily as if the day held no work. Sometimes a riot comes, and then the police descend, and if it comes too often, the shanties are cleaned out and the ground made ready for the derrick and drill, the shadow which always overhangs Shantytown. Destruction is as certain as for any village that rears its walls on Vesuvius, less terrible, but always in the background. And soon the advancing city will have swallowed all that remains of a life fast passing, and Shantytown will be numbered among the things that were. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 22 by Helen Campbell. Underground life in New York, cellar and shed lodgings, dens of the vicious and depraved, startling scenes. A night in a police station lodging room is one of horror. Imagine bare planks raised about 2 feet above the floor, sloping at a slight angle from the walls of a room about 10 by 12 feet, and you have the lodging. Yet hundreds of men and women, every winter's night, fight like tigers for the bare privilege of being allowed to sleep upon a hard board, or even to be granted the luxury of having a roof above their heads. On one cold night recently, more than 600 men and women fought, begged, and prayed for shelter at the various police station houses. In the station house on Eldridge Street alone, the small, close, and ill-smelling rooms given up to lodgers were packed with 87 human beings. In the men's lodging room, 53 unfortunates were crowded, many of whom were thankful for the privilege of standing up all night. In winter such scenes are witnessed night after night, and they grow more frequent as the years roll on. "They will not take no for an answer," said the sergeant. "When I tell them the lodging rooms are full to suffocation, they still beg so hard to be taken in out of the cold that I tell them to go ahead. They go inside and look, and some of them silently turn around and go back into the street to walk around all night, or perhaps crawl unobserved into a cellar." Sometimes the crowd is so great in this station house that the door of the lodging room cannot be closed. It is the same story in other police station houses. The figures differ, but the conditions are the same. In the 4th and other wards, where the worst order abounds and the lowest forms of life exist, are numerous basements and cellars that afford shelter and rest by night, and are loafing and drinking places by day. These underground lodgings are generally the resorts of thieves, drunkards, street beggars, and all the flotsam and jetsam of the night side of city life. And they take in also many a one who by some disaster find a home only on the streets by day, and when night overtakes them are forced to a choice between the dreary police station house and a share in the dens where outcasts and beggars congregate. Some of these lodgers have come to the city in search of employment, some for the purpose of preying on the charitable public as beggars. Some, exiled from home, desire to lose their identity in the vast sea of humanity and thus evade offended justice. Others, who are too indolent to work regularly, find occasional employment absolutely necessary for subsistence, even in these cellar dens. And lastly, large numbers of thieves and villains of every description, who think the city offers greater opportunity for the commission of crimes, and at the same time immunity from detection. These people make up, to a great extent, what is known as the common lodging-house or cellar population. Here, undoubtedly, are found the worst forms of crime, immorality, drunkenness, and misery that the city can show. The entire cellar of a house is often formed into one, and occasionally into 3 or 4, apartments for lodging places. In them men, women, and children sleep indiscriminately together without the slightest regard to modesty or decency. The rotten boards forming the floor often bend under one's weight and splash against the water beneath. This is particularly the case with those along the river front, where at times the floors of the cellars will be inundated to a considerable depth, and the wretched inmates be obliged to keep in their beds till the water subsides. There is a class of lodging-houses on the Bowery and elsewhere where a bed can be had for 10, 15, or sometimes 25 cents. Some of them are well managed and pay a fair percentage to the owners, but they are seldom occupied by the class one may find on Water Street and in its vicinity. For years there was one den at number 336, kept by a man known as Casey, which may serve as type of all the rest. One, a grade lower, where a rope stretched a few inches above the floor served as pillow, and where the men and women packed in like herrings, was swept away by the clearing for the building of a warehouse on its site, but Casey's held its own till very recently, ending for the same reason, but leaving worthy successors at more than one point in the ward. 7 steps down, the dingy walls of a brick tenement rising above it, one came to a much battered door, mended here and there, and bearing the marks of many kicks, as well as of the policeman's club, which did duty as knocker in the present visit. It opened slowly and grudgingly, a head of tangled hair appearing first, followed by the body of a bedraggled, gaunt, and blear-eyed woman, holding a baby to her breast with one hand, while the other raised a smoky kerosene lamp high above her head. She nodded sulkily. "Full," she said, and then made way for entrance. The room opened directly from the steps, 14 feet square, and so low that the policeman bent his head as he stepped in. At the left was a small bar, with a few cracked tumblers, a broken-lipped pitcher, and some liquor bottles. Beyond it was the Casey bed, occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Casey, 2 sons of a former husband, boys of 10 and 11, and the baby. Beyond this was another bed, and opening from the room were 2 smaller ones with neither doors nor windows, and filled with beds placed close to one another. "Thim's illigant beds," Mrs. Casey said, pointing to the dirty tumble-down cots, with vile coverings, filthy beyond words. "Illigant beds. You will not be findin' any so good for the money anywhere else." A glance was enough. By the stove in the center of the room 3 men were cooking their suppers, one a red herring, another some slices of almost purple liver, and the last a salt mackerel. The fumes of the cooking, the smoke from the pipes, for all were either smoking or chewing, and the stench of the place itself made an air it seemed impossible that human beings could endure for a moment, and one fled to the surface without strength to return. The best bed, next to the Caseys, had a man, wife, and child as tenants, and their respectable look showed it was not a familiar experience. A day later, at the Water Street Mission, the man told his story. He had been sick in hospital, discharged as soon as able to walk, and returned home to the tenement on Cherry Street to find that his wife, too, had been sick in the meantime, and had that day been dispossessed by the landlord. There was nothing to do but try Casey's. "I'd been there before," the man said, "when it was worse than it is now, but I wouldn't have thought of taking my wife there, only we're Protestants, and so hadn't many friends in the tenement. I'll sleep in the streets next time, or walk them till night is done. There was 15 men and women in them back rooms, and they hung their clothes on such nails as there was about. The rum is 3 cents a tumbler, and they all had some. There was all sorts of lodgers. Nigger Joe, who isn't a nigger at all, but only hair and eyes black as the devil, he was one, and he's a murderer, and more than once. The 3 that sat with him at the stove was all old jailbirds, and one just out that day. Loony Ted, he's always there, and everybody knows him. He isn't just right in his head, but Casey gives him a lodgin' when he comes, for doin' errands and such. You saw him, with a big head and a pig face, and always with a grin. 3 of the women had been in fights and had black eyes, and one had no clothes but an old calico, not even a shawl, for everyone had been pawned for drink, and she swore at Casey like a madwoman because he wouldn't give her more. The wife and child was that dead they slept in spite of 'em, till they first got to fightin' over the suppers, and then about a woman. The policeman on the beat came down and threatened to run 'em in if they weren't quiet, and that stopped 'em for a while. Then Jimmy Ryan began to sing an Irish song, and they all joined in the chorus, and Curly Billy threw a tumbler, and they all pitched in. That brought the policeman again, and he ordered everyone into bed. It's the vermin that's the worst. I stood 'em till I turned sick with 'em, and I sat up on the stool by the fire and waited for mornin'. The sewer pipe broke in the room above, and that flooded the back room, but the lodgers didn't mind. We got out by daylight, and please God, it's the last time. Lodging houses are supposed to be periodically inspected by the sanitary police. They divide them into 3 classes. The best are known as first class, those not having as good conveniences as second class, and those requiring more attention and more frequent inspection as third class. The police are required to inspect the first and second classes monthly, and the third class weekly. The law requires officers to see that proprietors thoroughly ventilate the sleeping rooms daily by opening the doors, and windows where there are any, to carefully observe the condition of the bunks and beds, to see that they are kept clean, well aired, and free from vermin, that the walls and ceilings are cleaned and whitewashed as often as necessary, that the floors are occasionally swept and scrubbed, and to immediately notify the health department of any person sick on the premises, that measures may be taken to ascertain whether such person is sick with a contagious disease, and to retain the sick person until the case can be investigated. The officers are also supposed to make frequent night inspection to ascertain if lodging houses accommodate more lodgers than their permit allows. In a report of an inspector of the Sanitary Aid Society, describing a tour among these cellars, he says, with reference to one of them, "The cellar is used as a lodging house. The measure from floor to ceiling is 6½ feet. The ceiling is 6 inches below the level of the sidewalk. No windows of any kind are in front or rear. A lamp was necessary to make the inspection. It is not ventilated in any manner. The floor is in a very bad condition. The boards rotten and covered with filth and dirt. There is no area in front or rear, and no drainage whatever. The atmosphere was so offensive that the door had to be held open while the inspection was made. The floor, walls, bed, and bedding were very filthy, stinking, and reeking with the most unwholesome emanations and odors. There are 6 double beds and 1 single one in this cellar. I consider it dangerous to the people who live in it. The occupants are tramps and transient lodgers. Shed lodging-houses of the lowest order are found in the rear of the Great Bend in Mulberry Street. To gain access to them, one must pass through narrow, foul-smelling alleys, reeking with accumulated filth, or through long, dirty hallways of tenement houses. These passageways lead to the rear of the street buildings and open into backyards surrounded by crowded and filthy tenements where life at its worst exists. Here, among rookeries swarming with low and ignorant Italians, street vendors, rag-pickers, and the most dangerous scum of Mulberry Street and its vicinity, are old sheds made of rotten boards, through the cracks of which winds moan and snow and rain find easy access. Indescribable filth abounds within these lodging sheds. Vermin hold undisputed possession and swarm on walls and floor. The shed usually encloses but a single room on the ground floor. A broken skylight in the roof admits the only light by day. There is no furniture of any description save a bench about 18 inches wide, running around the 4 sides of the room and fastened to its walls. Occasionally a low platform, made of uneven and the roughest of planks, is provided for the use of those who can afford to pay the extra price demanded. Sometimes a small space in one corner is partially enclosed by boards reaching halfway to the ceiling. The luxury of such a reserved room, furnished with a filthy husk mattress, may be had for 5 cents a night. For the rest, the bench and the bare and uneven floor, with perhaps a sprinkling of sawdust, are the only places left, the usual charge being 3 cents a night for the privilege of a spot on either. The dirty rags on the lodgers' backs are the only bed and covering they have. The bench is a coveted place and is quickly filled. A tallow candle, or more often a smoking kerosene lamp, furnishes a feeble light by night. The air is thick with tobacco smoke from a dozen or more black clay pipes. Some of the miserable inmates sit up all night and are designated as sitters. Others stand or move about uneasily. All catch such sleep as the din of frequent quarrels and fights and the noisome stench will permit. Here, criminals who shun the light of day, and women of the lowest and most degraded type, of all ages and nationalities, congregate at night and sleep promiscuously. Dissolute persons of both sexes skulk and loaf in these rooms by day, and so do thieves and burglars who meet here to make new plans and sally forth at night to commit fresh crimes. Old scrub women without homes or friends, who wearily tramp all day looking for a chance to scrub floors of offices or public buildings, often take shelter for the night in these dens. Street girls, young in years, but most of them old in sin, in some of whose faces still linger traces of former good looks, are often driven by storms or dire distress to spend a night in these horrible lodging sheds. Not unfrequently homeless children creep in unobserved and cuddle down to sleep in a corner. On a cold or stormy night in winter, these rooms are filled to their utmost capacity. A large proportion of those who spend the night in cheap lodging-houses may be set down as criminals and beggars, others are irreclaimable drunkards, and a few are honest men out of work, or men who have employment at starvation wages. Then there is a small proportion of peddlers, and in winter an army of tramps, and always a sprinkling of men who have seen better days, but are hopelessly broken down. In some resorts one can have a cot or shakedown in a room with other lodgers, the shakedown being a dirty narrow mattress thrown on the floor. In others 20 cents will buy the privilege of a room about 8 feet long by 5 feet wide, separated from its neighbor by a board partition 7 feet high. Sometimes a wire netting is stretched over the top of the room as a slight protection against raids by other lodgers. There are no toilet facilities in the rooms, but a general lavatory outside gives all who desire it the luxury of a wash in the morning. Lodgings must invariably be paid for in advance, and to this rule there is rarely an exception. One lodging-house conspicuously displays the sign, "In God we trust, all else is cash." Many of these houses are furnished with bunks arranged in tiers 3 or more high. It is a noticeable circumstance that the lodging-house is very often adjacent to a liquor saloon, either its next-door neighbor or directly above or beneath it. The saloon and the lodging-house are on friendly terms. Sometimes they have the same proprietors, and when they are separately managed, drunken men from the saloon are taken at a reduced rate, or for nothing at all, the lodging-house keeper being recompensed by free drinks for himself and his aides. There are 270 lodging-houses in New York City, which contain 12,317 rooms. The number of lodgings furnished in 1890 to persons unable or unwilling to provide for themselves in a comfortable manner was 4,823,595. Adding the station house lodgers, 150,240, there were 4,973,835 cheap lodgings furnished. This indicates that an average of 13,627 persons lodged nightly in the station houses and in lodging houses of various orders. These are startling figures, for they show what a vast army of idle, vicious, and impecunious people maintain an existence in the great city. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 23 by Helen Campbell. Jack ashore. An easy prey for land sharks and sharpers. Life on the St. Mary's and at the Sailor's Snug harbor. Love for the sea is as old as the story of man, and tales of shipwreck have fascinated and thrilled adventurous boys from the days of Homer to our own. For English-speaking people, it is intensified by long usage. To be born on an island implies knowledge of how best to get away from it. And this may be one reason why emigration is the natural instinct of the English or their descendants. In spite, too, of all knowledge to the contrary, nothing convinces the average boy that Jack's life is anything but a series of marvelous adventures in which he is generally victor, and where the hardship is much more than made up for by the excitement and the glory. Even Jack himself shares the delusion, and no matter what peril the voyage has held, he re-ships with alacrity to repeat the experience or even to find it his last. Sailors' songs are full of the same faith. There's a sweet little cherub that sits up aloft to keep watch for the life of poor Jack, wrote Dibdin 100 years ago, adding 1,000 songs of sailors' life to the long list already in existence. And many a runaway boy has looked up involuntarily as winds rose and sails filled and strained, for the guardian promise to all who tempt the sea. Years ago, an old sailor, the mere wreck of a man, was brought to one of the city hospitals and laid on one of the little white beds. Shipwrecked and for days floating on an open raft, parched with thirst, well nigh starved, and seeing his companions day by day fall before him, he had been picked up at last unconscious, though still holding on his knee the head of a little cabin boy for whom he had denied himself food, and with whom he had shared his scanty ration of water. The child died before port was reached, and Jack found resting place in the great hospital to which one of the owners of the vessel sent him. He had broken his left arm in the wreck, and tied it up in such fashion as he could, and now the act of breaking the arm again had to be accomplished, since the knitting of the bones had been all wrong. To this bed there gravitated, as if by instinct, a boy who knew the hospital well, and whose sunny face had for years brought cheer to forlorn souls who had found refuge there. From babyhood he had said, "I shall be a doctor like my father, and make everybody well," and he followed the daily round of the hospital physicians and surgeons with unflagging interest. Many men of many nations had lain here, but never a sailor till this bronzed, wrinkled, weather-beaten wreck, who looked out from under his grizzled eyebrows and put out his hand to this child, the reminder of one for whom he had so nearly lost his life. "Tell me about it, please," the boy said. "Tell me every word of it." And the old sailor began. "More, more," the boy urged at any stop, his shining eyes intently fixed on the old Sinbad's face. "I want to know everything about it." "You can't unless you tries it for yourself," said Jack at last, "and I wouldn't say as anybody'd better do that. It's a dog life, and what's the end? Why, you're stranded, and maybe in port, and eat the bread of charity, you that has worked day and night and been knocked round worse than any dog. You're stranded if you don't end in a wreck as there's no saving you from. 7 times I've been shipwrecked, 7 times, and each time I've said to myself, 'Jack, you're a fool if you ever leave dry land again.' But I did. The sea draws you like. I went to Maine to see some folks I had up there, and I smelled the sea and heard it, and all the day long it called me like, 'Jack, Jack, you ain't in your right place. Why ain't you where you belong?' And at last it wasn't in mortal man to stand it another day, and I stole off along a 1 or 2 that would 'a stood in the way if they'd 'a knowed. I stole off same as I stole off 40 year afore, and my mother lying crying for fear I would, and I hain't ever been back since. They're all dead most likely. You wouldn't take no such notion as that, arter you been wrecked 6 times, this time making the 7th. You wouldn't now, would you?" "I believe you want to go again yourself," said the boy after a long shake of the head. "I almost do myself." "That's the right kind of a boy," exclaimed old Jack with a faint attempt at a hurrah. "I knowed you was the right kind of boy the first minute I set eyes on you. Of course I want to go again, and what's more I shall, soon as this thing is knit and I'm set up enough to pass muster. You come along too, and I'll make a sailor out of you fit to command anything as floats." "I would if I could, but you see I made up my mind so long ago to be a doctor, and I don't believe I can change it now. I'll think about it," said the boy. He did think about it, to the consternation of all his kin, and the deep delight of old Jack, who, as his arm mended and strength came back, begged for wood, and evolved from it at last a full-rigged brig, every rope of which the boy presently knew. The curious ferment that comes to the boy even far inland was working in him, and to such purpose that today he is captain of a great ship, and happiest when in mid-ocean. Through him many things have been done to lighten the lot of sailors, nor are his efforts likely to cease till the last voyage comes, and he meets again the old sailor whose words first stirred his longing for the sea. Something like this is the story of thousands who are drawn from remotest distances, and who answer the call once for all. Yet there is no life among workers that holds more certain hardship and privation, or often more utter brutality of treatment. Years of agitation were necessary before any legislation looking to Jack's welfare was brought about, and this came only after an inquiry into general conditions. Isolated cases of barbarity had occasionally stirred public feeling, but as Jack was seldom allowed to testify in his own behalf, and any rebellion came under the head of mutiny and was punished by death, no man had less chance of justice. But the testimony at the first court of inquiry was so hideous in its revelation of what terrors hedged about the life, and of what possibilities of despotic power of torture and death were in the hands of the captain of any sailing vessel, that the first shipping act of England was passed without a dissenting voice. Even this was insufficient to check the worst evils of the system, but further legislation brought the needed reforms, and today the British sailor has a fairer chance of justice than most of his brethren. America is not far behind, though our own shipping act was not passed till within recent years. Almost a century before, as the merchant service grew in importance, a society had been formed for the protection of the sailor, known as the Marine Society of New York, which was incorporated in 1770. It sought to make his position a safer one and to bring some alleviations into the hard lives, but little could be done save in port, long cruises rendering any oversight impossible. Then, as now, the chief difficulty lay in the characteristics of Jack himself. With the spirit of adventure which had made him a sailor were bound up also the impulsive, heedless generosity of a child and a warm-heartedness always prompt to relieve fancied distress, and to share with all in trouble of any order. Credulous, simple, and with small capacity for learning any lessons, even from the bitterest experience, Jack, from the day he set foot on shore, was the prey of land sharks and sharpers. With great love for old associations, even when disastrous ones, he was more than likely to make straight for the very spot in which he had suffered most. Add to this the fact that an organized gang of rascals preyed upon him systematically, and it is plain that very active effort would be needed to alter conditions and Jack's own relations to them. The touter for sailors' boarding houses, until the passage of the Shipping Act, had everything in his favor. Payment was made by the owners, and to secure as much of Jack's hard-earned money as possible was the touter's first work. Often the touter met the incoming vessel and went on board with the pilot. Many a time his operations were of this order. A Confederate, stationed in the background, waited while the touter asked his victim where he meant to go. If Jack hesitated or said he did not know, or if he named a preference, the Confederate suddenly fell upon him, half stunning him with a heavy blow. "Take that for your impudence," was the exclamation of the touter, as he fell upon the Confederate for having abused his man, bringing Jack at once to the rescue. Jack, especially sensitive to sympathy, and gratitude to his defender made him quickly agree to go with him, and the touter, having made a small advance, knew that his prey was certain. Jack's heart warmed as he saw the familiar names of the doors on South or Water Streets, the Flowing Sea, the Mariner's Home, and the like. In these dens, where foul women waited and the bar offered every temptation, Jack found a home such as it was till he shipped again, the boarding-house keeper charging double and treble prices for everything furnished, sending in the bill to the owners. A frequent charge on the ledger was for a treat for all hands, which would be anywhere from $5 to $10 for each performance. Jack's bill ran up at a frightful rate. Often he found himself not only without a cent, but in debt, and his earnings for the next voyage already mortgaged. In a single night the fruit of a 3 years' cruise might disappear, and often Jack found himself beaten, robbed, and on the sidewalk, with no knowledge of how it had come, and quite powerless to find or convict his assailants. The Shipping Act ended much of this. In 1868 there were 169 sailors' boarding houses in New York City, in which 15,000 sailors were annually robbed of very nearly $3 million. Today there are less than 100, 40 of which are licensed, and many means are adopted to secure to the sailor protection from temptation and some of the comforts of shore life. To anyone with any interest in the fortunes of poor Jack, the Seamen's Exchange appeals at once. It is an unpretentious building fronting on Water Street, and opened in April 1872. In his address at its dedication, Mr. Beecher said, "This building gives the sailor comforts which he will appreciate, and such influences will preach religion to him, even if Christianity is never mentioned." From statistics kept here, it is found that there are always about 3,000 sailors in port, while 60,000 yearly come and go, all of them, with few exceptions, reporting at the Seamen's Exchange. On the first floor is a savings bank and a large and cheerful reading room. The basement has a clothing and outfitting store, where everything Jack requires is furnished, good in quality, and moderate in price. On the second floor is a hall which will hold 800, and above are the offices of the United States Shipping Commission. Here one finds a bulletin for names and destination of ships wanting men, and usually a row of sailors studying it. When they have settled to their own satisfaction which vessel is the desirable one, there are various formalities not known to the past. Printed legal forms are now in use for masters, men, and owners. The wages, service, and food are precisely stipulated. The master binds himself to pay $35 a month and give a certain dietary. A day's allowance is 1 pound of bread, 1½ pounds of beef, half a pound of flour, 1/8 of an ounce of tea, half an ounce of coffee, 2 ounces of sugar, and 3 quarts of water. Rations of desiccated or fresh vegetables are often issued, and every precaution is taken against scurvy, which in the past was one of the worst afflictions of the sailor. His quarters are cleaner, his food better, and his life in all respects brighter than even a generation ago. Yet even now hardly a week passes without some tale of outrage on the high seas, and it is found that it is easier to deal with Jack than with Jack's masters. The mercantile service, in which there is chance of rising, and which, though not on the same footing as in the past, when men of education and influence were merchant captains, is regaining a portion of its diminished prestige. There is a training school for this under the control of the Board of Education. This on the school ship St. Mary's, stationed in New York Harbor at the foot of East 23rd Street. An average of 75 pupils is found on board, and the officers of the ship are detailed from the United States Navy. There is the usual spelling, reading, writing, English grammar, geography, arithmetic, and navigation, and in seamanship as follows. 1. Making all knots, splices, hitches, bends, clinches, etc. on board ship. Worming, parceling, and serving ropes. Turning in dead-eyes, securing lanyards, and rattling down rigging. 2. Learning the names of all spars, blocks, standing and running rigging, and their uses. 3. Learning the names of the different parts of a sail, bending, loosing, furling, and reefing sails. 4. Rowing, sculling, and steering boats and handling them under sail. 5. Boxing compass, steering by compass, and taking compass bearings. 6. Marking log and lead lines, heaving the lead, and calling out soundings correctly. 7. Using palm and needle, sewing a seam, and working an eyelet hole. 8. Swimming. 9. The colors and arrangements of running lights. The summer vacation is occupied by a long cruise, often to Europe, and the system has done much to make it impossible for its graduate to fall into the traps that always beset the path of Jack ashore. Last on the list of methods for serving him come the loan libraries, the giving out of which began in 1859. 45 volumes, most of them unfortunately of a rather heavy order, are put up in a neat wooden case and sent from ship to ship. 4,500 of these small libraries are now afloat, a total of 185,000 volumes. Nearly 400 new libraries were sent to sea in 1890, and over 400 were reshipped, these being used by over 10,000 men, all of whom call for travels, history, and light reading, and wear this portion of the library out, the many theological volumes remaining generally untouched. There are numerous Bethels and homes for seamen in active operation, and missionaries who understand Jack are always about the docks watching for incoming vessels, ready to give good advice and a word of warning to the sailor with full pockets and a mind to empty them as fast as possible. By this means he has saved many disasters, and the savings bank has more and more depositors. Chiefest among the homes, and known to sailors in all parts of the world, is the Sailor's Snug Harbor at Staten Island, where hundreds of seamen have cast anchor, and like the old whalers at New Bedford and Nantucket, lie in dock gradually going to pieces, and glad of quiet harbor. The Sailor's Snug Harbor was the gift of one man, and owes its origin to Captain Robert Richard Randall, the son of a Scotchman who was captain of a privateer in the Revolutionary War. When the Spanish governor of New Orleans declared in 1775 that his port was open to Yankee privateers, Captain Randall appeared there, and in the sale of many prizes made, for those days, an immense fortune, all of which was left to his son Robert. Robert alternated between New York and New Orleans, preferring the climate of the former and finally exchanging estates with a Mr. Farquhar, who was of the same mind as to New Orleans. In this way, Captain Randall, for the son took the father's title, came into possession of a large tract of land between 8th and 10th Streets on Broadway. Early in 1801, Captain Randall made his will, and Alexander Hamilton and Daniel Tompkins drew it up. Many legacies and annuities were arranged for, but the bulk of the property still remained untouched, nor could he determine what use to make of it. "How was the money made?" asked Hamilton. in honest privateering. Then, as sailors made it, why not give it to sailors, said Hamilton, and this word turned the scale. A home was provided for seamen, and the mayor and recorder of New York, the president and vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, the rector of Trinity Church, and the minister of the First Presbyterian Church were made perpetual trustees. For 30 years, the relatives fought the case from court to court, till in 1830 the Supreme Court of the United States decided against them and sustained the provisions of the will. New York proved undesirable, and in 1838 a farm of 160 acres was bought on Staten Island, and the buildings were erected which stand today quite unchanged and absolutely unlike anything else the country owns. The foregoing history, the tale as it has been handed down, not only by word of mouth, and that mouth the combined voice of all old New York, but the actual record to be read of all men in every chronicle of the city to be found on library shelves. Clute, who is one of the best authorities, gives it in full detail, and the rest follow with more or less minuteness. Yet no myth of God or tale of ancient history is farther from the mark, and with none is apparently less need of being so. It is a mystery unsolved and unsolvable, why tradition has stepped in and covered the field so plainly, the property of truth, yet so firmly rooted is it in every mind that even proof of the strongest hardly takes hold. It is to Captain Trask that we owe the delving out and present orderly arrangement of the real story of the Snug harbor. Like the rest, he accepted the old version till forced to believe that there was a screw loose at some point. For months he burrowed in old records with unfailing patience and pertinacity, and this is what he found to be the actual state of the case. So far from being the obscure Scotchman he is made to personate, Robert Richard Randall was the son of Thomas Randall, a wealthy merchant of New York City, one of the founders of the Chamber of Commerce, and one of those who drew up the Constitution of the Marine Society. No man was more prominent in his day. He was a shipmaster, and had fitted out many privateers in his time, accumulating thus a considerable fortune. When Washington came to New York, Thomas Randall was the coxswain of the barge, manned by members of the Marine Society, that rowed him ashore. His son went into business with him, the firm being Stewart, Randall and Son. He also was a shipmaster, and his name stands on the records of the Marine Society and the Chamber of Commerce as captain, that title belonging only to shipmasters. He was a personal friend of Alexander Hamilton and co-director with him of the Bank of New York, and the Broadway property was bought by him some time before his death. As lifelong member of the Marine Society, his interest in sailors was naturally of the strongest, and being a bachelor, he felt no urgent claim on his money in any other direction, and thus planned to benefit sailors, always the most helpless of men when off their own element. It is plainly then an impossibility that Alexander Hamilton should have ever held the conversation attributed to him, or that Captain Randall could have replied as he is credited with having done. Here was a man of wealth and prominence living on one of the finest estates on Manhattan Island, the founder of a great institution, the son of a man still more prominent in commercial life, and yet 83 years after his death, when they came to erect a bronze statue on the ground of the sailors' Snug harbor, distorted legend and fiction were all that were left of his memory, and the sculptor did not dare to model his bronze image in the garb of a sea captain, nor to carve the word captain on the granite pedestal, and even the place of his burial was in doubt. There is no more doubt. The records of the Marine Society show the transfer of his body from old St. Mark's churchyard to the quiet spot where it lies today, and where, on the day it was borne to this final resting place, all the old sailors in uniform stood bareheaded as their benefactor passed up through the long ranks massed about the gates. Never was memory more beclouded in the minds of men he sought to help, and both versions are given here as an illustration of the difficulties the modern historian must sometimes face. At the Snug Harbor dock at least a dozen old salts are generally in waiting, some with baskets and other articles of their own making to sell, others ready to man a boat or perform any service as guide. At the end of the dock, others more indifferent to gain sit and look off at the shipping, generally with profound disdain. At this point the island is separated from the Jersey shore by a narrow strait known as the Kill von Kull, whither only small craft repair, and sailors, accustomed to square-rigged vessels, ships, brigs, and barks, refuse to recognize fore and aft rigging, and look beyond to the tall mass of outgoing vessels. Leaving them behind, one comes in a few moments to wide-shaven lawns and old trees, back of which rise the many buildings in which Robert Randall's bequest does its work. The main buildings are each 65 feet long and 100 deep, the wings 51 by 100, the 5 making an entire frontage of 500 feet. Back of these is the Hospital of Gray Sandstone and the many buildings occupied by the governor, chaplain, and other officials. This hospital is said to have a perfect system of ventilation, and delegations of sanitary experts come to study its workings. Facing the main entrance is the monument, a square block of granite with inscriptions on the 4 sides. A flat obelisk, looking a little stunted as to growth, is on top, the whole an almost exact copy of the monument to Alexander Hamilton in Trinity Churchyard. This was the first memorial of the founder, whose bones lie beneath, and the second is a statue by Saint Gaudens, erected in 1883. It is of bronze and has a pedestal of polished granite. 7 years ago, the spot where it stands was mere swampland, which, under the admirable administration of Captain Trask, has been made to blossom like the rose. Back of this is a little lake where the old sailors try their small vessels before sails are made, and along the edge of the lawn are small brick cottages where the fortunate employees of the institution find as snug a harbor as the sailors. The little church is half concealed by trees. Its chaplain, Dr. Jones, ran away from his English home in boyhood, and for years went before the mast as sailor. In time his mind turned toward theology, and he resolved to become a missionary. From this, after some experience, he returned to the sailors, whose life he knew and for whom few cared, and for many years was minister in the Mariners' Church near the Exchange. Subsequently, he received the appointment to the harbor, and whoever would see one of its most distinctive features should go down in time for service. The chaplain's illustrations are all nautical, and his sermons of the most vigorous order, but many of the old salts who listen care but little, and nod and careen to slumber peacefully on some comrade's shoulder, or straggle out after a time and settle under the trees. "Oh, don't talk about them things to me," said one crusty old salt, after an appeal for audience from the chaplain. "I've been without 'em 60 year, and I reckon I can stand it for a year or 2 longer." In this village of quite 1,000 souls, the first thing that impresses one is the extraordinary cleanliness of the whole, a neatness that is almost painful. The old captains laid up here remember their methods on shipboard and demand floors as white and spotless as the decks of their own ships. Entering the great hall of the central building, one finds the same dainty spotlessness and a sweep of pure air straight from the sea. This is the show place of the institution. The roof is frescoed with ropes and anchors and sails, masts and spars on which birds of all countries perch, and old Neptune keeping guard over all. Fan lights and side lights are of stained glass with nautical designs, and in a series of blue glass windows near the vaulted roof are 8 of the principal constellations. Over the main entrance is a sunburst, so arranged with mirrors behind it that it acts as a sundial, the light from it falling on the inlaid star in the center of the hall floor. Opening off from this hall is the library and reading room, and all the offices of the institution are in this main building, the dining rooms being just back of the hall and the dormitories in the wings. Each room holds 2 men and 2 beds, and there are bathrooms on each floor. The problem of feeding 800 people at once has been found a troublesome one to grapple with. To serve food enough for this number, promptly and well cooked, demands all the resources of the kitchen. Things that can be cooked by the quantity are easily managed, but broiling or more delicate operations are impossible. Once, so many longed for fried fish that Captain Trask determined they should have it, and gave his orders to the cook accordingly. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the whole force of the kitchen turned to, and by dint of hard work, had by 12 o'clock fried enough fish to make a beginning for all. But at this point the caterer became discouraged, and swore never to make the experiment again, 2 days' work being necessary to provide a full supply for all. But the bill of fare is varied and abundant. The 800, whether captains or the men they may have commanded, sit side by side, and each is served alike by the waiters, who watch the plates to see that all fare equally well. In the basement, baskets, mats, and hammocks are made, and last year some $30,000 were received from this source, averaging about $75 a head. This belongs to the men themselves, who pay for all materials and use the returns in such way as pleases them best. The cripples of the institution are provided with wheelchairs and easily move through the corridors and along the smooth roads outside. Under the eaves of some of the buildings are workrooms for their exclusive use, and here they make work baskets and nets. Here, too, for a long time was the iron cage for the one prisoner of the home who could be dealt with in no other way. It was just a case of pure cussedness, explained an old sailor, with long white curls and a wooden leg, which he waved parenthetically. He knowed all the ropes, and he sailed to all the ports there is, but he couldn't seem to hold hisself in. He'd take a turn and haul all the aged infirm ones out of bed, and the colder the day the better, and leave 'em lying on the floor. He wouldn't take no pains to reform, neither, and so they had to keep him, off and on, in the cage, and he got not mindin', but just layin' to do it again fust chance he got, which is what he did every time. There are old boatswains whose mouths always seem puckered for the whistle, piping on the side. One old captain has in his room, a truly nautical one, small craft of all kinds, the product of his jackknife, standing on chests and even decorating the passageway. Some of the miniature vessels made by these old salts are wonderful exhibits of patient skill. In a little room under a skylight at the top of one of the buildings was, during a recent visit, William Graham, a one-armed naval veteran of Commodore Farragut's fleet, an ingenious and intelligent man who with his left hand had just completed, after 2 years' faithful labor, a perfect model of the famous old flagship Hartford. Every block and rope was in working order, every gun in its place between decks. In equipment, rigging, and armament, the model is an exact facsimile of its renowned prototype, all measurements being mathematically calculated, thus giving the model the true proportions and a faithful appearance of the old warship. For a long time, one object of interest was James Spencer, the last survivor of the American frigate Essex, which in 1812 fought 2 British cruisers in the harbor of Valparaiso. Commodore Farragut was at that time a middy on the Essex, and as long as he lived retained an affection for the old man, who always went to see him when in port. At the last meeting, Jim reported how he found him. The Admiral was a-sittin' on a sofy. "Jim," says he to me, "you and me's got nearly into port. I wonder which one will fetch up first." I said naught, but I suspicioned how it would be, and it was. The Admiral's death took place in a few days. Spencer insisted on going to the funeral, though in a driving rain, took cold, and speedily died. For many years Captain Benjamin Gardiner was in command of the Cross-Rip lightship in Vineyard Sound, a dangerous locality where many a lightship anchored here to warn passing vessels has itself been lost. Other vessels could lie safely under the lee of the shore in the gale, but there was no lee for him. When he parted his chains in a gale, he was sure of fetching up, as he described it, on the shores of Cape Cod or Martha's Vineyard, or on the reefs of Nantucket Shoals. His orders, he said, were to go up or down, by which was no doubt meant that he should either sink or go ashore, rather than drift about and thus mislead the passing mariner. Captain Gardiner lost 2 ships during his long term of service, but saved his crew both times, and was frequently adrift in the gale. Once he was compelled to make an involuntary cruise of 42 days, during which he says he was adriftin' all around the lot. While on his station he was often run down in thick weather, and the honest old sailor waxed indignant when he described the ignorance exhibited by passing skippers of the position of their vessels. On one occasion, the weather being thick, he was struck by a full-rigged ship, a glancing blow, but powerful enough to drive the bows of the vessel into the pantry of the lightship. "I come a-running on deck," said Captain Gardiner, describing the incident, "and I sings out to the captain, 'What are you a-trying to do?' 'I'm a-trying to find the Cross-Rip,' says he. 'Well, you've found it now, and the lightship too,' says I, 'and can you just keep out of my pantry, for you ain't got no business in there.' Then he sheered off." The old Captain Brown, once ship owner and a famous sailor, raises watermelons, which he peddles about the village or at the dock. His frequent companion was Darky Rube, an old Negro sailor who, from herbs whose name he would never divulge, made what he called universal drops. Bane and antidote thus walked side by side, and often the customer for one bought the other purely for a joke, which thus perpetuated itself. It is the hospital that holds the most pathetic cases, the sad endings of the invalids, paralytic or dying of sheer exhaustion, whose voices once rung out above the howling of the storm, and who have faced danger in every form. Saddest of all is the corner of the pavilion where the few insane wait their release. To tell the story of even one would mean many pages. Even for the most contented, it is a dreary life, and of late it has been much questioned if the enormous income of nearly $500,000 yearly might not better be divided up into pensions, and thus allow its beneficiaries to live with relatives and have more humane interests than are now possible. At present, the Snug harbor remains the only institution of the kind in the world. No sailors from steam vessels are admitted. Naturally, Captain Randall had no premonition of the change so near, and though, as in a recent case, sailors on steam vessels may have served a lifetime, they are not eligible. 2 men who had been 40 years in the Navy, one of them in the fire room, had regularly paid from their wages the dues required from all sailors for the Marine Hospital, but had saved nothing. Both were rejected and cast adrift, and this case has attracted such attention that it is hoped it may serve to bring about an alteration of the system. In the meantime, 800 find a peaceful home, and names are always waiting to fill vacancies and take their turn on the benches under the great trees, where through all the summer days the old salts sit, their jaws keeping time, and their eyes fixed on the distant horizon. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Manalakis. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life, Chapter 24 by Thomas W. Knox. Street Life, the Bowery by day and by night, life in Baxter and Chatham Streets. Broadway is the artery through which pulsates a great part of the lifeblood of the city. The crowd that constantly surges through it is greater in numbers and steadier in its flow than anything London or Paris can show, and it mixes up the most dissimilar elements of nationality and condition. The night is never so dark or so stormy that the footfall of pedestrians and the rumbling of vehicles are altogether hushed. The life of Broadway varies greatly with the hours of the day. In the very early morning it is nearly deserted, save by belated wanderers and those whose occupations call them abroad in advance of the great mass of their fellow men. Soon after 5 o'clock there are unmistakable signs of movement, and as 6 o'clock approaches, men of rough garb come from various directions, walking hurriedly along. They are the porters, engine drivers, sweepers, boys, and others whose labors are chiefly manual in the stores and shops that line the great street. As time goes on, this crowd thins and another takes its place. Clerks, shop girls, salesmen, and others who are expected to be on duty at 8 o'clock largely compose the new throng. They are followed by those whose duties begin at 9 o'clock or thereabouts, and these again by the heads of establishments who think they are in good season if they arrive at their destinations at 10. Later come the owners and magnates whose homes are in the aristocratic part of the city, and who are supposed to do pretty much as they like. They are early if they reach their offices by 11 o'clock. Some do not appear until noon, and some only go to business 2 or 3 times a week. One is reminded in this connection of the story of the countryman who visited Washington in the time of President Jackson, and on his return home gave to his friends an account of the dinner customs of the capital of the nation. "The working men," said he, "dine at 1 o'clock, the clerks at 2, the big officers at 3, the representatives at 4, the senators at 5, and the officers of the cabinet at 6. "What time does Old Hickory eat his dinner?" asked an open-mouthed listener. "Oh, the old man doesn't dine till the next day," was the prompt reply. Until 10 o'clock the stream of travel on Broadway is southward, especially in the hours between 6 and 9. About 3 o'clock it sets upward, beginning with those who came down latest and ending with those who came first. People of all ages and both sexes compose the never-ending throng, and here may be seen all ages and all conditions of life. The thin-featured shop girl or worker in a downtown factory, whose shawl is drawn around a shrinking form that tells plainly of low diet, hard work, and bad lodgings, is jostled by a woman on whom fortune has smiled, if we may judge her by her costly apparel and the absence of care on her face. Here is a merchant or banker whose fortune is counted in millions. Near him is a clerk whose salary is too small for the comfortable support of his family, and whose head is prematurely whitened by the cares that have fallen upon it. The former walks with an easy, dignified pace, while the latter rushes along with his head bowed and his mind evidently in a state of perplexity. Clerks, millionaires, merchants of all kind and degree, speculators, idlers, countrymen, and here and there a thief or other crook, make up the forms that fill the kaleidoscope to be seen any day along Broadway. In the 2 miles of distance from the Battery to Union Square, the scene on Broadway is pretty much alike. In Union Square one finds relief under the shady trees, listening to the play of the fountains, and watching the children, nursemaids, and loungers that fill the place on pleasant afternoons in summer. Is there a prettier bit of green in any city in the whole world than Madison Square? I am not referring to its area, as it is a mere garden patch compared to Central Park, but to its general aspect of beauty in the center of the great city. The trees are leafy and give a welcome shade. The grass is of the deepest green. The paths are of asphalt. The nursemaids are pretty, the children are prettier, and the maidens and matrons that pass are of the prettiest. The statues are historic and patriotic. The buildings that surround and make the square are stately, and the carriages and other vehicles that roll along the streets and avenues have a cheerful aspect. If the day is pleasant, the seats in the park are filled, and there are no distinctions so long as there is good behavior. At night the tramp hies hither for sleep, but for the interference of the gray-coated park policemen, nicknamed sparrow chasers, who rap rudely on the boot soles of the slumberer, the tramp would enjoy the park much more than he does. Fifth Avenue is the great show street of the metropolis. Early in the century, fashion had its home at the Battery and on Lower Broadway, and many of the buildings now used for offices and tenements once resounded to the laughter of belles and beaux, and were the scenes of gay and festive life. But business has invaded these once fashionable quarters, and now all the way to 42nd Street fashion is fast disappearing before the steady advance of commerce. A few of the old houses remain untouched, but the tide is irresistible, and the world moves. Superb carriages still roll along the avenue, and in the afternoon there is a throng of promenaders, though it is less dense than the active, rushing throng of Lower Broadway. The Bowery has a course parallel in a general way to the great thoroughfare, Broadway, but the course is the only feature in which a parallel exists. In population, shops, theaters, manners, customs, and everything else, the Bowery and Broadway are wholly dissimilar. The Bowery is intensely German in character. German beer saloons, German shops of every name and kind, German theaters and concert halls, German banks, and other German institutions innumerable abound here. There was nothing more characteristic of the Bowery in its prime than the old Bowery Theater. My first visit to it was made more than 30 years ago, when the place was in the height of its glory, but the scenes are as vivid as though it were but yesterday. Admission to the pit was 12.5 cents. The pit exists no more in any of the theaters, its place having been taken by the parquet, and instead of being the cheapest part of the house, it is now the dearest, with the exception of the dress circle and private boxes. The pit of the old Bowery was generally filled with newsboys, bootblacks, and other youngsters, or with older patrons of the same general character. Nearly all of the patrons of the pit removed their coats on entering and sat upon them throughout the performance, partly for the purpose of cushioning the hard seats, and partly to prevent those garments from being stolen. The occupants of the pit were evidently fond of peanuts, as all who could afford the outlay had a paper bag full of them, which were eaten during and between the acts, the shells being thrown on the floor. When a favorite actor entered, he was greeted with 3 cheers given in a somewhat disorderly fashion. Woe to the unfortunate actor who became unpopular with the boys. He was received with catcalls, hisses, and other demonstrations of dissatisfaction, and they were so loud and prolonged that it was impossible for him to proceed with his part. Occasionally he was the recipient of solid remonstrances in addition to vocal ones, They took the shape of eggs or vegetables that had passed their period of usefulness, or of wads made of the bags that had contained peanuts or other delicacies. If an actor became unpopular beyond hope of redemption, his contract was canceled by the manager, as it was useless for him to continue in the theater. All the actors of this theater fully understood the situation. In the language of the time, they played to the pit, just as in many opera houses today, the world over, the tenor and the prima donna are said to sing to the boxes. Heavy tragedy and blood-curdling melodrama were the favorite performances at the old Bowery. Broadsword duels and the like were sure of applause. In fact, there was a strong predilection for mimic bloodshed or deep-seated quarrels in which heavy-toned actors launched at each other the most bitter imprecations and the most terrible threats. One night I visited this theater to see an actress who had achieved great popularity. In one of the scenes, she sang a pretty little solo and was naturally called upon for an encore. For the encore, she sang Up in a Balloon, at that time a popular air, and one that all the street urchins were humming. When she reached the end of a stanza, she paused a moment and then said, "Now, boys, join me in the chorus." The boys responded to the invitation, and the chorus could have been heard a dozen blocks away. It was easy to see how the actress had gained her popularity with the occupants of pit and gallery. Even today, one can nowhere else find such cosmopolitan audiences, whether at the theaters which boast that they keep open doors and have full houses all the year round, or in the little halls with a big bar at one end and a tiny stage at the other, which finds it necessary to pander to a man for amusement with drinks. The Bowery theaters still find that it pays best to present heavy tragedy, such as thrilled the soul of the Bowery boy years ago, or to go to the other extreme and dazzle his eyes with a variety show whose changes are kaleidoscopic. In either case, the actors are gorgeous of attire and dash through their parts with a vim which shows that they are not yet wearied out with the race. There is not much in the performance on the stage to cause either laughter or tears, and yet everybody is in the full tide of enjoyment, and the most indifferent of spectators could not but smile at the heartiness of the applause. The boys in the gallery loudly proclaim their sympathies with the heroine, and the people in parquet and orchestra chairs laugh aloud or chatter audibly over the plot. Here is a young couple in shop-worn clothes. She works in a cigar factory, and he is the driver of an ice cart, whose sole extravagance is a night every week at the theater, and neither would miss it for the world. Why not? Is the bread of the poor always to be eaten without sauce? The actors in the cheap museums and on the Bowery music hall stage are often broken-down men and disappointed women, whose only art now is to hide from the audience that they are near the end of a bitter struggle for daily bread. Many of them live in garrets and sup at the cheapest restaurants, and some of them, I know, started in life with the brightest of hopes. By 11 o'clock the Bowery's in full blast. The glare of the numerous electric lights is so bright that one has no difficulty in making out the faces and dresses of the nocturnal promenaders. Many odd characters drift past in the crowd. Advertising handbills without number are thrust upon us. Our ears are assailed by the deafening tramp of feet and the never-ending crash of wheels. Misery and merriment, pomp and poverty in various shapes file before us. Most of the stores are open. Few of the throng think of going home while shop windows, theater fronts, and concert halls are yet so attractive. And the midnight marauder who can operate only in the early hours of the morning is still slinking behind a coal box around the corner. Concert halls and dime museums thrive on the Bowery. The ordinary concert hall is a place where no respectable man would like to be seen by anyone for whose opinion he has any regard. Their frequenters are dissolute men of all ages, but more often young clerks and mechanics, together with strangers and rural visitors who think they are seeing city life. Beer and cheap liquors are dispensed, vulgar songs are accompanied by wretched music, and the surroundings and influences are generally low and vile. The attendants at the tables are often disreputable women who are fit associates for dissolute patrons. The monotony of these establishments is occasionally varied by a raid by the police, when every person found within is locked up in the station house and must take his slumbers on a bare plank until next morning, when he may be sent to Blackwell's Island or let off with a heavy fine. Concert halls of this class abound in the Bowery and adjacent streets, and nests of them are to be found in many portions of the city. The dime museums are a conspicuous feature of the Bowery, but they are not entirely confined to it. Their name tells the price of admission, 1 dime. Their attractions are of the sort classed as freaks, and not infrequently the proprietors combine swindling and robbery with other sources of revenue. Above and on each side of the doors of these museums are large and gaudy paintings on which the wonders to be seen within are elaborately represented, and the chief wonder is oftentimes the liberality of the outside display compared with the paucity within. The external promise is far in advance of the internal performance, but if one asks for a return of his money on account of non-fulfillment of contract, he is not likely to get it. The amount of the admission fee is so small that nobody cares to make a fuss about it, and therefore it is of no consequence how much the visitor is defrauded. I have visited a dime museum where not 1/5 of the freaks represented on the outside placards were on exhibition. When I asked where they were, the doorkeeper replied, with a broad grin on his face, that they had gone to the country for their health. The lilies of the field and the freaks in a dime museum are much alike. No work is done by either. The museum owner, always a handsome man with a fierce mustache and large diamonds, stands near the door, and close to him a second-rate dwarf, dressed as a policeman, club in hand, shouts out directions about keeping order. A mermaid, stuffed and dried, swings from a nail on the wall, and a fat woman, discharged for losing weight, comes in to collect what is due her. The first object that greets you inside is usually the tattooed man. He looks defiant, but he really is cheap, for a method has been discovered of tattooing him by electricity, so that a large part of him can be highly ornamented in one afternoon. Next to the tattooed man is the lecturer, a very important being, who explains and dilates upon the attractions of the collection, and who passes with the grace of a Chesterfield from the charms of the fat woman to the rare qualities of the man who eats glass. Then come 2 dwarfs, who prefer to be alluded to as midgets, and then the albino, a gentleman with pure white hair and pink eyes. The bearded lady, who is to be pitied because she is hardly ever admired and her sex usually doubted, stands beside the living skeleton. Here, too, is said to be the smallest living man in the world. You are attracted to him by his sharp, squeaky voice, and by the remarks of the eager crowd gathered around him. At first it is difficult to believe that the queer little thing, with a ridiculous little silk hat on the back of his head, is really a man. He tells you that he weighs 10 pounds. Next to him is the fattest of all women. She is advertised to weigh half a ton, and probably actually does weigh about 800 pounds. She looks very unhappy. A fat freak thinks but little, dies young, and is worried in her last moments by the thought that her coffin must be lowered out of the window by ropes. The strong man who lifts tremendous weights is near the fat woman. Close beside him is a small band discoursing discordant music, and as the man drops the weights on the floor to show by the noise how heavy they are, 4 bass drums are pounded simultaneously, which makes the weight sound very heavy indeed. The expansionist, who is able to inflate his chest in a wonderful way, stands beside the turtle boy, who derives his title and his income from the fact that apparently he has no legs, and that his feet are attached directly to his body and present an unpleasant imitation of the flippers of a turtle. Other freaks are numerous. The egg crank, who eats 120 eggs. The dog-faced boy. The wild men of Borneo. The living half-man whose misfortune it was to be cut in two by a buzzsaw below the waist. The transparent man. The human pincushion. A remarkable young man who allows you to stick needles into his breast and arms at will. The human claw-hammer, a handy man around the house, who drives tacks in the carpet with his thumb and forces large nails through 3-inch planks with his hand. The human anvil, who allows a friend to break large stones on his chest with a sledgehammer, are all here. Snake charmers are numerous, and leopard children, men who walk on red-hot iron, spotted boys, porcupine men, 2-headed dogs, and other wonderful attractions are often found in these museums. Freaks are divided into 2 classes, those that are genuine and those that are false. Among the real freaks may be classed the fat woman, the dwarf, the albino, the living skeleton, the spotted boy, the glass eater, the giant, and the legless wonder. Among the bogus freaks are the Circassian girls, the tattooed men, the sword swallowers and fire eaters, the Fiji Island cannibals, the wild men of Borneo, and the survivors of great accidents like the Johnstown flood, and so forth. Sword swallowers and fire eaters have a comparatively easy trade, which plenty of men might follow. Tattooed men can be produced as rapidly as they are wanted. One man in the tattooing business says that he can produce several South Sea Islanders every week, and can transform any girl into a South Sea princess without much trouble or pain. These human curiosities travel from one museum to another, stopping 1 week here and 2 weeks there, and each manager strives to secure for himself the freak who stands for the superlative in his own particular realm of freakdom. It is characteristic of the Bowery that it has its own artists in the criminal professions and tolerates no others. They may live on the side streets, but they operate on the great thoroughfare. There is a battalion of tramps, also, who never stray outside this charmed circle. Some of them I have known for 20 years, and have watched them step down lower and lower until their feet are close to the threshold of the morgue. One, a gray-haired and bent mendicant, tottered ahead of me tonight, little dreaming that I can recall the day when his name was famous in literature. To the world he has been dead these score of years, and he will be nothing more than a mere name and remembrance when his tired bones are laid to rest in the city's cemetery of the outcast. At yonder dark corner is a female beggar of most disreputable appearance, holding her hand out dumbly and keeping her head bowed. When the half-paralyzed wretch lifted a pair of great black eyes and thanked me for the silver dropped in her palm, I recognized in this human wreck a famous actress who had once been the star of a spectacular troupe. Diamonds and gold had been lavished upon her, but she had spent with a free hand, and when sickness came and her beauty departed, her friends went with it. For years she depended upon the stray bounty of her old admirers, and haunted their offices until driven away by the police, and at last drifted to the Bowery to beg by night. As for the lager beer saloons, their name is Legion. The German is dearly fond of the beverage, which had its origin in his native land, and in the evening he often brings his whole family to saloons dignified by the name of gardens. There are 2 such gardens that can each accommodate 1,000 or more patrons at once. They are comparatively quiet during the day, but when evening comes they fill with people. The orchestra at one end of the vast hall fills the air with music, and the audience fills itself with beer. On every side are family groups, father, mother, and children, all merry, all sociable, all well-behaved and quiet. The Germans are proud of keeping up the respectability of the place, to which they bring their female friends and relatives. Running into the Bowery from each side are numerous streets and alleys. Many of them are the abodes of vice and crime, of honest and dishonest poverty, and others contain the homes of artisans, day laborers, working girls and women, who make up the throng that presses along the sidewalks in the evening, and especially on the last evening of the week. On Saturday night, the working people, most of whom have received their wages, come out to spend their hard-earned money in luxuries or necessities. The shops are open until midnight, and some of them later still, and at every step one encounters persistent and noisy peddlers of all sorts. The beer saloons and other drinking places are brilliantly lighted, and the sound of their jingling pianos, the squeak of violins, or the discordant notes of an accordion come from cellar dives and low resorts. Here in low and dingy beer shops and dirtier cellars lurk some of the worst specimens of our foreign population, and uncanny forms of evil stop a moment to stare at you before they suddenly dive down dimly lighted stairways or slink around the corners. Gamblers, pickpockets, and other crooks abound, and are ready to take under their wing anyone who will trust himself to their care. The soap, hair oil, tooth wash, or cutlery peddlers occupy corners wherever the police will permit them to stand, vociferously crying their wares. Flaming torches light up their stands with a fitful glare and reveal every line of their faces with the distinctness of a photograph. An interesting night worker is the man who delves in ash barrels and boxes or in dust heaps for whatever may be deemed worth picking up. Everything is fish that comes to his net: cigar stumps, empty bottles, bones with bits of meat clinging to them, scraps of old clothing, anything and everything that can possibly have the least value is taken in. Along the Bowery can occasionally be seen a rag picker from Baxter Street, searching the gutters with a lantern which he carries at the end of a string, so that he can hold it close to the ground without stooping. This is an idea borrowed from the chiffonnier of Paris, and not at all a bad one. Not a few of the rag pickers of New York have graduated from the gutters of the French capital and drifted thence across the sea. The Bowery has its social divisions just as we find them in the aristocratic parts of the city. There are race and class distinctions, and there is also the distinction of color no less marked than anywhere else in the land. White men have their resorts, and so have the colored, and each holds itself aloof from the other. Not long ago there was a curious resort on Baxter Street, not far from the Bowery, from which the thoroughfare much of its patronage was drawn, known among white men as the Black and Tan, which was not altogether a safe place for a well-dressed man to enter alone, especially at night. Off from the street was a long narrow bar-room, with a low ceiling and a very showy bar. The liquors sold were of the cheapest quality. A noticeable feature of the bar was a large club within easy reach of the proprietor, and there was a club for each of his assistants. These clubs were of great use in preserving order among the patrons, who not infrequently fell into discord. Most of the customers were Negroes, but there were Malays, Chinese, Lascars, and other Asiatics as well. And on one evening not long ago, 2 American Indians were found there, imbibing firewater of a dangerous character. Here and there was a white man who had no prejudice as to color, and there were women of all shades from ebony black to the lightest of tan colors. Most of the latter were flashily dressed, but the coal-black ones were generally in plain attire, though there was often an abundance of cheap jewelry which shone conspicuously against the dark skin. Many of these negresses had their heads wrapped in bright-colored, old-fashioned bandanas, and their accent revealed the fact that they have drifted from southern states since the war. At the end of the bar was a swinging door leading into a rear room from whence, during a recent visit, came the hum of voices. Even were there no voices, one might easily surmise that the room had many occupants, for at frequent intervals a colored waiter came out with orders which were quickly filled at the bar. Quietly following him, one found himself in a room which was lighted by numerous kerosene lamps. It had the same low ceiling, and the walls were covered with cheap and gaudily colored sporting pictures. Around the room were several small tables at which dusky Negroes were deeply engrossed in card-playing. At one side of the room was a crowd surrounding an old stout Negro who sat behind a table which was marked off into 6 squares by means of lines drawn with white paint. The squares were numbered from 1 to 6, and the game consisted in betting pennies or nickels on the numbers and deciding the course of fortune by means of a dice box. "Walk up, gents, and try your luck," the stout darky shouted as the playing lagged. "Here's your chance to make a fortune. Walk around the room with your gal, and play every time you come along. Peggy, don't you fella want to play?" The query was addressed to an ebony maiden of 30 or more summers, who had in tow a Malay sailor with rings in his ears. Peggy led him to the table and suggested that he play a nickel, for luck. He plunged a hand into a deep pocket and produced a nickel which he placed on the table. The stout Negro rattled the box and threw the contents on the table. "You're a winner, 2 for 1, he said to the Malay, pushing back that gentleman's wager and 2 nickels with it. Another rattle of the dice box followed, and another invitation for someone to make his fortune. Peggy nodded to one of the waiters, who was at her side in an instant. She suggested 2 beers, and the winnings of her Malay acquaintance were speedily invested in liquor. Then she proposed that they have a dance. He assented, and she led the way to the end of the room and down a narrow stairway to another apartment, which was designated the ballroom, from whence came the sound of cheap music and a shuffling of feet. The music was produced by a strong-armed Negro, energetically thumping a piano which was badly out of tune, an old gray-haired colored man sawing the strings of a cracked violin, a gay-colored youth with distended cheeks blowing a wheezy flute, and another youth with closed eyes and head fallen to one side, industriously picking a banjo. However, none of the dancers were inclined to complain of the quality of the music, and the players seemed to be entirely engrossed in producing the greatest possible amount of noise. There was not much space for dancing, and the crowd was dense. As they shuffled along the floor, the dancers jostled each other, but nobody objected, and there was a general appearance of good nature. Now and then some dusky visitor got into a quarrel with another and resorted to blows, or pulled out a razor, the favorite weapon of colored citizens throughout the country. Some of the seafaring men in the ballroom carried knives, and when knives and razors began to flash in the sickly gaslight of one of these resorts, it is time for all hands to leave. Whenever the orchestra paused, the waiter, whose badge of office was a white apron, vociferously shouted, "Come, gents, give your orders. Treat your partners in this your dance. Keep you gents well iled, take beer or something, and be quick about it." The cool night air was refreshingly welcome as we emerged from the Black and Tan and wended our way to Chatham Street, long famous for its old clothes shops and its stores of cheap clothing. The shopkeepers are mostly Israelites, but enterprising Irishmen, Germans, and Americans have entered the field, and some of them have made a success that is envied by their Hebrew neighbors. In former times, one ran considerable risk in getting inside of one of these establishments. If he refused to purchase, he was in danger of being violently robbed. If he dared to make complaint, he had no witnesses to support his statements, while all the attachés of the place swore to a contrary state of affairs. But a vigorous police have changed things for the better. The purchaser of clothing on Chatham Street is pretty certain to be swindled, as the goods sold are of the cheapest sort, badly made and of wretched materials. Clothing has been bought there which was pasted or glued, not sewn, together. It answered fairly well if worn on a dry day, but unfortunate was the purchaser who ventured out in it in a rainstorm. The clothing dealers on Chatham Street possess the gift of blarney to a high degree. They have been known to convince a customer that a coat 3 or 4 sizes too large for him fits splendid. They stand him before a mirror, and as the customer observes the front of the garment, the dealer gathers in a handful at the back. When the buyer is in a position to see the reflection of the back, the crafty swindler performs the same trick with the front and adds, "Oh, mein friend, I wish you had eyes in the back of your head, just to see how splendid that coat fits between those shoulders." Sometimes the dealer plays on the cupidity of a customer by putting a well-filled pocketbook in the pocket of the garment he is trying to sell. While the customer is trying on a coat, the dealer exclaims, "There was a nice gentleman, Mr. Ashore. He was from Fifth Avenue. Maybe you knowed him. Comed here last week and buys that same coat. And this morning he brings him back and says the coat was too tight already around the arms. He takes another coat, not quite so good as this, and pays me $10 to boot, just because he wear that coat 4 days, and that makes the coat second-hand. That coat, mein friend, just fits you splendid. I want mein brother to see that fit. Jacob, will you come right away here a minute, and just see that coat fit on this gentleman's pack? Now, my friend, I sells the coat to you so cheap as never was," adding in a whisper, "cheaper than to mine own brother, but say nothings." Meantime, the customer feels through the pockets. The dealer makes sure he does so without appearing to direct the movement of his hand. The hand comes in contact with the plump pocketbook, which was probably forgotten by Mr. Ashore. If the customer is honest, he disappoints the dealer by bringing the article to light, but if he is not averse to a dishonest penny, he buys the coat and departs with it as quickly as possible. Later on, he finds that he has paid an exorbitant price for a poor coat containing an old pocketbook stuffed with brown paper. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Manalakis. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 25 by Thomas W. Knox. Training Schools of Crime. Drink the Root of Evil. Great Responsibility of the Liquor Traffic for Crime. Plain Facts and Startling Statements. Although social scientists have for many years been endeavoring to find means to prevent and punish violations of law, There is no special organization in New York City having for its object the discovery of the most prolific sources or causes of crime. Mr. William Delamater, who, in discharge of his official duties in connection with the police department, has had exceptional opportunity for the study of crime and its causes, and to whom I am indebted for much information contained in this chapter, says that crime may be the effect of numerous causes which multiply themselves indefinitely as we go backward in our examination of them. It has so many phases and degrees that a course of reasoning from a general effect to a special cause would be unsatisfactory. The commission of a murder, for instance, may be the natural sequence of a burglary, the latter of a petty theft, which last may come of a desperate need for the alleviation of hunger or the distress of poverty, or a desire to obtain the means for gratifying a passing whim, or all may be and often are the results of a single glass of liquor. There is a distinct tendency to the massing together of the rich in their own sections of the city. It is not merely that they find each other's society congenial, but that they conscientiously avoid and weed out the poor. The man of wealth will pay an exorbitant price for a lot which he does not want, merely to get some wretched shanties and their occupants out of his neighborhood. The church, of which it should be the glory that the poor have the gospel preached to them, sells its hallowed shrine for a warehouse and rebuilds miles away as soon as the poor hive in any numbers around its doors. This massing of wealth involves the massing of poverty. The poor are driven by inexorable necessity into the poor quarters of the city, where they pull each other further down from all chance and hope. Whoever follows a case of distress to its abiding place finds it in part of one room of a tenement house, and that one room duplicated in wretchedness by range after range of rooms, from the oozy cellar to the leaky garret, and that house duplicated by streets full of other houses, till benevolence stands aghast at misery miles in area and 6 stories deep. Individual help seems like putting one drop of oil upon a stormy sea. Fifth Avenue and the slums grow ever more hopelessly asunder. Fifth Avenue despises the slums, and the slums hate Fifth Avenue. This massing of wealth and poverty tends to vice at both ends of the social scale, especially at the lowest. A life without an innocent joy, unthanked, unpitied toil, merely for the means to toil, an atmosphere foul with physical rottenness and fouler with the oaths and obscenity that are poured out on every breath, school privileges well nigh impossible for want of decent food and clothing, and the hard necessity of child labor, no chance to hear the gospel in the temples where the rich and the poor do not meet together, though the Lord be maker of them all, 100 saloons to one mission Sunday school, open 24 hours a day and 7 days in the week to the Sunday schools 1 hour and 1 day. Is it surprising that pauperism and crime live and thrive, and that both soon become professional? That criminal tendencies are often transmitted from parent to child is unquestionably true. A celebrated student of crime recently made the interesting statement that the greatest malefactors inherited their criminal instincts from a long line of thieves, robbers, and murderers. In the Paris Gallery of Rogues are a number of photographs of criminal celebrities, whose ancestors for generations have been jailbirds and convicts. But while heredity undoubtedly contributes its quota to the criminal class, we must look further for the chief causes that swell its ranks. And first, the most prolific and fundamental source of crime is intemperance, for drink is generally the foundation of pauperism and underlies nearly all other sources of crime of every name and nature. The worst cradle of crime in New York City is in its tenement house district, a region given over to pauperism and misery, the greater part of which was primarily induced by intemperance. Here liquor saloons, corner groggeries, and bar rooms abound on every hand, ply their infamous trade day and night, and flourish on their ill-gotten gains extracted from the pockets of the poor, often sorely needed for half-starved women and children. The amount of vice and crime springing from and fostered by the promiscuous herding together of human beings in tenements has been a fruitful source of trouble to the police. In the 4th and 6th wards, the population is packed at the rate of 260,000 individuals to the square mile, and in the 4th ward alone at the rate of nearly 300,000 inhabitants to the square mile. The most densely populated districts of London do not approach anywhere near these figures. Nearly 500,000 persons live in tenement houses in New York, and there is one house that shelters 1,500 tenants. A recent systematic inspection of all tenement houses, during which a census was taken, shows that there are 32,390 tenements occupied by 237,972 families, which are comprised of 937,209 persons over 5 years of age, and 142,519 under that age. Drunkenness is prevalent. Squalid misery abounds on every hand. In some of these wretched localities, no education but that of crime obtains. Ignorant, weary, and complaining wives, cross and hungry husbands, wild and ungoverned children are continually at war with each other. The young criminal is the product almost exclusively of these training schools of vice and crime in the worst tenement house districts. 80% of the crimes committed in New York City against property and against a person are perpetrated by individuals who never had any home life, or whose homes had ceased to be decent and desirable. Ignorant and poor, filthy and degraded, the low tenement victim drags out an existence which is as logical as it is miserable. Born in poverty and rags, nursed in filth and darkness, reared in ignorance and vice, matured in sin and crime, is the life history of the great majority of tenement house creatures, and the end must be either the almshouse or the prison, or possibly the felon's death. It is estimated that the 11th precinct of New York City, which is a tenement house district, contains 6% of the city's population, and the fact that the proportion of arrests in this precinct is nearly double that of any other precinct is a striking commentary upon the evils resultant upon tenement house life and its tendency to crime. This precinct contains a dense cosmopolitan population. It abounds with tenement houses, good, bad, and indifferent, mostly bad. No district of equal population in the city better illustrates the extreme destitution and misery of vast numbers of human beings huddled indiscriminately together like a mass of garbage to ferment and decompose into offensiveness, and certainly no district in which intemperance, pauperism, and crime prevail to so large an extent as in this. In it are born and bred a class of beings whose immediate ancestors were drunken, poverty-stricken, and vile, and whose progeny must be paupers and criminals, pitiable as well as lawless. That intemperance is often the cause, and pauperism and crime the outcome, of such conditions, must be admitted. And that abject want, no matter what its cause, is among the foremost of all crime causes, as it assuredly is the most deplorable of all human conditions, must be accepted as true. Pauperism, induced by intemperance, improvidence, and other causes, but most often by drink, results necessarily from and in the herding of large numbers of human beings in tenement districts where apartments are small and rents correspondingly low. The ignorant and vicious become speedily intermingled with the poverty-stricken, and the whole body rapidly assumes the characteristics of the vicious, who are naturally the strongest. The following report of an inspection made by an agent of the Sanitary Aid Society in the 11th Precinct is suggestive. The investigations reveal a state of affairs that which nothing more horrible can be imagined, and which, although perhaps equaled, cannot be surpassed in any European city. To get into these pestilential human rookeries, you have to penetrate courts and alleys reeking with poisonous and malodorous gases arising from accumulations of sewage and refuse scattered in all directions and often flowing beneath your feet. You have to ascend rotten staircases which threaten to give way beneath every step, and which in some cases have already broken down, leaving gaps that imperil the limbs and lives of the unwary. Walls and ceilings are black with the accretions of filth which have gathered upon them through long years of neglect. It exudes through cracks in the boards overhead and runs down the walls. It is everywhere. The rooms are crowded with sick and dirty children. Often several families occupy the same apartment. One of the inspectors reports 25 persons in 3 so-called rooms, but of which 2 are mere closets without windows or openings to the hall. Here is a family of father, mother, and 4 children, taking in 14 boarders and living in 3 rooms. There are 15 people of all sexes and ages in 2 little rooms, a great portion of which is, in addition, taken up with old rags and refuse. One of the directors discovered parents, 3 children, and 15 geese living in a filthy cellar. Another visited a room which had actually not been cleaned or whitewashed for 5 years, and where the ceiling was tumbling down in pieces, one of the children being in bed from severe wounds on the face and shoulder afflicted by the falling plaster. Here were found a woman and 5 small children who were actually starving, having eaten nothing for 2 days. There a woman, but 2 days after confinement, being ejected by an inhuman landlord. This is no fancy picture of a pest hole in the great city of New York, for indisputable evidence of its truth is readily attainable. If this be the physical condition of about 60,000 of our fellow creatures in one ward, their moral condition makes us shudder to contemplate. Can any thinking man hazard the assertion that criminals are not born and reared in such a region of filth and degradation? Assume that poverty compels human beings to mask themselves. It does not follow, as is generally supposed, that the actual necessities of living are lessened in any way. The reverse is the fact, for with crowding comes indulgence in vicious habits and practices, disease and death, with all the evils that attend them among the poor. Necessity, the inevitable sequence of intemperance, more than all other causes combined, drives people to the commission of crime. If one suffers from cold and hunger, and can neither buy nor beg food, fuel, and clothing, he must perforce steal it, for necessity is a master over human action. And when we add to this the inclination to inebriety, idleness, and vice engendered by the surroundings of their lives, we cannot wonder that from such a class and under such circumstances criminals are born. Petty thieving by boys and girls who are not taught to discriminate between right and wrong, who are in fact led to believe it a virtue to steal in order to provide themselves and parents with comforts impossible to obtain otherwise, is a matter of course among the poorest classes. Getting up behind a coal cart and purloining a few pieces of coal is a common sight in the tenement regions, and the boy who gets the greatest quantity without discovery is not only regarded by his companions with envy, but his poverty-stricken mother awards him the highest praise. Thus recruits are daily added to the great army of criminals. The boy who steals coal to provide his mother with a fire, or a shawl to cover her threadbare dress, becomes a hero, in his own estimation at least, and perseveres in the same direction toward a felon's cell. Persons arrested for intoxication and disorderly conduct arising therefrom, in a large percentage of instances, are fined only small sums by the police magistrates, or sent to the city prisons in default of payment. What is the effect? The family of the offender are often deprived of the necessities of life by the enforcement of a fine, or are left wholly without means by the husband's or father's incarceration. Necessity compels a resort to crime that the family may not starve. Wages of tenement holders are at all times small and scarcely adequate to the maintenance of their families, and when from the small wage is taken a fine, or the wage winner is prevented from earning his scanty pay, the family dependent upon him must suffer. The inevitable result is alms-taking or crime. How this may be remedied is one of the most important questions to be considered by the social reformer. Tenement houses are admirable places for the concealment of criminals as well as the proceeds of crime. The intricacy of interminable and dark passages, the numberless halls and small rooms, the disposition to defend and screen each other, so as to prevent apprehension and consequent punishment, make the tenements dens of thieves. The various gangs that have infested the city and given the police force no end of trouble for many years are found in the densely populated districts. The tenement houses afford them excellent hiding places, and from them the gangs are recruited when a police raid has temporarily decreased their ranks and sent many of them to penal institutions. It is deemed commendable by these gangs to assault the police, to molest and rob citizens, to fight, steal, and murder. Here again the collection of poor, ignorant, and vicious people into common homes engenders lawless habits and practices. The fact that the majority of the pawn shops in the city are located in tenement house districts is worthy of notice. It is well known that these institutions do not thrive upon the worn-out garments of the poor, and that the worthy poor have little else to dispose of in emergencies. These pawn shops, located in the midst of a pauperized community, are used more often by the criminal than by the temporarily distressed, and prove excellent storehouses for the spoil of the burglar and sneak. The door of the almshouse, that last resort of the conscienceless and most degraded, is the alternative to the commission of crime by the very poor. Vagrancy and the committal to the almshouse, therefore, is regarded by certain classes as far more despicable than to be actually criminal. A thief is looked upon by his friends as a gentleman as compared to a tramp, or one who begs from door to door, for he has money and dresses well. Even those who constitute what is called the best society regard a thief more leniently than they do a beggar, reasoning that a tramp is by choice or inclination a degraded and lawless wretch, undeserving of sympathy or assistance, while a thief is a criminal because of his education or his necessity. The fact is, both the tramp and thief have a common origin, their parent being necessity, superinduced by drink and evil companions. The poor are, by reason of their poverty, socially ostracized, and can sink no lower by a debased intercourse. In the tenements, the young of both sexes are constantly thrown together in large numbers in small apartments, continually hear the coarsest and most indecent language, and are led gradually into immorality. It is believed that 80% of the lowest class of female offenders were reared in tenement houses. Necessity, too often the legacy of a drunken husband or father, is the great primary force driving girls and women first to the door of starvation, then to comparative ease, afterward to indecency and crime. How pauperism can be abated or removed as one of the causes of crime is one of the intricate social problems that reformers have to solve. No human law ever framed has had sufficient wisdom to suppress or prevent it. That it is too often induced by drunkenness, and that it always thrives on the liquor traffic, must be apparent to any intelligent person. In some parts of the city may be found a dozen or more saloons in a single block. In many places where streets intersect at right angles, one can see criminal schools in full operation on each of the four corners. Some of them pretend to do a legitimate business, but many of them are the resorts of well-known crooks and desperate characters of all classes. There are more than 8,000 saloons and bar-rooms in New York, which can boast at the same time of only about 400 churches. Saloons are open at nearly all hours of the day and night, and their business is carried on in the greater part of every 24 hours, not excepting Sundays. The bar-rooms in the principal hotels and restaurants are respectable enough, so far as any bar-room can be respectable, but with the great majority of the establishments for drinking purposes, the case is far different. 9 bar-rooms in 10, and we might fairly say 19 out of 20, are the property of local politicians or are managed in their interest. Usually the liquor dealers are in a majority on the board of aldermen by actual count, or if they appear to be in a minority, it is in appearance only, as they are sure to be represented by men whom they have elected from other occupations. In all the departments of the service of the city, the liquor interest has an important place. One who has studied the state of affairs in the metropolis argues as follows to prove that the saloons and bar-rooms have the control of the local government. 8,000 bar-rooms mean 8,000 proprietors, 8,000 to 12,000 assistants, we will take the lowest figures, which together make 16,000 votes directly in the interest of rum. Every bar-room can be estimated good for at least 5 votes among its regular patrons, or 40,000 in all. Add 5,000 votes for the wholesale dealers and their employees, whose business depends wholly on the retail establishments, and this will give a total of 61,000 votes from the liquor interest. The beer saloon is first cousin to the bar-room, if not its twin brother. The owners, managers, and employees of the breweries, and the owners, managers, and employees of the hundreds of saloons and beer gardens throughout the city, comprise not fewer than 30,000 voters, which number added to the foregoing brings us to 91,000 in all. The owners of the buildings that are leased for drinking places, added to those who profit more or less indirectly by the liquor traffic, though not nominally engaged in it, will swell the total to more than 100,000. The total vote of the city for mayor at the election of 1889 was 197,789. Further comment is unnecessary. In its political aspect, the barroom is bad enough, but it is infinitely worse in its criminal aspect. Many of the owners and more of the assistants in bar-rooms are closely connected with violations of the laws against felony. If justice were done to liquor dealers, Many of the places of bar owner or bartender would today be vacant in consequence of the involuntary absence of their present occupants to do the state some service at Sing Sing or other prisons. Numerous barrooms throughout the city are well known to the police as haunts of thieves, and training schools where young candidates receive their initiation into crime. The green goods men who send circulars to people in the country inviting them to buy counterfeit money almost always have their letters addressed to bar rooms. When followed up by the police, the barkeeper says a man whom he doesn't know asked permission to have his letters sent there. He calls every day or two to ask for them, but the barkeeper hasn't seen him for a week and hasn't the slightest idea where he lives. It is difficult to prove that the swindler and barkeeper are leagued together, but it is pretty certain that the barkeeper knows a great deal more than he will tell. He is probably a sharer in the business, or is paid a certain commission not to know anything. Not long since a friend of mine, who had for years been on the detective force in another large city, had occasion to visit a New York barroom notorious as the loafing place for a gang of thieves. It was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon when he found himself in one of the worst localities in the city. There were bar rooms all about, and nearly every one was a den of thieves. They were frequented by young fellows, many not out of their teens, and of the class described as toughs. A young fellow was just coming out of the door of a saloon on the corner, who was in the Tombs police court that very morning. His mother was the complainant against him. She said he was once a good boy, but for the last few months he had been idle. He spent much of his time at the saloon associating with bad boys, and very frequently came home under the influence of liquor, or more often did not come at all. "Last night," said his mother in court, "he threatened to throw all the furniture out of the window, and said he'd give me and his sister a good beating just to make us know what he could do." The judge turned angrily toward the young tough and asked what he had to say for himself. "I wasn't doing nothin'," he answered with sullen look and downcast eyes. "I didn't throw nothin' out in the winders, and I didn't hit none of them at all. I was jest in fun, Jedge, and I won't do so no more." "Will you go to work and keep out of the bar rooms and lodging houses if I let you off this time?" "Yes, Jedge, I will, and I won't run no more with the gang of fellows I've been running with." Then the mother pleaded for his release and said she was sure he would be a good boy now. He was let off with a warning that he would get 30 days on the island the next time he appeared in court. He kept his promise, as most of these young students in crime keep their promises to the police judges or anybody else. He was with the gang at the bar room within an hour after being let out of the police court, and told with great glee, and to the amusement of his comrades, how he fooled their jedge and hauled their wool over his eyes beautiful. The bartender and also the proprietor enjoyed the joke hugely, and the young scoundrel's heart swelled with pride as he realized that he had become a hero. These fellows do not look upon arrest and imprisonment as a degradation, but exactly the reverse. True, they don't like the inconvenience of imprisonment and the enforced absence from their favorite haunts, nor is the food and discipline of Blackwell's Island at all to their tastes. But when their terms have expired and they return to the places that knew them of yore, they are received with applause and honor. There is a jollification in the bar-room that forms the headquarters of the gang, and not infrequently the proprietor makes the event a special occasion by furnishing free drinks to all hands. He is sincere in his welcome of the returning hero, as he expects to make a liberal percentage out of the next robbery perpetrated by the gang, every member of which will be a good customer for weeks, or possibly months, while maturing plans for fresh deeds of lawlessness. Upon entering the saloon, my friend saw half a dozen idle fellows lounging about, not one of them apparently over 22 years of age, together with a barkeeper and a little ragged boy who had to stand on tiptoe to reach the top of the counter. The boy had just come in with a dirty, broken-nosed pitcher to be filled with beer, and the barkeeper and the loafers who constituted the gang were having some fun with him. A cent was dropped on the floor, and the urchin was told he could have it if he would pick it up. As he stooped to take it, the barkeeper slipped a long piece of ice down the little fellow's back next to his skin. The idlers laughed at his squirming antics, and so did the boy, not because he enjoyed the joke, but he was rather proud of the fact that the barkeeper, who had served his term on the island and at Sing Sing, and was noted for his pugilism, was willing to take any notice of a boy not old enough to rank as a tough, but entertaining hopes that he would be one in course of time. A red-faced tough stood a little apart from the others. He was one of the oldest in appearance among those in the room. In a low and confidential voice, my friend asked, "Is Boston Jack about?" "No," was the reply with a suspicious look. "He's a-doing it 3 months on der island." "Sorry I can't find him," said my friend with a half-sigh. "We used to work as pals in Boston before he came to New York, and I wanted to see him for a little job." The red-faced man looked up at the suggestion of a job, and his interest was sufficiently roused to ask what was up. Seated in a retired corner of the room, my friend hinted that if a trusty pal could be found to take a hand, there was something to be made and no tales told. "If it's a job for the stuff, I'm with you," was his listener's low response to the non-committal inquiry. "I've been in lots of lays with Jack, and him and me's the best of friends." At last he introduced himself as Bill Carver, though he added that the boys called him Porgy Bill sometimes, in consequence of his having eaten 7 porgies at a single sitting. My friend grew confidential and intimated that he had made the acquaintance of a man who had recently arrived in the city from the country, who had a large amount of money with him, which could be divided between anybody who assisted in getting it away from him. "Can't you fetch him into the back room?" said Porgy Bill softly, as he made a move toward the door of the snuggery at the end of the bar. "But he hasn't got the money with him. He's locked it up in the safe of the hotel and won't take it round in his pockets." "Why can't you get him to bring the stuff down here somehow? Tell him the hotel's the dangerous place for his cash. For hotel clerks every little while runs away with money that's in the safe. See?" Then the following plot was hatched between them. My friend was to persuade his newfound acquaintance from the country that the hotel safe was not regarded as perfectly secure, on account of the uncertain honesty of the clerks. He was to advise him to put the money in the bank and offer to accompany him there. He must manage to detain him so that by the time the bank was reached, its doors would be closed for the day. He was to recommend the Citizens' Savings or the Bowery Bank as the safest in the city, both of which were convenient to the haunt of the gang. Upon arriving at the bank and finding it closed, they were to saunter leisurely down the street, and when opposite to this saloon, he was to invite his friend to take a drink of ice water or something stronger. If he called for liquor, it would be drugged, or if he declined to drink at all, Porgy Bill and 2 of his cronies were to resort to the desperate chance of quickly pounding the countryman into insensibility. At the same time, they were to go through the pretense of pounding his companion, so that if any fuss was made about the affair, he would seem no less a victim than his friend. All being settled, the friends separated, and for all I know they may still be waiting for their proposed victim. It is not unsafe on the street in this part of the city in the daytime, but at night one will do well to look out for himself. Most of the gangs work in the night. They follow strangers, especially drunken ones, keeping an eye all the while upon the policeman making his round. 2, 3, or 4 of these fellows work together, and when a good opportunity presents itself, they fall upon a victim, and while one holds and a second chokes him, a third rifles his pockets. It is all over in a few seconds, and the man is dropped insensible on the sidewalk, while the thieves scatter in various directions, to meet later at their headquarters, where the spoil is divided and freely spent in saloons while concocting new crimes. Most of the robberies, great and small, committed in New York are planned in the back rooms of low drinking places or executed by gangs using the bar rooms as their headquarters. Break up these places, and a long step will be taken towards the prevention of crime. The very lowest of drinking places are cellar groggeries called bucket shops. Beer and spirits are sold in jugs, buckets, and bottles, as well as over the bar, and in many of the shops the remains of drinks, together with the washings of the bar and the rinsings of the cloths with which it is wiped, are thrown into a tub and sold for 2 and 3 cents a quart. This liquid is known by fancy names such as dog's nose, all sorts, swipes, and other terms. Drunkenness at its worst and most degraded forms is to be seen around these bucket shops, especially at night. Men and women in rags are to be seen there spending what they have earned, begged, or stolen for the vilest drinks, and when unable to pay for what they want, they watch their opportunity to secure a treat. Children of both sexes swarm and perforce listen to blasphemy and tales of criminal exploits, and it is often here that they receive their first lessons in crime, drawing it in, as it were, with their first breath. The child thus familiarized with evil becomes a tough, and the tough at a later period of life is the burglar, or worse, whose existence alternates between the dark deeds of his profession and the walls of the penitentiary, where he does time in punishment for his evil acts. An important adjunct of the barroom as a training school for crime is the cheap lodging house. Lodgings at 5, 10, 15, and 20 cents a night are to be found all through this locality. No questions are asked as to the name or character or anything else concerning a lodger. He pays his fee, and that is all that is required. The cheap lodging houses are excellent retreats for them after committing a robbery, and not a few of the keepers are in league with these criminals. Regarded as places for sleeping by an honest man, these houses are not attractive. Crowded closely together, often in damp cellars, in beds reeking with filth and alive with vermin, the patrons, many of whom are more or less under the influence of liquor, are dangerous and noisy, and on frequent occasions the slumbers of all are disturbed by a row that may end in murder. The proprietor is indifferent to such possibilities, and if a lodger objects on the ground that he wants to sleep, he will quite likely be met with the argument on the part of the owner. "I sells you the place for sleepin', but I don't sell the sleep with it." How true is that striking passage from the 23rd chapter of Proverbs, in which the baneful effects of intemperance are vividly described. Who hath woe? Who hath sorrow? Who hath contentions? Who hath babbling? Who hath wounds without cause? Who hath redness of eyes? They that tarry long at the wine. At the last it biteth like a serpent, and stingeth like an adder. Shakespeare makes even his clowns and fools expose the vice of intemperance and the degradation of drunkards. Olivia, what's a drunken man like, fool? Clown, like a drowned man, a fool, and a madman. One draught makes him a fool, the second mads him, and the third drowns him. What a sermon, too, on the blessings of temperance is contained in As You Like It, when Adam says to his young master, "Let me be your servant. Though I look old, yet I am strong and lusty. For in my youth I never did apply hot and rebellious liquors in my blood, nor did not with unbashful forehead woo the means of weakness and debility. Therefore my age is as a lusty winter, frosty but kindly. Let me go with you. I'll do the service of a younger man in all your business and necessities." End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 26 by Thomas W. Knox. The Police Department of New York. The Detective Force and its Work. Shadows and Shadowing. Sleuth-Hounds of the Law. On Mulberry Street, running through to Mott Street, in a quarter of the city that is neither fashionable nor attractive, stands a plain, solid building of 4 stories and a basement. Its appearance is so ordinary that it would not be likely to attract special attention were it not for the blue-coated policemen that are constantly ascending and descending the steps. This is the police headquarters, the most important building of its kind in America. Here are the offices of the police commissioners, superintendent, inspectors, detective bureau, health department, etc. In the basement is the police telegraph office, the right arm of the service, connected by telegraph with the fire department headquarters, Brooklyn police headquarters, all elevated railroads, all the leading hospitals, the prisons, the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, and many other institutions. Anything of importance that is taking place at the farthest police point of the city is instantly known at the central office at headquarters, and if necessary can be communicated through subordinate officers to every member of the force. The messages transmitted over the police telegraph wires during 1890 reached the enormous number of 346,671, of which 202,650 were general alarm messages. 31,009 were notices of dead animals, and nearly 15,464 were calls for ambulances. Notices of arrests, fires, lost children, riots, strikes, etc., and miscellaneous business connected with department made up the balance. From this unpretentious edifice orders are sent out that govern the entire force of 3,500 men, who constitute the police of the great metropolis. No city in the world is better protected against the operations of all classes of criminals. The expenses of the department are about $4,800,000 annually. The building is open at all hours of the day and night. Through its doors enter beggars and merchant princes, swindlers and philanthropists, and men of all nationalities, classes, and professions, some as criminals, others as victims seeking aid from or protection by this strong arm of the law. A complete record of all arrests and for what crimes, of the term of sentence and place of imprisonment of those who are convicted, and every item of criminal occurrence in police life is promptly entered with great minuteness in a book called a blotter, one of which is kept at each station house, and these are consolidated daily in records kept at headquarters. Each of the morning and evening newspapers keeps a reporter constantly on duty here until the hour of going to press. He closely watches the telegraph and other returns from the various station houses, and promptly sends a transcript of important events to his newspaper office. Murders and other matter out of the common run of things put him on the alert at once, and if the affair is of such magnitude that he cannot attend to it alone, he telegraphs to his managing or night editor for aid. For the purposes of police government, the city is divided into 3 inspection districts, each district being under the charge of an inspector. These districts are subdivided into 36 precincts, which are presided over by captains, and these in turn are divided by the captains into patrol beats or posts for the patrolmen. The control of the police is vested in 4 commissioners, known as the Board of Police, who are appointed by the mayor for 6 years. One of them acts as president of the board. He has the special duty of examining all charges against policemen before they are tried, and all important letters coming from police authorities all over the world are referred to him for answer. Another commissioner is chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Police Pension Fund, and a good part of his time is spent in investigating claims upon the fund, especially those of the widows and orphans of policemen who have died in the service. Another commissioner is treasurer of the police board, and also of the pension fund, and the fourth on the list has general oversight of the station houses, and is chairman of the Committee on Supplies, and has charge of all purchases pertaining to this department. Next to the commissioners, the highest officer of the force is the superintendent. His duties are arduous, and his position one of great responsibility. He issues orders received from the commissioners, takes command at riots or great fires, and performs duty generally devolving upon a superior commanding officer. Then come the inspectors, of whom there are 4, one of whom is chief inspector in charge of the detective bureau, and in the absence of the superintendent acts as chief of police. Each of the 3 remaining inspectors has charge of a district. They are responsible for the preservation of peace and the protection of life and property in their respective districts. Then come the captains, 36 in all, who have charge of the precincts and are expected to maintain order in them. Each captain posts his men and has general supervision over them, keeps an accurate record of daily events, and performs numerous other duties. Next come the sergeants, 158 in number, who are in authority of the station houses, command squads of men sent out under orders, keep a sharp eye on the habits and appearance of policemen under them, and report any unfaithfulness on their part. Then come the roundsmen, of whom there are 165, who are in fact patrolmen detailed to supervise the latter while on duty. They are expected to always appear neatly attired, and must set a good example of faithfulness and sobriety to the patrolmen under them. It is the duty of a roundsman to constantly patrol his precinct at frequent and unexpected times, in order to see that the men are faithfully discharging their duty. Then come the patrolmen, who correspond to the rank and file of the army, and number about 3,200 men. And last come the 80 doormen of the station houses, who are general superintendents of the premises, and wear a uniform that, combined with their muscle and authority, secures for them the immediate and profound respect of all belligerent lodgers and prisoners. Over 150,000 lodgings are annually furnished to applicants at the various station houses, including men and women, boys and girls of all classes and occupations. There are 18 surgeons in the police department. They are members of the police force, but are not required to be uniformed. Their office tenure is in all respects the same as other members of the force, and they are subject to the same general rules. They are required to attend upon sick or wounded policemen, give medical advice to pensioners when called upon, attend wounded or sick prisoners at the station houses, etc. They are permitted to practice outside the department, provided such practice does not interfere with their police duties. In former years, almost every person injured in the streets was taken to a station house. Police surgeons were sent for, and the patient was treated there. But now cases of accident and sudden illness in the streets are generally picked up by ambulances and taken directly to hospitals. After a patrolman has served for 20 years, he can, if he desires, be retired upon a pension of $600 a year for the rest of his life. When he arrives at 60 years of age, he must be retired on the same pension. If killed in the line of his duty, a pension is paid to his family, and they are compensated if under the same circumstances he is permanently disabled. Officers are retired upon a pension based upon their rank. Twice a week the 4 commissioners meet to consider matters affecting the service, issue orders which are to be executed through the superintendent, and attend to other business that may come before them. Once a week one of them presides at the trial of officers against whom charges have been preferred. The charges and testimony are written out by the stenographers of the board, and if the case is an important one, the testimony must be examined by at least 3 of the commissioners before final action is taken. That this work is not light can be understood when it is known that every year there are upwards of 3,000 complaints against officers, most of them for neglect of duty and violation of the rules. Nearly all of the complaints are made by their superiors, and some upon affidavits by citizens. And in all cases the trial is as thorough as possible. Even were the commissioners inclined to be careless in their trials, they would be prevented from being so by the fact that their action may be reviewed by the civil courts. The punishments may be dismissal, fine, reprimand, or suspension from duty, with loss of pay. The dismissals are mostly for intoxication. Fines, suspensions, and reprimands are imposed for infractions of duty of a minor degree, and it is the effort of the commissioners to make the punishment fit the crime. Fully 1/5 of the complaints are dismissed. Any punishment that is imposed is made known to all the officers in the precinct to which the offender belongs, and the example is believed to be very salutary. There was a dramatic scene at police headquarters a few months ago. No man who has been convicted of a crime can be admitted to the police force, and every applicant must make oath that he has never been so convicted. It was charged that a certain patrolman had served a term in prison for robbery. The charge was specific, and on trial before the commissioners it was clearly proven and finally admitted by the defendant. Here was a man entrusted with the prevention and punishment of crime who was himself a criminal, and as such had served a term in prison. When the facts were laid before them, the commissioners were highly indignant, and at the close of the trial the man was summarily dismissed from the force. But his dismissal did not follow the ordinary form. The commissioners were all present, and so were the superintendent, the inspectors, and the captains. Then all the sergeants, roundsmen, and patrolmen connected with headquarters were drawn up in a line, and many other persons were present. The president of the board read the charge and sentence, on which he made severe comments, and then with a knife he cut button after button from the uniform of the culprit until not one remained. As each button struck the floor, the sound that it made was audible to everybody, so complete was the silence of the assemblage. When the last button fell, the man was ordered from the presence of the commissioners and handed over to be tried for perjury on account of the oath he had taken to secure his appointment on the force. In another case, an officer who proved to be an ex-convict and who had secured his appointment by perjury, was sentenced to 10 years' penal servitude. It is safe to say that such occurrences are rare. Every applicant for a place on the police must have the names of 5 citizens upon his petition, all of whom certify to his sobriety, industry, and good moral character. He must be truthful and respectful, of perfect physical health and development, and have no tendency to constitutional disease. He must be not less than 5 feet 7½ inches in height, must weigh not less than 138 pounds, and measure at least 33½ inches around the chest without clothing. He must be able to read and write the English language, and have a knowledge of local and general law enough to comprehend the duties of a policeman. About 60% of the police are of American birth, and 33% Irish. All other nationalities contribute about 7%, the Germans being in the lead. Many of those born in the United States are of Irish parentage, so that the Hibernian element is pretty large. But whatever the nationality, the discipline of the force is such that a bad man cannot long remain, nor can he easily find a place in the service to begin with. There are 2 schools of instruction, or rather 2 departments of one school. The schoolroom is in the headquarters building, and very much resembles a study room of a large academy. The new appointees, or tenderfeet, as the old veterans call them, occupy rows of benches facing their teacher, who sits at a table on a raised platform and scolds, praises, and rules like a country schoolmaster. No whispering is allowed. Offenders, instead of being soundly birched, are fined. They are afterwards thoroughly drilled in soldier fashion, singly and in squads, companies, and platoons, and receive a course of training by a surgeon so that they may know what to do to aid the injured. There are more than 200 rules to govern their conduct as patrolmen, and covering all possible situations in which they may find themselves. One of the most important rules is that they must not allow their temper to control them instead of their judgment when dealing with individuals who may be spoiling for a fight. The duties of a policeman are of the most exacting kind, and upon their faithful performance depends the security, peace, and prosperity of the city. He is required to pay careful attention to his personal appearance, and in the discharge of his duty he is always expected to be brushed, blacked, clean-shirted, and trim. He is forbidden to discuss politics and religion with his comrades or anyone else, and even the use of slang is forbidden to him, although he generally has a pretty extensive acquaintance with it. Nor is he allowed to drink, borrow money from fellow officers, or accept rewards, free passes, or tickets, although the last rule is more honored in the breach than in the observance. Caring for lost children. Night and day, rain or shine, when his tour of duty begins, he must go on his post and be prepared to meet all kinds of danger. He may encounter stealthy sneak thieves, red-handed murderers, and lurking and desperate foes of all kinds, and he must be ever ready to subdue gangs of noisy and refractory brawlers in tough resorts. When patrolling his beat at night, he must see that no aperture through which a thief could enter is left open or insecure. He must have an eye to windows, doors, gratings, and coal chutes. On an average, about 2,600 buildings annually are carelessly left open at the close of business by clerks or owners, and on the list are prominent banks, churches, and hundreds of stores. While at his post, he may be called upon to answer all sorts of questions, give advice, make arrests, aid the sick and injured, quell drunken and riotous brawls, and he should be constantly on the alert to discover fires, burglars, and property in peril in any way. He must take lost children to the matron's room at police headquarters, often buying them dainties on the way to keep them in good humor. There is no part of the duties of a policeman which calls forth so much sympathy as does the discovery and care of a lost child, and yet he would rather tackle a man twice his size than carry a little, dirty, tearful, rebellious, or frightened youngster to headquarters. More than 3,000 lost children are annually found in the streets of New York. If the child's name can be ascertained, it is entered, along with other particulars, in a book kept for this purpose. The name and address cannot be ascertained, An accurate description of person and clothing is recorded, and the same is telegraphed to all stations. By this means, lost children are restored to their homes in a very short time, leaving but a small number unclaimed. Communications are constantly being received from all parts of the world, requesting information of friends and relatives who have not been seen or heard of for periods extending from 1 month to 30 years. The greatest attention is given to all these cases. Officers are sent to the localities where such missing persons have resided, and old residents are interviewed, thus often obtaining correct and accurate information. Oftentimes it transpires that the persons inquired for are dead, in which cases death certificates are procured and forwarded to the inquirer. Very mysterious circumstances often surround these cases. When an inquiry for a missing person is received, the records of the department relating to persons arrested or sent to hospitals, sick or injured, are carefully consulted, and if the desired information cannot be obtained from this source, an accurate description of the missing person is recorded in a book kept for this purpose, and the members of the department are notified of the same by telegraph. An officer is detailed for duty at the morgue, and it is his place to make a daily report to headquarters, giving an accurate description of all unclaimed dead bodies, which report is kept in a book. In all cases, the record of missing persons is consulted to ascertain if any resemblance exists between the description of such dead body and any missing person. About 200 dead bodies are annually received at the morgue, of which number only about 1/3 are identified and cared for by friends. The rest are buried in the potter's field at the city's expense. Many of these are undoubtedly homeless persons without family or friends. The fact that so large a number of persons are found dead in 1 year in New York and not identified by relations or friends is a striking illustration of the truth that it is comparatively easy to become utterly lost in a great city. A policeman may be called at any time to the courts to testify against criminals, or he may be ordered to don citizen's garb and play detective here or there, or be called away at any instant to help to form fire lines in his own or any other precinct. Parades, weddings, political gatherings, elections, and scores of other exigencies are liable to arise at any time, and these make still farther demands upon him. Even when a short period of needed rest comes, he must still be ever ready for a sudden call to duty again. They are instructed not to use unnecessary violence in the discharge of their duty. Notwithstanding this, they have frequently been charged with a free use of the club on occasions when it was not needed. With some officers there is doubtless a temptation to wield the club, when milder measures might answer just as well. Much depends upon the surroundings and the character of the offender. In the dangerous parts of the city he is justified in employing severity under circumstances that would be reprehensible in other portions. As to clubbing, said an old officer, there is no doubt that some of the men lose their tempers sooner than others do, and then use the club unjustifiably. The club is put into the hands of a policeman for use, so that he thinks logically he has a right to use it when necessary. Now it is absolutely necessary to use it sometimes, unless the officer is willing to sacrifice his life. In some parts of the city, especially in the 4th Ward, we have perfect devils to deal with. Within the last week, no less than half a dozen of my men have come into the station with their clothes actually torn off them. Every citizen has a right of complaint when he thinks an officer has gone beyond his duty, and he can be sure that the case will receive a searching investigation at the hands of the commissioners. Patrolmen carry the long regulation club at night and the short billy in the daytime. They are allowed to carry either of these weapons in their hands if they choose to, instead of carrying them in the frog attached to their belts. Clubs are made of sound locust wood, which is not so apt to split as hickory and oak. The night club is 22 inches long and 1 3/8 inches thick. The billy is of various sizes. The discipline and training of the police are especially noticeable in times of disturbance, and the services they have rendered are worthy of all praise. Instances of cowardice are extremely rare. Cases can be multiplied in which policemen have shown extraordinary courage in the pursuit and capture of criminals, and generally they are ready to perform their duty, however dangerous, without ever thinking of consequences to themselves. In the great draft riots and in strikes during more recent years, they have held the mob in check and saved millions of property from destruction. During the strike of the employees of the Third Avenue Surface Railway Company, a mob assembled at the corner of Third Avenue and 59th Street, where there was a large quantity of building material. The police formed in a solid phalanx extending across the avenue, and when the order to advance was given, they moved with a solid front in perfect alignment. The mob greeted them with a shower of bricks, and several policemen fell stunned to the ground. But the lines closed, the men, armed with their heavy night clubs, were ordered to charge, and they obeyed the order with the promptness of a military detachment. With their powerful weapons, which never miss fire and require no reloading, they fell upon the mob, and in less time than it takes to tell the story, there were a dozen rioters stretched on the pavement, and the rest of the mob was in full flight in all directions where flight was possible. The police carried out the orders of their superiors with the efficiency of soldiers of the regular army. The police have a great antipathy to labor strikes and the disorder that accompanies them, and when they come in contact with a striking mob, they are not tender in their ways of handling it. Strikes mean long hours of duty and hard work for the police. In the Third Avenue strike, most of the men were on duty day and night for a week or more, unable to remove their clothing, and only getting what sleep they could manage to secure at half-hour intervals in the station houses. The prevention of crime is the first great duty of the policeman. To this end, the patrolman is expected to know by sight pretty nearly every person residing in the district in his charge, and also to know his name and occupation. He keeps a watchful eye on strangers, and if any suspicious movements come under his observation, it is his duty to investigate them. Strangers with bundles, late at night, especially in suspicious localities or in the neighborhood of shops or stores, are liable to be questioned by the patrolman, and their parcels examined. Unless they can give a good account of themselves and show that their actions are honest and their possessions honestly obtained, they are liable to be run in. Should a patrolman want assistance, he raps with his club on the sidewalk, and any other patrolman hearing the signal will come at once to his aid. By a system of raps he can indicate to other officers the route he has taken if in pursuit of any person in the night time. Patrolmen on duty are forbidden to enter a saloon except to make an arrest or quell a disturbance. They may sometimes be seen slyly taking a drink at a bar, but they run the risk of being recorded, with a resulting fine or dismissal. One cold, sleety, and very disagreeable winter night, a friend of mine saw a shivering policeman whom he knew standing near the door of a fashionable saloon on Broadway. Inside the saloon all was brightness and warmth, making the night without seem all the more dreary. With a heartfelt compassion for the faithful guardian of the peace, who was compelled by duty to face the sleety storm, my friend invited him to take a Tom and Jerry, a beverage which is popularly supposed to be particularly cheering on a bitterly cold night. "I'd like it, sir," was the reply, "but it's again the rules for me to go inside." "I'll send it out to you," said the Good Samaritan. "Thank you very much, sir," he softly said, "and if you don't mind I'll go round to the side entrance and take it there. Please send it out in a soup plate with a spoon in it." A waiter soon emerged at the side entrance with a hot Tom and Jerry in a soup plate, and the benumbed policeman set vigorously to work at once with the spoon. He had finished about a quarter of the contents of the dish when the roundsman suddenly appeared. "What are you eating, officer?" queried the roundsman in a tone of surprise. "A plate of soup, sir," was the meek reply. "Let me see it." The plate was handed over, and the roundsman tasted the soup silently and with evident relish until not a drop remained. Then he returned the empty plate, and said with stern emphasis as he started on his way, "Officer, don't you take any more soup of that sort, or you'll get into trouble." "I won't, sir," said the policeman humbly, "if you'll excuse me this time. I've never done so before." Evidently no complaint was made, as the patrolman was never summoned. Arrests are to be made when required to prevent a disturbance of the peace, or in case of a crime being committed, or of persons acting in a suspicious manner, and for all offences coming within the view and hearing of the officer. Intoxicated persons are not disturbed as long as they conduct themselves quietly. They are ordered to move on and keep moving, and as long as they do this and are not noisy, they are safe from arrest. Although 200 or more foundlings and upwards of 100 dead infants are taken charge of by the police every year, it is well known that these are but a few of the actual number annually abandoned by poverty-stricken and unnatural mothers. The foundlings are of all ages, from the little mite a few hours old to the baby of 1 or 2 years. Most of them are discovered after dark, on the streets in dark alleys or hallways, and not infrequently on somebody's doorstep. They are generally found laid away in baskets or boxes, partially filled with old clothes or cotton. Some are wrapped in nothing but newspapers, while others are entirely naked. Occasionally one is found whose fine garments indicate that its parents do not belong to the poor classes. When a policeman finds an abandoned infant, he at once takes it to the station house of his precinct, where an accurate description of the babe and its clothing is carefully recorded in a book kept for that purpose, with the name of the officer finding the same, where found, under what circumstances, and any other facts which may be of interest or which may lead to the discovery of the parents of the child. The infant is then sent to the matron of the lost children's room at police headquarters for temporary care, and by her is sent, with a statement of all the facts in the case, to the infant's hospital on Randall's Island, or to some protectory. Many of these unfortunate little ones are taken into asylums and institutions founded for the special purpose of caring for them. Some are adopted into families, and a few are sent into the country. It is very difficult to discover the perpetrators of this crime, and still more so to secure the arrest and conviction of the offenders. There is usually an organized conspiracy in each case to keep secret every detail and circumstance that would lead to the discovery of the unfortunate mother. The harbor police is a special branch of the service under the command of a captain, with headquarters on a steamer named the Patrol. The force is provided with 6 rowboats, 3 of which, manned by 1 roundsman and 2 patrolmen each, constantly patrol the harbor, and others being held in reserve. The police boat is called into requisition whenever fire breaks out on the wharves or amongst the shipping, or in any of the streets lying adjacent to the waterfront. The crew are expected to quell mutinies, to arrest quarrelsome or insubordinate sailors, prevent smuggling, check depredations upon marine property, and preserve general order in the harbor. During the excursion season, the patrol attends at the wharfs for which the steamers and barges start, the officers going on board to ascertain whether disreputable characters are likely to make the excursion disorderly, often finding it necessary to make arrests. There be good reason to believe that the excursionists will be disorderly. The patrol meets them on their return to the city, and attends them until they disperse at the dock. The patrol is manned by an efficient crew, and is the dread of wharf and harbor thieves. The Detective Bureau occupies separate apartments at police headquarters. The force numbers 2 regular sergeants, 40 detective sergeants, and 14 patrolmen detailed for detective duty. The head and guiding spirit of this department is Inspector Thomas Byrnes, who has been constantly and prominently before the public in this capacity for many years. He is a native of Ireland, but is of American training. He entered the force in 1863, and steadily rose through its several grades to his present office. Under his efficient administration, the Detective Bureau has attained to world-wide importance. He knows the methods and characteristics of crooks, and possesses a thorough knowledge of their haunts. When in pursuit of criminals, he exhibits unerring sagacity and unwearying persistence that sooner or later brings the fugitives to justice. No one man in this country or in Europe is a more successful chief of detectives. His acceptance of the trust marked the first successful attempt to give New York City a detective department worthy of the name. Bank robberies, forgeries, embezzlements, burglaries, pocket-picking, and all sorts and conditions of crime are referred to this bureau, and the inspector is in close relations with the police of all parts of the country and the world. The headquarters detectives know every crook in the city and are constantly advised of their movements. They know the style of work of every professional thief in the country, and when a robbery and the circumstances attending it are reported, they can generally name the operator to whom it should be credited. Whenever experts in crime are released from prison, their movements are watched. If they are from New York, they almost invariably return there and proceed to hatch new crimes. The detectives are usually able to head them off, and many of them have found the atmosphere of the Metropolis so warm that they have sought other fields of enterprise. Before Inspector Byrnes took charge of the detective department, Wall Street and its vicinity had been infested by gangs of bank thieves, forgers, and pickpockets, who had for years carried on their nefarious operations and found it a fertile field. Bank messengers were knocked down and plundered. Tin boxes filled with securities were snatched from the hands of elderly gentlemen, and piles of greenbacks were grasped at the bank counters, where those who had just received the money were ascertaining if the count of the cashier was correct. The mysterious disappearance of fat pocketbooks and the theft of bonds and valuable papers from counting room, banks, and vaults was a frequent occurrence, and complaints were numerous. Determined to rid the street of these criminals, whose operations were constantly growing bolder, Inspector Byrnes quietly hired an office at his own expense in Wall Street and installed therein 9 of his best men. He established a dead line at Fulton Street, and each detective had positive instructions to arrest any professional thief found south of that line, who was obliged to give a good account of himself or be sent to Blackwell's Island as an habitual criminal. Suspicious persons were obliged to give a satisfactory reason for being in the vicinity. A professional thief who had legitimate business downtown at any time was obliged to obtain a pass from one of the detectives, who also granted it as soon as convinced that the thief was acting in good faith. But woe betide him if the pass was made to cover the least iniquity. So complete was the system of espionage established that small chance was left for even the most wily criminals to ply their vocation, and they soon deserted the locality. A special room in the Stock Exchange is now set apart for the detectives, 10 or 12 of whom are constantly on duty there. The result is that of late years there has been very little heard of robbery in Wall Street, and the many millions of money in and around it are as safe as though constantly under lock and key. The members of the Stock Exchange were so pleased with the success of Inspector Byrnes in ridding Wall Street of thieves and thieving that they subscribed $500 for the presentation of a handsome gold watch to that energetic and capable officer. Alas for human depravity and human impudence! While the stockbrokers were assembled to make the presentation, and the president of the exchange was delivering a well-worded speech to the gallant inspector, in which the thanks of the brokers were duly set forth, an unregenerate thief stole the president's splendid new fur-lined overcoat and got away with it successfully. And no man to this day knows just how the theft was committed, nor who was the thief. Inspector Byrnes is earnestly devoted to his work. Only recently he said, "My business is never spoken of at home. Men say they leave the shop when the door is closed, and think no more about work till next morning. That is not the truth. The man whose heart and soul is in his work never lets it wholly escape. I do not dream of my work, but I go to bed and lie there for hours studying a case. When I get a clue, I go to sleep and follow it up the next day. If it is one on which I have failed for the 10th time, I review each mistake, and out of the corrections evolve the 11th. During the day I am generally here, and every night is filled with engagements. Sunday I am here at salvation work. In other words, I clean house. 6 days of every week bring me personal letters from people in every walk of life. Some of them are curious, all are interesting, and each is a clue to a mystery. Here and there is a sheet of notepaper from which a crest has been scraped or cut, and quite as often a letterhead, carefully decapitated. If anything happened to me and these letters should fall into strangers' hands, there might be trouble. It is only fair to the people who trust me that I protect them, and so every Sunday morning I unlock this desk, carefully look over the week's mail, and destroy letters, the publication of which would blight innocent lives, break up families, do violence to individual welfare, and shock society. As he spoke, the inspector unlocked the little desk, the table and pigeonholes of which were piled and packed with the reputations of men and women, families and firms. "Do you like your life?" was asked. "Immensely. There is a fascination about a mystery that human nature cannot resist. My business is shrouded in mystery, and the more difficult it is to unravel, the harder I work. There is no satisfaction, no glory, no growth in doing the thing that is easy enough for anybody to do." "Do you see many tears?" "Oceans of them. Some break my heart, some annoy me, and some amuse me. As a rule, women's tears get the better of me. I am willing to give them the advantage because they are women, but all the crying is not done by the fair sex." In recognition of his kindness to members of the Italian colony in New York, and for his efforts in promoting extradition between Italy and this country, Inspector Byrnes was recently knighted by King Humbert of Italy. But the inspector is a modest and unassuming man, and he welcomed this evidence of respect less as a compliment to him personally than an honor to the force of which he is the head and representative. "For myself," he said, "I do not value pomp or circumstance or title, preferring to live and die the very plain man I am. But for the office which I represent, and the police force of which I have given 28 years of my life, without incurring censure or inviting disgrace once, I am very grateful indeed." In the department at police headquarters is the Rogues Gallery, where the portraits of several thousand professional criminals are preserved, together with their records. When a professional dies, his portrait is retired from the Rogues Gallery, and the same is the case when one reforms. In the former instances, the retirement is based upon absolute proof of demise. In the latter, it is done at the request of a reformed after a certain period of upright living, which is vouched for by several reputable citizens. But the photograph is not destroyed. It is kept where it can be easily found in case the man or woman should again relapse into crime. Detectives were formerly called shadows. By the term shadowing is meant that vigilant watch is kept upon the culprit by someone who follows him like his own shadow, and to do this successfully indicates no small degree of skill on the part of the detective. There is no manual to guide detectives in their work. To be successful in their profession, they must be good judges of human nature, possess astuteness, alertness, sagacity, persistence, patience, physical activity, and great endurance. The most skillful detectives are those who have been trained by long and varied experience, and who, although veterans, still retain the ardor and enthusiasm of novices. Oftentimes, from insignificant signs that occasionally surround the most mysterious crimes, they are able to construct a complete and correct theory of the motive and operations of the criminal. They acquire a wonderful memory and seldom fail to recognize a face they have once seen, however altered or disguised it may be. It becomes second nature to them to unravel plots, unmask falsehoods, and extort the truth. The skilled detective is skeptical in regard to the reformation of criminals, and the reports of the office show that the number of reformations is not more than 4 in 100. They are also dubious in believing that want drives great criminals into their careers. It may make petty thieves, but never great ones. They attribute half the criminality in the land to laziness, and the other half to immoral reading and the temptations and instruction of successful criminals. In the lost property room in the cellar of the police headquarters building are thousands of articles found on the streets by policemen. Here is a miscellaneous collection of odds and ends, including bundles and packages of all sizes and kinds, men's and women's clothing, silverware, revolvers, pistols, knives, umbrellas, musical instruments, baskets, hat boxes, trunks, and so forth. All property found by the police is kept for 1 year, and if not claimed by the owners within that time, it is sold at auction. In the Museum of Crime, on the first floor of the headquarters building, may be found photographs of notorious shoplifters, pickpockets, burglars, murderers, and eminent crooks. Here are sledgehammers whose heads are filled with lead, drags, drills, jimmies, blowpipes, jackscrews, sandbags, dark lanterns, masks, powder flasks, etc. An interesting exhibit is all the paraphernalia and implements used in the famous Manhattan bank robbery, when the adroit rascals made away with nearly $3 million in bonds and securities. Here are samples of the mechanical skill of makers of burglars' tools, showing workmanship of the highest order. Here also is the celebrated bogus gold brick, and the lock curiosities of a man whose ear was so delicately trained that he was enabled to open combination locks of safes through studying their emitted sounds. There are no ends of dirks, knives, and pistols, and a good assortment of black caps and ropes of murderers that make one shudder to look upon. Here may also be found all the paraphernalia used for smoking in opium joints. During the past few years, crime has perceptibly decreased among professional thieves. But notwithstanding this, there is no cessation of police warfare on the criminal classes. In 1890, the total number of arrests for all cases was 84,556, of which number nearly 20,000 were women. The old thieves have been driven from pillar to post and have almost disappeared. Most of the crimes of today are committed by the rising generation of young criminals who are the most reckless of their class because the most inexperienced. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Manalakis. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life, Chapter 27, by Thomas W. Knox. Fire, Fire, the Life of a New York Fireman, the School of Instruction, and the Life-Saving Corps. It is nearly a century since the authorities of New York organized a department whose special duty it was to extinguish fires. Before that time, the fire service, such as it was in the hands of the police, who had a distinct branch for the viewing and searching of chimneys, and also for the use of hooks, ladders, and buckets. Every house having 2 chimneys was compelled to have 1 bucket at the expense of the owner, and every house with more than 2 chimneys was required to have 2 buckets, while all brewers and bakers were to have 6 buckets each, under penalty of a fine of 6 shillings for every bucket wanting. From this crude beginning grew the old fire department of New York, which was a most excellent institution for the greater part of its existence. In its early days, all the best young men of the city belonged to it, and the engines were kept in or near the city hall, which was a very convenient location. That the rules were more rigid than in later times is shown by the circumstance that on the 1st of December, 1829, a member of the fire department was reported for chewing tobacco in the engine house, and 2 days later another member was reported for smoking a pipe. Spirituous liquors were excluded from the engine houses, but allowed at fires. In those days, the city furnished the engines and kept them in order, and it also paid the rent of the engine houses and certain other expenses connected with the service. But the work of the men was voluntary, and hence the organization was known as the Volunteer Fire Department of New York. It continued in existence until abolished by law to make way for the paid fire department about 25 years ago. The Volunteer Fire Department had become in great measure a political machine. Bad men had found their way into it, and respectable men had gradually withdrawn, though many of them still clung to it out of the affection born of long years of faithful service. I am acquainted with many members of the old fire department, and appreciate the earnestness with which they talk of the days long gone by, and deprecate the evils they were powerless to control, and which gradually brought the old organization to grief. The volunteer firemen were recruited from all kinds of trades and occupations. It was an invariable rule with them to answer every fire alarm at whatever hour it was sounded, no matter what they were doing at the time. "One time," said an old fire laddie, "Barnum, the showman, was giving a play called Moll Pitcher, or the Battle of Monmouth, at his old museum at the corner of Broadway and Ann Street. There were redcoats and Continentals in uniform, and no end of Indians with feathers and war paint and tomahawks in the battle scene. And a lot of us that ran with an engine a little way down Ann Street had hired out for soups to make up the armies that went on the stage. Well, one day, just as we were all dressed in our stage costumes, and it was almost time for us to march on the stage for the great battle, the fire bell rang out a signal for a fire in our district. We didn't stop for anything, but went yelling down the stairs and out into the street just as we were, the most motley crowd of firemen that ever turned out at a fire. We met the engine coming up Ann Street, grabbed the rope, and went on to the fire with the rest of the boys. How the small boys did scamper out of the way, and how folks did stare at us, especially at the Indians in war paint and feathers, and the redcoats in their gay uniforms. But we kept at our work and put out the fire, and then went back to the museum, though by that time the play was over. Barnum was awful mad at first, as his battle scene was all broken up, but next morning the story was in the papers, and he got such a good advertisement out of the affair for nothing that he was all serene again by the time of the afternoon performance. The old firemen were extremely fond of their life. They received no compensation whatever beyond exemption from militia and jury duty, and they often paid out of their own pockets for decorating their engines and also for painting and repairing them. And these items were frequently very heavy. One company had its engine silver-plated at a cost of $2,000, and other companies soon followed its example. Pictures of various kinds, generally fire scenes or allegorical subjects, were painted on the panels of the engines or wherever there was sufficient surface on which to make a picture. And some of these paintings were really valuable works of art. The colors of the engines were usually gaudy, red having preference, and there is a story extant about a fireman who declared that he didn't care what color the committee painted the engine as long as they painted her red. The firemen always spoke of the engine as feminine, and she was beloved almost as much as were their sweethearts and wives. The principal element that tended to the demoralization and ruin of the old volunteer fire department was the Bowery rough, or tough, also known as the Bowery boy. He was a curious product of the times in which he lived, and he disappeared when the old fire department went out of existence. He invariably had his trousers tucked into his boots. He wore a red shirt, no vest or waistcoat, and carried his coat on his arm, rarely on his back, and then only when forced by the weather. His stovepipe hat was cocked over one ear as far as it could possibly go and remain on his head, and he generally held in his mouth a cigar at an angle of about 40 degrees toward the sky. His hair was liberally oiled and brought well in front of his ears. His peculiar style of hairdressing gave him the name of soap locks, though it would have been injudicious to apply this term to him in his hearing. He had no occupation and no visible means of support except to run with their machine, though he sometimes consented to work in a shipyard, boiler factory, or other establishment along the East River or in the vicinity of the Bowery. He had a way of walking into a restaurant, bar room, cigar shop, or other establishment that dealt in supplies which he desired, and after receiving what he wanted, he would deliberately walk out without paying. If the proprietor ventured to hint that he desired to pay for his goods, the boy dropped his coat, struck a pugilistic attitude, and with a drawl and intonation impossible to render in print, announced in no choice language that the man would be paid by a thrashing. The threat usually brought silence, but if it did not, the boy was as good as his word. About the only thing he was ever good for was to redeem a promise to thrash whoever demanded from him his just dues. He would have his boots polished by a bootblack, and when the job was finished, the boy's box would be kicked halfway across the street, and while the urchin ran to pick it up, the scoundrel would walk leisurely away without deigning to pay the bootblack's fee. What wonder it is that with such men in the fire department there was a great deal of rioting and thieving at fires. Stores in the neighborhood were stripped of their contents if they were such as the thieves could use, and the special delight of the Bowery boy was a fire in or near a clothing store. Thereby hangs a bit of history. While a bill for the abolition of the volunteer fire department was before the state assembly, with some doubt about its passage, a fire broke out in a large clothing store. During the conflagration, several firemen were killed by falling walls. When their corpses were taken from the ruins, some of them were found to have on overcoats from which the dealer's tickets inside the collars had not been removed. This circumstance at once secured the passage of the bill through the legislature, as it sustained one of the charges that had been made against the old organization. The fireman of today is no longer a volunteer. He is paid just like a policeman or any other official, and if disabled, he is retired on a pension which is guaranteed to him for the rest of his life, varying from 1/3 to 1/2 of his pay. The present headquarters building cost $100,000, is 6 stories high, and has in its rear an enclosed yard 50 by 100 feet, which is used as a practicing ground in connection with the School of Instruction and Life-Saving Corps for the training of officers and men. Altogether, there are nearly 1,400 men and 400 horses employed in the entire department, and the total expenses are nearly $2.5 million annually. The valuable experience acquired by the men in the drill yard of the School of Instruction cannot be overestimated. Here, members of the force are thoroughly instructed in the handling and use of life-saving appliances, implements, etc. The practice ground connected with a school, where daily drills take place, enables the entire force to obtain a familiarity and knowledge of recent improvements in apparatus, implements, tools, ladders, and life-saving appliances, which are continually being added to the equipment of the department. The erection within the past few years of very high buildings has necessitated the introduction of special life-saving appliances, chief among which is the scaling ladder. This ladder is a long pole with short rungs projecting on both sides and terminating at the upper end in a steel hook. Any height can be reached by a skilled fireman with a scaling ladder, provided there are windows or other openings into which its hook can be inserted, whereas the longest practicable extension ladder so far constructed falls short of 90 feet. About 15% of the buildings in New York are so high that their upper windows cannot be reached by the longest extension ladder now in use. The value of the scaling ladder was well illustrated by an incident that happened at a recent fire in an apartment house. The elevator boy was discovered at one of the 7th-story windows, calling loudly for help, the fire having extended so rapidly as to make it impossible for him to come down the stairways. The commander of a hook and ladder company ordered his men to rescue the imperiled boy, and 3 of the men at once proceeded to do so. While they were ascending from story to story by means of scaling ladders, the long extension ladder of the company was raised to its full height, but it only reached to the sill of the 6th-story windows. In the meantime, one of the firemen had reached the 5th story by means of the scaling ladder, and from thence he stepped to the extension ladder, carrying his scaling ladder with him, which he then hooked into a window of the 7th story, and, ascending, found the boy in an exhausted and excited condition. He reassured and quieted him, and although the task of passing him down to his comrades below was one requiring great strength, it was safely accomplished, and the boy at last reached the ground. Indispensable parts of the equipment of every life-saver are the broad waist belt with snap hook attached, by means of which, standing up upon the rungs of the scaling ladder, he can securely fasten himself to it and freely use both hands, and the lifeline with which he can safely lower persons, or himself, from any elevation to the ground. Nearly all the members of the fire extinguishing force are now skilled in the use of these appliances, the only exceptions being those who were too old for that class of service at the time of its introduction. The jumping net and the lifeline gun, both of which are for use only as a last resort, are often the means of saving life. The net is circular in form, made of rope, and is intended to be held by firemen to catch persons jumping from buildings. Quite recently, during a fire in a 5-story building, the lives of 2 brothers and a sister were saved by its use. A fireman took a scaling ladder, with which he was enabled to reach the 4th floor, and then, placing it in a window of the 5th floor, he succeeded in getting the brothers down to the 4th floor. At this time, flames burst out from all the windows of the 3rd floor and prevented further descent by the ladder. In the meantime, the hook and ladder company had arrived, but as it was impossible to make use of its extension ladder in time, the life-saving net was resorted to, being held by the few available firemen aided by a number of citizens. After the sister, who had been compelled to remain on the 5th floor, and her brothers on the 4th floor had, under the fireman's direction, successfully jumped and been safely caught in the net, the fireman also jumped, and although caught in the net, he unfortunately bounded out of it and fell upon the pavement, sustaining severe injuries. There can be no doubt that the lives of all 4 would have been lost but for the prompt use of the life-saving net. The life-lined gun, or carbine, throws a projectile to which a cord is attached, with which the endangered person can haul up the stout lifeline tied to it. The general effect upon the firemen of a system of training at the School of Instruction has unquestionably been to better fit them for the performance of their ordinary duties and to qualify them to meet almost any emergency. One of the prerequisites to admission in the force is a probationary service of 1 month, largely devoted to drill in the school of the life-saving corps. A few of the recruits take to it quickly and naturally. The majority, however, acquire proficiency gradually, while only a very small proportion are found disqualified. By degrees, the recruits are made to scale story after story, to use the lifeline, to man the jumping net while a dummy is thrown from a 5th or 6th-story window, to take the part of the rescued and of the rescuer, until the end of the probationary period finds him either a qualified lifesaver or he is dropped from the rolls. If the first, he is thereupon permanently appointed, provided the service he has also been required to perform in a company has been found acceptable. The horses used in the department are large, handsome creatures, selected with great care, and their training is as carefully looked after as that of the men who have them in charge. The hospital and training school is in an appropriate building erected for the purpose, in the upper part of the city. Here is a large room on the ground floor, fitted up like the apparatus floor of an engine house, with engine, stalls, hanging harness, telegraph signal gong, sliding poles, etc., and new horses are thoroughly educated in their duties before they are distributed to the engine houses. These horses are all fresh from the country, from 4½ to 6 years old, and of course entirely untutored. The first step in the instruction, and generally the most difficult one, is to accustom the horse to getting under and into the harness and hinged collar. To accomplish this, it is often necessary to have one of the men precede the animal and place his own head in the collar. When the horse's natural dread has been allayed in this manner, he is next harnessed and hitched up at the sound of the signal on the gong. This he must learn to do quickly and without the least hesitation, and to teach it properly requires great tact and experience on the part of the trainers. At the first stroke of the gong, the horse is led and guided to his place under the harness by one man and driven from behind by another, whose voice and hand, if necessary, both urge him forward. The collar is pulled down and snapped around his neck, the harness is let down upon him, the reins are snapped, and the wide street doors slide open. This is repeated as often as may be found necessary, great care being taken to handle the animal as gently as practicable, and to avoid making him timid or injuring him in any way. The final instruction consists in driving the horse out of the stable as if responding to an actual alarm. Occasionally a horse is found deficient in intelligence or too nervous, but more frequently they develop physical faults. In either case the horse is at once returned to the dealer who supplied it on trial. There is, however, another test to which a horse who proves satisfactory at the training stable is subjected before his final acceptance into the service. This is the test of actual service in the company for which he was selected, and failing in this, he is also rejected. The average length of service for horses in the department is about 6 years. As it is of the first importance that the horses are always in prime condition, they are sold as soon as it becomes evident that their usefulness in the service is waning. Accommodations are provided in the building for both the sick and injured horses. Commodious stalls of both the ordinary and box pattern, properly lighted and well ventilated, together with the best modern appliances and medical supplies to ensure the best treatment, are furnished. At each engine house there is a comfortable sitting room for the men, usually adjoining the dormitory, and frequently the furniture includes a billiard table, chessboards, dominoes, and other materials for amusement. Some of the houses have good-sized libraries which have been presented by friends. Political and religious discussions are forbidden. and profane language is not allowed under any circumstances. Disputes among the men are rare. When they approach the nature of a quarrel, they are referred to the foreman, and if he is unable to arbitrate successfully, the dispute is referred to a higher official. Drunkenness is forbidden, the first offense being punished with a reprimand and fine, while a second one is pretty sure to secure the discharge of the offender. The life of a fireman is not an ideal one, especially for a married man. He must be on duty night and day, excepting necessary time for his meals. He is allowed 1 day in every 10 for a holiday, and he has a short annual vacation. The family of a fireman has very little opportunity to become acquainted with him, but his wife can console herself with the reflection that she knows where her husband is when he is not in her sight. The engine room on the ground floor is always the nearest room to the street. On either side of the engine are stalls for the horses that draw the engine and hose cart, 2 for the former and generally 2 for the latter. Let us drop around tonight and make a visit to one of the engine houses. As we enter the building, the first object to catch our eyes is the engine, a shining mass of steel, iron, and nickel plating, the perfection of mechanical skill and ingenuity, and requiring the utmost care and labor to keep it in such superb condition. When it comes back from a fire, smoke and dirt begrimed and covered with mud, it is immediately put in perfect order again, no matter at what hour of the day or night it returns, or how tired the men may be. Who knows how soon it may have to go out again? The furnace of the engine is filled with fuel ready for lighting, and a kerosene torch is at hand for flashing it into a blaze in a moment. We hear the water gently bubbling within the boiler, and a glance at the steam gauge shows that a low head of steam is on, although there is no fire in the engine's furnace nor any visible means for heating the water. Closer investigation reveals a pipe coming up through the floor. It is so hot you cannot bear your hand on it. It brings steam from a boiler in the basement and keeps the water in the engine boiling hot and steam up at a low pressure. The couplings connecting this pipe with the engine are so arranged that they detach automatically when the engine is drawn away from them, and as the pipes are separated, each of them closes securely by a very simple contrivance. The engine makes steam very rapidly, and in 5 minutes or less from the time the fire is lighted, the pressure is sufficient for throwing a powerful stream of water. Everything is automatic that can be made so. The halters of the horses are so arranged that they become free by means of an electrical apparatus. The harness is suspended directly over each horse's place in front of the engine and is automatically dropped on their backs. Each horse knows his place perfectly well at the engine and rushes to it the moment an alarm is given, before a hand can be laid upon him. And the same is the case with the horses that draw the hose cart. The hats and coats of the men are on the seats they occupy when the engine starts on its run. The men often don their coats and hats while riding at full speed through the streets, or as they spring into their places just as the engine starts. The firemen sleep on the floor above the engine room. It is long past midnight. Silently we enter the dormitory and look around. The beds are occupied by the men, and no sound but their heavy breathing, telling of deep slumber, falls upon the ear. Occasionally the sound of footsteps of some belated pedestrian on the pavement below, or the distant rumble of an elevated train, floats through the half-open window and breaks the stillness of the night. Near each bed is a pair of trousers, with the ends of the legs carefully tucked into a pair of boots, and evidently very precisely arranged, and each pair of trousers and boots is placed relatively in exactly the same spot at the foot of each bed. This careful arrangement saves to the fireman a small fraction of a second of time in traveling from the head to the foot of the bed, which he must pass on his way to the hole in the floor, where he slides down a polished brass pole to the engine room below. The hole is closed by trapdoors opening from the ceiling downward, which fly open automatically the instant an alarm is given. Stairs are altogether too slow when it is a matter of getting to a fire in the shortest possible time. The fireman jumps at the hole in the floor, throws his arms and legs around the pole, and slides with lightning rapidity to the floor below in 1/10 of the time it would take him to descend the stairs. He uses the stairs on ordinary occasions, but never when responding to an alarm. A glance around the room in the dim light of the single gas jet shows that all is scrupulously neat and in perfect order. Pictures of fire scenes adorn the walls, and trophies of days gone by are placed in conspicuous places. Suddenly, without an instant's warning, and with startling distinctness, the gong rings out an alarm of fire with quick and imperative strokes. The bedclothes fly off as though lifted automatically by hidden apparatus, and the men spring from their beds and into their boots and trousers. About 2 pulls at the garments, and the thing is done. They fit closely around the waist, and there is no need of suspenders. Springing to the hole in the floor, they slide down the pole one after the other, swift as a flash, sometimes 2 men clasping it and sliding down together. We won't venture to follow that way, so we hurriedly take to the stairs and jump down 2 or 3 steps at a time. Fast as we go, the men are there ahead of us. The horses have rushed out from their stalls. The harness has dropped on their backs from its fastenings above. The last snap that completes the hitching up has been made, and the animals stand in their places trembling with excitement, but perfectly obedient and waiting the word of command. The driver is in his seat, engineer and stoker and every other man is in his place, and silence reigns for an instant, but the doors are not opened. Why is this? The several strokes that we heard on the gong were to hitch up, but another signal number indicating whether the company is to respond or not has not been given. If the signal is given, the doors open and the engine and hose cart gallop out at lightning speed to the point indicated by it. Whenever a notice is given that a fire has broken out, the alarm is sounded from the headquarters building to every engine house in the city, and every company is ready for work in a few seconds. But unless the alarm code require it, they do not go out. If a fire is trifling, 1 engine may be sufficient to extinguish it. If the companies first summoned are not enough, others are summoned, and the signals may be increased until they reach 3 sixes, which calls, according to its character, from 5 to 16 companies to the scene of the conflagration. Only a fire that has attained alarming proportions will justify sending out this call, as it leaves a considerable portion of the city without protection. While we are lost in wonder and admiration at the sudden transformation that has just taken place before our eyes, another signal is given on the gong, and the big street doors, almost as wide as the building, swing swiftly apart. The horses dash out at full gallop, and the engine sways to and fro and rocks from side to side like a baby carriage rather than like a mass of metal weighing approximately 4 tons. Cobblestones, Belgian pavement, asphalt, all is the same to the steeds, literally fiery ones. And the engine goes at almost railway speed, its track marked by a line of glowing cinders from its furnace. Smoke and sparks pour from the chimney, the steam hisses at the safety valve, and everything is in readiness for work before the scene of the fire is reached. The hose is rapidly reeled off from the hose cart that follows close behind and is coupled to a hydrant. The engine begins its quick throbbing, and immediately a well-directed stream of water is pouring on the fire. From the time the first alarm sounded, when every man was asleep in bed, until the engine was ready with men and horses in place, just 24 seconds have passed. 4 seconds later, the second alarm came, the doors swung open, and the engine dashed into the street. It took 4 minutes and 9 seconds more to get to the fire, which was a considerable distance from the engine house, run a line of hose and attach it to the hydrant, and start the stream on the fire. Instances are on record of an engine getting a stream of water on a fire 4 blocks from the engine house in less than 2 minutes after the alarm was given. A day hitch has been made, and the engine started on its run to a fire in 7 seconds after the alarm was given. A foreman would feel himself disgraced if his engine was more than half a minute in getting outside the doors of the engine house at any hour of the day or night, with all hands sound asleep in their beds when the gong called them to duty. In addition to the steam fire engine companies, there are separate organizations known as hook and ladder companies, water towers, etc., all of them acting in conjunction with the rest of the force. Some of these ladder trucks are about 50 feet long and very narrow, carrying an assortment of a dozen or 15 ladders varying from 30 to 90 feet in length. They are used in saving life and for carrying hose to upper stories of burning buildings. Each truck is amply provided with scaling ladders, lifelines, jumping nets, ropes, etc., and plenty of hooks, axes, and rams for tearing down walls and partitions, and to meet almost any contingency that may arise. It is a thrilling sight to watch one of these hook and ladder companies on its way to a fire. The horses, 3 abreast, are driven at full speed, and the huge truck with its crew of men on top of the pile of ladders seems certain to topple over, especially as it rounds a corner without for a moment slackening its speed. But it is skillfully guided by a helmsman at the rear, who by means of a brake and steering apparatus keeps perfect control of the truck. The waterfront and shipping are protected by swift fireboats stationed in the east and north rivers, manned by highly trained crews who live on board. Their furnace fires are always banked, and sufficient steam is kept up to enable them to respond instantly to a call. Their engines and pumping machinery are of the most powerful kind, enabling them to throw 12 ordinary streams of water at once. A new fireboat recently launched is about 125 feet long, built of steel throughout, with bulkheads and frames so arranged as to give the hull great stiffness, to enable it to withstand the vibrations caused by its powerful machinery. The pilot house is protected by iron shutters with peepholes in them, and movable screens made of 2 sheets of metal, with an airspace between, are arranged to travel along the rail of the vessel, thus affording adequate protection to the pilot and firemen from the heat of a great conflagration, and enabling them to fight fire at very close quarters. The vessel is steered by steam, and the rudder can be thrown hard over in 8 seconds, thus enabling the pilot to thread his way through the most crooked channels and dodge lubberly pilots of other vessels and the numerous craft that constantly ply the harbor. Her pumping capacity is enormous. A stream 5 inches in diameter can be thrown from one nozzle, besides streams 4 inches in diameter from 3 others at the same time. If the power of all the pumps is concentrated on the 5-inch nozzle alone, a stream of solid water 5 inches in diameter can be thrown to a distance of 500 feet on a level. The efficiency of the fire department depends quite as much upon the effectiveness of the electric service by which the men and engines are called as upon the alacrity with which they respond. The central office of the fire alarm telegraph is on the 6th floor of the headquarters building, and the electric signal wires, making a total circuit of nearly 1,200 miles, run to and from it in every direction and from all over the city. At many of the street corners are electric fire alarm boxes, painted red, on red lampposts surmounted with a red lantern that is lighted at night. There are nearly 1,200 of these electric fire alarm boxes distributed throughout the city. Most of them are accessible to the public at any hour of the day or night, while others are special boxes in hospitals, theaters, manufactories, etc. Anybody can ring a fire signal and summon the engines. It was believed at first that this system would be very unsafe, and cause no end of trouble by inciting mischievous men and boys to sound false alarms. To overcome this, the inventor of the system arranged the box so that in order to open the door, a handle must be turned several times. The instant the hand is moved, a gong begins ringing at the box, and keeps ringing very loudly for 20 seconds. Then the door opens and reveals a hook which must be pulled down to give the alarm. Now, no matter how much a man or boy may be bent upon mischief, he is not willing to stand for 20 seconds in front of a box while the loud gong is ringing, and a light reveals his features to everyone whose attention would certainly be attracted by the noise. The scheme works perfectly. Nobody tampers with a fire alarm, nor is likely to when he remembers that he is liable to spend several months in prison in return for his fun. The signal box is placed so high on the post that the ordinary small boy cannot reach it to turn the handle. The instant the hook is pulled, the number of the alarm box is announced at the central office at headquarters, where several operators are on duty night and day, and is by them transmitted to the various engine houses. Everything is done in the operating room in a quiet way without the least confusion, and before the person who has sent the alarm has closed the door of the signal box, his call has been received at headquarters and from thence transmitted to every engine house in the city. The fireman's life is attended by constant peril. Most of the fires that occur are taken in hand so promptly that they do not get much headway, but occasionally there is a conflagration which causes widespread destruction and more or less danger to the firemen engaged in subduing it. There is danger from falling walls and roofs, danger of suffocation by smoke and by fumes from chemicals, danger of being surrounded by flames so that escape is impossible, danger of falling into scuttle holes on floors and in roofs, and other dangers which cannot be enumerated at the moment. The men perform their work cheerfully and pay so little heed to their surroundings that it is a wonder that so few of them suffer injury or death. The greatest zeal of the fireman is shown in his efforts to save life, and the records of the department are full of thrilling incidents. On one occasion, a woman was seen hanging out of a third-story window. A fireman climbed up a post to the top of the awning, and standing on the sash of a second-story window, held on to the window blinds. At his direction, the woman dropped into his arms and was taken in safety to the street. During a fire in a tenement house on Baxter Street, a mother and her 3 children were rescued from the burning building by the intrepidity of a fireman, who climbed up a post to the top of the wooden roof built over the sidewalk, entered the second story therefrom, and groped his way, guided by faint cries, through the dense smoke. He found the frightened woman and 2 of her children crouched in a corner of a back room, and carried them one by one over the blazing roof to the ladder which had in the meantime been raised. The youngest child still remained in the building. The brave fireman, undeterred by fire and smoke, again entered it, and finding the little one, carried it safely to the street. The experienced fireman bravely and without the slightest hesitation penetrates burning buildings, where tongues of flame hiss around him, where fragments of falling timber are dropping about him and threatening death in a dreadful form, and where at any moment the whole structure may go down in a crash, from which he cannot escape by any human aid. On the records of the department are many stories of the heroism of firemen under such circumstances. Some of them record the death of firemen who bravely sought to save the lives of others and so lost their own. A record is kept at headquarters of all deeds of heroism performed by the men, and they would fill a volume. In 1869, James Gordon Bennett, the founder of the New York Herald, sent a check for $1,500 for a Medal of Honor to be awarded to the most meritorious member of the department every year. The commissioners spent $500 for a design and dye for the medal, and the remainder was put at interest, yielding a sufficient amount annually to pay for the medal. At the end of each year, the commissioners select the recipient of the medal from the Roll of Merit, and the presentation is made a public ceremony at which the mayor and other officials are present. It is needless to say that every fireman in the service of the city hopes to win the medal before his term of service is ended, and whoever obtains it regards it with as much pride as the soldier of the British Army regards the Victoria Cross that he has won by personal bravery on the battlefield. In 1867, John Stevenson presented the department with $250 to be used in the discretion of the board for the benefit of the department. By careful investment, this sum has been steadily increased until now it amounts to $600. For the purpose of inciting the company commanders to the attainment of the highest standard of discipline and efficiency, the commissioners determined to annually present to the captain who shall be judged the most deserving a handsome gold medal to be known as the Stevenson Medal. This presentation is also public, and is made immediately after the presentation of the Bennett Medal. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 28, by Thomas W. Knox. The Chinese Quarter of New York. Behind the Scenes in Chinatown. John and His Curious Ways. A Night Visit to an Opium Joint. About half a century ago, a curious craft arrived one day at New York, having sailed all the way from China. It was the Chinese junk Qi Ying, and she had been a long time on the way, having visited London en route. The Qi Ying was a speculation on the part of some foreigners in far Cathay. They had decided that there was money in building a junk and sending her to distant parts of the world as a show. She was fitted up as a Chinese museum and had stalls all around her decks where Chinese artisans were working at their various trades. She was a profitable enterprise, as crowds came daily to see her, and the money made from the exhibition was the foundation of a commercial house that still exists at Hong Kong, with branches in several ports of the Far East. But one unhappy day she took fire in the harbor of New York and was burned to the water's edge. As a show, she was no longer of any use. Neither could she serve as a place of residence for the men who formerly inhabited her. Some of them found their way back to China, but the majority remained in New York and formed the nucleus of the present Chinese colony in Mott Street. The Chinese residents of New York are chiefly engaged in the laundry business. There are about 700 laundries in the city, and as each one employs from 2 to half a dozen people, the number of Chinese residents is by no means small. The location of the laundries is determined by a committee of Chinese, which takes care that these establishments are not near enough to each other to make competition between them. They are intended to compete with laundries run by people of other nationalities, but not with those of their own. The center of the Chinese community is on Mott Street, and so dense is the Mongolian population there that this street and its immediate vicinity have received the appellation of Chinatown. Between Chatham and Pell Streets, Mott is entirely given up to the Chinese, or so nearly so that the exceptions are not worth mentioning. According to an old captain of the 6th Police Precinct, which includes Chinatown, whose views from a police point are interesting, there are many popular errors about John Chinaman and his ways. In the first place, said the captain when we had settled down to the subject of our conversation, John is more cleanly in his ways than is generally supposed, at least in this country, whatever he may be in his native land. It is true that the Chinese in New York herd very closely together and live in quarters that would be repugnant to an American. It is no unusual thing to find half a dozen of them living in a room that would be insufficient for more than 2 laboring Americans, and they are not over-particular on the subject of ventilation. But they wash themselves oftener than do the Italians, and they shave their heads and braid their queues with a care that everybody must commend. They live much better than the Italians do, too. The captain went on. An Italian comes here and earns $1.25 a day. He saves the dollar to take or send home to Italy, and lives on the remaining 25 cents, which he spends for stale beer, macaroni, and rice. And the Italians in Mulberry Street crowd together quite as closely as ever the Chinese do, and sometimes even more so. On the other hand, John Chinaman lives well. He eats pork, chicken, and vegetables, and very often he has delicacies in the shape of eggs 50 years old that have been imported from China at considerable expense, together with shark's fins, dried sea slugs, and the like. The rich Chinamen live luxuriously, or at all events in a style that would astonish a good many Americans who think Mott Street is the resort of only the vilest and poorest of the Celestials. John minds his own business, continued the captain, and gives us very little trouble. We make fewer arrests among the Chinese than among any other foreign nationality in proportion to their numbers. They settle most of their disputes among themselves. Quarrels are referred to the president of their society, who may be called the mayor of Chinatown, and he stands high among them. His name is Tom Lee, and he is a prosperous merchant who has made the most of his money since he came to New York. Perhaps John would be in no wise different from the rest of mankind if he took advantage of his neighbor in a trade when the opportunity offered itself. As to stealing, he might do his share of it, but he is by no means the only man in the world who will take what isn't his own. But I have observed that they are honest among themselves, and so far as I know, they rarely steal from each other. For example, a Chinaman will live in a hall bedroom in a house where there are dozens of other Chinese. He will go to his work and be gone all day, leaving his room unlocked, so that a thief might come in and help himself if he wanted to. Of course, a white man couldn't enter the building without being seen and observed, but a Chinaman could go there with very little chance of detection. They seem to respect each other's property. Sometimes there may be quite a lot of silk and other garments, which cost considerable money, and also rings and bracelets, such as they wear, lying about their rooms. But it is rare indeed that you hear of a robbery among them. Under similar circumstances, a white man in a white men's lodging-house would expect his goods to be missing in short order if he left them exposed in this way. Perhaps it is because a white man would steal under such circumstances that John does not, the captain added with a smile upon his face. You see, John does nearly everything just the reverse of ourselves, and perhaps his morals are reversed too. You know, we write across the page, and he writes down. We join our letters together to make words, and he keeps them separate, or he makes a single character stand for a word. The first page of our book is the last of his, and the first of his is the last of ours. We stand up to plane a board, and he sits down to do the same thing. We eat with knives and forks, and he eats with chopsticks. We say our prayers, or at any rate we ought to, and he burns his. We put on black when in mourning, and he puts on white. We cut our hair short, and he wears his in a long pigtail. We drink ice water, and he abhors it as he would abhor deadly poison. And, just out of the spirit of doing things the other way, it may be that John refrains from stealing under the circumstances I have mentioned. Americans and Europeans can hardly be called a race of gamblers, said the captain after a moment's pause, but you may set down the Chinese as a gambling people. John has a contrariness in his character that is something of a puzzle. He is acquisitive and economical, industrious and temperate from our point of view, and at the same time he is a born gambler and a confirmed opium smoker. Nearly every Chinaman in Mott Street, and in the whole of New York for that matter, is fond of fan-tan and other gambling games, and nearly every Chinaman smokes opium. The whole race seems to be devoted to gambling, and the most of the work of the police with them is to break up their gambling houses and their opium dens. It's very difficult to break up their gambling places, though, for the reason that they will rarely betray their comrades, and they never allow a white man to play at their games. Once in a great while we can induce a Chinaman to turn evidence against his countrymen, but such cases are very rare. A peculiarity of John is the fact that he will not, as a general thing, admit that he knows anything about another man's business. He may tell you about his own, but never about that of his neighbor. When you ask one about the other, he shakes his head and doesn't know anything more than his name, and not always that. We get evidence against them sometimes through the converted Chinese who come here to do missionary work and manage to get into the gambling rooms. And, by the way, he added with emphasis, I don't think much of these converted Chinese, taken as a class together. They impose upon the people who employ them and send them here to convert their countrymen. They are Christians just because it pays for them to join the church and pretend to have renounced paganism. There may be honest men among them, but they are not in the majority. Some of these fellows, while professing to be Christians, have josses of their own, and frequently take a hand at fan-tan. Here, Sergeant, said the captain as one of the precinct detectives passed the door, I want you to show this gentleman through Mott Street and Chinatown." The sergeant came in, and I was introduced to a man of medium height, blond as to complexion, and with blue eyes that seemed able to pierce an uncut millstone, if such piercing were possible to the human organ of sight. He knew every inch of Chinatown, and probably every one of its inhabitants, as he was greeted familiarly wherever we went, and led me a foot-wearying promenade in and out of many buildings and up and down numerous stairways in Chinatown. Mott Street is narrow and dirty, but that is nothing unusual in New York. In fact, there are a good many streets in the metropolis much dirtier than this. 2 or 3 Chinese children were playing in the street, but did not venture far from their doors. The American or Irish small boy is apt to make it uncomfortable for the juvenile Mongolian whenever opportunity offers. One of his favorite amusements is to gather up a handful of mud and throw it in the face of the unsuspecting Celestial. A dozen boys will act simultaneously in attacking half their number of young Chinese, and they will be aided and abetted by white men who stand on the street corners and laugh at the outrage as something very funny. In consequence of this tendency, the few children of the Chinese residents do not often venture out of doors. Along the sidewalks there was a fair number of Chinese, but on the whole the scene was quiet. The best day to see these people is on Sunday, when the laundries are closed, and those who are engaged in them come to Mott Street to enjoy themselves. Then the street is crowded, and sometimes it is not easy to make one's way through the dense throng. The sergeant told me of a capture of Chinese gamblers that he recently accomplished after considerable hard work. He was convinced that the Celestials were running a fan-tan game in some rear rooms overlooked by another building, but how to get into that building and be able to identify the players was a conundrum. By the aid of a man who was not known to have any connection with the police, he hired a room whose windows looked directly upon the fan-tan players, and managed to get in there without being identified. Then, with a fellow detective and a pair of field glasses, he spotted his men, and when he was sure of their features, he arranged to have the place pulled by night. When the police arrived on the scene, the alert Chinese lookout on the street gave the signal, and instantly the lights went out and the paraphernalia of fan-tan was concealed. Some of the players fled, and those who remained were quietly smoking their pipes when the officers reached the gambling room. But the sergeant had taken the measure of the gamblers and knew their faces thoroughly, so that there was no escape. They were tried, convicted, and sent to Blackwell's Island. Fan-tan is the special gambling game on which the police wage relentless warfare. It is played nightly by private parties, and the utmost pains are taken to elude the vigilance of the minions of the law. A dozen or more players group themselves around a table in the center of which is a pewter slab. This slab is crossed with diagonal lines, dividing it into sections numbered respectively 1, 2, 3, and 4. The players are at liberty to bet on any number they choose, or on more than one number. The dealer or keeper of the game sits at one side of the table, and a little in front of him is a pile of a quart or more of Chinese cash, small copper or brass coins with square holes in the center. While the bets are being made, he takes a handful of cash from the pile, places it on a clear space on the table, and covers it with an inverted bowl. To prevent fraud, he has short sleeves that just project from his shoulders and no farther, and he is provided with a rod of brass or ivory as large around as a lead pencil and twice its length, and sharpened at one end to a fine point. When the stakes are all made, he raises the bowl from the small pile of coins, and with the pointed end of his wand picks out the cash in fours. The remainder, after all possible fours but one are removed, is the winning number. Before the pile is half removed, the skilled players can tell almost to a certainty what will be the winning number, and it is interesting to watch their faces and observe the expressions of hope, greedy expectation, or sullen disappointment. A regularly constructed fan-tan room has a hole in the low ceiling above the table. This hole is the size of the table, or a little larger, and is surrounded by a railing. Another and more aristocratic group of players looks eagerly over the railing, and their bets are lowered and winnings raised by means of a small basket attached to a cord. We first visited Wo Ki, one of the richest merchants of Chinatown. He is perhaps worth $100,000 and is a man of reputation and dignity. We found him seated with one of his employees at the side of a tub where the twain were engaged in shelling beans. Whether they were intended for his consumption or for customers I did not ask, but as beans are not supposed to be fattening, and Wo Ki is decidedly a fat man, it is probable that they were for commercial rather than personal use. Our conversation was brief, though he spoke very good English, Wo Ki adhering to his tub with the assiduity of a Socrates, and not once suspending the work of bean shelling. He is a general merchant in Chinese goods, and his shop contains everything from a firecracker to a dried duck or an embroidered jacket. The Chinese in New York follow the custom of their native land in settling accounts at the end of the year, paying when they can, and being forgiven all debts that they are unable to pay. The 11th of February is the Chinese New Year, and on that day there is a grand festivity in which everybody feasts and offers prayers in the Joss house or temple. It is a sort of 4th of July, New Year's Day, and Thanksgiving Day combined, and it is an important day indeed for everybody concerned. Delinquents who cannot pay their debts are crossed off the books, and it is proper to add that they are never trusted again. There is not now a single opium joint in Mott Street or its vicinity, but every Chinaman, almost without exception, smokes the drug and has his own private layout for that purpose. This cannot be called a joint, which is a place kept by a man who admits patrons to smoke at a fixed price per head. The joints that formerly existed in Mott Street were patronized largely by Chinese, but not wholly so. White men and women, particularly the latter, used to go there, and the places were the scenes of all sorts of iniquity. Such resorts still exist uptown, where opium and a pipe can be obtained by the initiated. There are only 2 or 3 Chinese women living in Mott Street, and probably not more than 6 in the whole city. They are the wives of prominent Chinese. Wo Ki has his wife and family living here, and the other Chinese women are of equally reputable standing. The class of Chinese women that have given the police of San Francisco a great deal of trouble is unknown in New York, their places being taken by white women. These last are not easy to discover in evil ways, for the reason that they have no relations with white men, but associate exclusively with the Mongolians. When arrested and brought into the police courts, they claim to be the wives of Chinese, and either produce marriage certificates or bring their alleged husbands to swear to the matrimonial relation. John is fond of pretty faces, although he's not usually remarkable for his own beauty, and not a few white girls find a ready market for their charms in Mott and Pell streets. Chinamen were coming and going along the sidewalk and in and out of the houses, alleys, and cellars as I accompanied the detective, for whom many of them had a friendly nod and a word of welcome. I wondered whether the nods and words were inspired by fear or esteem, but did not propound this question to the sergeant. John is shrewd enough to know that it is to his advantage to keep on the right side of detectives, who can be very troublesome when they choose to be, in case the ways of John should happen to be such as would not well bear the light. A Chinese drugstore was next visited, where the medicaments were such as are generally unknown to the American pharmacopoeia. A deer's horn taken in the velvet, or rather a section weighing perhaps 2 pounds, hung above the counter. I asked the price and was told $10. Deer's horn in this condition, when the new horn is just forming, is a sovereign remedy for many ills and is prescribed with the greatest solemnity. It is grated fine and given as a dry powder, or it may be mixed with other medicines in order that the combined effect may be to tangle the disease, if not to cure it. At the sergeant's suggestion, the almond-eyed druggist showed me a handful of dried locusts, which he took from a drawer. These locusts are caught in China, where they are carefully dried. When wanted for use, they are stewed until reduced to a thin soup, and in this form are taken by the man who wants to get well. The Chinese are great believers in charms and incantations, and the soothsayer's art is closely allied to that of the doctor. In fact, the two are often exercised by one and the same individual. From the drugstore, we went to see the big joss, or idol, in the temple, which is on the 3rd floor of a house on Mott Street, the 2nd floor being occupied as a restaurant. The restaurant occupies the whole of the front part of the floor, the rear being used as a kitchen. There were 12 or 15 tables in the room. They were round and about 4 feet in diameter, and at one of them was a group of 5 men busily engaged in satisfying their appetites in true Chinese style. One was holding a bowl of rice close against his chin, and by means of a pair of chopsticks the food was forced rapidly into his mouth. Another was lifting pieces of stewed pork from a steaming bowl, and 2 of the diners were regaling themselves on what appeared to be boiled cabbage cut very fine, though it may have been something else. Most of the men at table were squatting with their heels on low stools, and the others were sitting in Occidental fashion. The detective fell into conversation with a man in American dress who was alone at one of the tables. He was one of the 3 interpreters who serve their countrymen in the courts and elsewhere where interpretation is necessary. The room was hung with strips of red paper on which the bill of fare was printed in Chinese characters, together with the prices. As in other restaurants the world over, there were certain standard dishes, such as rice, stewed pork, beans, and the like, and then there were dishes which are only served on stated occasions. The general appearance of the place was not attractive, the floor being covered with sawdust, and the patrons anything but neat in their dress. In addition to the bills of fare, there were blessings and invitations on the strips of paper. There were also some banners which had been presented to the proprietor by his friends, and were evidently regarded by him with affection and esteem. Fong, a pig-tailed attendant, then led the way to the kitchen, where 3 or 4 cooks were hard at work, and every few moments an order was shouted from the restaurant, just as it is shouted in a downtown cafe. One of the cooks was preparing a toothsome dish. It consisted of pork, onions, bamboo shoots, and celery, and a single portion cost 15 cents. Fan is rice, and the price was 5 cents for a bowlful. Chai is tea, and there were several varieties. The poorest kind was served free, like water in an American restaurant, but if you wanted the fine varieties, you had to pay for them, and the price varied according to the quality. Another cook was preparing some pig's feet for the stew kettle, and still another was washing and cutting up some ducks and chickens, and very particular he was about his work. There was no cooking range, such as one finds in the kitchen of an American restaurant. The kettles were set in brickwork, and the frying pans stood over a sort of furnace, which, though primitive in construction, was doubtless capable of frying to perfection. The principal meats of the Chinese are pork, chicken, and duck. They eat very little beef, and probably for every pound of it consumed in this restaurant, there are 20 pounds of pork and as many of chicken used. It is amazing what the Chinaman will do with pork. It is safe to say that, after rice, it is the chief staple of Chinese diet. Here were whole carcasses laid out upon a table, being painted with various dressings, and cut into assorted sizes and shapes. Different portions were chosen and laid aside for different dishes, and altogether, when a Chinaman has done with a pig, there is nothing of the dead but bones. The pigeon and the goose play a prominent part in the Chinese bill of fare, and the squawking of live birds in the kitchen is a frequent sound. The way that a Chinaman cuts a fowl is strangely unlike the European method. The American or the European unjoints the bird and strips the skeleton of its meat. Not so John Chinaman. He slices a duck or chicken straight across, bones and all. It must be done with an exceedingly sharp knife, for the bones are as cleanly cut as the flesh. In the Chinese cookery, everything is prepared with a view to the use of chopsticks, and all the viands are in bits which can be taken up easily with those two dainty straw-like instruments. Etiquette must be observed in Chinese restaurants. For example, when one drinks tea, he must pour a little into the cup, rinse it around, and empty it upon the floor. Whether this libation is a precaution in behalf of cleanliness, or whether some god must be propitiated, I know not, and it is needless to ask questions, for upon all points pertaining to his own customs, John Chinaman is strictly non-committal. The first thing that the Chinese waiter does is to set the table. This does not imply the presence of tablecloth or napkins, for those luxuries are conspicuous by their absence. First is brought a tin teapot which holds a pint, and flaring cups, very small at the bottom. To an American, a fork is generally given, but Chinamen are provided with chopsticks. The tea having been deposited on the table, the diner gives his order for dinner. This is a difficult task for an American. Sometimes 2 or 3 Americans will drop in out of curiosity, but they rarely stay long. The best way to dine here is to make up a party and order the dinner beforehand. Then, if you are willing to pay enough, you can have the big room to yourselves, and the floor will be swept and everything made presentable. You can make a dinner that will cost $3 or $4 a head by ordering expensive dishes. Dinner parties, in the big room, about 25 feet by 50, are not at all infrequent, and sometimes ladies are taken there for the sake of the novelty. A gentleman of my acquaintance once gave a dinner to a party of friends at this very restaurant. The menu was in Chinese, and the dinner was ordered 3 days in advance. An interpreter translated the menu, of which the following is a translation. First set: shark's fins, boned chicken stuffed with bird's nests, boned duck stuffed with lily seed, roast duck stuffed with Chinese herbs, fish bladder, rock lichen with noodles, pear wine, tea, and preserves. Second set: yellowfish head gristle, sea worms, roast pigeon, Chinese water potatoes and fried chicken, chicken stewed with mushrooms, chicken mussels piqué with perfumed ham, rice wine, fruits, and almonds. Third set: fruits including oranges, apples, dried lychee nuts, etc., sweet pickles, steamed cake, lily seed soup, bird's nest soup, boiled rice, and salted eggs. In addition to these things, there were various sweets on the table. Each guest had at his side a saucer of a condiment called soy, and resembling Worcester sauce. Bits of meat are dipped into the soy after being raised from the plate by the chopsticks and before going to the diner's mouth. Ascending to the joss house on the floor above, we were welcomed by the proprietor, whose English was as thin as his countenance, which was so withered that nearly all the facial muscles were distinctly defined. He smiled grimly upon the detective and myself, and stood idly by while my guide showed the attractions of the place. The center of attraction, and of the room, is an idol that would be small in a temple in China, but is a huge one for the quarters in which he finds himself. In front of the idol is an elaborately carved and gilded screen, which was brought from China quite recently. It is all carved by hand, and is as gaudy as it is mysterious to the Occidental spectator. It was detained for some time in the custom house, and the duties amounted to about $400. The proprietor was evidently proud of it, and his eyes glistened as I praised it in all the pidgin English superlatives at my command. The walls of the room are profusely ornamented with banners, some of them very elaborately embroidered. They are used on grand occasions, such as funerals and New Year festivities. And in a rack near them were some standards that had a close resemblance to the torches which are borne by political patriots in night processions just before a presidential election. In front of the idol is an altar on which the devout worshippers place their offerings of food for the deity that presides over the place. Exactly what becomes of this food I was unable to ascertain, but I noted the circumstance that the temple is just above the restaurant. Possibly the keepers of the two places find the arrangement excellent for returning articles that the god cannot devour, so that they may be sold again and perhaps several times over. The devotees who patronize the temple go to considerable expense, and some of the offerings are the choicest delicacies known to the Chinese menu. Many of them are ordered from the restaurant, and therefore it is convenient to be close to the source of food supply. The custodian of the temple placidly smoked his pipe, and the detective and I continued to smoke our cigars while in the joss house. This was not intended as irreverence, but is the customary way to do. A small room at the rear of the temple contained an opium layout for 2 persons. At one side of this little snuggery there was a raised platform about 18 inches above the floor and 5 feet square. It was covered with Chinese matting, and at each end was a curtain which partially shielded it from the gaze of persons outside the door. In the center of the platform was a tray which contained the smoker's layout, and each piece was placed with the utmost precision. There were 2 pipes, and it was evident that 2 persons could find room here for a friendly smoke. The little lamp on the tray is called the fairy. It was shielded with glass to prevent its being easily extinguished, and was supplied with peanut oil, and its flame was used for cooking and burning the opium. Near the lamp was a little box of bone called the hop toy that held the opium. A needle 4 or 5 inches long and flattened at one end was the yen hawk for holding the opium in the flame, and a little box of tin held the yen shi, or bits of refuse opium. The pipe was a piece of bamboo about 16 inches long, and with a saucer-shaped bowl inserted about 1/3 of the distance from the end. The value of a pipe increases with its age and saturation. This one was black with long use, and probably it could not be bought for less than $30. Perhaps it would bring as high as $50, and I have seen one for which $100 was refused. It often happens that 2 smokers make use of one pipe, which is passed alternately from hand to hand. This is particularly the case in opium joints, where a single pipe will serve for a party of 2, 3, or 4. There is economy in this, as there is a fixed charge for a layout, which includes the tray and contents, together with a full charge of opium in the hop toy. I recall a visit I once made by night to an opium joint when they flourished in this locality. It was in a cellar or basement, and the outer door was carefully guarded by a keen-eyed Chinaman who refused admission to strangers unless they were properly escorted. The doorkeeper surveyed us through a peephole in the door, and when he was satisfied with the inspection, he unlocked and unbolted the entrance and let down a chain whose links were as large as my little finger. 12 men would have been powerless to break it. We proceeded along the narrow hallway, which was lighted by a lantern hung from the ceiling, then stopped at another door, in which a little wicket opened and a yellow face appeared, scrutinizing us inquiringly. "How many?" he asked. 2, my friend replied, and another bolt was withdrawn, and we entered. Our nostrils were greeted with the pungent aromatic odor of burning opium. The drug has an odor that is very penetrating, and when once it is known, it can be readily recognized. This odor, coming through doorways and permeating through a building in spite of every precaution, has frequently led to the detection of opium joints and caused their suppression by the police. On one side of the room was a little alcove, like a ticket office. It was occupied by the proprietor, and just as we entered the place, he was weighing out a charge of opium with some tiny scales like the smallest of those used by druggists. Several trays were piled at one side of the counter, and there were 12 or more fairy lamps on a shelf, together with the other implements that make up a layout. Farther along was a curtain which hung over the entrance of the smoking room. We waited till the proprietor had made the tray ready for a customer, and then followed him into the inner room. The pungent odor increased as we passed the thick curtain, which was drawn aside for us, and we found ourselves in a room about 30 feet long by 12 in width. It was dimly lighted, and there were several strata of smoke that did not exactly resemble any smoke ordinarily seen in rooms. All around the sides and ends of the room were platforms or bunks about 2 feet high and covered with Chinese matting. A few have mattresses instead of matting, out of deference to American tastes. The Chinese smoker considers a board covered with matting quite soft enough for a bed, and he regards hair, feathers, and French springs as fit for anything else in the world but to sleep on. On the first of these platforms were 2 Chinese, smoking opium. The boss handed one of them the tray he had just brought in. The smoker was lying on the matting with his head resting on a bit of wood just large enough to support it. As the tray was brought, he rose up on his side, and with the yen hawk took a mass of opium out of the hop toy. He twisted the pasty mass until it assumed the shape of a pill on the end of the needle. Holding this in one hand, he took the pipe in the other and placed his lips against the end. Next he brought the bowl directly over the flame of the lamp, and then held the pill so that it was burned in the flame. At the same time he drew several long inhalations with all the force of his lungs, and expelled the smoke through his nostrils. 3 or 4 whiffs, or maybe half a dozen, exhausted the pill of opium and finished the performance. The man had taken 1 pipe of opium. He placed the pipe by the side of the tray and fell back upon his headrest in a condition of drowsiness. His comrade picked up the pipe, formed a pill of opium from the mass in the box, and smoked it in the way we had just seen. Evidently the men were adepts at the business, as they were skillful in the manipulation of the pill, which is quite an awkward manner for the beginner. Having witnessed the operation of hitting the pipe, I moved on past the line of bunks that were filled with occupants. A few hid their faces, but the majority were so far under the influence of the drug as to be indifferent to surrounding circumstances. Nearly all the bunks were occupied, some having but a single smoker, and others 2, 3, or 4 occupants. Less than half the number of smokers were Chinese, the others being Americans. Few white men can run an opium joint successfully. A Chinaman is meek, pretends not to understand when anything insulting is said to him, and so long as he gets paid for the opium does not care what the patrons do. On the contrary, a white man will not stand insult, and wants to boss the place to suit himself. Nearly all the white women who frequent Chinatown are addicted to opium smoking, and many of them are so confirmed in the habit that they would find great difficulty in shaking it off. "I've got the yen opium habit the worst way," said one woman, "and must have my pipe every night. I want 2 or 3 pipes before I can get to sleep, and sometimes I want half a dozen." "How long have you been hitting the pipe?" I asked. "How long? Let me see, it's about 4 years. When I tried the first time I thought it would strangle me, but I soon found that it was pleasanter than cigarette smoke, and didn't make me cough. But I smoked so much the first night that it made me deathly sick, and I felt awful the next morning. I smoked a night or 2 after that, and got along much better, and that's the way I started. Now I must have a smoke every night, or I can't live. I can cook a pill just as well as a Chinaman," she continued. "Just see me do it." With that she dipped the point of the needle into the sticky mass of opium in the little box of bone, and after twirling it dexterously a few times, brought it out with a lump the size of a pea at the end. Then she held the pea in the flame of the fairy lamp till it was cooked, its color changing from black to the tint of old gold. Then she rolled it on the smooth surface of the pipe bowl to expel the poisonous juices, and when it was in proper condition she placed it in the bowl of the pipe, held it in the flame of the lamp, and with her lips against the ivory mouthpiece inhaled the smoke slowly, just as we had seen the Chinese do in the first bunk where we stopped. Near the farther end of the room was a bunk occupied by 4 white women, 3 of them being apparently adepts in the vice, and the 4th a novice. 4 persons crowd a bunk very closely. 2 recline their heads upon the pillows or headrests, and the other 2 make use of their companions for the same purpose. A party may consist of either men or women, or it may be made up of both sexes. Opium smokers do not stand on ceremony with each other, and strangers will recline on the same bunk and draw intoxication from the same pipe without the least hesitation. The old adage says, "Misery loves company." This is certainly the case with debauchery, and especially of debauchery through opium. The occupants of the joint were in various stages of the opium intoxication. Some had taken their 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or other pipes, and were in a state of partial or complete insensibility. The victims would often lie there for hours, and sleep away as much as they could of the effects of the drug, and rise in the morning with a feeling of hunger and thirst, but a hunger that could not be allayed by food. Their nerves would be more or less shaken, according to the length of time they had been addicted to the opium habit, and they would long for the arrival of the night when they could again smoke and fall into a state of forgetfulness. The opium used for smoking, called by smokers dope, is an aqueous extract of the ordinary commercial gum. The Chinese have a secret mode of preparing this extract, making it more palatable to the taste and easier to get ready for smoking. It is imported from China, usually in oblong brass boxes about 5 inches long and 2½ wide. The can is only half filled, as in warm weather it puffs up and would overflow if allowance was not made for this swelling. It is about the consistency of tar melted in the sun, and nearly the same color. The mode of measuring it, when selling, is by a Chinese weight called fun. There are about 83 foon in an ounce, and a can contains 415 foon, or about 5 ounces. The best quality of this sells for $8.25 a can, and inferior grades run as low as $6. In smaller quantities, 8 to 10 foon are sold for 25 cents. Whenever a joint is discovered and raided in the upper part of the city, but few, if any, Chinese are found in them. The uptown joints are patronized almost exclusively by white people, and I believe that the vice cannot be wholly stamped out of existence. When once acquired, the habit is not easily shaken off, as it clings to its victims with great tenacity. One uptown joint, which was raided only a few months ago, was located in a respectable apartment house, and suspicion was drawn to it by the large number of well-dressed and well-behaved people of both sexes who went there, and also by the peculiar odor that came from the door and permeated the halls of the building. 10 men and 5 women were captured and passed the rest of the night in the Jefferson Market police station. All gave fictitious names, as some of the women cried and begged to be let off, as this, so they alleged, was the first time they had ever been in the place. The smoking implements that were captured in the raid were of the highest class of workmanship, and are an important addition to the museum at police headquarters. One of the prisoners was a doctor who lived at a first-class hotel and had a goodly list of fashionable patients. He claimed to have gone there for scientific observation and not for the purpose of smoking the pernicious drug, but he followed the example of the others in giving a fictitious name when arrested. The raid upon this opium joint, and the revelations that followed, are most unpleasantly suggestive of the growth of a vice which, until within a few years, was almost exclusively confined to Chinatown. It is not necessary to refer to official records for proof that the opium habit is spreading steadily and, comparatively speaking, fast. The statements of physicians and druggists and even common observation supply convincing evidence of the fact. It is not probable that New York now contains many large and luxuriously appointed resorts for opium smokers, but if private houses could be turned inside out, they would almost certainly reveal a startling number of individual victims who are accustomed to practice the vice in solitude. There is every reason to suppose that, without reference to the Chinese quarter, there are not a few establishments cautiously conducted amid decent surroundings, which are regularly supported by coteries of habitual patrons and more or less accessible to occasional visitors. The increasing sale of the drug, the admissions of the medical profession, and the experience of the hospitals unmistakably point to this conclusion. For reasons which are obscure, though the fact is notorious, indulgence in the use of opium destroys the Chinaman far less surely, quickly, and completely than the Caucasian. To Americans in particular, it means swift and certain degradation. Property has greatly advanced in Mott Street, and rents have been more than doubled since the Chinese located themselves there. Some of the buildings have been reconstructed by them, and wherever they have taken property in hand for the purpose of improvement, they have spent money liberally. With the exception of the white women already mentioned, they do not allow any people not of their own race to live among them, and will doubtless continue their exclusiveness as long as they remain here. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life, Chapter 29, by Thomas W. Knox. The Spider and the Fly, Mock Auctions, Bogus Horse Sales, and Other Traps for the Unwary, Personal Experiences. Legislators have for a long time sought to put an end to a form of swindling carried on under the pretense of selling goods at auction. Lawyers have exhausted their ingenuity in framing measures for the suppression of the mock auction fraud, but every time they secure the passage of a bill with that object in view, somebody equally shrewd will discover a loophole in it. The snake has been scotched but not killed. Some of the mock auctions have been broken up, while others continue to flourish. The heaviest blow was struck when the law required that auctions should be advertised in the daily papers with the list of the articles to be sold. This put an end to the establishments along Park Row and Chatham Street, where the swindling was very thinly disguised, but it did not strike some of the dry goods auctions on Broadway. All that was necessary to do to evade the law was to keep a standing advertisement in an obscure paper announcing sales every day of assorted lots of gentlemen's furnishing goods, calicoes, ginghams, muslins, and other fabrics, the property of concerns that desired to make clearances of old stock, etc. I used to stroll occasionally into one of these establishments and watch the operations of those who ran the place. The first time I went there, I was evidently looked upon as a promising customer, as the auctioneer began knocking down things at an alarmingly rapid rate to half a dozen men who stood around a table and were evidently buying liberally. "What name?" said the auctioneer, as he knocked down a dozen pairs of socks to a thin, smooth-faced man of about 60 years. "Barmore," was the reply, and the auctioneer called out, "Mr. Barmore," to the clerk who stood just behind him. The package was charged to the gentleman, and then another lot, this time of 5 dozen pairs, was put up. This lot was quickly sold. The auctioneer demanded repeatedly, "How much am I offered for these socks by the dozen? How much? How much, gentlemen?" Lot after lot was sold, and there were numerous glances in my direction. I showed no indication of making an offer, and one of the buyers, who had remained constantly by my side and was disposed to be communicative, asked me if I didn't want some of these goods, which were going very cheap. "I don't care for them," I answered. "They're cheap, it's true, but just now I don't want any." He told me he was a merchant at Trenton, New Jersey, and had dropped in by accident. "Things are going so low," said he, "that I've laid in enough of some kinds of goods to last me a whole year." Business began to lag when another man dropped in, evidently a stranger like myself. Then the activity and eager buying and selling were renewed, and the buyers took everything that was offered. The stock of gentlemen's foot-gear seemed inexhaustible. The stranger bought one of the 5 dozen lots, and as soon as the goods had been knocked down to him, he and the other purchasers were asked to step to the rear of the store, where the bookkeeper would make out their bills. At this point, the auctioneer suddenly announced that the sale was over for the forenoon and would be resumed at 2 o'clock. It was his time to go to lunch, he said, as he had breakfasted very early that morning, and he hoped to see all of us at the hour named for the resumption. As I could frame no good excuse for remaining, I departed, leaving Mr. Barmore and the other purchasers to settle their accounts. You ask what happened after I left. Well, the stranger, who was a bona fide purchaser, received a bill for the goods at a rate which astonished him. He had bought 5 dozen pairs of socks at 70 cents by the dozen, and expected to pay $3.50 for the lot. But the bill was made out at 70 cents for each pair, or $42 for the quantity he had purchased. He demurred. The auctioneer explained that by the dozen meant that they did not sell less than 1 dozen pairs to any one. They never broke a package. Mr. Barmore and the other fraudulent purchasers sustained this view of the case, and with great alacrity proceeded to settle their bills at that rate. Meantime the doors had been closed, the stranger realized that he was caught in a trap, and he concluded that the best way out of the difficulty was to pay the bill and put it down to experience. Had he refused to pay, he would have been threatened with arrest, and as all the other buyers held precisely the same views as the auctioneer, the victim would have had no witnesses in his behalf. Half an hour later I again entered the place, and the auction, which had been postponed until 2 o'clock, was in full blast with the same buyers as before. For years the same crowd was there, and whenever I went inside, something was knocked off to Mr. Barmore. But I was always recognized, and no effort was made to induce me to invest in the goods offered for sale. I always observed that the articles to be disposed of were by the dozen, and the dozen was evidently a combination very popular with the managers of this fraud. After many arrests and escapes, the chief promoter of the mock auction business was sent to state prison. For a long time the law was powerless to suppress the fraud, and the mayor could only give protection to citizens by sending out a daily procession of men and boys to parade up and down the street, bearing banners on which was painted the legend, "Beware of mock auctioneers." A story was current at this time to the effect that Henry Ward Beecher, having come over to New York to study human nature, went into one of these auction rooms, and in order to hide his purpose, bid, and successfully, for some small article. As the auctioneer knocked down the great preacher's purchase, he horrified him by shouting out his name. Mr. Beecher hastened to make payment, and said in a low voice, "How did you know my name? I did not want to be recognized." "Oh, Mr. Beecher," was the loud reply, "I've had a pew in your church these last 2 years." Doubtless the story is an invention of the enemy, and yet it might have pleased the large-hearted pastor of Plymouth Church had it been true. Another fraudulent auction is that of cigars. They are sold by the box, but the fraud does not consist in following the same plan as in the dry goods swindle, but in selling goods that would be dear at nothing at all. 5, 10, or 20 boxes are offered in a lot, and one box is opened as a sample. The cigars present a good appearance, and a customer may smoke one from the sample, if he likes, and if he does, he will find it fairly good. They are in boxes of 50, and go readily at from $1 to $2 a box. The economical smoker thinks he has found a good thing, and buys liberally. If he wishes to look on the inside of each and every box, no objection is made to his doing so, but naturally the inspection is a hurried one. The cigars are all right to the eye, and he is well satisfied with his speculation. It is not until he undertakes to smoke one of his purchases that he learns how badly he has been deceived. They are, as before stated, all right to the eye, but there is where their goodness ends. As men do not smoke with their eyes, they have little use for this kind of cigars, which are made of straw, wrapped in paper colored so as to exactly resemble the tobacco leaf, and they are altogether the basest kind of counterfeit. Of course, the sample that the purchaser smoked was from another lot. I narrowly escaped buying 500 of these cigars the first time I dropped into the place. My suspicions were aroused by the rapidity with which several flashy men were purchasing, and so I concluded to wait. Meeting a friend a block or two below, I told him of the cigar auction and how cheaply the goods were going. "Yes," said he, "I bought 200 there last week and took them home. I tried to smoke one, then tried another with the same result, and then I broke a dozen or so of them open. They were all alike, nothing but straw and brown paper, and I threw the lot into the ash-barrel. I wouldn't insult a tramp by offering him one of those cigars." One of the most flourishing swindles in the metropolis is that of the bogus horse dealer. In some of the morning papers may be found every day in the year an advertisement of 1, 2, or more horses for sale at a private stable, the property of a gentleman about going to Europe or to the South or to California for his health, or some other reason is given why the animals should be disposed of immediately. Here is a copy of one of these advertisements, clipped from a paper now lying before me. "A gentleman's continued ill health compels him to sacrifice immediately his very handsome, stylish, fast-trotting road and family horse, 15½ hands, a free, easy, pleasant driver, kind and true in all harness, afraid of nothing, and perfectly gentle. Also, pet horse for ladies' driving, both warranted young and sound. Great bargains to quick purchasers. Apply to groom at private stable, 137 West Street." You and I know a good horse when we see it, and as we are not averse to a purchase at fair rates, we will answer this advertisement in person. We go around to the stable and find it is in charge of a man who says that he is the groom referred to in the advertisement, and that he represents the owner of the horses. He states that the owner, Mr. Blank, lives at Yonkers, and has sent the stock here for sale and taken the private stable in order to avoid the tricks of the precious rascals who are always to be found at public establishments. At length he shows the horses, and dilates upon their superior qualities and wonderful pedigrees, and then asks if we are engaged in the horse-dealing business. We tell him we are not, that we are buying, if we buy at all, for our own use, either here or in the country. He is apparently relieved by this information, and then returns to the subject of the sale. The driving horse looks very well, and is apparently in good condition, and is especially praised by the groom, who says it is well worth $300, but Mr. Blank is willing to close it out at $200 to a private gentleman who will appreciate and care for it. While we are talking and discussing the merits of the animal, a stranger, well nigh out of breath, enters, who states that he has read the advertisement and wants to see the horses. He is a pompous, bustling sort of man, and evidently accustomed to quick transactions. After looking the stock over, the newcomer finally settles on the horse that was just offered to us for $200, examines it carefully, and pronounces it a remarkably fine beast. Then he meditates a moment, and says, offhand, "I like that horse pretty well, and will come to business right off. I'll give $250, spot cash, for him, and not another cent." "Are you a dealer in horses?" queries the man in charge. "Yes," is the reply. "I'm Anderson of New Haven. Everybody up that way knows me. I buy hundreds of horses in New York every month, and have 10 carloads on the way from Kentucky now." "Then you can't have this horse," says the other. "Mr. Blank gave me strict orders that the horses were not to be sold to any dealer, but to private parties only. You see, he's much attached to these horses, and wants to be sure that they go where they'll be appreciated and well treated, just as they always have been." Mr. Anderson is greatly surprised at these remarks, and says a little impatiently that his money is as good as any other man's. "It isn't a question of money at all," is the quick reply, "but a whim of Mr. Blank's. He's rich enough to give away the horses for nothing if he's a mind to, and he'd never feel it either. And if he can't sell 'em to the right parties, private parties, mind you. He'll send 'em to Squire Wood's and pay their board and keep 'em doing nothing for the rest of their lives." The discussion grows hot, each party becoming more and more excited, and during this war of words the horse is offered to us, as we are private gentlemen, for $200. We decline to purchase, and as we leave, Mr. Anderson of New Haven follows us. When we are well around the corner, he overtakes us and says in a low and confidential tone, "Look here, gentlemen, I suppose you don't mind making $50 in about 5 minutes? Go back and get that horse, for me, for 200. Bring him round the corner here, or over to the stable there, just around the corner on the next block, and I'll give you 250 for him, cash down. You know what I offered. The horse is well worth 300 easy, and I can make 50 on him, besides expenses to New Haven." We eagerly take the opportunity thus offered to make a neat profit of $50, and we return to buy the horse. There is some demur by the groom, because we are unknown, but not much, only enough to convince us of the sincerity of Mr. Blank and his trusty agent. The latter takes our word for it that we are what we represent, accepts the money for the horse, carefully blankets him, strokes his nose, fondly pats him on the neck, and we proudly lead him out of the stable and around the corner, where we confidently suppose Mr. Anderson awaits us. But he is not there. He is evidently at the stable he pointed out to us just around the corner. He is not in sight. Anxious inquiry at the stable reveals the fact that the people there know nothing about him. We tell our story. They bluntly inform us that we have been the victims of a fraud, as the horse is really worthless, having been doctored to make him look well. We have only the consolation of learning that hundreds of other victims have been trapped in precisely the same way. The game has been exposed in the papers over and over again, but it thrives just the same. Some years ago I wanted to buy a saddle horse, and one morning saw an advertisement of an animal that I thought might suit me. The place, as usual, was a private stable, and I went there not suspecting for a moment that there was anything crooked about it. A man and a boy were in the stable, and I thought nothing of the circumstance that the boy suddenly went out a moment after I entered. The horse was led out of his stall in response to my inquiry, and the man told me that the animal was 6 years old and belonged to a Wall Street operator whose doctor had told him he must give up horseback riding, which increased a nervous affection from which he suffered. The horse was a first-class all-rounder, he said. That is, he was excellent under the saddle and equally good in harness, was of gentle disposition, though spirited, and warranted perfectly sound and kind. He could carry my weight easily, as the Wall Street man was fully as heavy as myself, and had ridden the horse for 18 months. The price was $250. While I was examining the horse and learning his history, a large, beery-faced man entered the stable, and with an over-the-sea accent asked in a loud voice, "Where's the saddle horse Mr. Wakeman was looking at?" "Here he is, sir," replied the man in charge, indicating the very animal that I was considering. The beery-faced man brushed me aside, or rather took no notice of me, and for some minutes was entirely engrossed in examining the horse. He went over him critically, carefully inspecting his teeth, looking at his legs for ring-bone, spavins, splints, curbs, puffs, and I don't know what else, walked him around the stable, and made numerous other investigations supposed to pertain to the horse expert. Meanwhile, the boy returned, and when the examination was concluded, the stranger called him up and said in a loud and commanding voice, "Boy, go around to Mr. Wakeman's, number 192 on Blank Street, and say Dr. Bryan has looked at the horse he wrote about, and the horse is absolutely sound and just 6 years old, and worth $300 quick any day. Don't forget the name now, Mr. Wakeman, and say Dr. Bryan sent you. Remember, Dr. Bryan." The boy went to deliver the message, and the doctor went out almost immediately, never noticing my presence in any way whatever, or saying another word to the stablemen. The comedy was well played, with the exception of being overacted, and leaving on my mind the impression that it was rather odd that Dr. Bryan entrusted his message verbally to a boy he, presumably, had never seen before. Needless to say, I did not buy the horse. It occurred to me that possibly I should find Dr. Bryan at the nearest bar-room. There was one opposite the stable, and through the half-open door leading into the back room, which could easily be seen from the street, I saw the doctor seated at a table indulging in a drink with someone who appeared to be an acquaintance. This was evidently the retreat where he could be found when needed for business. A petty swindle occasionally practiced upon residents of the city is the following. A merchant goes downtown to business in the morning as usual. Along in the forenoon, a man nearly out of breath calls at his residence, who says he is a clerk in the gentleman's employ, and that just as he was crossing the street in front of his office, Mr. Blank was run over by a dray in charge of a careless drunken driver. He was not injured at all, but was covered with mud, and his clothes were so badly torn that he is quite unpresentable. He is attending to business in his back office, but cannot see anyone until he receives a decent suit of clothes from home. He wants his spare suit, the one he wore before he got the last one. In her excitement at the news of the accident, and her pleasure to know that her husband was not injured, his good wife hurries to make a bundle of the clothing asked for, and delivers it into the hands of the clerk. The clerk hurries away at the top of his walking speed. She thinks it is his anxiety to restore his employer to a presentable condition as soon as possible. But the fellow's speed comes from another motive. He turns the nearest corner and then hies to a pawn shop, where second-hand clothing can be spouted or sold. When the husband returns home to dinner, his wife is waiting for him at the door. "Oh, I am so glad you weren't hurt," she exclaims. "It gave me an awful shock." "Shock? How?" queries the mystified husband. "Oh, your clerk told me all about it, how you'd been run over and knocked down into the mud, and had your clothes torn, and— Why, I declare, you've the same suit on you had this morning." Then follows an explanation. The woman cries, and the man says something more vigorous than polite about the swindler who so cleverly got his spare suit of clothing. As they sit down to dinner, the husband and wife conclude to make the best of it, and feel happy that the scoundrel didn't take them in for more. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 30 by Thomas W. Knox. The Beggars of New York. Tramps, cheats, humbugs, and frauds. Interesting personal experiences. Victims from the country. It is estimated that nearly 6,000 beggars live and thrive in New York City. It is not strange, therefore, that among this vast number of professional loafers there should be found some whose methods of extorting money are unique. Some of them make from $25 to $60 a week, and not a few of them are so well known as to furnish a topic of conversation among those who talk over the strange life to be seen in city streets. The Charity Organization Society recently issued a circular warning the public against professional beggars, adventurers, and other undeserving persons who obtain money by imposing upon the credulity of the charitable. Even ordinary street begging is apparently more profitable than honest labor. The great city is a home for a good or bad number of tramps and an occasional refuge for many more. With the advent of summer, the tramp who has passed the winter in the city hies to the rural regions. He is in search of occupation which he never finds. In summer he wants a job at ice-cutting, and in winter he desires work in a hayfield or a market garden. Whatever employment he seeks is sure to be out of season, and as he is unable to live by honest labor, he makes up for the deficiency by begging or stealing. The winter occupation of the circulating or tourist tramp is much like that of the permanent city tramp whose sustenance is obtained by begging or fraud. He haunts the sidewalk, especially at night, and pours a tale of woe into every ear that will listen. The ordinary tale will not be heard or heeded, and his ingenuity is severely taxed to invent something that will extract cash from the pocket of his listener. Some of the tramp's tricks are worthy of record, as they display a genius that would secure a comfortable existence in respectable callings, and, not unlikely, would bring a fortune to its possessors. About 9 o'clock one night I was accosted by a man with a strong Scotch accent, who asked if I would kindly favour him with a direction, as he was a stranger in the city. As I paused to listen, he said, "Can you give me the name of any Scotch Benevolent Society?" I regretted my inability to do so, and referred him to the City Directory, which might be consulted at any hotel or drugstore. "I've looked in the directory, sir," he answered, "but can't find it. There's the St. George's Society, but that isn't open at this hour. Mr. Bedall is president of it, and the office is downtown." "I can't give you information as to any other Scottish society," said I. "These associations are things I don't know much about, and your best plan will be to ask at the nearest police station." "I've been there," was the prompt answer, "but cannot find anything about them. I am a glass engraver, and landed in New York a week ago today from Glasgow. I have been looking for work, and am promised a place day after tomorrow. Excuse my saying anything about it, sir, but the fact is I've spent all my money, and I want to find the Scottish Benevolent Society so that I can get lodgings and something to eat till I find work." He didn't ask me for any money or anything else, but the appeal was very direct. Though contrary to a rule I had long before made not to give money to applicants on the streets, I gave the fellow a quarter to pay for his lodging, and as he had eaten nothing, so he said, since morning, I accompanied him to a neighboring restaurant and gave another 25 cents to the proprietor to pay for the stranger's supper. 6 or 8 months later, I was accosted by the same man, in exactly the same words, not more than 3 or 4 blocks from the scene of my first meeting with him. I led him on, and he told precisely the same story as before, with the exception that instead of being a glass engraver, he was now a printer. He had even come from Glasgow a week ago today, just as in the first instance. "How long did you stay in America when you first came?" I asked, when his story was ended. "I never was in America before," he answered in a tone of astonishment. "I landed in New York a week ago today, for the first time." "Now, my friend," said I, "your yarn is altogether too transparent. 6 months ago you were a glass engraver, landed just a week, seeking for work, out of money, promised work day after tomorrow, and hunting a Scottish Benevolent Society to care for you in the meantime. You are the same man, story, voice, Scotch accent, size, height, dress, and everything. Here, officer, I said, as I beckoned over his shoulder to an imaginary policeman, run this man in. The fellow did not wait to be run in by the officer. He ran himself at a speed that would have done credit to a racehorse, and that was the last I ever saw of him. He probably made a mental photograph of me so that he should not repeat his mistake. That evening at the club I told the story of my adventure and how I had been defrauded by this very plausible invention of a tramp. 6 members of the club listened to me, and when I ended, no fewer than 3 of them acknowledged having been defrauded by the same fellow within the past month, and 2 of them only the evening before, and within 10 minutes of each other. The city man may think he is sharper than his cousin in the country, but he is just as likely to be taken in. The only difference is that the tale that will catch the city man must be more elaborately constructed than for the rural districts. That's all. Some years ago I was called upon by a man who said his surname was the same as mine, and he wanted to know if I knew of one Darius P. Knox, a resident of New York. I confessed that I did not know Darius and had never heard of him. Then the stranger asked if I was a native of the city, and if not, what state of the Union I came from. When I told him, he said he was from the same state, but from a part of it nearly 100 miles from my birthplace. Our families must be related, he thought, though perhaps not very closely. I admitted the possibility, and suspecting that he might be after a loan on account of relationship, I suggested that a man in the city was not supposed to have any relatives anywhere, as his life depended pretty much on himself. He parried this idea by explaining that he had just come from a western state where he had been living for 20 years. He was on his way to the home of his boyhood, and the Darius P. Knox, for whom he asked, was a cousin with whom he went to school and who came to New York many years ago, about the time the speaker sought fortune in the West. He was a clerk in a dry goods house, Darius was, said my visitor, and has been a partner in it for 10 or 12 years. The last I heard of him he was in Worth Street, number blank. But when I went there today I could not hear about him, and the store is occupied by a new firm that moved in last year. The man I saw said he did not know who the previous tenants were, and he didn't care. I suppose that's the way in a great city like this. Yes, I said, that's very much the way of the city. We care very little who are our next-door neighbors as long as they do not disturb us, and we may live in adjoining houses for years and years and never become acquainted. Many a business firm doesn't know who were the previous occupants of their premises, and some don't wish to know. When I paused, he referred again to the Darius whose name was not in the directory. He had thought the best plan would be to look up a few individuals of the same surname, and thus he might find someone who knew his missing relative. The fact is, he said, with a considerable show of reluctance, I stopped at Niagara Falls and 2 or 3 other places on my way east, and did not count the cost carefully. When I started, I had ample funds to take me to my old home, but on arriving in New York this morning, I found I had only $1 left, and I spent that for breakfast and dinner. I didn't feel uneasy, as I knew Cousin Darius would let me have all the money I needed. Now that I can't find him, I am placed in a most embarrassing position, and hardly know what to do. I shall have to walk as far as Boston, where my brother John is in the hardware business. Goodbye, he said, with a perceptible tremor in his voice. Goodbye, I responded, and saw him to the door. Sorry to have troubled you. he added, "but I won't trouble you any longer. I can get to New Rochelle by night, sleep in a shed or barn, and make Boston in about 10 days. Goodbye again." He was off, and hadn't asked for a loan or even hinted at anything of the kind. My money burned in my pocket, and whatever conscience I had rose in my throat. I called back my kinsman, loaned him $3 for a deck passage by steamer to Boston. He suggested that a deck passage was all that he needed, and I felt happier. He noted my address very carefully and said he would remit the $3 as soon as he met his brother John. As for thanks, he covered me with them an inch thick and said he would always remember me for my trusting kindness. Evidently he has remembered me. He kept the $3 as a souvenir to enable him to do so. Years have elapsed, but I have never received the money, nor have I ever had a scrap of paper acknowledging it. But I have heard of the fellow 12, yes, 20 times, and each time he has played the same game on someone else. His surname is always that of his victim, Jones, Smith, Barney, anything, in fact, that enables him to suggest a relationship and give an excuse for calling on somebody in the hope of learning the whereabouts of his long-lost cousin. The story is always the same, and the money requisite to get him to his destination is from $3 to $5. He was born in more places than the poet Homer, but unhappily he has not died in any of them. The foregoing are samples of the tricks of the male tramp, but this kind of dishonesty is not confined to men. Women are adepts in it, and some of their devices are ingenious. An old woman with a shabby, genteel air used to stand on the corner of Broadway and 23rd Street at their intersection with Fifth Avenue. "Please tell me how I can get to the 42nd Street ferry," she would say to a passer-by. The route would be indicated, and the car which would carry her there pointed out. Then she would timidly ask, "How much is the fare?" "5 cents, madam," would be the reply. "Oh, I'll have to walk. I've lost my pocketbook. Somebody must have stolen it." The suggestion naturally resulted in awakening the sympathy of the listener, who contributed the necessary 5 cents and moved on. The nickel was dropped into a capacious pocket, and in 2 or 3 minutes, after the victim was safely out of sight, the query would be repeated, and another 5 cents secured in the same way. For the sake of variety, she changed her alleged destination at every 3rd or 4th inquiry, and for some weeks she reaped quite a harvest. She made the mistake of accosting the same person 2 days in succession. The police were put on her track, and she spent a season on Blackwell's Island as the result of her money-making experiment. But as long as she was undisturbed, she managed to earn $3 or $4 a day. Another kind of feminine tramp is an Irish or German woman who pretends to be unable to read and thrusts a slip of paper into your hand with a request that you will read the address upon it and tell her how to reach it. The place is generally 3 or 4 miles away, and when the line of communication is indicated, she wishes to know how she can go there on foot, as she is out of money and must walk. The sequel is obvious. I once watched from behind a tree in Madison Square a woman who had an address for Harlem, 5 miles away, and saw her obtain her car fare, 5 cents, 4 times in succession within 20 minutes. There is another class called gentlemen tramps, men who were once respectable and in good circumstances, whose downfall has been gradual, and who grow more and more seedy in appearance every year. Some of them make a pretense of desiring work, and they are always going somewhere to answer an advertisement or to make an inquiry, but incidentally they are on the outlook for alms. One of these men, a tall and rather military-looking personage, about 50 years of age, with a white moustache and a head of curly white hair, has a regular route over which he has tramped and begged for years. He once filled a responsible position in a famous dry goods house. There is a pretense of blacking on what remains of his boots, and there is an air of ostentatious but fictitious neatness in his attire. He does not approach people promiscuously, but singles out his victims with great sagacity and care, usually selecting elderly ladies, never under any circumstances attempting to beg from a man. He walks beside his victim for some distance, looks pitifully at her, and at last he takes off his hat, approaches humbly, and plaintively pours out his tale of woe. His story is listened to courteously, and is so effectively told that the listener generally opens her purse and contributes to the tramp's relief. His polite manifestation of gratitude is extreme, and he succeeds regularly in getting contributions from the same victims many times over. At one time, a fellow made a good revenue by a shrewd trick of putting a crust of bread, the core of an apple, or some similar dainty, on the sidewalk or a doorstep, generally the latter, on some of the side streets leading out of Fifth Avenue. Then he would go 100 feet or so along the street, and when he saw a well-dressed person of either sex, he walked just a little in advance, with his eyes eagerly scanning the sidewalk and doorsteps. Suddenly, espying the crust or apple core, he rushed to secure it, and crunched it between his teeth with the manner of a man nearly famished. His movements were sure to attract attention, and if the spectator was at all benevolent and unsuspecting, the performance was sure to be rewarded. No man or woman of the least susceptibility could allow a human being to be so near starvation. He kept the business up for years. Of late I have not seen him, and presume he has retired with a competence, the reward of his industry and genius combined. He always dressed in clothing too small for him, the trousers being fully 2 inches too short for his nether limbs, and the coat buttoned so closely that it threatened to burst. The garments were threadbare, but always clean, and altogether his make-up was well adapted to his scheme, and his acting was admirable. Quite recently, when a Fulton ferry boat from Brooklyn had reached midstream, a tall, stout man who sat near the door in the ladies' cabin suddenly arose and began an address in a deep bass voice. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "I have a wife and children at 37 Marion Street, and there has not been a morsel of bread in the house for 2 days. I am weak and unable to work. For 5 weeks I was in Bellevue Hospital with a crushed leg. You can see for yourselves." The man painfully pulled up his right trouser leg and exhibited a muscular calf bound with a new linen bandage from the ankle to the swelling muscle. Then he painfully straightened himself up and drew his hands across his moistened eyes several times, and said with great agitation, "Any lady or gentleman who wants to investigate, I will give them my name and address." His face was seemingly that of an honest man. He was unshaven, but he did not have a dissipated appearance. His clothing was old, worn, and faded, but not tattered. Several of the passengers gave him money as they passed out of the cabin. A gentleman asked him what his name was. "William H. Smith, sir," he promptly replied. "I live at 37 Marion Street." The gentleman proceeded at once to 37 Marion Street. It was a small wooden house. A man who said his name was Lavery opened the door, and said his was the only family living in the house, and he indignantly denied all knowledge of any destitute W. H. Smith in the neighborhood. Unquestionably, William was an unmitigated fraud. Another man goes about from office to office in the lower part of the city, and in a very hesitating and shamefaced manner, his eyes glued to the floor for the greater part of the time, He confesses to having been in prison for 6 months, or possibly a year, and has just been released. The crime for which he was sentenced was breaking a baker's window and stealing a loaf of bread for his children when they were nearly dying of hunger. He wants to lead a better life, and in order to do so he must leave the city. He will go to the country and find employment as a farm hand, and in that new life he will be able to become an honest man, as he will be free from temptation. He has no money to pay his fare, and meekly suggests that perhaps the listener knows some railway official who will give him a pass to his destination, generally mentioning some place easily reached from New York. The story is well told and very often succeeds in extracting a small sum, 25 to 50 cents, from the pocket of the listener. The alleged prison bird has never been under lock and key at all, however much he deserves to have been, and his narrative is altogether a pleasing fiction. He does not go to the country, nor does he intend to go there. He has found that the prison and reform story is a very good one for his purpose, and he lives by it. On one occasion, however, he came to grief, and this was the way of it. He was one day working in office where there happened to be calling a gentleman who had heard his tale and contributed to his traveling expenses 2 or 3 days before. From behind a screen, the visitor recognized the voice and the story, and managed to hint to the tenant of the office to detain the fellow a few minutes. The visitor slipped out another way, and soon returned with a brawny Irishman who was in his employ, and was to go that very afternoon to New Haven by boat. On the way back he gave the Irishman his orders. On reaching the presence of the reforming convict, who had professed his willingness to go anywhere if he could only get a pass or money enough to buy a ticket, the gentleman said, "Pat, take this gentleman along with you to New Haven. He wants to go there." "Oh, I won't trouble you," said the gentleman. "It will be too much bother for you, and I can go just as well by myself." "No bother at all," was the reply. "On the contrary, it's a great pleasure. Take him along, Pat, or you'll be late for your boat. If he doesn't go quietly, let your boat go, and hand him over to the police." Pat obeyed orders, and the fellow was landed in New Haven, much against his will, but he soon brought himself back again to New York. No doubt he was homesick for the great city and its resources, but forever afterwards he shunned the vicinity of the office where he fell into the trap just described. One of the worst professional beats is the Californian with the wooden leg. His costume usually consists of a closely buttoned coat and trousers very wide at the bottom. A little black silk necktie is knotted, sailor fashion, in his shirt collar. A soft hat with about a 3-inch brim is worn carelessly on his head. He leans heavily on a cane and walks with a decided limp. He never speaks to anybody who is not looking into a store window. Approaching his victim, he says in a soft, drawling voice, "Excuse me, sir, but are you a stranger in the city?" And no matter what the answer may be, he continues, "I am here from California, and I have got a wooden leg." Then with his cane he somewhat vigorously taps the wooden leg to prove its genuineness. "And I've been walking around all night and all day on it, and haven't got any money, and if you could loan me a small amount to enable me to obtain a night's lodging and a supper, I shall be greatly obliged to you. And if you will give me your address, when my sister sends me money, I will return it to you." If questions are asked, he will produce letters to prove his identity, and then will tell how he lost his leg by being bitten by a rattlesnake in Nebraska on his way east, and show that he came further east to get better surgical assistance, and finally lost almost all of his limb and has had hard luck ever since he left the hospital. Although everything about him indicates that he is what he claims to be, he is a fraud. He has not lost his leg at all. A piece of board tied to his leg sounds very wooden when rapped with his cane. He usually selects persons who look like strangers, and that is the reason why he always speaks to those who look into store windows. He has boasted of collecting $5 a day. The snake dodge seems to be quite popular. Not long ago, a colored man was in the habit of hobbling along 6th Avenue and 14th Street with a small snake skin in one hand, a cigar box to contain contributions in the other, and a card on his breast containing the following announcement. "Friends, this is a rattlesnake which had caused me to lose my leg. I was bit by him in the dismal swamps of Virginia. I have him here on exhibition, asking you all for a little help to get an artificial leg. John Rowe." When taken into custody, he demanded a pistol that he might not survive the disgrace of his arrest. He said that on losing his leg in the manner mentioned, his neighbors in Virginia raised money to send him to New York to get a cork leg by begging. He is believed to have raised enough to have bought many legs, for the cigar box he carried was full of coin when he was arrested. As he had been repeatedly warned, he was sent to the island for 3 months. Many businessmen within a mile of the post office are familiar with Old Auntie. Auntie believes that it is better to laugh than be sighing, and so she does not descend to the common whining tricks of the ordinary street beggar. She walks into offices, and her queer little nutcracker face breaks into smiling wrinkles under the frill of her old-fashioned cap. She drops a little curtsy, holds out her skinny hand, and says, "God bless you, dearie," and when the usual scent is forthcoming, she closes her withered fingers on it, wishes the giver many blessings, and walks out to visit the next man. Rain or shine, morning and night, Old Auntie walks around from one office to another and collects toll everywhere. There are many men who are superstitious enough to believe that if they meet Auntie in her old calico gown, her little plaid shawl, and white cap early in the day, give her a penny and get in return one of those smiles which breaks her quaint face into many seams, success will go with them for the balance of the 24 hours. Old Auntie's name is Connors, and she lives in 2 rooms at the top of a tenement house in Rutgers Street, and all the money she gets over and above that needed for her simple wants finds its way across the sea to the old sod, and lightens the hardships of some of her numberless relatives there. How much she receives in a day is purely a matter of conjecture, but $3 or $4 would not be an excessive guess. A blind man is considered by nearly everyone a proper object for charity, but many of them are frauds of the worst kind. The tin signs hanging across their breasts, narrating harrowing stories of misfortune, are often gotten up for the occasion, and are sometimes painted on both sides, thus giving the beggar 2 tales to help him along. He displays the side that he thinks will prove the most effective in the locality he happens to be in. A sandy-mustached blind man, who sings plaintive airs all over town, has his father as a confederate. The father loiters in a convenient saloon in the neighborhood while the son sings. Superintendent Hebert of the Charity Organization Society recently found father and son doing a thriving business one Saturday night, and followed them when, after stopping at several saloons on the way for refreshments, they took an elevated railway train for their home in 25th Street. On the way, the son counted the contents of his pocket, and handing them to his father, said, "There's $9.57. Pretty good for one day's work, ain't it, Popper?" The pair got off at 23rd Street and visited 2 saloons, where they paid an old score as well as drank. The next time he caught the blind man, he threatened him with arrest unless he stopped begging, and cut short his answering protestations that he was starving by telling him what he had overheard when he counted his day's receipts in the elevated railway train. The impudent beggar was disconcerted at this, and, in a desire to be funny, gave himself quite away by the remark, "That $9.50 wasn't all I made. I knocked down $1 on the old man." The foregoing are only a few examples of numerous frauds that are often perpetrated upon old residents of the city. There are many more whose special object is the fleecing of countrymen, either while they are visiting the metropolis or by corresponding with them. The name of these frauds is legion, and the aggregate amount of their revenues is very great. An old trick that has been exposed in the newspapers time and again, but which is nevertheless often and successfully played, is to accost the stranger as if mistaking him for somebody else, and during the conversation ascertain his name, residence, and business. These are quickly communicated to a confederate, who meets the stranger a block or two further on, having kept him steadily in sight, and promptly recognizes him. Perhaps I can best describe the methods of this class of swindlers, who are known as bunco men or bunco steerers, by giving my own experience. I returned to New York one morning by one of the Boston boats, and was walking towards Broadway with satchel in hand, when my hand was suddenly grasped by a man who displayed all the fervor of an old friend. "How do you do, Mr. Johnson?" said he. "I am very glad to see you." "You've made a mistake, sir," I answered. "My name isn't Johnson." "What? Isn't this Mr. Johnson of Syracuse, to whom I sold a bill of goods at our house, blank and Company?" naming one of the leading dry goods houses. I assured him I was not Mr. Johnson at all, and the fellow humbly begged 1,000 pardons, adding that I resembled his friend so closely that he had made a very natural mistake. Then, eyeing me curiously, as if he could hardly believe I was not Mr. Johnson, he asked my name, and I frankly told him I was Mr. Wallace, from Concord, New Hampshire, and that I was in the hardware business. He apologized again and went on, adding, before he left me, that Mr. Johnson was a leading citizen of Syracuse, and in fact one of the prominent men of the western half of the state of New York. I could be proud to have been mistaken for him, and proud I certainly was. Before I reached Broadway, another man rushed at me with the same friendly manner, and, warmly grasping my hand, greeted me as Mr. Wallace of Concord, New Hampshire. He was Mr. Blank of the hardware house of Blank and Blank, a leading one in the city, and remembered my last visit. Was I satisfied with the goods I then bought? Of course I was, and would again honor the firm with my patronage. He rattled on at a great rate, proposed that I should breakfast with him before going to the hotel, and I accepted. Then he wanted me to step down a side street a few steps, wouldn't take 5 minutes, to look at a picture he had just bought as a present for his aunt. He knew I had excellent taste in art, and wanted my opinion. By this time we had reached Broadway, and as I was in a hurry to get home, I brought the comedy to an end by asking if he had happened to meet my old friend Johnson of Syracuse lately. He did not stop long enough to make an answer. Had I gone with the scoundrel to see the picture, I should have found myself in a pretense of a shop far enough removed from the street to prevent my escaping easily. Then my money would have been taken from me by apparently fair means, if possible, such as inducing me to buy something that was going very cheap, to lend to my new-found friend or one of his confederates, bet upon a lottery or other game, or do something that would relieve them from the charge of robbery by violence. But if all these methods had failed, they would have risked the more serious matter rather than let me leave the house unplucked. Bunco men do not confine their operations to New York City. They often make tours throughout the country, visiting other cities and plying their vocation at every opportunity. Many a farmer has been victimized by them, and learned by sad experience that a bunco man is a smooth and crafty villain. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 31 by Thomas W. Knox. Up the Spout. Pawnbrokers and their ways. A visit to the shop of my uncle. Personal experiences. If the history of every human life could be told, what surprising revelations would be made? If a list was published of the thousands of men and women who have at one time or other in their lives sought acquaintance with that interesting individual, the pawnbroker, sometimes known as my uncle, names now high in the social, political, and business worlds would be found in it, and society would stand aghast. Few there are who are willing to admit the fact that my uncle once stood to them in the relation of a friend in time of sore distress, though it must be confessed that his friendship was purely cold-blooded and measured solely by percent and pleasantness. It is a constant tendency of human nature to kick over the ladder that has helped us upward, to ignore the plank that has bridged a disagreeable stream. Occasionally, a person in the high tide of prosperity is willing to admit that the pawnbroker once upon a time rendered valuable assistance to him. A widely known and prosperous actor, now blessed with an ample fortune, in writing the reminiscences of his career, speaks of the first gold watch he ever owned. It was bought out of the profits of a remarkably successful tour, and it became a valued friend. But, he says, friends must occasionally be separated, and there were certain periods of adversity when my watch and I were compelled to stay apart. When good times came again, we were reunited, and our intimacy continued for many years. Many a watch or other valuable article of use or luxury has had a similar experience. Men whose lives are checkered sometimes provide themselves, in times of prosperity, with something easily portable and of considerable value, for the avowed purpose of spouting when adversity overtakes them. Gamblers are particularly addicted to this practice, and their proneness to diamonds, high-priced watches, and heavy chains is well known. Apart from the question of personal adornment, these gentry have a practical reason for thus investing their earnings in articles that may be convenient collaterals whenever fickle fortune frowns upon their owners. History records that even monarchs have pawned in their day, and curious matters have come therefrom. Charles the Bold, when in the Netherlands, pawned a diamond noted as being the largest in Europe. Some time afterwards he found himself in funds, and sent a page with money to redeem the diamond. On his way home with it, the page met with the misfortune of being murdered, upon hearing which Charles ordered the boy's body to be carefully preserved until he could see it. On his arrival at the scene of the assassination, Charles ordered the body to be cut open, and the diamond was found securely hidden away in a snug corner of the viscera. Pawnbrokers are not all Hebrews, though the pawnbroking business is generally supposed to be entirely in Hebrew hands. But whatever they may be, they are good judges of values of articles offered to them, and the man that cheats a pawnbroker must get up very early in the morning. Some time ago, desiring personal experience with a pawnbroker, I concluded that a spare watch would be just the thing to put in soak, so I proceeded to make a raise for the largest possible sum on the aforesaid watch. On pawnbroking thoughts intent, I wended my way to the Bowery, which can boast of far more lenders upon personal collaterals than any other part of the city. The familiar sign of 3 gilded balls hung over the door. Somebody has humorously said that these balls mean it's 2-to-1 that you never come back to redeem your pledge. The fact is that the 3 balls were the armorial bearings of the celebrated family of the Medici in Italy, who became very rich through lending money on pledges several hundred years ago. Probably very few pawnbrokers know the real origin of the sign of their trade. As I entered the establishment, a woman was at the counter, anxiously watching every expression that flitted across the countenance of a spectacled Hebrew who was closely examining some silver spoons, which appeared to be very old and were no doubt an heirloom in the woman's family. Her nervous manner and the pinched look on her face showed plainly enough that sheer want had driven her to seek for a loan at the pawnbroker's, and she impatiently waited the estimate of the sharp-nosed man on the other side of the counter. He examined the spoons with great care, and was apparently so absorbed that he seemed unaware of my entrance. He bent one of the spoons, touched it with acid, weighed it, and afterwards weighed the entire dozen, rang them on the counter, and did other things that satisfied him of the genuineness of the metal. One might think that the old-fashioned character of the spoons and the appearance of honest poverty of the woman who offered them would be a sufficient guarantee of their genuineness, but the pawnbroker takes nothing for granted. Years ago, one of the best-known and most successful pawnbrokers in New York was neatly swindled by a man who brought a magnificent diamond ring on which he wanted a loan. The usual tests were applied, the diamond proved to be genuine, and a loan was made upon it. The stone was a fine one, worth perhaps $1,000. The loan was made about the 20th of the month, and the man said he would redeem his pledge on the 1st of the following month, which he did. On the 20th, he appeared again with the ring and wanted another loan till the 1st of the following month. The tests were applied again, everything was all right, and the loan was made. Month after month, the same thing was done, and the pawnbroker at last regarded the man as a regular customer, and a very good one, too, as he proved a source of constant revenue. After a while, the dealer took the ring without testing the stone. He had become so familiar with its appearance and that of the customer that he considered the test unnecessary. Finally, the usual day for redemption came around, but the customer did not appear. On the 3rd day afterwards, the pawnbroker began to suspect that something was wrong. He took out the ring and carefully examined it. To his utter dismay, he found that though the setting was precisely the same, the stone was a false one, resembling in size, shape, and cutting the original from which it had been faithfully copied. The man never came again, and the pawnbroker learned a lesson which has never been forgotten by him or his descendants. While waiting my turn, I glanced around the shop. One side of the room was occupied by a long counter. The other side was filled with rows of shelves and pigeonholes that overflowed with mechanics' tools, musical instruments, clocks, guns, pistols, swords, drums, boots, shoes, workboxes, a complete museum. At the farther end of the room, an iron door opened into a large vault, built entirely of iron and lit with gas. Near it was a small space enclosed by an iron railing, and over the door the word "Office" was conspicuously displayed. Around the sides of the vault, which could easily be seen through the railing, were small, shallow drawers, similar to those seen in a jeweller's safe. In these drawers were placed diamonds and other precious stones, set and unset, hundreds of watches, both gold and silver, on which sums varying from $1 to $100 each had been lent. Other drawers contained finger rings, bracelets, earrings, and almost every known article of jewelry and personal adornment, while the bundles on the floor consisted of silver cups, ladles, forks, and scores of dozens of silver spoons. Above was another room, in which was stored all kinds of furniture and clothing of every description. Here were relics of better days, odd mementos of faraway lands beyond the sea, articles of domestic use of all sorts, sometimes unmentionable, for all is fish that comes to a pawnbroker's net, if only it have a market value, or if there is, in his opinion, a reasonable prospect of ultimate redemption. Hardly an article is offered upon which the pawnbroker is not begged to advance more, but his trade hardens him, and he invariably decides in accordance with what he considers his own interests. He sees before him all day long and all the year round the improvident, the reckless, the vicious, and the victims of unutterable misfortune. To return to the woman with the spoons. The pawnbroker stated the amount he was willing to loan upon the property, and though the woman pleaded hard for more, he coldly answered that it was all that he could afford. With a sigh she accepted the offer, the pawn ticket was filled out, the money was carefully counted and handed over, and the sad-eyed woman drew a veil over her face and walked out of the place. My turn had come, and I stepped forward to the counter as the dealer looked with inquiring eyes in my direction. Extending his hand, he grasped mine and gave it a hearty shake, his wrinkled face wreathed in smiles. It was an old and cunning face, and his shiny bald head seemed to make his beady eyes unnaturally bright as they peered from under shaggy brows. "My friend, what can I do for you?" he said. I humbly made known my request, at the same time producing my watch. He took it in his hand, picked up a strong magnifying glass, which he directed upon the works, and carefully scanned the movement. Then he examined the case, touched it with acid by means of a bottle with a pointed stopper of glass, critically inspected the marks on the inside of the case, and said, with a deep sigh, "How much you want, eh?" "Well, I would like $50. $50? He exclaimed wildly. "What? On this old watch? My friend, what for you blackguard me? I loan you $15 and no more." "But that is a fine watch, and only 3 years ago it cost me 200 and—" "You think I am a fool already, eh? You want to cheat and ruin me, is it? I sells you a better watch as that for $50. You see those movements, eh? Look, that is an old watch gone to pieces already, and I could not so much as get more as $40 for that same watch. Das is a fact." And he gave the watch a contemptuous toss to one side. "Loan me 30, I begged, with all the pathos I could muster in voice and manner, and I will try and get along." "My friend, I want to help you, and I would never cheat you. Don't you believe it? And what I tell you shall be sacred. I tell you what I do. I give you $20, and so sure as my name is Simon Levy, that is just what that watch is worth." "No, I'll go somewhere else," I slowly said, with a perceptible tremor in my voice as I picked up the watch and started for the door. "Hold on, my friend," said Simon. "Hold on a little. Don't go away. I will do better by you as anybody in the business. I have been transacting business for these 40 years. Look," he said, as he waved his skinny hand toward the crowded shelves. "You see those packages from fine gentlemen and ladies just like you. Do you think they would trade mit Simon Levy if he cheated? I tell you what I do, and someday you shall say that same Simon Levy was indeed your friend. Shh." He glanced around the room to see that no one was within hearing, and putting both hands to his mouth and his mouth close to my ear, he said in a confidential whisper, "You shall have 25, but don't give it away." And with a patronizing slap on my back, he added, "And remember that Simon Levy is always your friend." I accepted his offer, but before closing the business he asked who I was and how long I had had the watch. He did not wish to run a chance of buying stolen property and run the risk of losing it with the amount he had lent upon it. He had already studied me carefully and no doubt concluded that I was an honest man, By means of letters in my pocket, I was able to prove my identity and my place of residence. He was satisfied, and the transaction was soon completed. Among the 110 licensed pawnbrokers in New York City, there is a fair proportion who take pains to prevent lending money upon stolen goods. The reputable men in the trade will not lend money to suspicious persons, and if anything is offered that they have reason to believe or suspect has been stolen, they notify the police at once. Important arrests have thus been made through pawnbrokers, stolen goods recovered, and the thieves sent to prison. Police captains have the legal right to examine the books of all pawnbrokers when seeking to trace stolen property, and if it is found in their possession, they must give it up on the order of a police magistrate. Pending the trial of the persons accused of stealing, the pawned articles are in the custody of the property clerk at police headquarters. If the owner does not prosecute, or if there is no conviction, the property goes back to the pawnbroker, and the owner cannot recover it without paying the amount of the loan with interest. But if the thief is convicted and the ownership of the property proven, the pawnbroker is out to the amount of his loan and all charges upon it. Hence comes much of the reluctance of pawnbrokers to deal with suspicious persons. The pawnbroker is forbidden by law to ask or receive a greater rate of interest on amounts less than $100 than 3% a month for the first 6 months and 2% for succeeding months. Where the amount loaned exceeds $100, he may receive only 2% a month for the first 6 months and 1% monthly for succeeding months. He is required to keep every article not less than 1 year before selling it, and must sell everything by auction, which must be advertised in the daily papers and conducted by a licensed auctioneer. The law forbids him to buy on his own account articles that have been pawned to him, but this provision of law can be and is evaded by his getting a friend to make the purchase for him. A few days later I went back to the pawnshop and redeemed the watch I had pledged. I paid 3% for the loan, the law making no account of fractions of a month. Whether one redeems in 1 day or 1 month, the charge is the same, and if the time runs over a single day into the 2nd month, the charge is the same as for 2 months. If I had not redeemed the watch, Simon would have kept it a year and then sold it at auction, and quite likely, as he is no doubt an honest man for a pawnbroker, he would have obtained $75 for it at a fairly conducted sale. He would have had his loan back with interest and much more besides. By a recent law of the state of New York, the surplus remaining after the payment of the loan and interest belongs to the owner of the goods and not to the lender. In practice, it usually falls into the hands of the lender and stays there, as the general public is ignorant of the law, and the broker does not take much trouble to hunt up his creditors. The law in regard to keeping the articles a full year before selling them is very strict, though it is sometimes violated. Every person carrying on the business of a pawnbroker must pay $500 for a license and give bonds for $10,000 that he will conduct his operations in conformity with the law. But there are many men who conduct a pawnbroking business in defiance of the law, or rather by an evasion of it. The spout exists in the offices of most pawnbrokers, and is simply a spout or dumbwaiter leading to an upper room where the pawned goods of bulk are stored. My watch did not literally go up the spout, but into Simon's safe. But if I had pawned my overcoat or suit of clothes, I would have seen the bundle disappear in the dumbwaiter after being duly marked and labeled. Ladies' dresses are hung up, as they would be injured by folding. Hence arises the slang term of hung up for an article that has been pledged at the pawnbroker's. In the case of articles that are really and literally hung up, a small charge is made for the extra care required. An exorbitant rate of interest is charged, probably because the great majority of loans are in small sums, most of them less than $5. Suppose one borrows $2 on an article left with a pawnbroker and has the use of the money for a month. The dealer must issue a ticket, label the article, and place it where it can be found at a moment's notice whenever the owner calls to redeem it, and all the dealer gets for his trouble and the use of his money is 6 cents. And if the loan has been $1 instead of 2, he has the same amount of trouble, all for 3 cents. If he ventures to charge more, except for a dress or other things that must be hung up as already described, or for tar paper in which to protect woolen goods from moths, he is liable to lose the license for which he has paid $500. When it comes to the loan of large sums, the case is different, as the law fixes a lower rate of interest. There is a practice quite common among small dealers in jewelry and precious stones of pledging their goods with pawnbrokers and selling them while thus deposited. The transaction is made by selling the pawn ticket, and with it an order for the delivery of the goods on payment of the loan. In some of the daily papers almost any morning one will see offers of pawn tickets for watches, jewelry, and the like for sale. The holder of the ticket will probably ask about the face value of the ticket in cash. As the amount of the loan is supposed to be less than half the value of the goods, there is a fair margin for profit at this rate. In transactions of this sort, there is danger of the pawnbroker being dishonest, and in a conspiracy which has cheating for its object. The fellow conspirator with the pawnbroker pledges jewelry to the nominal value of $200 and receives a pawn ticket saying that the amount of the loan is $75. He sells it to me for an advance, say, of $75, and I go to the brokers and redeem the goods. They have cost me altogether $150, besides the interest on the loan. When it is too late to help myself, I discover that the precious metal is brass instead of gold, and the jewels not genuine. If I go to the pawnbroker, he expresses great surprise and denounces the other man for having swindled him, and if I press the matter, he will quite likely accuse me of having changed the goods with an intention to defraud. I am practically helpless, as I cannot prove any intentional deceit on the broker's part. If the articles in a pawn shop could speak, what stories of suffering and sorrow they could tell. Hard times come upon men and women, and a visit to the pawnbroker often becomes a necessity to keep the wolf from the door, or pay the demands of an inexorable landlord. Some article that can best be spared is taken from the scanty store and pledged with the pawnbroker, nearly always with a hope of its speedy redemption. It may be an heirloom in the family, or a souvenir of early love, or something around which many tender associations are clustered. Tears are shed as it disappears up the spout, but the tears are lessened by the expectation that the cherished pledge will soon return to its place. Alas, too often redemption is impossible, and something else must be pawned to avert starvation. And so the sad story goes on, till at last there is nothing left which the pawnbroker will receive. The end is near. House, home, possessions are gone, and the street, the poorhouse, and finally the pauper's grave write "Fini" to the tale. That the pawnshop has its legitimate uses, and that it has been of material service to individuals in time of distress, cannot be questioned. The evil consists mainly in the abuses of the system, and our legislators have wisely sought to so regulate the business as to reduce these abuses to a minimum, rather than try to suppress the pawnshop altogether. The abuses come partly from the pawnbroker and partly from his patrons. It has been shown how the dishonest pawnbroker may serve as a screen for thieves and facilitate crime, a charge from which the honest and law-abiding lender is free. With a great part of the public, the pawnshop encourages improvident habits by making borrowing easy, and in 9 cases out of 10, the way to the dram house lies through the pawnbrokers. Take from the pawnbroker's business all the money that his patrons spend for drink, and the sign of the 3 gilded balls would disappear from more than half the shops that now display them, for the simple reason that my numerous uncles would be without patronage. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 32 by Thomas W. Knox. Street vendors and sidewalk merchants, how skin games and petty swindles are played. Beaten the angels for lion. An interesting feature of metropolitan life is the army of street vendors of many names and kinds to be met on every hand. A stroll along Broadway or the Bowery or in the vicinity of City Hall brings to view many of these itinerant merchants who literally swarm in some portions of the city and manage to make a living out of the public, and some of them make a very good living, too. I remember a peddler of pocket cutlery who every evening used to haunt the corridors of hotels and stroll through beer saloons, bar rooms, and other places open to the public. He was known as Jake and was of German origin. Sometimes he was called Dutch Jake and sometimes Dirty Jake, the former appellation having reference to his nationality and the latter to his personal appearance. He was very melancholy of visage. He never asked you to purchase his wares, but the silent appeal of his beseeching look, his unwashed face and uncombed hair, his sad physiognomy, and his threadbare clothing as he stood speechless in front of a possible patron, and displayed a soiled roll of leather holding 2 or 3 dozen pocket-knives and scissors of all sizes and kinds, was enough to melt any heart not absolutely adamantine. Many a time Jake has unrolled his leather case beneath my nose and held it there without saying a word. If I paid no attention to him, he rolled it up in a minute or so, and with a deep sigh walked slowly away. If I showed an interest in his misfortune and asked the price of the knives, there was a gleam of sunshine across his face that seemed to say he was about to be saved from starvation. If I bought a knife or a pair of scissors, he was somehow never able to make change, as if he hadn't a cent about him. When he received his money, he thanked me stolidly, and the fervor with which he grasped the coin convinced me that I had performed an act of real charity to a deserving man who was too proud to beg, and had only a slender stock in trade with which to support himself and possibly a suffering family of children. Often out of a feeling of commiseration for poor Jake, my friends and I have bought things we did not want, and consequently we have more than once had an overstock of knives and scissors. One day a case came before the courts in which a supposed rich man, who lived with his wife at a fashionable hotel, had sought to defraud a money-lender out of several $1,000s. The money-lender proved to be no other than Dirty Jake of the sorrowful countenance and threadbare clothes, and it transpired that he had made a great deal of money by peddling knives and scissors in the manner described. His days were devoted to negotiating loans at high rates of interest, and his evenings to peddling his wares and securing customers by his abject manner and deceptive appearance of great poverty and utter despair. Jake is by no means a solitary example of the thriving peddlers who haunt the streets of New York and secure patronage through sympathy. There are beggars of all kinds who solicit alms under very thin disguises of commerce, and some of them live in a style often surpassing that of the persons who contribute to their support. On 14th Street, there has been on pleasant afternoons for many years a gray-bearded man who exhibits a model of a ship tossing on model waves, and very poor models of ship and waves they are. On the box that supports the glass case containing these nautical curiosities is a placard announcing that the ship is the work of a poor sailor. The inference is plain enough that the poor sailor is the old gray-bearded, weather-beaten, and nautically apparelled man in charge of the exhibit. A tin cup on the box receives contributions, and many are the pennies and nickels that find their way into it. It is said that the money thus received pays the rent of a comfortable apartment in a building in a respectable quarter, and also supports a family of 3 persons in comfort and even luxury. Not a stroke of work is done by any member of the family. The daily receipts of the tin cup of the poor sailor enable the family to keep 2 servants, and the wife and daughter of the exhibitor, who is neither sailor nor model builder, are good patrons of fashionable stores. Street merchants are more numerous in the lower part of the city than in the residence portion, though they are by no means unknown in any quarter. Many of them often stick to their trade from year to year. One old candy woman has for years taken up her quarters in close proximity to one of the public schools, where she patiently sits day after day beneath an old umbrella hung over the fence. The lowest grade of street merchants deal in shoestrings, which they carry in large bundles across their arms or hung by hundreds about their necks. Shoestring peddlers are mostly of Hebrew origin, and it is not unlikely that they make a large return for their industry. Of the same nationality are the peddlers of combs and collar buttons, whose stock in trade is carried in a small basket or tray, usually suspended by straps passing around the neck. The collar-button peddler is often a very convenient merchant for the ordinary citizen to encounter, for these little indispensable articles of personal use are constantly breaking or rolling out of sight, and when wanted are very much wanted indeed, and many a man can testify that the collar-button merchant has often relieved embarrassment of this sort for a very small pecuniary consideration. Side by side with a blind man who sells pencils and is almost literally covered with them, is the vendor of a little instrument for threading needles, who has been over 20 years in this business, to my knowledge, and always in the region around the post office and city hall. The best evidence that he has made it pay is the fact that he has spent nearly a lifetime in following his humble occupation. Not far away is a song vendor who sells sheets of songs of the most recent date. Iron fences in front of churches or elsewhere are often utilized by these sidewalk music dealers, who stretch strings along them on which hundreds of printed songs are fastened by clothespins. In the upper part of the city, numerous Italian girls, decked in raiment of many colors, carry small baskets full of notions and trinkets through the streets, and look with beseeching eyes at every passer-by. The tooth-powder man is a curiosity. Standing on a street corner, he vociferously offers to polish, free of charge, the teeth of any boy who wishes to be made dentally presentable. There is generally no lack of candidates, and when one offers himself as a sacrifice, his teeth are turned from black or yellow to pearly white in an astonishingly short time by using a brush covered with a white powder. The tooth-powder artist scrubs the teeth of his candidates much as he would polish a boot, and without any regard to the comfort of the patient during the operation. He convinces his patrons that there is nothing injurious in his compound by taking a spoonful of it in his own mouth and allowing it to dissolve there. Exactly what the preparation is, no one can say positively, but that it is a powerful acid is very evident from its prompt action in removing discoloration from the teeth. One of the most interesting class of peddlers are the vendors of fruits and vegetables in their season, most of whom have a peculiar way of effecting sales. A makeshift of a wagon is loaded with oranges, apples, strawberries, melons, lemons, or any fruit or vegetable that happens to be abundant, and the driver, who must first procure a license from the proper city authorities, proceeds to patrol the cheap residence streets. Before doing so, he engages a shouter, as he is technically called, a fellow with stentorian lungs who is capable of making himself audible for an incredibly long distance. While the driver directs his animal, usually nothing but skin and bones, at a slow pace, the shouter proclaims the wares that are for sale. Sometimes the shouter aids the driver in selling his goods and making change, while at others he is engaged for his voice only, like an opera singer, and disdains the manual or intellectual part of the business. These shouters are to be found around the markets and other places where the fruits are obtained by the peddlers before starting on their rounds, and their wages vary from $1 to $2 or even $3 a day, according to length of service and power of lungs. The shouter also exercises his abilities by selling extra editions of the newspapers in the evening. Half a dozen shouters, each with a quantity of extras under his arm, start uptown from Union Station at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening and make noise enough to drown all other street sounds. All that can be distinguished is, "Extra, extra! Here's your extra evening paper! Great! Wow, 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 wow!" It is impossible to guess what has happened, and it is not the shouter's business to let you know until you have bought the paper. That something terrible has occurred is certain, and you rush to buy the extra containing the frightful intelligence. You open it nervously and find that the clamshells have beaten the lobsters at baseball, or the racehorse mudlark has outrun his rival foghorn by half a neck. The retreating form of the shouter is already far away. There are peddlers who dispense cologne water of a wretched quality. It is water with a little odorous extract in it to give a perfume, and possibly the stopper of the bottle has been dipped in a genuine cologne to give a good smell. There are peddlers of court plaster and of clothes hooks, Italian boys with pretzels strung on long poles, and there are several corners where one may find men selling small bookcases made by stringing 3 or 4 shelves upon wires. The shoe-blacking man has a section of a freshly polished boot that reflects every object near it, and the dealer in stove polish has a piece of iron that shines with the luster of a newly cast piece of bronze. Near him is a man whose stock in trade is one of the numerous preparations for mending broken china, and he exhibits a broken and mended plate or saucer suspended in a frame with a weight of 5 or 10 pounds hung to the lower half to show that the 2 sections cannot be pulled apart. The cash-paid-for-rags man may be found throughout the tenement house districts, though he is by no means unknown in more fashionable localities. He is a formidable rival of the shouter in strength of lungs. The dealer in toy balloons is not far away. The balloons are from 6 to 12 inches in diameter and inflated with gas. Occasionally, a reckless fellow who is apparently willing to be amused at the expense of the peddler, generally an Italian, slips up behind him and slyly cuts the strings of the balloons. Away they soar heavenward, and the frantic sufferer fills the air with bitter laments and impious imprecations. A crowd quickly assembles, and the sympathetic spectators show their pity for the unfortunate Italian by contributing a sufficient amount of money to pay for his lost stock in trade, and very often they leave him something more. The excitement is soon over, and the grateful balloon merchant leaves, ostensibly to buy new stock. If we follow him closely for a few minutes, we shall quite likely find him around the corner, chatting familiarly and dividing the proceeds with the man who cut the strings, and only then do we realize that the whole affair was a put-up job. So, too, is the trick of the dealer in plaster images, whose stand is upset by a drunken ruffian who staggers away quite oblivious of the ruin he has wrought, to the great dismay and consternation of the poor dealer in works of art. The ruffian and dealer are in partnership, and this method of disposing of the frail plaster is quicker and far more lucrative than the old way of selling it piece by piece to legitimate purchasers. Another trick of street trade is often successfully carried out by street dealers in kindling wood. The time chosen for its execution is usually early evening, and a side street uptown is the place generally selected. Paterfamilias, who possibly has just finished dinner, hears a tremendous shouting in the street in front of his house, and rushes to the window to see what dreadful thing has happened. Two men, with a load of kindling wood in a wagon, are in the middle of the street. Their horse has fallen to the ground, and is evidently unable to rise. The men hold a solemn consultation, and then one of them approaches the house slowly and timidly rings the bell. He explains that he and his friend had a load of kindling wood to deliver in the next street, for which they were to collect $2. The horse is old and very weak, and was suddenly taken sick. He cannot possibly draw the load, and if they succeed in getting him to his feet, they will be fortunate if they can induce him to pull an empty wagon. As for the loaded one, it is quite beyond his strength. Under these circumstances, paterfamilias is asked to buy the kindling wood as an act of charity for a suffering animal and a perplexed driver, so that the men can return to their employer with the money. To assure paterfamilias of the correctness of this plausible story, a bill for the kindling wood is shown, and his careful attention is called to the words, "Collect $2." So he buys the wood, though he did not really want it. He has storage room in his cellar, and the wood is speedily dumped through the coal hole in the sidewalk. When he looks at the wood next morning, he finds that it would have been dear at half the price paid for it. He soberly mentions the circumstance to a friend, who consoles him by laughing at the way he has been taken in by the kindling wood trick. Yes, it is a melancholy fact that he was the victim of the worst and meanest kind of swindle, because it was perpetrated in the name of kindness to men or animals, or both. It may be a slight consolation to paterfamilias to know that many another old resident has suffered by the same fraud. Another swindler, who plays upon the cupidity of mankind rather than upon their good nature, is the man who offers to sell 4 boxes of soap for $1 each. To convince spectators that the purchase will be a profitable one, he actually puts a $10 bill in one box, a $5 bill in the second, and a $2 bill in the third. In the fourth box, there is nothing but the cake of soap, and very poor soap at that. Now he tells his listeners that for $1, they can draw any one of the boxes. Whereupon, after some hesitation, a man who is apparently a stranger, but who is in reality a Confederate, steps forward, pays his $1, and of course he draws one of the boxes containing money, either $2 or $5. The other money boxes remain, and also the blank one. Confidence is soon inspired in the crowd of onlookers, and an unsuspecting and bona fide purchaser, who has all the time closely watched the proceedings and is quite certain that he has a sure thing, now tries his hand. But somehow he always finds a blank in his box, and should he draw a score of times in succession, his luck will always be the same. It is a skin game, successfully executed by a skillful performance of sleight of hand, aided by confederates who do everything in their power to confuse the unlucky buyer. The man who dispenses soda water at 2 cents a glass and ice cream at 1 cent a plate is sure of liberal patronage from gamins and newsboys, a crowd of whom may generally be found about the vendor's stand. The street peddler not far off, who deals in figs and dates, and who is equipped with a hand-cart and a large stock of tempting fruit, is evidently a facetious fellow, for he has labelled one of his packages with the words, "Latest dates from Constantinople." He is waggish, but he nevertheless has a wonderfully sharp eye for business, and an abundance of nerve, too. As one stands a dozen yards away, he reads on a placard, "Only 15 cents a pound." The unsuspecting customer, tempted by the quality of the fruit and the low price, approaches nearer and buys a pound, for which he is charged 30 cents instead of 15. Indignantly he calls the dealer's attention to the mistake, and by way of emphasizing his remarks he points to the placard on which the price is stated. Alas, a close inspection reveals the figures 1/2 immediately following the capital A. The letters and figures forming the placard, as first read, are fully 3 inches in height, while the 1/2 is not over half an inch, and is never noticed by the hasty purchaser. Sidewalk vendors of cheap clothing and dry goods abound in the lower part of the city. Some of them do a legitimate business, though as a rule the curbstone merchant will bear watching. The street vendor has a good knowledge of human nature, and very often he does not hold his fellow men in high esteem. Some people think he relies upon the stranger for the most of his patronage, but if you talk with one of them, after getting into his confidence, he will very likely tell you such is not the case. "The city's full of muffs," said one of these fellows recently when I interviewed him. "Talk about the hayseeds from the country," he continued. "The city jay is the readiest of 'em all to be gulled. There's men standing round on every corner or passing along by here every minute, just waiting for somebody like me to come along and sell 'em anything. Nobody need starve in New York if he's got any grit about him, I can tell you that. Let me tell you what I did. One day, last week, I went in to play policy just for the fun of the thing, you know, and when I came out of the place, kind of dazed-like, I had just 20 cents left. Everything else was gone, and I wondered for a minute what on earth I'd do. It didn't take me more'n a minute, though, to make up my mind. I went into the first grocery I come across and bought 2 cakes of common laundry soap and 3 cents worth of blue tissue paper. I borrowed a knife and cut up my soap into thin slices and wrapped each slice up nice and tidy-like, as though it had been done in a big shop. Then I went down on the Bowery just as men were coming out for their hour at noon, and grabbed hold of the first one I see with grease on his coat collar, and I didn't have to wait long to find him, you bet. I told him I'd clean his coat up nice for nothing if he'd only give me 5 minutes. Well, sir, before the 5 minutes was up, I had a big crowd around me, and I did his coat up so's you couldn't see a bit of grease on it. 'Twas just as clean as though it had come spick and span new from the tailor's. Perhaps you don't know, but you can wet a grease spot, and it won't show for 2 hours or so. Only if you give it time to dry, it'll be out again about as plain as ever. When I got the feller's coat fixed all right, I turned to the crowd and says I, "Here you are, gents. You see what the great chain lightnin' double refined centennial night bloomin' serious soap will do? Invented by a Frenchman who spent 20 years finding out what it ought to be made of and spoiled 13,000 coats before he hit it exactly right. A British syndicate's been after the secret and offered him £10,000 cash down and no back talk for the rights for New York City, but he refused it, and him and me's in partnership for 2 years, and nobody else hasn't any right to sell it. Here you are, the great patent grease eradicator. Make a coat or carpet as good as new, and all in 5 minutes with a twist of your wrist that anybody is only to try to find out he can do it. Only 25 cents a cake, gents, and will save you $5 in having your clothes cleaned and made good as new, no matter if they's a dozen years old." Well, sir, I kept right on talking in that style, saying anything that came into my head and just beating the angels for lying. In less than half an hour, I'd sold out my whole stock and made $8.50, and back I went to the grocery and got more soap, and was selling it like hotcakes when a cop took me up for selling without a license. I let him start off with me and a big crowd a-follerin', and then I hauled my license on him, and he let me go. I've worked the soap racket pretty well out just now, and I'm going into the cheap pocketbook and pencil line. The pocketbooks look first-rate, and they sells well, and you know why? I acknowledged my ignorance and asked to be enlightened. They look well, and they're cheap, and that's what catches the gulls, said the vendor. I tell you, everybody likes to be humbugged, though there ain't many as'll acknowledge it. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 33, by Thomas W. Knox. Gamblers and Gambling. A midnight visit to gambling houses of high and low degree. A glimpse behind the scenes. In spite of all the laws that have been made against it, gambling in various forms continues to flourish in the great city. Gambling houses are of all grades, from the high-class and costly establishments in the neighborhood of Madison Square, down to the low-class houses of the Bowery and Water Street. Most of them are only open during the evening, but there are some which are known as day houses, where fortune can be tempted at almost any hour. Closely connected with and well known to the profession is a roper-in, capper, or steerer, whose vocation is to bring business to the gambling houses. He is always well-dressed and constantly on the watch for non-residents who wish to see the sights in the Metropolis, and the gambles of the tiger are one phase of life in which many strangers manifest uncommon interest. The capper expects, and will receive, a liberal commission on all money dropped by visitors under his guidance in whatever place is entered. Before starting out, the capper generally suggests a round of drinks, and leads the way to a fashionable bar-room. He always insists upon paying the bill, for while he is ostensibly doing his companion a great service in spending his time in showing him the sights, it is a part of his business to appear liberal. Besides, he intends to be paid in the end out of his visitor's pocket. The gambling house does not pay all these incidental expenses. If the visitor fails to lose any money at the gambling tables, the capper has spent his time and money to no purpose. But the principle of general average comes in here very well. What he loses on a bad customer, he makes up on a good one, as his commission is usually large. He may spend $5 in showing a visitor about tonight and get nothing in return. But perhaps tomorrow he will find a victim who drops several hundreds or thousands of dollars at roulette or faro, of which the capper will receive from 20 to 40%. Arrived at the door of a fashionable gambling house with a visitor under his care, the capper rings the bell. A little wicket is opened, and the party is inspected by a man inside, generally a Negro in faultless evening dress, who has been a long time in the service of the place and knows the faces of all its frequenters. The capper says, "All right, Charlie," and is at once recognized. The wicket closes, the heavy door silently swings open, and the party is admitted. Generally, the playroom is up one flight of stairs, though it is sometimes on the parlor floor. Wherever it is, the capper leads the way, nods familiarly to several of the habitués of the place, and introduces the visitor, who is thus ensured a cordial reception. The proprietor invites him to take something at a sideboard, which is equipped with the choicest liquors in the market, and the choicest cigars as well. It is a matter of common notoriety that the very best liquors that money can buy are those which are served, free of charge, to the patrons of these high-class gambling houses. A visitor can drink, smoke, look on, stroll about the handsomely furnished rooms, do whatever he likes, and is never urged to play. But if he shows a desire to do so, he is readily accommodated, and his friend the capper will often set the example by taking a hand in the game just for fun. Whether the capper wins or loses, it makes no difference to his pockets, as his own winnings are secretly returned to the proprietor, and his losses, if any, are as secretly made up to him. About midnight there is a pause for supper, which is always an elegant and sometimes an elaborate repast, served hot and comprised of all the delicacies in the market. The supper is free to everybody in the house, and so are the fine wines that are served with it. The visitor enjoys the supper and wonders how the managers can afford to give away so much every night, especially as everything is of the best. If the visitor did not leave his conscience at his hotel, it begins to prick him a little as he rises from the supper table, and he is very apt to say to himself, "I must certainly play a little, for I don't like to sneak out without showing my appreciation of this elegant hospitality. If I drop $5 or $10, no matter, it will no more than pay for my supper." The visitor sits down at the roulette or faro table with that object in view. He feels kindly towards all the world, and especially to the gentlemanly gamblers who have entertained him so handsomely, with never a hint that he should patronize the game. He is warmed with the wine, at peace with the whole human race, and in exactly the mood that the gambler desires him to be. He begins to play. To his pleasure, and somewhat to his surprise, instead of losing, he wins steadily, and soon has made a handsome sum. Of course, he doesn't want to carry away the money of his host. That would be an abuse of good treatment not to be thought of for a moment. So he risks it again and again, and at last becomes wholly absorbed in the game. After a while, his luck changes, and he loses as rapidly and steadily as he won before. If he rises from the table a loser only of the $5 or $10 he was willing to give for his supper, he is far more fortunate than the great majority of players. The chances are even that he will lose $50, $100, perhaps $200 or $300 if he happens to have that amount in his possession, and then he will probably be able to understand why the proprietors can spread such a magnificent free supper with its choice wines and liquors and still make money. Should a visitor partake too freely of wine and become troublesome, he is quietly ejected, and the doorkeeper has orders to refuse him admittance in future. There is nothing so much abhorred by the high-class gambler as a row, and a gambling house such as I have described could give lessons in good behavior to many a man who considers himself altogether too respectable to be seen in its neighborhood. Decorous politeness prevails throughout the whole establishment. There may be free conversation, which is generally carried on in subdued tones among those not in the games, but it is an unwritten law that the players shall not be in the least disturbed. Enormous stakes have been played for in some of these gambling houses, and sometimes the winnings of an establishment have been $50,000 or $100,000 in a single night. But this is only a very rare occurrence, and only happens when a young millionaire, or perhaps an old one, is enjoying the lavish hospitality of the house and loses his balance through taking too much wine. Some years ago a man lost $118,000 in 2 sittings of about 4 hours each. He had recently come into possession of a large fortune, which he managed to lose in less than a year after receiving it. Ultimately, he became a capper for the very house where the bulk of his money was lost, but his dissipated habits prevented his success even at this kind of business, and he died in a garret on the east side of the city and was buried at public expense in a pauper's grave. All the high-class establishments conduct what they call a square game. That is, no advantage is taken of the player by means of apparatus, marked cards, unfair dealing, and the like. The player has against him the ordinary percentages of the game, which all may know about, and the still greater percentage of the tendency of human nature to be fascinated by the turns of the wheel of fortune and continue to play after losing heavily in the hope of retrieving losses. Dishonest modes of playing are known as skin games. The square gamblers look down upon these flayers with undisguised contempt and hold no relation with them, at least ostensibly. An intoxicated man is more satisfactory prey for the skinners than a sober one, and the rules that govern the fashionable houses do not prevail in those of lower grade. Even a sober man who enters one of these low concerns is generally unable to detect the fraud practiced upon him, and sometimes so skillfully is he swindled that he will defend with the greatest vehemence any assertion that he was unfairly deprived of his money. The fleecing or skinning is done in various ways. If the game is faro, the cards are dealt from a metal box with their faces uppermost, while the bets are placed upon the layout, a painted cloth on which all the faces of the cards are represented. The dishonest dealer at faro has a box so arranged that he can remove 2 cards at once, and the cards are sufficiently transparent to enable him to know the character of the second card from the top. The case-keeper, who keeps the tally of the cards as they come from the box, sits near the dealer and is in league with him, so that when all the cards have been dealt, the record will be correct. The fraud consists in removing 2 cards instead of 1, whenever it is to the advantage of the house to do so. Roulette is played with a wheel, whence its name, which whirls in a wooden basin in the center of the table where the game is played. When the wheel is started in one direction, a small marble or ivory ball is sent flying around the interior of the basin in the opposite course, and is kept at the outer edge for 3 or 4 minutes by centrifugal force. Gradually its speed diminishes, and so does that of the wheel, and finally the ball drops into one of 38 compartments at the edge of the wheel. A painted layout on the table receives the bets of the players, which are made while the wheel and ball are in motion. A man may bet on a single number, and if he wins, he receives his stake back, and 35 times as much. If on 2 numbers, and one of them wins, he receives 18 times his stake, and so on. There are 36 numbers and 2 zero compartments, and the advantages of the bank are when the ball falls into either the single or the double zero. Half the compartments are odd and half even, and they are also divided between red and black. A player may bet on an odd or an even number, and also on the winning color. Honestly played, roulette is purely a game of chance, with the advantages of bank and player exactly the same, with the exception of the zeros already mentioned. But the dealer of the skin game at roulette has a very delicate apparatus, worked by fine wires under the table, by which he can direct the course of the ball into any compartment desired. If the majority of the bets are on black, he can drop the ball into the red, or vice versa, and it is needless to say that he always manipulates the apparatus in favor of the bank. At various times the police have captured gambling apparatus that was skillfully constructed for the deception of the wary as well as of the unsuspecting. In one instance it was found that the manipulation of the wheel for purposes of dishonesty was controlled by a man who was on the floor above and could survey the table below him through a stucco ornament in the ceiling. The dealer started the ball and wheel, and then innocently held his hands upon the table as a guarantee to any suspecting person that he was not working the wires. But they were worked all the same, and very successfully too. Electricity has been made to play an important part in managing the roulette wheel in the interest of the proprietors of the game. To convince patrons that everything is honestly conducted, the wheel and the bowl containing it are supported on legs resting in the center of the table, and before the game begins the wheel is lifted in order that the most skeptical may be convinced that there are no wires to be operated from below or above. When every spectator is satisfied, the wheel is replaced exactly where it stood before, and business goes on. The places where the legs are to rest are indicated by spots on the green cloth with which the table is usually covered, or what appear to be nothing more than depressions in the cloth, caused by the weight of the apparatus. The fact is that there is a metallic connection through these spots by means of fine points of copper or steel, invisible to the naked eye, and when the wheel is restored to its former position, the points come in contact with the feet, which are also metallic. By the skillful manipulation of electric keys performed on the floor above, or by a spectator at the end or side of the table, the little ball can be directed into the black or red compartments at will, or made to avoid numbers on which the heaviest bets have been placed. In all gambling places of the lower grades, it is a rule of the establishment not to allow a man to leave until he has parted with his money, with the possible exception of a few dollars to enable him to leave the city and so get out of the way of complaining. If he is too wary to risk all at the table, he is plied with liquor, and the liquor is generally drugged so that it will speedily accomplish its work. If this does not induce him to be reckless in his play, the drugging is continued until he is in a state of insensibility, and then his pockets are rifled of everything valuable. The next step is to be rid of his company. A carriage is called, and he is led or carried to it by two men who represent to the driver that their friend has taken a drop too much, and they are taking him home. The carriage is not called to the door of the house, but waits on the corner, or perhaps a full block away, in order that, in case of unpleasant results, the driver cannot testify that he took the man in at any particular house. The carriage is driven to a secluded street and halted on a corner. The driver is paid off and dismissed, and after he goes away, the victim is deposited on a doorstep and left there. Sometimes he comes to himself after a time, but more often he is arrested by the police. In either case, he is unable to tell how he happened to be in that street and on that particular doorstep. The last that he remembers is that he was in a gambling house, but as he was taken there by a friend, he cannot say where it was. If he is brought before a police justice in the morning, it is quite likely that he will get 10 days or a longer period on Blackwell's Island, in default of being able to pay his fine. But every victim of the gambler does not escape with a short imprisonment. The motto that dead men tell no tales is not unknown to the gambling fraternity, and if the water that surrounds Manhattan Island could speak, it could make revelations that would fill every reader with horror. Every year there are dozens of mysterious disappearances, and every year there are scores of unrecognized and unclaimed bodies found floating in the harbor. If all these could be traced to their origin, it is pretty certain that the majority of the mysterious disappearances and drownings would prove to have been the work of the gambling houses. It is a little more difficult and a little more risky to throw a man into the harbor than to leave him on a doorstep in a drunken debauch, but when a victim has been robbed of so much money that he is liable to make trouble about it, the risk is sometimes considered worth taking by these desperate men. A form of gambling that depended upon publicity for its profit was formerly very prominent in New York. In fact, it became so prominent as to attract general attention to its nefarious character under the guise of fairness, and was suppressed by law in consequence. This is what is known as pool selling, a system of mutual betting on the result of any forthcoming event, a horse race, a yacht race, baseball match, a municipal, state, or national election, in fact, any kind of event to occur in the near future. The seller of the pools occupies the position of a banker. He receives the money of any or all comers who wish to purchase tickets, and as soon as the result of the contest has been declared, he pays over the money to the winners, after deducting his commission, which is always a liberal one. Nobody objects to the liberality of the commission. The loser doesn't care, as he will get nothing back in any event, and the winner is satisfied with the returns upon his investment, and looks upon the dealer as a liberal gentleman. Before the pool rooms were suppressed, they were always thronged on the evenings previous to important races or elections, and thousands of dollars were paid for tickets. Men and boys joined in the excitement of the occasion, and the ranges of the pools were such that sums as low as $1 or even less could be staked upon a race or an election. It was found that many boys were tempted to rob their employers in order to buy tickets in the pools, or to make up their losses after finding that they were unsuccessful. But the law finally laid its heavy hand on this nefarious business, and though still carried on in some localities, it is only to a small extent. A recent investigation shows that there are more than 50 regular gambling houses in the city, not counting the policy shops and kindred establishments. One of the oldest and most aristocratic is the one that was run by the late John Morrissey. It is close to a church on Broadway and has good surroundings, and though the occupants of the neighboring buildings have tried hard to cause it to be closed, they have been unable to do so. It is open only at night, and is run in connection with a day gambling house within pistol shot of the corner of Broadway and Ann Street. One of the difficulties in prosecuting the managers of the place is to ascertain their names. The place is called a clubhouse, and to all inquiries as to who its members are, the parties addressed return the invariable answer, "I don't know." The games played at both these houses are principally faro and roulette, though anyone who wants a hand at poker can generally be accommodated. If a citizen makes a complaint and the police come to make a raid in consequence, the faro and roulette tables suspend operations the moment the warning sound is heard from the man at the peephole in the outer door, who is always on the alert. By the time the police can reach the gaming rooms, They are deserted, and the lights are low, while the people in the house are found seated at the card tables on the second floor, indulging in quiet games of poker. The members of a club may play poker to their heart's content, and as this is a club, and nothing that the law calls gambling is going on there, the police have no chance for arrests. The proprietors of this gambling house and those of another fashionable resort of the same kind on 29th Street have several times been defendants in suits to recover money lost at their tables. 2 or 3 suits of this kind are now in the courts, one of them for $80,000, which was lost there by the cashier of a large business house. Another suit is by a woman who had entrusted her husband with $6,000 in bonds, which he was to sell on her account. He sold the bonds, and then took the money to the gambling house, where he expected to win a large amount and be able to have a nice allowance for himself after giving his wife what belonged to her. It was the old story, and the wonder is that he came away with $600 in his possession, having lost $5,400. The great majority of these suits are compromised where compromise is possible, and the gamblers find they are hopelessly within the clutches of the law. But they fight as long as they possibly can, and employ some of the ablest lawyers for their defense, as they can well afford to pay large fees. The majority of the patrons of the gambling houses are men under 40 years of age, and very many of them are between 20 and 30. Now and then a gray-haired veteran can be seen trying his luck with the tiger, but it is the exception rather than the rule. Men of mature years have either learned caution and ceased to play at the fickle games, or been cleaned out long ago and have nothing left with which to play. Hundreds of young men in New York can trace their downfall to the gambling tables, and within the past 10 years there have been more than 50 defalcations of trusted employees on this account. If a photograph of the party at play on a full night in any of the fashionable houses could be taken about 11 o'clock or a little later and displayed in a public place, it would create a sensation, as there would be a goodly proportion of faces that are well known in political and business circles, and other faces whose exposure would cause speedy vacancies in banking and other commercial houses. Boys are not admitted at these fashionable places, but there are gambling resorts on 6th Avenue and in its neighborhood where youths are enticed by the prospect of winning the money of the keepers of the game and may freely enter. Most of these places are in the rear of cheap cigar stores or other establishments of an apparently legitimate character. One place is ostensibly an express office, but if you should wish to leave an order for the transport of your trunk or any other express work, you will be told that the expressman has been laid up 2 or 3 days with the grip. His horse has gone lame, his wagon has broken down, or something else has happened that will prevent his doing the desired service. At these games, checks or chips are sold at varying prices according to their colors, the lowest prices being 5 cents each. They are generally sold in stacks of 20 chips, so that the patron can take a hand in the game if his entire possessions amount to only $1. The patrons of these houses are mostly young clerks, boys employed in offices, shops, or working at trades. Occasionally a newsboy or bootblack who has been driving a good trade ventures inside and risks his hard-earned wages. There is always a crowd of confidence men about, and if by a run of fortune in his favor a patron manages to win a few dollars and starts to leave, he is immediately beset by these fellows who try to entice him to visit other houses in the neighborhood, in the promise of winning more. So earnestly do they press their arguments, and so flushed is the young gambler with hope, that they generally succeed. And so it usually happens that not one young man in 10 who goes into this locality to win his fortune at the gaming tables reaches home with a penny in his possession. These low gambling houses are frequented by men who are technically known as sleepers. They have no money to play with, but they are allowed to sit at the tables, and whenever a patron is careless about picking up his winnings, these fellows step forward and claim the stake. If the owner objects, the thieves show a great deal of assurance, and it generally happens that the young man submits to their demands rather than have a fight. In the best class of gambling houses, this kind of stealing is not allowed, as there are lookouts whose business it is to see that no bet is wrongfully appropriated. But in the cheap houses, the rule is every man for himself. The sleepers are tolerated there for the reason that whenever they have money, no matter how obtained, they generally drop the most of it at the gambling tables. Playing policy is a cheap way of gambling, but one on which hundreds, if not thousands of dollars are risked every day in New York. Sums as low as 3 cents can be risked upon it, and there are policy shops where bets of 1 cent are taken. The play is upon numbers which are drawn daily, usually in Kentucky or Louisiana, and sent by telegraph. The numbers are from 1 to 78. The room where the game is played is, like those of other cheap gambling dens, usually at the rear of a cigar store, bar room, or other place where it does not rouse suspicion if many persons are seen entering. A long counter extends the entire length of the room, and behind this counter, near its center, sits the man who keeps the game and is called the writer. He is not the proprietor, but simply a clerk on a salary, and his duties are to copy the slips handed up by the players, mark them with the amount of money paid, and watch to see that no fraud is practiced. There are 25 plays every morning, and the same number in the evening at the regular shops, and they all get their winning numbers from a central office in Broad Street. Near the writer is an iron spike or hook on which are the policy slips. Each slip contains the winning numbers and is placed face downwards so that nobody can see what it is. Let us now see how the scheme is worked. I am about to try my luck at policy, and for this purpose enter a shop and pass through to the rear. If there are 10 people in the room, it is an even chance that 3 or 4 of them will be Negroes, as the colored brethren are very fond of this game of chance. The assemblage is promiscuous and not at all select. Along the counter are numerous slips of paper for general use. I take one of the slips and write upon it 5 pairs of numbers, using any numbers from 1 to 78. I give this slip to the writer with 15 cents and say, "Put me in for 5 gigs at 3 cents. 2 numbers are called a saddle, and 3 numbers a gig. There are numerous combinations in the game, but gigs and saddles are the most popular. I wait until the other players have put in their bets, which the writer copies and records and then hands back to the players, just as he copies and returns mine. When all the bets are in, he takes the first policy slip from the spike or hook aforesaid, writes upon a slate the numbers he finds on the slip, and then hangs it up where everybody can see it. He writes them in 2 columns of 12 numbers each, and if I have guessed 2 of the numbers in either column in one of my gigs, I walk up to the counter and present my ticket for payment, receiving 10 times the amount of my wager. But a man stands as good a chance of being struck by lightning as he does of winning at this rate. Nevertheless, the game is full of seductiveness on account of its possibilities, and also on account of its cheapness. Some of the shops have telephone connections, and a customer who is known to the establishment can play policy without leaving his office by simply telephoning his guesses. That a large amount of money may be lost at policy is shown by the circumstance that quite recently the cashier of an important law firm in New York City embezzled $125,000 of the money of his employers. When the defalcation was discovered and investigated, it was found that this enormous sum had been spent in playing policy in a notorious shop on Broadway. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 34 by Thomas Byrnes. Low lodging houses of New York, places that foster crime and harbor criminals, dens of thieves. It is undeniable that the cheap lodging houses of New York City have a powerful tendency to produce, foster, and increase crime. Instead of being places where decent people, reduced in circumstances or temporarily distressed for want of money, can obtain a clean bed for a small sum, these places are generally filthy beyond description, and are very largely the resorts of thieves and other criminals of the lowest class, who here consort together and lay plans for crimes. But this is not the worst feature of the matter. Take the case of a youth who runs away from his home in the country, or who for any reason finds himself homeless or stranded in the great city. In searching for a cheap place to sleep, he naturally, and it must be said, innocently, drifts into one of these lodging houses. Here inevitable association with those who make these places their headquarters will corrupt him in a wonderfully short time. In 9 cases out of 10, I am quite confident that this proportion is not too large. He is graduated a petty thief, often develops into a burglar, and may sooner or later become a murderer. Numerous instances of this kind occur every year. The cheap lodging house in New York is a modern institution. It was started by a man named Howe, who came here from Boston about 15 years ago. His first lodging house in Chatham Street, now Park Row, was a success, and he soon extended the business. When he died a few years ago, he left a large fortune as the result of shrewd management of a new enterprise. The number of lodging houses and dormitories has increased rapidly since Howe made his first venture, and there are now 270 such places in the city, containing in all 12,317 rooms. Some of these lodging houses have as many as 300 beds. There is one class in which 15, 20, or 25 cents are charged for a night's lodging, while in another and lower class the prices range from 3 to 10 cents. In the very cheapest houses, the lodgers generally sleep on the floor or on narrow wooden benches, and in some places on strips of canvas suspended by ropes, after the fashion of hammocks. According to the report of the Police Department of New York for 1890, the enormous number of 4,823,595 cheap lodgings were furnished during the year in these resorts. If tenement life tends to immorality and vice, certainly the 64 lodging houses in the 11th precinct, furnishing 1,452,020 lodgings in 1 year, must have the same or a worse tendency. Reflection upon the figures contained in the table will lead to the conclusion that New York has a large population of impecunious people who ought to be regarded with some concern. An average of 13,626 persons without home and family influences lodge nightly in the police station houses and in these cheap lodging houses or poorly provided dormitories. an army of idlers, willingly or enforcedly so. Social reformers can here find a field for speculation, if not for considerable activity. There are a few Italian lodging-houses in the city. They are very low and dirty, and give the police the greatest trouble of all. The cheapest class of lodging-houses are generally the resort of drunkards and vicious people of the lowest type, though all of them are infested with thieves, idlers, and loafers of every description. It is no exaggeration to assert that these places are hotbeds of crime. More than one murder has been committed in them. I recall the case of a desperado, who not long ago stabbed and killed a young man in a lodging-house in Chatham Street. The victim was the son of respectable parents, but had fallen into dissolute habits, and was accustomed to spend his nights in these resorts. One night the murderer got into an altercation with him. Blows followed, and the result was that the young man received fatal wounds. Another man was killed in the Phoenix lodging-house in the Bowery. He applied for a lodging, which for some reason was refused. He quarreled with the clerk, and the clerk killed him, being subsequently acquitted on the ground of justifiable homicide. It was at this Phoenix house that I and my men arrested the notorious Greenwall and Miller on the charge of murdering Lyman S. Weeks in Brooklyn. There is little doubt in my mind that this murder, a most dastardly crime, Mr. Weeks being shot down in his own house by a burglar who had invaded it, was hatched in this house, or in some other of like character. In the very same place, 3 men were subsequently arrested for a burglary committed in a residence in Mount Vernon. In the lodging-house at number 262 Bowery, we secured a gang of thieves who had been engaged in a series of robberies at Kingston, New York, who were afterwards sent up for punishment. Hundreds of instances of criminals who made their abode in houses of this sort may be mentioned. A case somewhat out of the ordinary run was that of a man who was convicted of forgery on the complaint of a well-known business firm. The forger had only been a year in this country, and for some months he had been out of employment. During this time he lived at a cheap lodging-house in the Bowery. There he became imbued with criminal ideas and planned to follow letter carriers while making deliveries. When letters were deposited in small boxes in front of stores and lofts, and a great opportunity presented itself, the thief would attract them by means of long keys and a piece of steel wire. In this way a letter from a Philadelphia house, containing a check for a large sum, fell into his hands. He forged the endorsement of the New York firm and obtained the money. Subsequently he was arrested and sentenced to a long term in prison. Within the last few years, crime has increased very rapidly in these cheap lodging-houses. A large number of young fellows hailing from these places have been arrested for petty thefts, such as stealing blankets from horses whose drivers have been compelled to leave them for a minute or two, or for picking up anything else of trifling value that they could lay their hands on. These are beginners in crime as a rule, and they undoubtedly associate with older and more experienced men, who for a small sum of money tell them how to proceed and where to dispose of their booty. In this way young men often receive their initiation in crime. I personally have arrested a considerable number of men in lodging-houses for carrying burglars' tools. Hundreds of criminals are made every year through associations formed in these breeding places of lawlessness. Lying on my desk are 2 tintypes of the cheapest sort, evidently taken in the Bowery. They represent 2 young toughs, each holding a pistol at the head of the other. They were taken from the pockets of the young fellows who were brought into my private room on charges of robbery. These photographs interested me, and I asked the boys how they came to be taken in that style. "Oh," they answered, "we held a pistol up to the head of a man one night and got his money, and we just thought we would like to see how we looked when we did it." They seemed proud of their achievement. I mention this as an illustration of the sort of young criminals the cheap lodging houses of New York turn out. During the last 2 or 3 years, hundreds of young men have been arrested for small crimes that originated in these places. In many cases, it was the first step in wrongdoing. Observation in the courts convinces me that 3/4 of the young men called on to plead to various charges are under 20 years of age. They are poorly clad and generally without means. Their crimes are petty ones as a rule, and they seem to have no realizing sense of their misdeeds, or whither they are leading them. It is the customary thing, when they are arraigned in court, for the judges to assign counsel to defend them, since these young criminals have no money to pay for professional advice. It has been frequently stated to me by thieves that a large number of foreign criminals have had their passage paid to this country by the authorities of their native place, or by somebody else. When they land here, they have no money, or very little, and they immediately seek a cheap lodging house where they can live for almost nothing, meet people congenial to them, and be put in the way of again engaging in criminal pursuits. I remember the case of a boy who came here from Antwerp not long ago and secured employment. His employer, noticing that the boy acted strangely, questioned him, whereupon the lad confessed that in Prussia, his native country, he had had a quarrel with another boy, and in a moment of passion had dashed his brains out. The boy was arrested by detectives from this office, and the matter was brought to the attention of the German consul. But the consul had no official advices about the boy or his record, and as no charges were pressed against him, he was discharged. He then went to live in one of the low lodging houses, where I suppose he was in due course instructed in crime. At all events, in a short time, he was detected in the act of committing a burglary in the store of his former employer. Only recently, I arrested a man who is engaged in robbing private houses in the upper part of the city. He told me that he had been sent here on account of being caught in thieving operations in his native land. He had no money when he arrived except a few shillings, and almost the first place he got into was one of the cheap lodging houses. He soon became acquainted with the inmates, who were mostly thieves, and in a little while they took him out over the city and set him to stealing. I have not the least doubt that there are numerous cases like this. But the evils that have been already mentioned are not the only ones that are produced by the cheap lodging-house system. It is notorious that these houses are used every year for the colonization of voters. A large number of men register regularly from these places, and they have not the slightest hesitation about swearing in their votes in case they are challenged. Now and then somebody comes to grief through this practice, but it still flourishes. Not long ago, the proprietor of the Windsor, a lodging house on the Bowery, was sent to prison for colonizing voters. But usually this work is done in the interest of some local political boss, who stands by the owner of the house, in case the latter gets into trouble. This alone is certainly an evil of large dimensions. I might cite many other cases that have come under my personal observation, where crimes have been the direct offspring of life in lodging houses. Take the case of Mike Drohan, a notorious thief who lived at the Windsor, to which reference has just been made. Drohan went to Johnstown after the recent horrible disaster, and were shot and killed while engaged in the fiendish work of robbing the dead bodies of the victims of the flood. Assuredly, there was a case where a criminal got something like his just deserts. Again, these low lodging houses become the dwelling places of many of the convicts who are released from prison. These men have little money, and they naturally gravitate to these places at a critical time in their career, where they are likely to find people they know. There they soon fall in with old companions, and sooner or later renew their acquaintance with crime. Lodging houses thus play an important part in causing ex-convicts to resume their former vocation. It may be asked whether these resorts do not serve any useful purpose. Undoubtedly, there are frequently worthy people who are glad of an opportunity to get a night's lodging for a trifle. But these are a small minority of the habitués of such houses. In the course of my professional duties, I have found among the patrons of these places a sprinkling of professional men who once held good positions in society, lawyers, doctors, civil engineers, and even authors. First, they have become drunkards and have gone down the ladder step by step until they have been abandoned by their friends, and have become sots in the lowest lodging houses, presenting no difference in their personal appearance from the vilest patrons of such places. Only conversation with these people betrays their education and former standing in society, and the fact that they have sunk from a lofty position through a lack of willpower. I remember one who was brought before me on suspicion, who belonged to a family that had held an exalted social position. He was the black sheep of the family, and had at length sunk so low as to consort with the worst class of people that are to be found in the cheapest lodging houses. There seemed to be no possibility of reclaiming him, and I suppose he will spend his days there. Such is the evil, a menace to good order, and the well-being of society of rapidly enlarging proportions. And the remedy? That I conceive to lie outside of my province as a police official, but I am convinced that a remedy ought to be applied, a drastic, searching remedy, and applied without delay. This is not the case for a palliative. As Emerson would say, it is a case for a gun, for the knife, the blister, the amputating instruments. I will venture to offer 1 or 2 suggestions only, which philanthropists who endeavor to solve the problem may care to take into account. There is no law which governs or applies to these low places except certain sections of the sanitary code of the Board of Health, which give the Health Department the right to exercise supervision over them in the matter of cleanliness. This legislature should enact stringent laws by which these houses should be placed under police supervision, and their records and books laid open at all times to inspection. The police are the officials who practically enforce the laws, and they have better opportunities than any others for ascertaining the characters of persons and places. It should be a misdemeanor for the proprietor of such a house to mutilate or destroy his books, and he should be compelled to keep an accurate record of all his lodgers. No person who is not of good character should be permitted to own or maintain a lodging house, and bonds should be required of, and licenses issued to, those who desire to carry on this business. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York. Chapter 35 by Thomas Byrnes. scientific burglars and expert cracksmen, how bank vaults and safes are opened and robbed, the tools, plans, operations, and leaders of highly bred criminals. The ways of making a livelihood by crime are many, and the number of men and women who live by their wits in New York City reaches into the thousands. Some of these criminals are very clever in their own peculiar line, and are constantly turning their lawless qualities to the utmost pecuniary account. Robbery is now classed as a profession, and in place of the awkward and hangdog-looking thief of a few years ago, we have today the intelligent and thoughtful rogue. There seems to be a strange fascination about crime that often draws men of brains, who have their eyes wide open, into its meshes. Many people, and especially those whose knowledge of criminal life is purely theoretical, imagine that persons who adopt criminal pursuits are governed by what they have been previously, and that a criminal life once chosen is, as a rule, adhered to. Or, in other words, a man once a pickpocket is always a pickpocket, or once a burglar, always a burglar. Hardly any supposition could be more erroneous. Primarily there are, of course, predisposing influences which have a certain effect in governing choice. A man of education, refined habits, and possibly a minimum of courage would not be likely to adopt a criminal pursuit requiring brute force and nerve. Such a one would be far more likely to become a forger or counterfeiter than a highway robber. Still, under certain circumstances, he might be either, foreign as they would be to his nature. Criminal occupation, however, is, like everything else, progressive. Two things stand in the way of the beginner in crime who seeks to reach what he considers the top rungs of the criminal ladder. The first is lack of experience and skill. The second, lack of confidence in him or knowledge of him by the older and more practiced hands, whose cooperation is generally necessary to the commission of a great crime. But the confidence of more experienced criminals is gained slowly. The few very successful rogues who have attained exalted rank in the criminal profession despise the thousands of other criminals who live by the commission of petty crimes. Aware of their superiority, these old and experienced rascals are overbearing to a last degree when chance brings them in contact with thieves of a lower order. Hence, if the novice in crime cannot by the force of his own genius strike out for himself some new line of forgery, confidence operations, embezzlements, or others of the class of crimes dependent upon brains, adroitness, and address for their success, he generally enters the arena of crime as a common thief, one of the class who will steal anything from a needle to a ship's anchor. With increased knowledge of the practice of crime gained by experience, aided by natural adaptability for special methods of preying upon the community, and sometimes assisted by the advice and cooperation of older criminals with whom he comes in contact, whose confidence he gradually acquires, a petty general thief may become one of a gang of pickpockets, and from a pickpocket, in course of time, may suddenly come to the front as a first-class bank burglar. Cracksmen of this class head the list of mechanical thieves. It requires rare qualities in a criminal to become an expert bank safe robber. Thieves of this high grade stand unrivaled among their kind. The professional bank burglar must have patience, intelligence, mechanical knowledge, industry, determination, fertility of resource, and courage, all in high degree. But even if he possess All these, they cannot be utilized unless he can find suitable associates or gain admission to one of the already organized gangs. Sometimes the arrest of a single man belonging to an organized gang will put a stop to the operations of the remainder for a long time, simply because they need another man and can find nobody they can trust. Bank burglars have been known to spend years in unwearied preparation for the commission of a great crime, gleaning necessary information of the habits of bank officials, forming advantageous acquaintances, and making approaches to the coveted treasure all the time, but with patience to wait until everything was ready before striking a blow. The construction of a massive bank safe, provided, as they now are, with electric alarms, combination and time locks, and other protective appliances, is such that none but a mechanical genius can discover its weak points and attack it successfully. There is not a safe in use today that is absolutely burglar-proof, notwithstanding the fact that many manufacturers advertise and guarantee those of their build as such. Every now and then, safe makers quietly alter the internal construction of their vaults, and these changes are brought about by the achievements of some scientific robber. Just as soon as a safe builder learns that burglars have discovered a defect in vaults of his make, new designs are made to make them secure against like attack. The wrecking of every safe, therefore, by burglars, reveals a weakness in its construction, and necessitates alterations which, of course, later on, make the work of the vault opener more difficult. A large number of safes are turned out of the factories weekly, and a calculating burglar, when he has discovered a defect in a certain pattern, will delay exposing his secret to the manufacturer until thousands of the seemingly strong, yet frail, vaults have been made and are in use. That ensures him something to operate upon, for he well knows that after his first success is reported at the safe factory, improvements in the construction of that particular safe will be in order. The proficiency attained by bank burglars, and the apparently comparative ease with which they secure the contents of massive vaults, are the results of constant and careful study. All the resources, ingenuity, and cunning of the cracksmen who make bank wrecking a specialty are put to the test in such an undertaking, and plans follow plans until at last one is matured which circumstances may warrant as safe, feasible, and profitable. Then the accomplishment of the scheme only depends on nerve, daring, and mechanical tools. Some burglars make their own outfit, but almost any blacksmith will furnish any tool he is called upon to make, if its construction is within his capacity, without asking any questions about the uses to which it is to be put, provided he gets his price for it. It is more than probable that he guesses the use for which it is intended, but that, he thinks, is not his business, and he is not given to asking questions when he is well paid for his skill. The making of such implements is, as a rule, confined to those mechanics who are actually in league with the criminals who expect to use them. The heavy and unwieldy tools of years ago have been abandoned by modern bank robbers for newer inventions. Some bank thieves use the spirit lamp and blowpipe to soften the hardened metals and take the temper out of the steel vault doors or cases, while others use only a small diamond-pointed drill. Others, who do not care to spend time in manipulating the intricate combination of a lock, use simple machines technically called the drag and jackscrew. The drag, simple as it looks, is extremely powerful and very quiet. By means of a bit, a hole is bored through a safe door. A nut is set inside. The point of the screw passes through the nut, which rests inside the surface that has been bored. Then the screw is turned by a long handle, which 2 men can operate. As the screw turns, the nut is forced farther and farther forward. It is a power that hardly any safe can resist, no matter how well constructed. Either the back or the front must give way. The jack screw is rigged so that by turning it, will noiselessly force into the crack of a safe door a succession of steel wedges. First one as thin as a knife blade, soon one as thick as your hand, and so on, increasing in size until the hinges give way. Where the size or location of the safe or vault to be forced precludes the use of these machines, and an explosion becomes necessary, dynamite and nitroglycerine are used with the greatest skill, and with such art in the deadening of sound that sometimes an explosion which rends asunder a huge safe cannot be heard 20 yards away from the room in which it takes place. The patient safe robber is aware of several ingenious ways of picking combination locks. In following their nefarious calling, these men acquire a delicacy of feeling by which they are able to determine to a nicety the exact distance necessary to raise each tumbler of the lock. The burglar masters a combination with almost mathematical accuracy, and manipulates the complex machinery of the lock with the same dexterity and precision that a music teacher touches the keys of a piano. He is trained to detect one false note in a swelling chorus produced by the click of reverberating ratchets within the lock, and marks the period and duration of the drops. When he comes across some new kind of lock, he will manage to get possession of one, whatever its cost, and whatever roundabout means may be necessary to get hold of it, and taking apart, will study its construction until he knows its strong and weak points, and how to master it just as well as its inventor or maker could. He is always on the alert to utilize every new appliance of power and the furtherance of his nefarious purposes. The combination lock picker is the cleverest of all the fraternity of lock workers. His is a life of study and careful experimenting. He proceeds to fathom the mystery of a new and intricate piece of mechanism with the same enthusiastic yet patient attention and study that actuates a scientist in search of more useful knowledge. Having acquired the mastery over any combination lock, the burglar guards his secret jealously. Gaining access to the bank or building, he can tell at once the character of the combination lock he has to deal with, and that with him is tantamount to opening the safe or vault. Having rifled the safe of its contents, he closes the door and begins to make arrangements to deceive the officials of the institution and the detectives. The crevices of the safe doors are filled with putty, with the exception of a small orifice in the upper or horizontal crevice, through which powder is blown into the safe by means of a small bellows. The hole is then closed. A slow fuse which is inserted into the crack is set on fire and the building is vacated. Half an hour or so later, the fuse ignites the powder, and the safe door is shattered from its strong fastenings. For 15 years, the manner in which a celebrated combination lock was picked by thieves was involved in mystery, during which time many honest bank employees suffered in reputation, and not a few were imprisoned. The criminals who operated so mysteriously upon the safes never took all the money or valuables. In many cases they helped themselves to but a small percentage of the proceeds, and it was this ruse that threw the officials off their guard and brought the employees into disrepute. The burglars familiarized themselves with the make and patterns of the locks, and then bored a hole within a short distance of the spindle that held the tumblers. With the use of a common knitting needle, the tumblers were then dropped one after another, and the safe door opened. The secret of another ingenious method of opening safes at last leaked out. The paying teller of an Eastern bank, having been absent at lunch, returned earlier than was his custom and discovered a strange man on his knees, tampering with the dial of the combination. The man turned out to be a member of a successful and dangerous gang of burglars. His arrest was the means of leading to the knowledge of the fact that the gang had been systematically picking a patent combination lock by removing the dial and placing a piece of paper behind it, so that when the safe was opened, the combination registered its secret upon the paper. The thieves next watched their opportunity to gain possession of the paper, and when this was accomplished, the safe and its contents were entirely at their mercy. Every gang of bank burglars has its recognized leader, whose word is law. He is a man of brains, possessed of good executive ability, sleek and crafty. The care with which he arranges plans for getting into bank vaults, often spending years in preparation, illustrates the keenness of his perception and his depth of thought. Every little detail is considered and followed, so as to allay suspicion and permit him to get closer to his prize. The inception of a bank burglary invariably dates back for a long time before the consummation of the crime, and in some cases the interior drawings of the building and plans of the vaults made at the time of their erection have for 20 years passed through the hands of several gangs of burglars as the sole legacy of some crafty leader. If provided with such important information, and the plundering of the institution is decided upon, the standing of the concern and the value of the securities kept in the vault are first ascertained. Should these prove satisfactory, the conspiracy gets under way. Next, some inquiries are necessary as to the mechanical part of the work to be done. The name of the maker of the vault, the size of the lock by which it is protected, and if electrical appliances guard it, must all be known and are very easily learned. The burglars generally hire a store adjoining the institution, from which they can operate the better, and in some instances they have gone so far as to rent the basement of the bank, or rooms overhead. They may fit up the place as an oyster saloon, billiard room, shoemakers, barbers, or tailor's shop, or start a dental establishment. While thus ostensibly managing a legitimate business, the leader of the gang employs none but the best workmen, sells fine goods, pays his rent regularly, seems anxious for custom, is pleasant to all, and makes himself a most desirable tenant. And his landlord has in more than one instance been the president of the bank against which this bland and good-natured tenant was secretly plotting. After a few weeks' steady attention to business, he naturally becomes acquainted with the bank clerks, and passes much of his spare time in conversation with them, and thereby manages to gain their confidence. Being a good judge of human nature, he is thus able to survey the institution, obtain all the inside information he desires, and sometimes gains an important ally in his nefarious undertaking. If he can tamper with or corrupt one of the clerks or watchmen, the job is plain sailing. As soon, however, as the scheme becomes known to an outsider, the leader, fearing treachery, hastens matters as rapidly as possible. Should the mechanical part of the work have been figured down, and the combination be at the mercy of the robbers, the final work is generally completed between Saturday night and Sunday morning. By cutting through the dividing partition wall, ceiling, or floor, aided by powerful jimmies, the bank burglar and his assistants find no difficulty in getting into the bank. Then the wrecking of the vault begins, and in a short time the treasure that it contains is in the possession of the cracksmen. The task completed, the burglars carry their booty into the adjoining store, or perhaps the basement below the ransacked institution, and at a proper time remove it to a much safer place. Almost simultaneously with the discovery that the bank vault was not as secure as it was supposed to be, it is learned that the affable businessman who ran the oyster saloon or billiard room next door, or made changes in the barber's or shoemaker's shop in the basement, or superintended the extracting of teeth overhead, has suddenly abandoned his expensive fixtures and stock and left for parts unknown. He has realized thousands for every dollar that he invested, and in most cases he leaves in a lurch the mean tool who betrayed his trust in the hope that he will reap a rich reward by revealing to a professional robber the secrets of the institution that honored him with its confidence. Some bank burglars devote most of their time and attention to the cashier of the bank that they have made up their minds to rob. They track him to his home, gain access to his sleeping room at night, either by collusion with one of the servants, or by picking the door locks or springing a window, and having obtained the keys of the bank, take impressions of them in wax. Duplicates are easily made from these casts, and at the first opportunity the bank is safely plundered. Should, however, the cashier be disturbed by the intrusion of the cracksman into his apartment, the burglars will be forced to make an attempt upon the bank at that night. Securing possession of the keys by threats, a couple of men will be left to guard the cashier, while the other members of the band would proceed to the bank and rob it. In several instances, desperate robbers, under threats of instant death, have compelled the cashier whom they have surprised to accompany them to the bank and open the vault. Although ordinary store safe robbers are a grade below the bank burglar, an expert one is always regarded as an important acquisition by an organized band of cracksmen. When the store safe burglar ascertains that a certain business firm is in the habit of keeping a large sum of money in its safe, it does not take him long to decide to rifle it. Before the establishment closes on Saturday, one and sometimes two members of the band manage to conceal themselves in an empty room, sometimes hiding in a packing box within the premises, and when the building has been closed for the night, they admit their confederates. The door is locked again, and the cracksmen lose no time in getting to work. The most reckless of the safe robbers use explosives, but the patient and careful operator either manipulates the combination or noiselessly wrecks the vault by leverage. The men who resort to explosives are known to their associates as blowers. They are daring and desperate fellows, and acquainted with the use of the drill and high explosives. It is a hazardous undertaking to shatter a safe in a large city, but in country towns where there is no police patrol system, these men still manage to make an occasional haul. The rattle made by a train on the elevated railroad one night, a few years ago, deadened the noise made by blowing off the doors of two safes in a post office station along that line. The noise made by the jolting of a lot of empty milk cans on a cart, which was purposely driven at a furious pace through the street, led to like results. In a neighboring city, but a few years ago, on a 4th of July, a gang of blowers undertook to shatter a safe in a jewelry store, while a confederate was exploding several packs of large firecrackers for the amusement of a number of children who had assembled in front of the place. Too large a charge of powder had been placed in the safe, and a tremendous explosion followed. Large panes of glass were blown out of the front windows, and the vault was badly wrecked. The explosion instantly attracted attention, and the robbers ran away in the hope of escape. They were pursued and captured. The breaker requires in his work a good assortment of tools, and as they are all made of the hardest steel, a complete outfit is quite expensive. He is generally a cool, calculating criminal, who quietly and deliberately perfects his plans, and, after securing the booty, takes great pains to destroy all evidence that might lead to his detection. With the aid of diamond-pointed drills, he is able to bore holes into the hardest known metals. Through these small openings he inserts the pick, but if the lock cannot be sprung in that way, a ponderous jimmy is inserted. Then the tearing begins, and, the leverage being immense, the safe is unable to stand the strain, and finally yields. Some of the leading store safe burglars use tools known as the puller and the hydraulic jack. A gang of breakers recently made thousands of dollars, robbing post office and store safes in all parts of the country. Their manner of operating demonstrated that they were an expert cracksmen. In all their robberies they drilled a small hole through the door of the safe near the combination, and through the narrow opening they inserted some instrument which never failed to slide the bolts back. The entire operation was marvelous for its neatness and dispatch. It has been said of a successful criminal at present serving out a term of imprisonment that, given 20 minutes alone with a safe, he can open the most intricate lock that was ever devised. And, given merely the name of the safe maker, he can tell you instantly all the parts in the lock and give a diagram of its mechanism. He never breaks a lock, he simply finds out the combination inside of 20 minutes, opens the safe, and takes out what he wants, and relocks it. And when the owner returns, he finds the safe apparently just as he left it. To accomplish his work, this expert criminal uses 3 ordinary wires, which he forces into the lock about the handle in such a way that the number of the combination is reduced to 24. He reasons that all persons in locking a safe make a certain number of moves, and a knowledge of this fact enables him to reduce its probable combinations to 2 or 3 movements. These 2 or 3 movements he finds out by actual trial, which consumes the greater part of his 20 minutes. Should the safe stand in an apartment that is in full view of the street, he drops a little quicklime on the floor, pours water on it, and the steam that arises effectually cloaks the windows. In 3 instances, he unlocked safes, abstracted the contents, relocked them, and made off in the time that the men who were in charge of them were at their dinner. In several of the principal cities of this country, there are old criminals who have become tired of operating, and now occupy their time experimenting and teaching young thieves the art of safe robbing. These men are practical machinists who have learned the mysteries of the craft and the weak points of safes, while in the employ of money vault manufacturers. They plan many, if not all, of the out-of-town jobs, for which they receive a percentage of the proceeds. They are thus able to live well, and keep beyond the reach of the law. They never permit any of their pupils to operate in the city in which they dwell, but direct their movements throughout the surrounding country. Whatever plunder the young rogues secure has to be converted into cold cash before they are allowed to return to their old haunts. There are other men who spend their time in taking impressions of store locks, and for a duplicate key to a business establishment, demand a percentage of the plunder. Some years ago, one of these men learned that the confidential clerk employed in a bank was infatuated with gambling, and he made his acquaintance at the gaming table. One night the crafty rascal said that he had forgotten his keys, and was anxious to unlock the drawer of a desk standing in one corner of the room. On the top of the desk lay a thick sheet of blotting paper that had been thoroughly saturated with water. The unsuspecting clerk loaned his keys, and while he was wholly absorbed in the game, his companion pressed the flat part of the key into the blotting paper, and also pressed it sideways, thus securing a perfect impression of the key and its thickness. Then he handed the keys back to the clerk, who thought no more of the matter. From the impression thus secured, a duplicate key to the safe was manufactured, and with it, a month or so later on, the vault was easily plundered. A large haul was secured in this case, and for years suspicion pointed to the confidential clerk as the thief. Store burglars who make a business of stealing goods are generally men of fair education, and in planning and committing a theft they often display considerable shrewdness. To this class, thieving seems to be a natural gift, and they are not ordinarily anxious to rise to the higher grades of crime. They vary in their manner of operating. Some prefer to steal silks or velvets. Others have a fondness for silverware, jewelry, and diamonds, and others take anything they can lay their hands on. The sort of plunder taken indicates the standing of the thieves. In the carrying off of bulky booty, great risks are run, but the men who steal cash have but little to fear except discovery just as they are leaving the scene of their crime. This rarely happens, and should they be afterwards arrested for the burglary, there is but little chance of ever legally fastening the offense upon them. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York. Chapter 36 by Thomas Byrnes. Bank sneak thieves and their characteristics. Plots and schemes for robbing moneyed institutions. A daring lot of rogues. For many years, sneak thieving from banks flourished to an alarming extent in New York City, and under the old detective system it seemed impossible to put a stop to this form of robbery. In those days, notorious thieves were permitted to loiter unmolested about the streets, and on more than one occasion it was alleged that well-filled cash boxes disappeared from bankers' safes in Wall Street while detectives were on watch outside. All this has changed. Well-known thieves no longer haunt that famous locality, and since the establishment of a sub-detective bureau there, a few years ago, not a dollar has been stolen by professional criminals from any of the moneyed institutions in this great financial center. The inauguration, also, of a patrol service by experienced detectives during business hours, and the connecting by telephone of banking institutions with the detective bureau, have been the means of putting a stop to the operations of bank sneak thieves. Still, in other cities where these precautions have not been or cannot be adopted, sneak thieves still carry on their operations and often reap rich rewards. As a rule, bank sneak thieves are men of education, pleasing address, good personal appearance, and are faultless in their attire. They commit the most daring thefts with astonishing coolness. Their exploits are necessarily made in daylight, in busy public places, and these robbers are really more daring and possess more nerve than the bank burglar who prefers to work quietly under the cover of night. The successful bank sneak is not an adept with the picklock, but he possesses great presence of mind, a quick eye, and unlimited cheek. Generally, not more than 3 or 4 of these thieves are engaged in a preconcerted robbery, and each of them has his allotted part to perform. One must be a careful lookout, another must be an interesting conversationalist, and a third, generally a small-sized man, is the sneak, who stealthily steals behind the counter and captures the cash box or bundle of bonds. While some robberies are carried out in a few minutes after the conception of the scheme, others have been planned months beforehand. The rogues who prowl about bankers' and brokers' offices day after day are ever on the watch for an opportunity to make a daring dash for plunder. Their dress and manner are so like those of an honest merchant or stockbroker that their appearance awakens no suspicion as to their real character or calling. They sometimes have the faculty of worming themselves into good society, and they often spend their evenings in the lobbies of the leading hotels or other places where those foremost in financial circles are in the habit of assembling to discuss the events of the day. Information gathered in chance chats afterward proves of valuable assistance to the cunning sneak thief and the carrying out of his operations. It is during these brief conversations that the sneak learns what topic will most interest his intended victim. All men have their hobbies, and just as soon as the sneak thief knows that a certain banker, broker, paying teller, or cashier has a weakness for discussing any one thing in particular, he devotes considerable time to studying the subject until he is able to talk upon it properly and interestingly. This is one of the preliminary steps in a well-planned robbery. Next, the thieves make themselves thoroughly familiar with the manner in which business is conducted in the bank they are plotting to pillage. They never neglect any point, no matter how small or apparently trivial it may be. The exact time that the clerks are in the habit of leaving their desks for dinner, the restaurants they dine at, and the time they are allowed for meals are all noted. These are necessary for the success of the undertaking, and when at last all the plans have been perfected, the prize is captured at a time when there are but few persons around. There have been exceptions to this rule, however, and cash boxes have been successfully spirited away just at the moment of the receipt of some astounding financial intelligence, and while the office was thronged with merchants and brokers discussing the startling news. Thefts of this sort require but a moment for inception and execution, and frequently a daring scheme has been carried out simultaneously with the opportunity that made the theft possible. I recall an instance of the great presence of mind of this class of criminals from the record of one of the most successful sneak thieves I ever saw. There was a heated discussion in a broker's office one day about the location of a town in Ohio. The noted robber, on mischief bent, slipped into the place just in time to overhear several gentlemen declare that the town in question was located in as many different counties in that state. While the argument progressed, the wily thief hit upon a plan that enabled him to capture the cash box, which temptingly rested in the safe, the door of which was open. Silently and quickly he left the office unperceived and, meeting his confederate outside, sent him in all haste to a stationery store, with instructions to buy several maps, and one especially showing the counties and towns in Ohio. Then the rogue returned to the broker's office to await his opportunity. A few minutes later, he was followed by his companion in the role of a map peddler. Being at first told that no maps were wanted, the cunning accomplice, in a loud voice, said, "Can I show you a new map, giving the boundaries of all the towns and counties in Ohio?" The appeal was overheard by one of the men who had been involved in the recent discussion. Telling the peddler to stop, he at the same time turned to the other gentlemen present and said, "Now, boys, I'll bet whatever you like that the town in dispute is in the county I said, and as chance has brought us a map of Ohio, the bets can be settled without delay." Several bets were made, and for a few minutes the broker's office was in a greater state of excitement than it had ever been before, even in panic days. As the peddler slowly unrolled his bundle of maps, the brokers and the clerks crowded about him, anxious to learn the result. The sneak took advantage of the excitement and the crowd around his confederate, and made his way, unnoticed, to the safe. He captured the cash box, containing $20,000, and escaped with it while his partner was exhibiting the map. Another professional sneak, known as a man of great coolness and determination, and possessed of no small degree of courage, is credited with having entered a bank early in the morning, and going behind a desk he divested himself of his coat, donned a duster, and installed himself as a clerk. He coolly waited there some time, watching for a chance to steal a roll of greenbacks, bonds, or anything valuable that he could lay his hands on. One of the clerks requested the intruder to leave, but the impudent thief retorted by telling the former to mind his own business, and also intimating that as soon as his friend, the president, arrived, he would have what he pleased to call a meddlesome fellow properly punished. The clerk, however, insisted upon the rogue's vacating the desk, and he finally did so under protest. In a seemingly high state of indignation, the robber left the place, and, later on, the cashier, to his great surprise, discovered that he had suddenly and mysteriously become $15,000 short. Of course, the thief never called a second time to explain the mystery. On another occasion, a bundle of bonds vanished from one of the rooms in a safe deposit vault, and the theft was not discovered until 3 months after the robbery had been committed. One of the depositors, an old gentleman, had called at the bank for the purpose of clipping off his coupons. He had taken his box out of the compartment in which it was kept, and had gone into a side room that contained a table, where he might clip off the coupons undisturbed. No one was in the room excepting himself, but just as he had finished his pleasant and congenial task, a man whom he believed to be one of the clerks of the bank entered the room for a second. Quietly tapping the old gentleman on the shoulder, he suddenly said, "Oh, excuse me, sir, I have made a mistake," and immediately passed out again. While the aged depositor had turned to see who it was that had tapped him on the left shoulder, the supposed clerk, who was a professional sneak, picked up the bundle of bonds, which lay near the former's right hand. It happened that the lid of the tin box was down, and having no suspicion, and supposing that he had replaced the bonds in the box, the old man returned the empty receptacle to his compartment. 3 months later, when he again called at the bank to clip another set of coupons, he discovered that his bonds were missing, and no one was able to account for their disappearance. The robbery, it has been asserted, was effected in this way. In the safe deposit vaults was employed a clerk who was in the habit of wearing a buff-colored duster, much dabbled with ink. On the day of the robbery, the clerk was sent out on an errand, and was away from his desk for nearly half an hour. During his absence, a sneak thief of his build, somewhat like him in his general appearance, and, like him, wearing an ink-stained duster, ran quickly down the steps, and without exciting any suspicion, passed the watchman on guard at the entrance to the vaults. No one paid any particular attention to the robber as he passed with brisk, business-like air through the several rooms, all supposing him to be a clerk. After he had captured the old gentleman's bonds, from which the coupons had been freshly cut, the thief passed out unnoticed with his booty. In robbing country banks, where the clerks are few, and where, during the dinner hour, the cashier or paying teller is often the only man left in the institution, sneaks have a simple and easy scheme for plundering. One first enters the bank and engages the cashier or teller in conversation upon a subject in which the latter becomes deeply interested. While this is going on, a carriage halts at the door, and the driver is sent in to tell the official inside that a gentleman who has hurt his leg and is unable to walk desires to speak to him outside on a matter of business. The unsuspecting cashier or teller excuses himself to his first visitor and quickly goes out to speak to the injured man, and in his absence the bank is ransacked. Gangs of sneak thieves often travel all over the country with a circus or wild beast show. In the towns and small cities, the parade of the performers creates a considerable excitement, and when the cavalcade passes a bank, the clerks, cashiers, and paying tellers seem to forget themselves and run to the windows to look out. The sneak thieves take advantage of the opportunity and quietly slip into the institution. In a twinkling, their work is complete, and before the procession has passed, they have escaped with whatever they could lay their hands on. If, while watching about a bank, a large check is cashed and the customer turns aside to a desk to count the money, the rogues generally succeed in getting a portion of it. The thief will drop a bill on the floor near his victim, and just as the man has nicely arranged his pile of bills, the thief will politely tell him that he has dropped some of his money. While the latter stoops to pick up the greenback, the sneak will deftly steal a portion of the cash upon the desk and walk off unquestioned. They are not greedy adventurers of this sort, but they manage to secure the booty with almost comparative safety and are content. Heated altercations invariably follow thefts of this kind. After counting his money, the customer hurries back to the teller and insists that a mistake was made and that he is short. The teller is equally positive that he paid out the proper amount, and in most cases, a disruption of commercial relations is the culmination of the dispute. Bank sneak thieves are not, however, confined to these systems. They are men of adaptability and act at all times according to circumstances. They have been known to rob messengers in the street while on their way to a bank to make a deposit. Some messengers always carry the bank book in their hand, with the bills placed between the covers. The ends of the greenbacks may extend beyond the length of the book, and these will instantly catch the quick eye of an experienced rogue. While the messenger is passing through a crowd, he will be thrown off his guard by an exclamation of surprise or a laughable remark. During that unguarded moment, the entire amount in the book has been abstracted, and when the messenger reaches the bank and finds the cash gone, he cannot imagine how it was he lost it. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Colleen McMahon. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 37 by Thomas Byrnes. Common housebreakers, thieves who laugh at locks and bolts, receivers of stolen goods, how offense is conducted. The housebreaker and house sneak are the most numerous of the thieving fraternity. Locks and bolts cannot be relied upon as protection against these men, and there are but few dwellings that are proof against their assaults. It is a popular belief with most people that their homes are perfectly secure when the doors and windows are fastened. The average sneak thief laughs at the flimsy barriers and can undo every one of them with a few simple instruments which he carries in his vest pocket. Even the chain bolt, which has been considered so formidable, is no protection at all when pitted against the skill and science of this class of rogues. When massive bank vaults offer no serious obstacles that the trained and experienced burglar cannot overcome, how can it be expected that ordinary contrivances for the security of houses should be effectual? While the operations of bank burglars are comparatively few and infrequent, on account of the multiplied risks and difficulties to be encountered, a well-organized army of sneak thieves and housebreakers carry on their operations with a confidence born of repeated success. In this army are some daring and desperate rascals, who often enter dwellings in the night time in search of plunder, with masks on their faces and murder in their hearts. Sometimes night robberies are planned beforehand, but many are committed at haphazard. From servants or others employed in or about a residence, confederates of these thieves collect the information they desire. The manner of entering the premises depends upon its internal arrangements. In some cases, the front basement door is entered by a false key. In others, the rogues climb up the front of the house and enter the second-story window, and still in others an entrance is effected from the rear. Once inside, the burglar ransacks the apartments in which he expects to obtain the most booty. He works expeditiously, going through an occupied chamber as carefully as he would an unoccupied one. Often these criminals disturb the sleeper, but the latter is generally so frightened at the presence of the robber that no resistance is offered. Housebreakers are not brave men by any means, and only when cornered do they become bold and desperate in their anxiety to evade a long sentence. The noise made by rats has on more than one occasion scared burglars away from silverware worth hundreds and thousands of dollars, which they hastily abandoned after having collected and packed it, ready for removal. 3 or 4 of these men have been known to band themselves together, but it is not uncommon for a desperate man to work entirely on his own hook. Such a thief was killed by falling through a house in Brooklyn a few years since, who for years before his death took no one into his confidence, but planned and executed his own robberies. He gathered all the information that he desired from the columns of the morning newspapers. He made a specialty of robbing young married couples of their jewels and wedding presents. A marriage notice or report of a wedding was the only news this rascal cared to read, and he gloated over the announcement that the pair had received costly presents from their friends. When he ascertained where the couple had taken a house, either while they were off on their wedding trip or had returned to housekeeping, he hired an attic room on the same block and soon paid the newly wedded pair a midnight visit. He invariably secured the prize he was in quest of, but after a long career of crime he died, as most thieves do, a violent death. Becoming reckless by his success, he undertook to ransack a house while in a state of intoxication. He secured property worth several $1,000s, and as he was carrying it over the rooftops, he fell through a new building into the cellar. The groans of the thief attracted attention, and he was found with the stolen jewelry lying beside him. He was seriously injured and was removed to a hospital, where he died the next day. Another well-known housebreaker was in the habit of attending all the fashionable balls. He never went there for pleasure, but always on business. The rogue, with envious eyes, watched the ladies bedecked with expensive jewelry and wearing necklaces and pins set with brilliants. When the ball was over, he would, with the assistance of a companion, dog his intended victims to their homes. He would keep a constant watch upon the house or its inmates for several days, and if in the meantime the jewels had not been taken to a safe deposit vault, the robber would conclude that the lady was in the habit of keeping her valuables in the house. When the opportunity offered, the thief, under some pretext or other, would make his way into the premises in search of the diamonds or jewelry he had first seen in the ballroom, and he generally succeeded in getting them. Second-story thieves are another order of criminals. After locating a house that they intend to rob in the early evening, they watch until the family are downstairs at dinner. Then a young man with the agility of a cat crawls up the front of the dwelling and enters the second-story window. He rifles all the rooms in the upper part of the house in a few minutes, and with the booty noiselessly descends the stairs and leaves the house by the front door. In several cases, however, the robber has been known to drop the property out of a front window to his confederates on the street. This is only done when he has become alarmed by hearing footsteps on the stairs, and is forced to retreat in the same manner that he entered the premises. Other thieves, who also pillage houses during the supper hour, pick the lock of the front door and steal in without making any noise. They wear rubbers or woolen shoes and occasionally succeed in making large hauls. Then there are the several types of sneaks who, under all sorts of pretexts, manage to get inside of a dwelling for a few minutes without attracting attention, and remain just long enough to steal whatever they can lay their hands upon. Some of these go about as peddlers, piano tuners, health and building inspectors, sewing machine or insurance agents, and in various other roles. They do not confine their operations to apartment houses or dwellings, but also rob business buildings in the daytime. Cash, jewelry, and valuables is the plunder most sought by the leading professional rogues of this class, but those of the lower grades seem to be satisfied with more bulky plunder. Young men make the most daring house thieves, but in the ranks may be found old criminals who have passed the best years of their life in crime. The class of thieves devoting themselves to robbing rooms in hotels and in fashionable boarding houses operate according to circumstances, and always have their wits about them for any unexpected emergency. The successful ones are men of respectable appearance, good address, and cool and daring fellows. Some follow their nefarious vocation only in the morning, others in the afternoon, and still others operate at night. In their methods of procedure, each of the subdivisions has other distinguishing peculiarities. A great deal of ingenuity in getting into rooms is not infrequently shown by these men, who are ever ready to take desperate chances. Until he has accomplished his purpose, the hotel thief pursues his prey from one hotel to another with a persistency that knows no faltering. When he has squandered his ready cash in riotous living, and his treasury needs replenishing, he makes it his business to scan the newspapers carefully and keep himself posted on the latest arrivals, the rooms they occupy, and other data of interest. The coming and going of professionals, particularly female theatrical stars, salesmen, bankers, and bridal parties, and all persons likely to carry valuable jewelry and trinkets, or a large amount of money, are objects of his special solicitude. When the unsuspecting prey, fatigued by travel, gives proof of his unconsciousness by deep, stertorous breathing, the hotel thief steals silently from his hiding place. A slight push may let him into the apartment, or it may be necessary to use a gimlet and a small piece of crooked wire to slide back the bolt, or a pair of nippers to turn the key left in the lock on the inside of the door. Sometimes as many as 12 rooms in the same hotel have been plundered in one night, and none of the watchmen saw or heard the thief. The hotel thief can carry his entire outfit in his vest pocket, and can laugh in his sleeve at the common bolts and bars. The shooting back of the old-fashioned slide bolt from the outside of the apartment was, for many years, a bewildering mystery. A piece of crooked wire inserted through the keyhole by the nimble rogue made the bolt worthless, and a turn of the knob was all that was required to open the door. It takes only a few minutes for an expert hotel thief to enter a room. After he has reached the door of the apartment in which the weary traveler is sleeping soundly, he takes from his pocket a pair of small, slender nippers, a bent piece of wire, and a piece of silk thread. These are the only tools some thieves use. Inserting the nippers into the keyhole, he catches the end of the key, then a twist shoots back the lock bolt, and another leaves the key in a position from which it can easily be displaced. Should the slumber of the occupant of the room be disturbed by the falling of the key on the carpet or the floor, time is given him to fall asleep again. By pressing on the door, the thief next locates the bolt. A piece of thread is attached to the bent point of the wire, making a sort of bow, and after crooking the wire to suit, it is pushed through the keyhole and carried up or down to the bolt. The looped head throws the pin of the bolt into place. The string is moved sideways until it grapples the pin, and the bolt is slid back out of the nosing. The door yields to a slight pressure, and the completion of the task is deftly and expeditiously performed. Some thieves always stop to lock the room door behind them. Many of them spend their leisure time in fixing rooms in hotels. This is necessary in first-class establishments where the room doors are provided with improved locks and bolts. One of these, known as the thumb bolt, requires to be tampered with beforehand. The shrewd robber, while occupying a room as a guest, prepares the lock so it will aid him in his future operations. Removing the screws, he takes off the thumb plate and files a slot in the spring bar. Then he replaces the plate and screws and marks on the outside of the door by a slight indentation in the woodwork or by some other sign the exact point at which to strike the filed slot when the door is locked. Returning on the night of the robbery with the only tools necessary, a common bradawl and a pair of nippers, he pierces the soft wood at the proper point, and then, by pushing the awl further in, strikes the slot and is able to noiselessly turn the bolt. He then uses his nippers to unlock the door. The thief watches the hotel register and awaits his prey. If some well-known person, in the habit of wearing costly jewelry, is registered as occupying one of the fixed rooms, then the thief engages an apartment on the same floor and during the nighttime consummates the long-planned crime. Another plan, and the one that is generally adapted by rogues who prowl about hotel corridors in the daytime, is to draw the screws of the nosing of the bolt and lock. The screw holes are then bored larger. The screws are replaced after being thoroughly moistened and maintain a sufficient grip not to be displaced by any ordinary jar. When the wood becomes dry, the door can be easily forced in without trouble or the least danger from noise. The boarding-house thief is always a smooth and entertaining talker who invariably makes acquaintances in new quarters in short order. In a pleasant chat with the inquisitive landlady, he generally succeeds in gleaning all the information he desires about the other guests of the house. Most women are fond of displaying their jewels and valuables at fashionable boarding-houses. While amusing his newly made acquaintances with his laughable stories, the astute robber is at the same time making a thorough survey. His covetous eyes never miss the flash of diamonds, and should he be in doubt as to their genuineness, he has only to speak of the matter to one of the friends of the wearer, and he will be told when and where they were bought and the price paid for them. After the rogue has secured a full inventory of the jewels and valuable trinkets kept in the several rooms of the house, he is ready for business and simply awaits opportunity. While the other guests are at breakfast or dinner, he remains upstairs, and the thorough manner in which he rummages the several apartments in so short a time is surprising. Before his victims have finished their morning or evening meal, the thief's work is complete, and with well-filled valise, he slips unnoticed out of the house. Probably before the robbery is discovered, he is on board a train speeding his way to some other city, to dispose of his plunder and resume his career of crime. Thieves of this sort are troublesome to track, but when run down at last, there is no end to the number of complainants that come forward to prosecute them. Without a safe market for his ill-gotten property, the business of the burglar and thief would be unprofitable. The buying of stolen goods is not a crime of recent origin, but dates back to the very beginning of thievery. A receiver of stolen property is known among criminals as a fence. Receivers have their grades and classes. Some make it a business to purchase only bonds and securities. Others purchase diamonds and jewelry. Others buy silks and costly dry goods, and still others buy plunder of any description. The receiver in the habit of handling bonds and securities could not be induced to risk a speculation in bulky plunder. These offenders are extremely careful in their negotiations with professional rogues. They place but little faith in the word of a thief, and are naturally suspicious of all persons with whom they have any dealings. After a large robbery, the burglars do not, as is generally supposed, cart the plunder to the house or store of the receiver. Instead, they quietly remove it to a safe place of storage, generally in some neighboring city or town. Wives whose husbands are undergoing imprisonment are invariably made the custodians of loot. The burglars have confidence in these women, and so have the receivers. The booty is conveyed to their apartments in trunks and does not attract any attention. When it has been placed in charge of the wife of an imprisoned confederate, the fence is notified, and samples of the goods are submitted for the receiver's inspection. Should he desire an examination of all the property, he sends a trusted appraiser to look it over, and should it prove to be as represented, a settlement is effected and the trunks are reshipped to the rooms of another thief's wife. The latter's unlucky husband, who is doing time, was perhaps a favorite with the receiver, and the woman is always a willing party to transactions of this sort. Receivers, while they rarely pay more than 1/4 of the value of the stolen article, run no risks. They never make a settlement with the thieves until the proceeds of the robbery have been removed a second time, and to a place, the location of which the gang they are dealing with knows nothing at all about. There are 2 reasons why the receiver is so careful, and keeps the final hiding place a profound secret from the rogues. One is because he fears treachery at the hands of the robbers, and the other because he does not desire to incur any loss. In event of the stolen goods being seized in transit from the storage place of the thieves to that of the receiver, the loss falls upon the former. The other reason is to prevent them, should there be any bickering as to the price, from betraying the buyer. The simple testimony of the self-confessed thief that he sold the stolen goods to a certain person would be of no value in a legal sense without the corroborative proof of the seizure of the plunder. On account of the receiver's guarded manner of doing business, this is never possible, and the moment that the goods come into his possession, all tags and marks that would lead to their identification are removed and destroyed. Receivers in large cities are able to conduct their nefarious transactions without much danger of detection. To conceal their shady speculations, they engage in some legitimate business and conduct a fancy goods or jewelry store in a business district and on apparently strict and honest business principles. These are the class that purchase from shoplifters, pickpockets, and dishonest employees. To watch the patrons of these stores would be a task that would yield but meager results. Professional criminals shun these places, and the men and women who sell the proceeds of their pilferings to such receivers are only petty thieves. While seemingly purchasing some article and earnestly talking with the proprietor about its price, the thief is really making a bargain for its sale. He never carries on his negotiations in the presence of a stranger. The goods bought by the receiver under such conditions are never offered for sale in these places, but are disposed of to other unscrupulous shopkeepers and peddlers who loudly and constantly boast of their own honesty. There is a class of receivers that is constantly on the lookout for bargains, to whom pickpockets and sneak thieves can safely dispose of stolen watches and trinkets at prices much below their intrinsic worth. The establishments of pawnbrokers, who advance loans on jewelry and clothing, are generally patronized by young rogues with whom my uncle drives sharp bargains. Old rogues, by melting watch cases, run but little chance of detection and net a large profit by the sale of the metal to reputable firms. A smart receiver who deals in stolen jewelry reduces all small articles of jewelry into metal as soon as bought. The most annoying class are the second-hand dealers, who buy and sell stolen wearing apparel. They invariably have friends in another city, so that as soon as plunder has been bought, it is at once shipped away to be disposed of elsewhere. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 38 by Thomas Byrnes. The Rogues Gallery. Why thieves are photographed. Telltale signs. Peculiarities of criminals. Where, it does not matter, but in a fashionable place of amusement, which blazed with light and was radiant with the shimmer of silks, the flash of jewels, and the artificial glories with which wealth and fashion surround themselves, a tall, well-dressed man was standing with a lady on his arm, waiting till the outgoing throng gave him exit. A judge of the Supreme Court was just behind him, and at his elbow was a banker whose name is powerful on Wall Street. With suave manners, a face massive and intelligent, and apparel in unexceptionable taste, there was yet something about the man that recalled other and strangely remote associations. It certainly was not the dress or attitude or air that seemed familiar, nor was it the quick, sharp eyes that lighted up and seemed indeed the most notable features of the countenance. nor could it be the neatly trimmed whiskers or the somewhat sallow cheeks they covered, and certainly no suggestion of recognition could lie in the thin hair, carefully brushed back from a forehead that bulged out into knobs and was crossed by some deep lines. But yet, as that same forehead was bowed for a moment, what was there in it that recalled something, a man or a statue or a picture? In a moment the head was erect again, the face smiling, and in the change the fancied familiarity melted, but did not die away. It was still there, and for a moment it was intensified as a sudden look of recognition, a look that had a flash of malice in it, came into the sharp eyes which had caught mine, as I stood by the entrance watching him. This elegant and courtly gentleman was a professional criminal, and was last sentenced for burglary. A burglar! This prim, genteel, thoughtful-looking personage. He would be a minister or merchant or physician at the first glance to 9 men out of 10. Here in the flare of the gaslight, in the heart of fashion, with a judge at his back and a millionaire at his elbow. A burglar? Not low-browed, sullen, with a stealthy glance and hunted air. Not at all as fancy and romance have pictured him, but holding his head as high as his judicial and capitalist neighbors. And with that recognition, memory, faithful to the impression that bulging forehead and its deep lines had wrought, recalled a wooden frame with a photograph enclosed in it, a photograph of a bowed, distorted face, through whose half-closed eyelids 2 small specks seemed to glare maliciously, surmounted by a forehead with 2 knobs and some black lines upon it. That was it. The photograph was this man's portrait, and the place where it hung was the Rogues' Gallery. In that does the usefulness of the Rogues' Gallery lie. There are people who look at the pictures and say, of what good can these twisted and unnatural faces be? Were their owners met in the streets, their countenances would be composed and altogether free of these distortions by which they have tried to cheat the purpose of the police in photographing them. It is a mistake to suppose that no one would know them. The very cleverest criminals who have distorted their features into a false physiognomy for the camera have made their grimaces in vain. The sun has been too quick for them, and has imprisoned the lines of the profile and the features, and caught certain peculiarities that could not be disguised. There is not a portrait in the Rogues' Gallery but has some marked characteristics by which, if studied in detail, one could identify the man who sat for it. A general idea of the looks of a person derived from one of these pictures may be very misleading. The criminal himself will try to make it so, by resorting to every possible means to alter his appearance. He can grow or shave off a beard or mustache. He can change the color of either. Or he may become full-faced or lantern-jawed in time, but the skilled detective knows all this, and looks for distinguishing marks peculiar to his subject. It was the bulging brow and the deep lines of the forehead that revealed the identity of the well-dressed burglar in the fashionable throng. It did not matter much what disguise he assumed. These ineffable peculiarities would remain as telltale signs that could always be recognized. Detectives frequently succeed in singling out criminals who have tried every device to deceive the camera, and often the very men who have gone to the most trouble to make their pictures useless have been betrayed by them. But photographs must not be considered merely as portraits when criminals are to be identified by them. In some cases, however, they are quite sufficient. The old dodge of distorting the features is not often attempted nowadays. When we have a man with a strong case against him, he knows that his portrait, in some shape or other, must be added to the gallery, and he also knows that it is absurd to try and defeat the purposes of justice. That makes him resigned to his fate, and all our recent photographs are good ones. We always aim to have the best we can get, for photography has been an invaluable aid to the police. The Rogues Gallery and Criminal Directory in New York is the most complete in the country. There are numbers of instances where a criminal appears in public under circumstances far different from those under which he is brought to police headquarters. The burglar before mentioned is a good example of what a swell cracksman may look like when he has the means and taste to dress himself in fashionable clothes. There are scores of men and women whose appearance in the streets gives no hint of their real character. Deception is their business, and they study its arts carefully. It is true there are criminals brought to headquarters who, even in sitting for a photograph for the Rogues Gallery, show a weakness to appear to advantage, and adjust dress, tie, and hair with as much concern as if the picture was intended for their dearest friends. I have seen women, especially, whose vanity cropped out the moment the camera was turned on them, but that is infrequent, and one must look for the faces seen in the Rogues Gallery in other shapes and with other accompaniments than those that appear in a photograph. All criminals have their weaknesses. The lower class of them spend their money in the way their instincts dictate. Some are slovenly hulks of fellows who pride themselves on shabbiness, and to them shabbiness is a part of their business. Then there are others of the flashy order, who run into extremes in dress, and copy the gamblers and variety theater performers in their attire. But there are many, and they are of the higher and more dangerous order of criminals, who carry no suggestion of their calling about them. Here is where the public err. They imagine that all burglars look like Bill Sikes and Flash Toby Crackit, whereas the most modest and most gentlemanly people they meet may be faithful representatives of these characters. Nearly all great criminals lead double lives, strange as it may appear. It is a fact that some of the most unscrupulous rascals who ever cracked a safe or turned out a counterfeit were at home model husbands and fathers. In a great many cases, wives have aided their guilty partners in their villainy, and the children, too, have taken a hand in it. But all suggestion of the criminal's calling was left outside the front door. The family of a notorious and dangerous forger lived quietly and respectably, mingled with the best of people, and were well liked by all who met them. Another equally dangerous criminal who was found dead near Yonkers, probably made away with by his associates, was a fine-looking man with cultured tastes and refined manners. Others would pass for honest and industrious mechanics, and more than one of them has well provided for his old mother and his sisters. I recall one desperate fellow who paid for his two little daughters' education at a convent in Canada, from which they were graduated, well-bred and bright young ladies, without ever a suspicion of their father's business reaching them. This same thing has been done by some of the hardest cases we have to contend with. One of the most noted pickpockets in the country had children whose education, dress, and manners won general admiration. There is nothing to mark people of that stamp as a class. Nor is the physiognomy a safe guide, but on the contrary it is often a very poor one. In the Rogues Gallery may be seen photographs of rascals who resemble the best people in the country, in some instances sufficiently like personal acquaintances to admit of mistaking one for the other, which, by the way, is no uncommon occurrence. It is easy for a detective to pick up the wrong man. Time and again I have seen victims of thieves, when called upon in court to identify a prisoner seated among a number of onlookers, pick out his captor or a court clerk as the offender. Thieves generally dress up to their business. I do not mean that they indicate their business by their dress, but just the opposite. They attire themselves so as to attract the least attention from the class of people among whom they wish to operate. To do this, they must dress like this class. If they are among poor people, they dress shabbily. If among well-to-do folks, they put on style. If among sporting men, they are flashy in attire. It is a great thing to escape notice, to meet a man in conversation, and yet leave no distinct impression of face or personality. I remember one man whose scarred cheek and missing eye would mark him anywhere, but he managed to be so sober in his dress that no one seemed to notice his personal peculiarities. Another, a railroad pickpocket, excels in gaining confidence, and yet leaving scant recollection of his dress and features. One scoundrel known as the Mourner and his wife had faces thoroughly adapted for their business, which was to pick pockets at wakes and funerals, and they were the most solemn-looking pair I ever saw. River thieves and low burglars fill the popular idea of criminals' appearance, and they are as hard-looking brutes as can be found. So are a good many of the more desperate fellows. Nugent, the Manhattan bank burglar, carried a good deal of his old business of a butcher in his appearance, but there was something about him that suggested the criminal. There are numbers of the confidence men, too, who, in spite of their gentlemanly dress and conversational powers, look the very incarnation of sharpers. In fact, it is unwise to judge by appearances, and it is not always safe to judge against them. A long experience of men and their ways is always needed to place people where they belong. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 39, by Thomas Byrnes. Cunning shoplifters and skillful pickpockets. Female operators and how they work. Yielding to sudden temptations. Holiday week in New York City is the shoplifter's harvest. The ladylike and gentlemanly pilferers of the city know that Christmas offers abundant opportunities for plying their wicked trade. So the shoplifter sallies forth, and the pickpocket wends his way with keen eyes and ready hands among the throng. Of the shoplifters who infest the city, the large majority are females. There are various reasons for this. The work of shoplifting is comparatively easy, it is often remunerative, and above all it is congenial. There are few ladies to whom a visit to the stores and the handling of the rich and beautiful goods displayed are not joys which transcend all others on earth. The female shoplifter has that touch of nature left in her which makes a dry goods store, variety bazaar, or jewellery establishment a most delightful spot to exercise her cunning. In the last few years, professionals of this order have wonderfully multiplied, but their increase has been no more than commensurate with that of the metropolitan bazaars. These places are most preyed upon, and in them the temptation to larceny is most freely offered. The general exposure of the goods on the counter or floor, the unceasing throng, the constant diversion for eye or ear of watchers, all serve to prepare an easy way for the shoplifter. The clerk's duties are generally manifold. Salesmen or saleswomen, it is all the same, they must take down and display wares for customers, extol the quality of the goods, wait on half a dozen customers at one and the same time, and through it all answer 1,000 idle questions, while all the time the endless throng are whirling past, and one can have no eyes for individual loungers. Shoplifters infest these places, and have ample opportunity to ply their vocation. Even those who are merely not strong in resisting temptation are only too liable to pick up some stray trinket or bundle and walk off with it. Articles of value are seldom captured by the shoplifter. Dried goods, lingerie, or cheap jewellery are more often taken. But it is in the great number of such petty larcenies that the losses to shopkeepers chiefly lie. The ordinary female dress may be skilfully constructed so as to be an expansive receptacle for plunder of all kinds, and the professional shoplifter takes good care that she is prepared for her trip with just such a dress. Into it she gathers her booty, safely stores it, and if suspected, or even detected in the act of picking up an article, she becomes highly indignant, boldly subjects herself to an immediate search, and 9 times out of 10, the employee, who is not familiar with criminal methods, misses the false pockets and is forced to admit the offender's innocence in spite of the evidence of his own senses. The cloak is also a useful article of attire for the shoplifter, and women have concealed large quantities of goods under a sweeping outer garment. Stolen rolls of cloth, costly dresses, and even sealskin sacks have been found under them. One clever professional carried under her arms numerous articles of various sizes, which it would puzzle a man to carry about with his outstretched arms. Not long ago a woman wearing a large cloak was noticed leaving one of the bazaars on 14th Street, and a moment later a clerk came out, saying that a number of valuable bonnets were missing. A detective elbowed his way through the crowd and overtook the amply clad lady. Afraid of making a mistake, and thereby subjecting himself to merited censure by making an improper arrest, he conceived the ruse of stumbling, and at the same instant raising one of the suspected stranger's arms. The trick worked admirably. The arm went up like a flash, and the ground forthwith was strewn with bonnets. She had nearly $200 worth in the collection. There are occasions when the shoplifter need not convert herself into a migratory storehouse. She sometimes has a confederate possessing ready fingers and a fluent tongue, who makes the circuit of the counters. The other presses along after her, gazing vacantly around and keeping severely distant from any of the goods exposed. When her confederate has slipped something out of sight, she conveys it adroitly to the other, and the pair go on again. If the more clever operator be detected, no more than a single article will be found on her, and she can generally brazen her way out of the predicament by alleging an absent mind or some uncommon distraction elsewhere in the store. There are generally but 2 classes of shoplifters, the regular criminal professional and the kleptomaniac. The very poor classes seldom take a hand in it. Poverty is held by the world to be the badge of crime, and the poor slattern who enters a store is sure to be so carefully watched that larceny is next to impossible. The shoplifter is always a person of fair apparel, and she generally has a comfortable home. If she be a professional, she may be one of a criminal community, and her home may be shared by others engaged in equally evil ways. If she be a kleptomaniac, and in shoplifting the word has peculiar significance, she is possibly a woman whose life in other respects is exemplary. It does seem strange that a wife and mother, whose home is a model one, who attends religious service regularly, and who seems far removed from the world of crime, should be so carried away by her admiration of some trinket or knick-knack as to risk home, honour, everything to secure it. But the annals of metropolitan offences are full of instances of just this kind. It is her fondness for finery that 9 times out of 10 gets her into trouble. A woman leaves a happy and well-provided home for a shopping tour. She buys the necessary articles she wants after much careful selecting and sharp bargaining. Then she looks about her and goes counter-gazing. This is the fatal moment. Some taking article, it may only be a trifle, catches her eye. She has already spent the contents of her purse, but the new object absorbs her attention, and every moment it becomes more fascinating. She must have it. Then comes temptation. The trinket is exposed. There is no one about. It would be such a simple thing to take it. Conscience, stifled by cupidity, is dormant, and the desire of possession completely absorbs her. A moment more, and the article is under her cloak, and all of a tremble she edges her way to the door, half frightened, half regretful, yet wholly swayed for the time being by the possession of the moment's idol. Then comes detection. Everything rises to betray her. Her frightened glances, her sneaking attitude, the closer clutch she has upon her cloak. She is accosted, questioned, and then every thought of home, family, and the disgrace that she has brought upon herself rushes before her, and she summons all the pluck there is in her poor fluttering heart, and denies. Fatuous soul! She forgets that the sanctity which a moment since surrounded her as an honest woman is now stripped from her. She is searched. The stolen article is found upon her, and she stands there drooping and despairing, a proven thief. Every year, over and over again, is this sad scene enacted. Among the real criminal set of shoplifters may be found some who are skilful in picking pockets. They are a dangerous class, for at no place are opportunities for plying their trade more frequent than in a shopping bazaar. The shopper's attention is deeply engaged by a bewildering display of goods dear to female hearts. Minds are full of purchases and heedless of pockets. Satchels and purses are laid carelessly upon the counter. The shoplifter is always on the alert for these opportunities, and is ever ready to take advantage of them. Not long since, a lady placed on a counter beside her a well-filled purse. A moment afterwards she mechanically picked it up again to pay for a purchase. She opened it. There was a wad of paper in it. She looked at it again. It was not her own, but one that had been adroitly substituted for it. An unusually cunning male shoplifter successfully operated for several years by means of a scheme that he had devised himself. He travelled through England, France, and other European countries, leaving a trail of mysterious thefts behind him. Upon his return to the United States he was detected in the act of committing a robbery, and his plan was exposed. Cloth and silk houses were his chosen fields of labour. He invariably carried a large-sized valise. The bottom of the bag, which parted in the middle, was movable, and was hinged at the sides. Near the handle was a spring arrangement, which connected with the movable bottom. His plan was to enter a store while the clerks were engaged in the rear. Going boldly up to a counter, he would apparently, in the most careless manner, set down his valise upon a pile of goods. As he did so, he would spring the bottom, and thus adroitly bag a roll of silk or fine cloth. Having secured his booty, he would make a small purchase, and ask one of the clerks for the address of another firm in the same line of business. His appearance never caused the slightest suspicion, and the thief, until his methods were discovered, always managed to leave a store with his gripsack full of plunder. 2 or 3 shoplifters have been known to enter large cloth, dry goods, or feather establishments in the morning just before opening time, while the porter or clerk were sweeping the store. One of the rogues would then engage the single unsuspecting guardian of the store in conversation, and invariably succeed in luring him to the rear of the place. This was the thief's opportunity, and when the clerk's back was turned, the shoplifter's confederates were busy. In a twinkling they would conceal as many goods as they were able to stuff into false pockets in their clothes and quietly make off. Then the first man would innocently tell his dupe that he would call again. A few skilful male and female shoplifters occasionally succeed in making rich hauls by substitution. They operate solely in jewellery stores, and have a fondness for handling and pricing diamond rings and pins. In carrying out their scheme, they visit a jewellery store and examine goods. A lapidary who manufactures paste rings and pins is next visited. He is employed to make a substitute for the piece of diamond jewellery which the shoplifter intends stealing. A good description of the article wanted is given, and is soon finished by the obliging lapidary. 2 or 3 of the shoplifters acting in concert now call at the jeweller's store. While the diamonds are again being closely examined, the spurious article is deftly substituted for the genuine one. After an extended and critical examination, the purchase is reluctantly deferred, the jewellery case is returned to the showcase or safe, and it is often days before the fact is discovered that a costly diamond ring or pin has been stolen and a paste one left in its place. Shoplifters who make a practice of stealing unset diamonds and other precious stones sometimes substitute spurious stones to cover the theft. They have been known to swallow the gems, and when arrested on suspicion were able to escape conviction by the clever manner in which the trick was performed. But while the shoplifters' numerous depredations have made people wary, and in the aggregate have entailed great losses on merchants, their operations have frequently injured unblemished reputations and subjected tender feelings to great suffering. Most of the large jewellery establishments and great bazaars now employ detectives, while others employ floor-walkers. Many of these do not possess the intelligence and cunning their position demands, and serious mistakes often occur. Ladies of high social position have time and again been accused of larcenies of which they were entirely guiltless. Some really absent-minded shoppers have carried articles away from the counter utterly unconscious of the fact at the time. Of course it would require an adept in psychological art to tell the really absent-minded but honest woman from the one who pleads temporary aberration of mind as excuse for actual crime. The guilty have again and again secured immunity from punishment by a well-concocted story of forgetfulness, and it is equally certain that the innocent have more than once suffered for the guilty. Pickpockets are an interesting class of thieves, and among the men and women who follow this particular line of crime there are many grades. The male operators generally dress well and display abundant jewellery, but the females, while pillaging, generally appear in humble attire. Professional pickpockets are naturally great rovers, and are continually travelling from one end of the country to the other to attend large public gatherings. It is in such crowds that these desperate rascals most successfully practise their nefarious calling. They are to be found one day among the assemblage present at the inauguration of the President of the United States, another day at the funeral obsequies of some distinguished person, and the next week at a country fair. At the funeral of General Grant in New York City, an army of the light-fingered fraternity flocked from all parts of the country, expecting to reap rich harvest among the vast throng. However, the best laid schemes of mice and men ganged after glee, and notwithstanding the fact that there were hundreds of thousands of people that day along the route of the funeral procession, not a single watch or pocketbook was stolen. Never before in the history of the police department had there been such a clean record. The day before the funeral, all the professional pickpockets then in the city were arrested upon suspicion, and the police magistrates held the rogues as prisoners. The alarm was then raised, and hundreds of criminals on their way to New York gave up the project, left the trains, and scattered in other directions. A few, however, who were reckless enough to persist in their schemes, found detectives awaiting them at the several depots. They were taken in charge and were kept safely housed at the police central office, the various precinct station houses, and the Tombs prison until the funeral was over and all the strangers had departed for their homes. When there was no one to prey upon, the disgusted rogues were liberated. The effort made to thwart the pickpockets upon that occasion was a bold one, but the end certainly justified the means. Of professional pickpockets there are many types. Odd are the notions that some people entertain of the personal appearance of criminals of this class. Some believe them to be a forbidding and suspicious-looking lot of cutthroats, but on the contrary they are very like ordinary individuals, and unless their faces are known, their appearance or dress would never excite curiosity. Still, between the several classes of operators there is a striking difference. The pickpocket, either male or female, who dexterously abstracts a purse, or captures a watch or diamond pin on any of the principal thoroughfares, in a streetcar, railroad train, or church, does not in any way resemble the person who will perform the same operation in a side street or at a public gathering. Those who seek only large plunder are entertaining conversationalists and easy in their manners. They are generally self-possessed fellows, and are dexterous and cautious operators. Women make the most patient and dangerous pickpockets. Humble in their attire, and seemingly unassuming in their demeanour, Without attracting any notice or particular attention, they slip into an excited crowd in a store or in front of a shop window. Their quick eye and delicate touch will without difficulty locate the resting place of a well-filled purse. That discovered, they follow the victim about until the proper opportunity presents itself to capture the prize. Sometimes they go off on thieving excursions in pairs, but an expert female pickpocket invariably prefers to work alone. The latter class are difficult to run down. Men, after committing a large theft, are in nearly all instances extravagant and reckless, but women are generally the reverse, and are careful of the money they have stolen. Should they have reason to feel that they are suspected, they will remain concealed for a long time. There is on record the case of a female pickpocket who, after capturing a pocketbook containing thousands of dollars in greenbacks, became aware that she was suspected and succeeded in eluding arrest until the only witness against her had died. The day following the robbery, the thief, who was well advanced in years and was possessed of an excellent education, entered a religious institution under an assumed name. After telling a plausible and sad story of her unhappy marriage to a drunkard, she finally gained admission to the home. Her conduct there was exemplary, and she remained for years. At last she read of the death of the wealthy lady whose pocketbook she had stolen, and the cunning pickpocket, aware that the danger of conviction for the larceny had passed, vanished from the home and returned to her old trade. There are other instances illustrative of the care with which women avoid detection that are on a par with the one mentioned. Pickpockets who pursue their calling under cover of a shawl or overcoat carried carelessly over one arm, invariably the left one, generally take a seat in the car on the right side of the person they intend robbing, and operate under the coat or shawl. In case the pocket is high or too small to admit the hand freely, a sharp knife is used to cut the side of the dress or trousers of the victim. Others of the light-fingered fraternity wear light overcoats with the large pockets removed. Entering a crowded car, a thief, while standing up, selects a woman who, while paying her fare, has displayed a well-filled purse. The thief, when the opportunity occurs, carelessly laps his coat over her dress, and by inserting his hand through the outside opening of his false pocket, quietly proceeds to do his work. Female pickpockets who operate in cars and boats invariably use cloaks, which shield them while stealing. They press against the person whose pockets they are rifling, and the cloak completely hides the movements of their hands. Some expert male pickpockets ply their vocation alone. One of this class succeeded in stealing a valuable watch from the vest pocket of a distinguished jurist some time since, while the latter was viewing a procession from the front of a leading hotel. Another class of pickpockets frequent churches and funerals. Women generally do the stealing, and they pass the plunder to their male confederates, who disappear with the watch or pocketbook the moment it has been captured. The men, as a rule, are old thieves, who have lost their nerve and no longer dare to work for themselves. Those that operate with an assistant always require the latter to do the crowding or engage the attention of the intended victim, while his pocket is being plundered. A mob is always composed of not less than 3 men working in harmony. Just as soon as a watch or pocketbook has been stolen by one of these men, the thief hands the plunder to one of his accomplices, who passes it to the 3rd or 4th man, as the case may be. This style of thieving is to protect the actual thief, and only yields small profits on account of the number engaged in the crime. Should the victim discover on the spot that his pocket had been picked, and cause the arrest of the robber standing alongside or in front of him, the failure to find the plunder upon the prisoner would create a serious doubt as to his guilt. Cunning old professionals, veritable Fagins, are the brains of these mobs. They delegate a daring young man with quick hands to do the stealing, and the instant the purse, watch, or jewel has been passed to them, they disappear. If it is a purse that has been taken, it is promptly rifled, and the empty wallet thrown into an ash barrel or sewer. The veteran first allots to himself the lion's share of the booty, and afterwards splits up the remainder with the other members of the gang. Serious trouble, sometimes resulting in bloodshed, occurs over quarrels concerning the division of spoils. Should a newspaper item announce that the stolen pocketbook contained a large sum of money, when the leader of the gang had said he found but a few dollars in it, the thieves' co-partnership would be summarily dissolved by a sanguinary affray, the cause of which, for the protection of the others, would not be revealed. Sidewalk committees, at the time of military parades or political processions, have a couple of young men who are known as pushers. These go in advance of the thief and locate the whereabouts of the plunder for him. They rush and push to and fro in the crowd, or at a street crossing, jostling against everyone with whom they come in contact. When the pusher discovers the pocket in which plunder is sure to be found, the fellow signals to the pickpocket indicating the victim and just where the purse or wallet is carried. Then the robbery follows. Some nervous people, while carrying large sums, betray themselves to a shrewd thief by their actions, and afterwards think it strange that the rogue should have known the very pocket that contained the roll of greenbacks. If they had remained cool while riding in a car or passing through a crowd, and had not clapped their hands every few minutes on the outside of the pocket in which they carried the money, to feel if it was still there, they would doubtless have avoided loss. Pickpockets, like other individuals, are not gifted with second sight, and they always watch for signs to guide them in their operations. If their mode of working was better understood by the public and properly guarded against, their vocation would in a short time become unprofitable. When a mob of pickpockets start out to work a crowd on a horse car or a railroad train, they break into twos. The part of one is ascertain the location of the victim's money. He gets alongside the man whose pocket is to be picked, and with rapid movement he dexterously passes his fingers over every pocket. His touch is so delicate that it enables him to locate the prize and to ascertain its character, whether a roll, a purse, or a pocketbook. The surging of a crowd, especially on a railroad train, accounts to the suspicious traveller for the occasional jostling he receives. The most common receptacle for the pocketbook is the left trousers pocket. When the victim is selected, the second man plants himself squarely in front of him, while the other crowds up behind him on the right side. The operator in front, under cover of a newspaper or coat thrown over his arm, feels the pocket, and if the victim is a straight-backed man, in standing position, he finds the opening of the pocket drawn close together. In such a case it is dangerous to attempt the insertion of the hand. A very low-toned clearing of the throat, followed by a guttural noise, is the signal to his confederate to exert a gentle pressure upon the victim's right shoulder. This is so gradually extended that the traveller yields to the pressure without knowing it, and without changing the position of his feet. This throws the lips of the pocket conveniently open for the operator in front, who does not insert his hands to draw the book out, but works upon the lining. He draws it out a little at a time, without inserting his fingers more than halfway. Should this process of drawing the contents of the pocket to its mouth be felt by the victim, another low clearing of the throat gives the sign to the confederate, and the game is dropped. If the victim's suspicions are not aroused, the pickpocket continues at his work of drawing the lining out until the roll of bills of pocketbook is within reach of his deft fingers. The successful completion of the undertaking is indicated by a gentle chirrup, and the precious pair separate from their victim to ply the same tricks upon the next one. Stealing watches and pins by gangs of pickpockets who ride in street cars is of frequent occurrence. In taking the watch, the same system of jostling and crowding is resorted to, while the wire, the one who actually does the work, is stealing the watch. He raises it out of the pocket by means of the chain, with his left hand, which is concealed by a coat or shawl. After the watch has been taken from the pocket, the thief drops it into the palm of his right hand, and by a quick turn of the wrist the ring is twisted off. The chain, which is seldom taken, is quietly allowed to drop down, and usually the first intimation a person has that his watch is gone is when his attention is called to his dangling chain. The moment that the watch has been stolen, the man who takes it passes it to an associate, who leaves the car at once, and the others comprising the gang ride a square or two before getting out. Some people wonder how pickpockets succeed in stealing a watch without first unscrewing the snap at the end of the chain, not knowing that the ring has been twisted out. To capture a diamond pin, the method is slightly different. Rogues of this class, when at work, generally lift one arm above the height of the pin, and while the owner's attention is attracted by something started for the purpose, the jewel is abstracted by an exceedingly quick and clever movement of the thumb and forefinger of the other hand. As the pin starts from its place, it is caught in the palm of the thief's hand, and before the owner has discovered his loss, the jewel has passed out of the possession of the man who stole it. It is a good plan for persons carrying large sums of money or valuables not to allow their attention to be suddenly diverted by seeming disturbances or other attractions. They are the pickpocket's opportunity, and are often gotten up by them for the purpose. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Manalakis. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 40 by Thomas Byrnes. Forgers and Their Methods. Wily devices and brainy schemes of a dangerous class. Tricks on banks. How businessmen are defrauded. A distinguished and learned criminal jurist tersely described forgery as the false making or materially altering, with intent to defraud, any writing which, if genuine, might apparently be of legal efficacy in the foundation of a legal liability. The crime, in a general sense, is the illegal falsification or counterfeiting of a writing, bill, bond, will, or other document, and the statutes generally make the uttering or using the forged instruments essential to the offense. The uttering is complete, however, if an attempt is made to use the fraudulent paper as intended, though the forgery be discovered in season to defeat the fraud designed. The intent to deceive and defraud is often conclusively presumed from the forgery itself. If one forge a name, word, or even figure of a note, and cause it to be discounted, it is no defense whatever to the charge of forgery that he intended to pay the note himself, and had actually made provisions that no person should be injured. Forgery, attended as it is with such ruinous consequences, is easily perpetrated, and detected with much difficulty. It was one of the capital offenses years ago, and the Penal Code of the State of New York makes the sentence, upon a second conviction for forgery in the first degree, imprisonment for life. As compared with the other criminal classes, the number of professional forgers in the United States is very small. All told, there are not more than 24 expert penmen and engravers who misuse their talents by imitating the handwriting and workmanship of others. Few as are these swindlers, they occasionally launch forth some gigantic scheme, flooding the principal cities with their spurious and worthless paper. The operations of American forgers are not by any means confined to this country. The bankers of Europe have been fleeced by them, and conspiracies hatched here have almost caused financial panics in England and on the continent. The professional forger is a man of great natural ability, and a cunning and suspicious individual. Cautious in the extreme, he prefers to work in secret, and probably never more than 2 of his most intimate companions know what he is about, until the counterfeits he has produced are ready to be put in circulation. So guarded is he, in fact, that while imitating the signature of a banking firm, duplicating the bonds or securities of a large corporation, or printing the delicately executed notes and currency of a country, he never permits any of his friends to enter his secret workshop. It is the proud boast of one of the most notorious of these swindlers that while at his nefarious work, no man, woman, or child ever saw him with a pen in his hand. By the aid of a mixture of acids, they are able to completely erase figures in ink from the face of notes without in the least destroying or damaging the paper. Thus, genuine orders upon banks or brokers for a few dollars are easily raised into the thousands. Others have a talent for imitating handwriting, especially autographs. and filled out blank checks and notes to suit themselves. Photography has also been successfully applied as a means for transferring fine tracing, delicate engravings, and even signatures. Although plotting and planning daring work for others to execute, the forger keeps himself well in the background, and by following a system calculated to protect himself against the annoyance of arrest or the danger of conviction, he runs but few risks. He keeps aloof from the several members of his band, and in most cases is known only to his manager, who is the go-between and guiding spirit of the gang. This system is one of the forger's best safeguards, for no matter what slip there may afterwards be in the effort to secure money upon his spurious paper, he is able to baffle all attempts to fasten the foundations of the crime upon himself. He employs as his manager only a man in whom he has the utmost confidence, who is generally a person of such notoriously bad character that no jury would accept his uncorroborated testimony should he prove unfaithful. There have been instances, however, in which the manager has also been the capitalist and leading plotter. Such men are to be found in the best walks of life, and their means of existence is often a mystery to their friends. They have carefully guarded ways of putting the forged notes into the hands of the agents of the layers down, the title by which those who finally dispose of the fraudulent paper are known. The organization of a forger's gang is unlike that of any other class of thieves. It has many subdivisions, all working in concert, and yet but few of the operators have any acquaintance with the leading spirits in the conspiracy. The poor tools who risk their liberty never know the penman or engraver whose work they handle, and the forger, on the other hand, does not wish an acquaintance with them. He knows them simply by reputation as good or ordinary layer down, just as their standing may be. Then there are the quiet agents, who gather information and rarely appear in any criminal proceeding. These have a wide circle of acquaintances, many of whom are reputable merchants and brokers. During pleasant chats in the bars and reading rooms of hotels and at fashionable resorts, much useful information for the carrying out of large plans is gleaned. A banker's clerk, fond of billiards or horse racing, and living above his salary, while in bad luck, meets an agreeable friend at the racetrack or around the gaming table. The forger's secret and most dangerous agents grasp the situation at a glance, and hidden behind their apparent good nature is a plot for plunder. The clerk's losses make him desperate, and he never declines the proffered loan. It may be only a small sum, but it is the first step toward his downfall. He has become entangled in the clutches of a sharper, and at short acquaintance stands ready to follow the advice of his generous friend. When it is suggested that blank checks, or better still, checks filled out, if procured by him, no matter by what means he obtains them, will bring him a supply of ready cash, he grasps the opportunity. Rarely does the firm suspect, when at last forgeries are scattered broadcast, that their fast-living clerk is really responsible for the counterfeits. The reckless young man, tempted by the success of others, will in a short time attempt to imitate signatures himself. Not having served a proper apprenticeship in wicked ways, the forgery is apparent. Caught in the act, he is sent to prison, and forever afterwards is an outcast from society. The clerk's experience demonstrates but one of the insidious methods of the crafty forger and his agents. He has other schemes, most prominent among which is using the dishonest broker. Under cover of a legitimate business, they dispose of considerable worthless bonds and securities. It often happens that stolen, forged, and counterfeit bonds are hypothecated for loans by some tottering firm and are never redeemed. Bankers duped in that way, rather than make public the fact that they have been taken, prefer to bear their losses and make no effort to prosecute the swindler. The men who, for a small percentage, dispose of forged paper or handle counterfeits are mostly ex-convicts or novices in crime. Some of the check passers operate according to system, and others depend upon circumstances. Not long ago, a forger, only one of whose spurious notes was ever refused, always furnished his operators with duplicate drafts. One of these, simply endorsed upon the back, would be presented at the bank by the layer down. The latter being a stranger, the teller would naturally decline to honor the note without proper identification. Then the layer down, after remarking that he was not well acquainted with financial matters, would take the check and leave the institution. The second note, properly certified and endorsed with the signature of the firm whose genuine check had been imitated, would be handed to the operator by an accomplice on the street. After a brief absence, the man would return to the bank and get the money, the teller supposing the identification to be freshly written. The presentation of the identified check first would not have been regular, and the wily leader never permitted any of his tools to run such risks. In one instance, a forger used 3 layers down. His plan was this: if the first man came out all right, a second was sent in, and if he succeeded, a third followed. Here the operations ended for the day, and afterwards a watch was kept upon the bank until it was closed, and also upon the office of the broker whose signature was being forged. If no unusual commotion was observed at either place, it was taken for granted that the victim's account was large enough to be drawn from still further. A day or two later, other checks previously prepared were presented in the same way. Upon the slightest sign of discovery, the layer down and his lookouts disappeared as quickly as possible, one covering the escape of the other. In the selection of the men who obtained the cash on the notes, old favorites were sent in first, as the chances of detection were then at a minimum. As the account was more and more freely drawn upon, and was likely to give out at any moment, and as disagreeable questions might be asked, the last men were required to possess plenty of nerve. The amount of a firm's account in bank is always a matter of guesswork, and therefore risky, though the forger's rule is to select wealthy concerns, leave a wide margin, and draw from the account gradually. The forger has but little trouble in ascertaining the correct numbers for the checks he intends using. Just before the close of business on a Saturday afternoon, one of his agents calls at a broker's office and sells some genuine bonds, and in payment asks that he be given at least 2 checks, explaining that he desires to send them by letter to friends in the country. Such checks are rarely ever refused, and the forger thus manages to get the numbers of the last checks issued by the firm. This gives him all day Sunday to fix the figures on the forgeries, and he is then ready to operate on Monday morning. The genuine checks, several days later, reach the bank through some reputable business firm, but in the meantime they have passed through so many hands that it is next to an impossibility to trace them. A common yet dangerous scheme, which has been carried out many times with success by check raisers, is this. A member of the gang is first sent to purchase 2 drafts payable at a bank in another city. One is made out for a small amount, and the other for a considerable sum. In a few days, the purchaser returns the large draft to the bank, saying that he was unable to use it as he had intended. The amount it calls for is refunded to him, and the redeemed draft is in most instances destroyed. Then, having a clear field before him, the forger forwards the small draft, raised the correspondent number, date, and amount to the large one, to some distant city for collection. As the genuine draft has in the meantime been torn up, there is rarely any difficulty in getting the raised one cashed, and sometimes the deceit is not readily discovered at the bank of issue. Many cashiers have spent hours going over their books on account of a shortage due to a raised check. The photolithographic process of check counterfeiting first came to light in this city a few years ago. The checks were presented by a smart lad who invariably succeeded in getting them cashed. He was caught at last laying down one of the worthless notes, and had it not been for an accident, he might have escaped. The cashier to whom the note was presented noticed that it was blurred, and on submitting it to experts, his suspicions that it was a forgery were confirmed. It had been prepared with such accuracy that the stamp on it could not be distinguished from a genuine one. The forger, however, had not been satisfied with his work, and essayed an improvement by the use of chemicals, which in the warmth of the carrier's hand had blurred and discolored the paper. The lad, when cornered, made a clean breast of it, and said that his brother-in-law had employed him to procure genuine checks and carry forged paper to the bank. Not long ago, a man who appeared to be extremely prudent and careful, conducting his business transactions after the most approved methods and on strict business principles, opened an account with one of the city banks. He soon won the confidence of the bank officials. At first he deposited only moderate sums of money, thus creating the impression that he was engaged in legitimate business, and he only drew on his account as any ordinary merchant might do. He always kept a balance in the bank, and the money he deposited was usually in certified checks of another bank. Thus his credit was soon established on a very comfortable basis. Suddenly the checks began to assume alarming proportions. They came, too, in unusually rounded figures, $4,500 and $6,500 looming up on their faces. The suspicion of the cashier was aroused, and an inquiry was instituted. The new customer's dealings had jumped to such proportions that it was thought that something must be wrong. The officials of the bank that had issued the certified checks were at once consulted, the checks were examined, and they were pronounced forgeries. Both banks were amazed. Their consternation increased the more closely they examined the checks. It was clear that the forgeries were not ordinary ones, and it was more than likely that they were being perpetrated on other institutions and probably for large amounts. These checks, so many of which had passed current at the Bank of Certification, had been printed and stamped on specially manufactured paper and signed with specially prepared ink. The writing was done in a bold, free hand that challenged detection by its freedom and similarity to that of the treasurer of the Western Union Telegraph Company. They were lithographed imitations of the genuine checks of the bank, with a slight difference in the safety test, the numbering, and the ink, but in the rush of business these defects escaped notice. The forgeries were admitted to be exceedingly clever, and no fault was found with the teller for certifying to the genuineness of the notes. In this instance, the layer down was a poor youth whom the bogus merchant had employed in his sham office at a salary of a few dollars a week. Forgers who make a practice of defrauding banks of smaller cities first establish confidence with the officials of the institution they intend to plunder. This is done in a very simple manner, but one that generally proves successful. Several weeks before the forgery is attempted, the advance agent of the gang opens an insurance or real estate office in the vicinity of the bank. He opens an account with the bank, makes bona fide deposits, and transacts ordinary business matters, generally involving, however, the transfer of money from one city to another. When at last he feels perfectly sure that he is beyond suspicion, he deposits for collection a draft on another bank for a large sum, which bears the forged signature of a genuine depositor at a bank in a distant city. Upon presentation of the draft, the officials telegraph to the bank it is drawn upon, inquiring if the person or firm whose signature it bears is a depositor in good standing there. The answer being satisfactory, at least 3/4 of the amount called for by the check is willingly advanced by the bank of deposit to the forger's trusted agent. In due time, the counterfeit is forwarded for collection through the regular business channels, and when it finally reaches its destination, its character is discovered. The insurance or real estate office has in the meantime disappeared, and the forger and his tools have vanished. A smart gang with a dozen or more advance agents have been known to dupe in a single year over 40 banks, netting with a small outlay about $160,000 by their operations. Storekeepers and business firms have been swindled time and again by a peculiar class of forgers who seem to be satisfied with a few $100s, and sometimes less. In all large cities, these men succeed in operating extensively with raised or worthless checks. After a small purchase, the layer down presents a bank draft or a check in payment, and should he be questioned, he generally gives some ready reference. His offhand and frank way of dealing allays suspicion, and not an inkling of his true character is revealed until scores have fallen a prey to his deceptions. When one of these criminals is run down, hundreds of complainants generally appear to prosecute him. Sometimes it happens, in altering checks, that the chemicals leave a blur upon the paper that cannot be erased. As the notes, however, for small amounts are genuine, the forger, who is seldom willing to lose money even in experimenting, has been known to burn off the portion of the paper that he had unsuccessfully tampered with. Then one of his friends will write to the bank that issued the draft, stating that it had accidentally been partially burned, giving the date of issue and the amount it called for, and requesting that a duplicate be forwarded to the writer. To confirm the accident story, the fragments of the check are enclosed in the envelope. The duplicate asked for is generally received by return mail. The craftiness and audacity of the professional forger is well illustrated by the following incident. A few years ago, a band of international criminals left this city for the purpose of robbing foreign bankers by means of a large supply of well-executed counterfeit notes. The men were scarcely upon the high seas before the conspiracy was known in New York. Without delay, cablegrams were flashed across the ocean, warning the European authorities of the entire plot, and giving the names and accurate descriptions of all the operators. Notwithstanding this warning, the forger and his assistants landed without detection, and made their headquarters in one of the largest cities. In the course of a few days after their arrival, the chief conspirator, who was traveling as an American tourist, desirous of becoming familiar with the faces of the detectives, secured a letter of introduction to the chief of the Bureau or Department of Criminal Investigation. He was well received, all the workings of that branch of the police service were explained to him, and he was pleasantly entertained for half an hour or more by the head of the force himself. During the chat, the conversation turned, apparently, incidentally, to forgers and counterfeiters. The detective, thrown completely off his guard, unbosomed himself to the bogus tourist. On the desk before the former lay the important message sent from New York concerning the band of forgers. It was an official secret, but the detective had no scruples in confiding it to his visitor. Telling the latter that his department was in communication with similar institutions in the United States, the chief of one of the largest detective forces in Europe picked up the message and read it from beginning to end to the sham tourist. It was startling and unexpected news to the forger, but he controlled his feelings, and without the slightest nervousness or agitation resumed the conversation. At its close, the noted criminal warmly shook the hand of the police official who had unconsciously and gratuitously furnished him with so much valuable information, and drove back to his hotel. The forger and his band disappeared that night. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 41 by Thomas Byrnes. Frauds Exposed. Accomplished adventurers and fashionable adventuresses. People who live by their wits. Getting a living by hook or by crook. Odd and many are the ways of earning a living that are resorted to by numerous adventurers and adventuresses in the Metropolis. For society in its varied and complex phases affords a profitable field for a large army of wily men and women who live by their wits. There are hundreds of ingenious money-making schemes, which, though by no means legitimate, cannot be dealt with as precisely criminal. And there is, therefore, a certain class who, though not professional criminals, nevertheless, like them, obtain a living by preying upon their fellow creatures. I recall the case of a lady, middle-aged but still pretty, who kept many boarding-houses one after another, all of them popular and well patronized while they lasted. She was a woman of education and refinement, of gentle disposition and confiding nature, and she easily inspired unbounded confidence in all who knew her. She always managed to interest some rich old bachelor or widower in her business affairs, with the almost certain result of inducing him to pay a large sum of money in advance for board. Then suddenly her affairs would become involved, and with many tears and well-simulated expressions of sorrow and deep distress, she would reluctantly announce to her boarders that she was obliged to give up her house. She would then disappear, until she was satisfied that the confiding boarder, who had made the loan, had abandoned all hope of ever getting his money back, when she would reappear in a new street, occasionally under a new name, and the routine of borrowing from unsuspecting boarders and giving up the house would again be gone through with. She has been known to obtain an advance of $1,000 from a boarder, and not one of her numerous loans was ever repaid. Whenever she vacated a house, she was generally more or less in debt to all her patrons, whom she treated so kindly that they were often only too glad to relieve her temporary embarrassment by paying for board in advance, and were sincerely sorry when financial disaster at length overwhelmed her. As a rule, boarders generally victimized their landladies, but in this instance the rule was reversed. Another woman who lived in elegant style in a fashionable part of the city acquired a snug fortune by using her social influence in furthering questionable money-making schemes among capitalists. She had a large circle of acquaintance among moneyed men, possessed keen perception, an exceedingly glib tongue, and instinctive knowledge of human nature. These qualities she constantly turned to her own pecuniary account. She and her husband kept house in a sumptuously furnished brownstone front uptown, where they received evening calls from numerous bankers, brokers, and others, whom the accomplished wife elegantly and pleasantly entertained. When necessary, she talked, coaxed, or argued them into investing or lending their influence to any money-making scheme she had a pecuniary interest in. She did a paying business for a long time. She never undertook any but large and plausible schemes, and generally succeeded in carrying them through. Not long ago, she became interested in a mine and got most of the stock subscribed for through her own unaided exertions, for which she received in advance a large roll of greenbacks as her reward. It was characteristic of her never to depend upon commissions for her services. She demanded so much money down, and nothing else would answer, and she generally got it. In this way she supported her family in great luxury, and clothed herself and her daughters in fashionable style. She is still widely known by Wall Street and Broad Street magnates. Now and then in New York one comes across women who, though they cannot be properly styled adventuresses, yet have adopted petty and ingenious ways of adding to a slender income. There is, for instance, a young lady in society who is locally famous for obtaining all her gloves and jewelry as gifts from her gentlemen escorts to parties and theaters, gifts which she does not hesitate to hint for, if they are not speedily volunteered. There is another woman who resides in a handsomely furnished suite of rooms, who invariably takes her meals out, always managing so that at least 2 meals shall be taken at the invitation of some gentleman friend, thus saving the fair dame at least $10 a week. Another woman contrives to fasten herself on some rich and fashionable lady as a companion, living at the expense of her friend, to whom she attaches herself as closely and with as much persistence as a barnacle to a ship. One fair creature has made a practice for years to become engaged to some rich young man, receiving from him, meantime, as many presents as he can be tempted to bestow. Finally, she quarrels with her betrothed, breaks the engagement, and retains the presents. A really clever woman who, according to her own statement, engineers beggars, hires a number of poor, homeless children, and a number of old and decrepit men and women, selecting with an artist's eye all the most wretched specimens of humanity she can procure. The halt, the maimed, the lame, and the blind, the dirty, the ragged, the sick, and the sore. These wretches are stationed singly or in small squads around the hotels, churches, or places of amusement. When there is a ball at the Academy of Music or a fashionable opera or select gathering of any kind, she stations her wretched squad at convenient points, and hiding herself in some convenient place, grins with unfeigned satisfaction as her hatless and shoeless brigade whiningly receives alms. Her percentage of the receipts generally consists of by far the greater part of the money her beggars have extracted from the charitable. Of late years, this woman's operations have been materially curtailed by the police. Dancing attendants upon dowagers who are rich seems to be growing in favor among the would-be fashionable but impecunious youths of the city. Among the most curious cases of gaining a livelihood without working for it is that of a certain young man, who, young, rather handsome, and of good family, devotes himself almost exclusively to playing the cavalier to old and very rich widows. There are men about town who have the entree to fashionable society, who are really card-sharpers and gamblers, who live upon the money they make by cheating at cards at their clubs or elsewhere. They are society men, too, who live in luxury, dress well, and spend money lavishly, who depend upon their skill in manipulating cards for means to keep their appearances and meet their liberal expenditures. They do not hesitate to cheat, and if detected, the matter is hushed up for their family's sake. But in the majority of instances, their social position saves them even from suspicion, and defrauded victims pay their losses without suspecting the author of their misfortunes. Levying literary blackmail is often practiced upon a certain class of wealthy and vain people. Proof sheets of glowing biographies of well-known men and women are sent to the selected victim. A polite and carefully written personal note accompanies the proof sheets, informing the party that the proofs are specimens of the contents of a forthcoming book of great national importance, which the publishers are preparing to issue, in which they design to insert the biography of all the distinguished persons of the times. A request is then made for a biographical sketch of the person addressed, to be written in a similar style and sent to the publishers. Sometimes the proof sheets of what purports to be one's own biography are sent, with a request to correct the unavoidable mistakes. Not a word is said about money matters. The distinguished party generally feels flattered, falls into the trap, and either writes his biography as desired, or corrects and returns the proof. In due time, a revised proof of the article is sent to the subject, and with it a bill for $200, $300, or $500, as the case may be. The victim's eyes are now opened, but it is too late. He has committed himself to complying with the original request, or by correcting and returning the proof sheets, and rather than publicly reveal his own weakness and folly, he pays the bill or compromises the affair with the swindler. Thus the rascal contrives to make a good living, though the book itself has never been published and never will be, for the reason that all the illustrious men have not yet contributed their biographies. Matrimonial advertising is another successful enterprise that thrives on the credulity of others. Rich widows who advertise for husbands and wealthy gentlemen who are pining for wives are daily advertisers in the metropolitan newspapers. Some of these matrimonial advertisements are inserted as a joke. A very few of them are undoubtedly sincere, but the greater number are inserted for improper purposes. At one time there was a matrimonial bureau that did a thriving business, and its victims were numbered by hundreds. On the other hand, divorce detectives, male and female, are numerous, and their number and pecuniary prosperity afford a suggestive commentary on the ills and mistakes of modern married life. Many of these bogus detectives do all they can to upset marriages already made, doing so in the interest of one or the other, and sometimes of both, of the unhappy wedded pair. Divorce detectives of this order will sneak, spy, lie, and swear to a lie, and will not hesitate to put temptation in the way of those against whom they are employed. They will not scruple to do anything to procure evidence for their employers that will be considered sufficient grounds for divorce. There are about 30 men and some 50 women in New York who are thus almost constantly engaged in working up divorce cases, procuring or manufacturing evidence, and so forth. Some of them have grown rich. Not more than 5 or 6 of them can be relied upon as thoroughly honest. On several occasions, Some have taken pay from both sides in a divorce suit by pretending to watch a husband in the interest of a wife, and to spy upon a wife in the interest of a husband, and have thus lied to and cheated both. Professional divorce detectives are about the meanest and most unscrupulous of all people who live by their wits, and they are at the same time among the sharpest. There are hundreds of petty swindlers who get their living by hook or by crook in many ingenious and curious ways. Not the least numerous and successful are the bogus agents for charitable societies, and meek, long-faced professional philanthropists who are supported with their families by the carelessness and credulity of the charitable public. Then there are shyster lawyers, who solicit their own clients and roundly fleece them when once they are in their clutches. There are numerous parties who compound elixirs and costly cosmetics that make all who use them beautiful forever. Men who make money by issuing bogus diplomas for doctors and charlatans who practice medicine under them, and no end of quacks who cure all diseases by a magic touch. The vanity of the newly rich or other people is catered to by enterprising gentlemen who prepare coats of arms and heraldic insignia for the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker to order. The list of petty swindlers might be lengthened indefinitely. It might properly include false pretenders who hire wedding presents in order to make a grand display at a marriage feast, and those who borrow diamonds and plate for fashionable dinners. There are street boys and men who haunt entrances to ballrooms, theaters, etc., for the sole purpose of picking up cigar stumps that are forthwith chemically treated and made over into fragrant Havanas, and thrifty hangers-on at the market stalls, who eagerly pick up the scraps and bones and sell them to poorer and less enterprising wretches who live upon them. There are a few curiously disposed persons who have a penchant for sitting up with sick people, or watching insane patients or drunken men for a consideration which must invariably be paid in advance. Free lunchers are a well-known and numerous class, who know how to evade the eye or to mollify the wrath of barkeepers who seek to increase their trade by offering tempting free lunches to all who enter. There is a large and persistent army of floaters to be found at all hours of the day, haunting the reading and writing rooms of first-class hotels, in which they never spend a cent. But those seats, fires, papers, stationery, etc., they use with the utmost freedom and without so much as saying thank you to the landlord. As for fortune-tellers and clairvoyants, their number is large and is on the increase, but their ways have been so often and so thoroughly ventilated that none but very stupid persons can be caught by their transparent stratagems. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Colleen McMahon. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 42 by Thomas Byrnes. Sharpers, confidence men, and bunco steerers. Wide-open traps. Tricks of sawdust and green goods dealers. Unfortunately, the temptation to take a hand in a seemingly innocent game of chance can scarcely be resisted by most people. Men of standing and respectability, including authors, politicians, divines, and even famous generals of America and Europe, have thus become easy prey for sharpers and have been roundly fleeced by confidence men and bunco steerers. The desire to beat the sharper at his own game often leads the stranger on to his ruin. The skillful and accomplished operator hunts his dupe among those of high life, while a lower order of these criminals select the ignorant, and especially the gullible countrymen, for their victims. It is a singular fact that while the rustic is often a trifle suspicious in his dealings with thieves, men of education and long experience are easily taken in by the glib-tongued, nattily-dressed young men who shake hands with them so cordially on the street corner. The leading confidence men and bunco steerers are an industrious set. They are usually men of education, glib talkers with no end of assurance, gifted with a good knowledge of human nature, and quick, fertile, and ingenious in resource. The few who are proficient in all these attainments find no difficulty in helping themselves to other people's money. This form of roguery has been said to be the safest and most amusing way for a shrewd thief to make his living. The rascals who follow it take a fiendish delight in outwitting men illustrious in the higher walks of life. A noted bunco operator once said in my hearing, "Talk about trout fishing. Just think of the fun of hooking a man that's worth anywhere from $500 to $5,000. Of course, it takes a man of education and refinement to do this sort of business, but there are several college graduates among our fellows who can do it. There certainly must be a strange fascination about this form of swindling, for the ranks of these sharpers have boasted of an ex-governor and of others who once filled high and responsible positions and figured in good society. Some of these sharpers ply their vocation in the vicinity of hotels and railroad depots, and others along the riverfront, particular attention being paid to incoming steamers from foreign ports. Of all the different types of rogues, a successful confidence or bunco man is the most accomplished. It is a criminal calling that an unpolished man cannot successfully follow. Its success entirely depends upon the skill with which it is played, and in the selection of a victim, and in the subsequent skinning process, all the resources of the cunning operator are brought into play. Few of the gangs of these men exceed 4 in number, and the majority of them do not exceed 3. The operators are very careful in their personal appearance. They never dress in conspicuous style, but aim to appear eminently respectable, rather than assume the airs and apparel of a man of fashion. Professional confidence men have more than once declared that a tinge of gray in their side whiskers would be a great advantage to them, and a bald head a fortune. Their methods of obtaining a victim's money vary as the circumstances require. The man who loiters about hotel offices and corridors awaiting his prey appears as the best-natured person in the world. He invariably has a smile on his face, and in moving out of the way of the guests and porters passing to and fro, politely bows at every turn. He eagerly scans the freshly written name in the register, and, when that has been obtained, he patiently awaits the chance to practice his threadbare tricks upon the new arrival. Those who operate on the river fronts or railroad depots are generally in search of a man to take charge of their stock farm, etc. Their numerous schemes have been exposed so often that it seems strange that these men should be able to eke out a livelihood. But it must be admitted that they do, and a good one too. They have boasted that a fool is born every minute, and that they are able to find more subjects than they can take care of. A veteran confidence man who died recently in an Eastern prison was credited with having made over $1 million during his long career of swindling. His wonderful cheek and coolness once enabled him to succeed in robbing the same man twice. Early in his criminal life, the confidence man realized $30,000 upon some worthless notes, which he induced a wealthy gentleman to cash. 30 years later, the sharper returned in the role of a penitent and promised to make restitution to his old victim for his past misdeeds. So well did he manage to gain the confidence of his former victim that in the course of a few days he borrowed from him $3,000 on another set of worthless notes. The headquarters of bunco men are generally in side or out-of-the-way streets. They usually hire a furnished apartment on a lower floor, and in nearly all cases there is no question about the nature of the business they intend to carry on in the place. The payment of a week's rent in advance satisfies the average landlord, and for the first week at least everything goes on all right. Having comfortably settled themselves in a suitable apartment, the rogues are ready for business. The handshaker then sallies forth, and at the first opportunity grasps a stranger by the hand and exclaims, "Why, how do you do, Mr. Brown? How are all my friends in Greenville?" The stranger, surprised at the warmth and unexpected friendliness of the reception, invariably responds, "You've made a mistake, sir. My name is not Brown. I'm Mr. Jones of Oshkosh, Wisconsin." Then the rogue apologizes, hurries off, and reports to his confederate, the steerer, who hurriedly produces a book from his pocket and hunts up Oshkosh, Wisconsin. The book is a banknote reporter, and gives a list of all the banks in the country, with a complete list of their officers. From the list, the bunco man instantly learns that Mr. Thomas is the president of the Oshkosh Bank, and that Messrs. Black and White are among its directors. Then he hastily follows Mr. Jones, accosts him in the street, shakes hands with him, calls him by name, and saying he is President Thomas's nephew, asks with much solicitude about the health of the blacks, whites, and other prominent people. The stranger is flattered by the attention of the bank president's agreeable nephew, and he is soon decoyed, without the least suspicion, into the room where the boss bunco man is waiting to play his part. There are desks and maps in the apartment, and an air of business about the place, which to all appearances is the office of some commercial concern. The dupe is lured to the bunco men's shop by the usual story about a valuable painting drawn in a lottery, or some other equally plausible story, and he is made to believe that a few dollars will secure an article easily worth hundreds, etc. The stranger usually bites. He is anxious to get $500 for 100. He puts down his wad of bills, which the bold operators forthwith capture by fair means or foul, and the victim walks out in a brown study, not knowing exactly how he was done up, but quite sure that he has been swindled. The bunco men immediately leave their office. The victim does not generally complain to the police because he is ashamed to confess his folly, and fears that if he makes any complaint, the newspapers will learn of the robbery, and all his friends in Oshkosh will hear of his mortifying experience. Another form of the bunco game was introduced into this country some years ago by a noted sharper who successfully operated throughout the West. He called the game a lottery, notwithstanding the fact that there is no lottery about it at all. The game is so simple and apparently honest that even the shrewdest are readily induced to take a hand and are as readily fleeced. There are 43 spaces upon a layout, 13 of which contain stars, conditional prizes. One space is blank, and the remaining 29 represent prizes ranging from $2,000 to $5,000. The game can be played with dice or cards. The latter are numbered with a series of small numbers ranging from 1 to 6, 8 of which are drawn and counted, the total representing the number of the prize drawn. Should the victim draw a star number, he is allowed the privilege of drawing again by putting up a small amount of money. He is generally allowed to win at first, and later on the game owes him from $1,000 to $5,000. This is when he draws the condition prize, number 27. The conditions are that he must put up $500, or as much as the dealer thinks he will stand. This is explained to him as necessary to save what he has already won, and entitle him to another drawing. He draws again, and by skillful counting on the part of the dealer, he draws the blank and loses all. The notorious Hungry Joe is a most persistent and impudent bunco steerer who has victimized more people by the bunco game than any other 5 men in the profession. One of his exploits was the robbing of Mr. Joseph Ramsden, an elderly English tourist, out of $250 in the following manner. Among the passengers on board the steamship Gallia from Liverpool was an English gentleman past the prime of life, of fine appearance but somewhat in ill health. He stopped at a first-class hotel uptown. One afternoon he strolled downtown on Broadway and was sauntering leisurely along when he was accosted by a well-dressed stranger who warmly grasped him by the hand and said, "Why, how do you do, Mr. Ramsden?" The latter expressed his inability to recognize the stranger, but the affable young man soon put the old gentleman at ease by adding, "Oh, you don't know me, I forgot. But I know you from hearsay. My name is Post, Henry F. Post. You came over in my uncle's steamer yesterday. Captain Murphy of the Gallia is my uncle, and since his return has been stopping at my father's residence. He has spoken of you to us. Indeed, he has said so much about you and of your shattered health that it seems to me as if I had known you a long time. I could not help recognizing you in 1,000 from my uncle's perfect description of you." Mr. Ramsden had had a very pleasant voyage on the Gallia, during which Captain Murphy and he had become very friendly, and thus he was not surprised that the gallant skipper should speak of him. Mr. Post walked arm in arm with his uncle's English friend, chatting pleasantly and pointing out prominent business houses until they reached Grand Street. "I'm in business in Baltimore, in ladies' underwear and white goods," said Mr. Post, "and have been home laying in a stock of goods. I should much like to remain a day or two longer and show you around, but I am sorry that I must return to Baltimore this evening. In fact, I'm on my way now to get my ticket, and my valise is already in the ticket office." It needed but a few words to induce the elderly gentleman to accompany Post to the ticket office in Grand Street, and the two soon entered a room on that street. There the young man bought a railroad ticket of a man behind the counter. "And now my valise," said Post to the ticket seller. Throwing the bag on the counter, the young man opened it, saying, "Here are some muslins that can't be duplicated in England," and exhibited to the old gentleman some samples of that fabric. Near the bottom of the bag he accidentally came upon a pack of playing cards, seizing which he exclaimed, "Oh, that reminds me. Don't you know that last night some fellows got me into a place in the Bowery and skinned me out of $400 by a card trick in which they used only 3 cards? But I've got on to the game, and I know just how it's done. They can't do me any more." At that moment a man showily dressed emerged from a back room and said, "I'll bet you $10 you can't do it." "All right, put up your money," responded Joe. The cards were shuffled by the deft hands of the stranger, and Joe was told to pick up the ace. He picked up a jack and lost. He lost a second time and offered to repeat it, but the stranger said, "I don't believe you've got any more money." "Well, but my friend here," pointing to Mr. Ramsden, "has." "I don't believe he has," sneeringly retorted the stranger. "Oh, yes, I have," interrupted the venerable Englishman, at the same time pulling a roll of 10 crisp 5-pound notes from his inside vest pocket and holding them to the gaze of the others. The temptation was too great for hungry Joe, who so far forgot himself and his uncle's friendship from the English merchant that he hastily grabbed the roll from Ramsden's hand. The latter tightened his grasp on the notes, but Joe violently thrust the old man backwards, and getting possession of the money ran out of the place, followed by his confederates. Ramsden notified the Detective Bureau that evening, giving an accurate description of Captain Murphy's nephew, which resulted in Hungry Joe's arrest. Joe was sitting in his shirt sleeves in the basement of the house, quietly smoking a cigar and resting his slippered feet on a chair. He tried his old game of bluff, as is his custom, but finding it useless, donned his coat and boots and accompanied me to headquarters. Mr. Ramsden was at once summoned and was confronted in my room by Hungry Joe and 8 other men and asked to select the swindler. "There's the man," he quickly said, pointing to Hungry Joe. "I never saw you before, sir," coolly replied Joe. "You scoundrel!" excitedly exclaimed Mr. Ramsden. "You are the fellow that robbed me of my money." The evidence against Joe was conclusive, and in court he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 4 years in state prison. Another equally notorious character succeeded in swindling an Episcopal clergyman by handing him a forged letter of introduction from another minister in Cleveland, whose name he had discovered in a church almanac. The letter read, "My brother is buying books for me. Please honor his draft for $100 and thereby do me a great favor." The preacher thought it was all right and said he was glad to meet the Reverend Mr. Watt's brother, and gave the desired check, only to discover a little later on that he had been neatly swindled. Not long ago, fraudulent bankers flooded the country with circulars showing what great profits could be made by speculating in stocks. If the bait was taken, it was quite possible that the victim would be notified that he had made a handsome profit on his first investment, but the money was not sent to him with the announcement. It was retained, subject to order, and an inducement of still greater profit was held out if the money was reinvested. This was generally the case, and not infrequently the victim added new money to the original investment. This went on until it was certain that no more could be obtained from him, and then he received a statement showing that his last investment proved very unfortunate, and that not only had all his money been lost, but he was in debt to the firm. He was generally brought pretty heavily in debt too, not that he was expected to pay, but the victim was very likely to repudiate the whole transaction, drop all further correspondence, and consider himself lucky if he was not prosecuted for his obligations. A recently popular form of swindle was known as the panel game, and was successfully worked by swindlers known as sawdust men or green goods dealers. Their first move was to secure a list of the names of people who were regular subscribers to lotteries and various gift concerns. People who go into those things will be pretty sure to bite at other well-baited hooks. When the list had been duly studied, agents were sent all over the country to look up the history of the most promising candidates. This done, a circular was mailed to each man, which read as follows: New York City, blank, blank, 1890 blank. Mr. Blank, Dear Sir, I will confide to you through this circular a secret by which you can make a speedy fortune. I have on hand a large amount of counterfeit notes of the following denominations: 1, 2, 5, 10, and 20. I guarantee every note to be perfect, as every note is examined by myself carefully as soon as finished, and if not strictly perfect, is immediately destroyed. Of course, it would be foolishness for me to send out poor work, as it would not only get my customers in trouble, but would break up my business and ruin me. So for personal safety, I am compelled to issue nothing that will not compare with the genuine. I furnish you with the goods in any quantity at the following low prices, which will be found as reasonable as the nature of the business will allow. For $1,200 in my goods assorted, I charge $100. For $2,500, I charge $200. For $5,000, I charge $350. For $10,000, I charge $500. You can see from the above price list the advantage of buying largely. You cannot make money as rapidly in any other business, and there is not the slightest danger in using my goods, one of the best proofs being that not a single person doing business with me has ever been in any trouble. On the contrary, all making money rapidly. I have no connection with any other firm in this country, and every dollar of my money is manufactured under my own personal supervision. So in dealing with me, you get the goods from first hands. Do not call at the address given here, as I do not receive visitors at my office, merely use it to get my letters. Write to me 2 days before you start to come on here to New York, saying exactly when you will be here, and tell me what hotel you will stop at, so I will know where to meet you. I will call on you at your own room, where we can transact our business without anyone knowing anything about it. As soon as you arrive in the city, go straight to this hotel and register your name. Go up to your room and stay in your room until I call on you. Have nothing to say to any person who cannot show you your last letter to me, and when you see your own handwriting, then you will know you are dealing with the right party. Should you conclude to send for samples before coming to New York, I will send you a sample packed in book form containing $300 in assorted sizes on receipt of $30. Should you send for goods, follow these instructions carefully. Send all money in a thick envelope by mail, well sealed, with my name and address plainly written. Do not send by registered letter or by express, as such letters cause suspicion, and I will not receive or notice them. Enclosed you will find my name and address, with a card of a good hotel as convenient as any in New York. Should you order goods, send your express address. Yours confidentially. The green goods dealer is a swindler who preys upon the cupidity and dishonesty of mankind. An honest man receiving such circulars or letters destroys them or sends them to the police. The dishonest man writes cautiously to the address given and receives a cautious reply, usually containing nothing but hints that are not explicit enough to sustain a charge of fraud. A personal interview with his correspondent is what the swindler seeks. These sharpers never have any counterfeit money about them under any circumstances. If a case appears promising, they sometimes risk a few dollars as samples of their green goods, but these samples are invariably genuine notes of the United States Treasury, which have been obtained quite new at a bank. The old saw about throwing a sprat to catch a will is not unknown to this gentry. If the victim conducts his business through the mails or through express companies, he is fleeced very easily. He sends his genuine money and receives in return either nothing at all, or else an envelope or a box whose contents are sawdust or other valueless things. If he prefers to come to the city to pay his money and obtain the green goods in person, he is instructed to send word 2 days before his expected arrival in the city, to go to a hotel the name of which is given, and to remain in strict seclusion in his room until the manufacturer calls upon him. After his arrival at the designated hotel, An agent sends up his card and devotes an hour to sounding the man, to see if he is fair game or an emissary from the police in disguise. If all promises well, the man leaves, appointing the next day as the time for the bargain. On the following day, the agent drops into the hotel and escorts the stranger to the factory. In a roughly furnished office, before a high desk at a wall, sits the principal operator, busily counting out a huge pile of crisp bills. They are genuine bills, fresh from the government treasury and of all denominations. The countryman is introduced, and the process by which the money can best be disposed of is explained, and general directions are given as to the best means to avoid suspicion. Then the genuine bills are exhibited. The operator always protests that they are poor counterfeits and would never deceive him, but on the whole he thinks they will do. The amount desired is carefully counted out and handed to the stranger to recount. The bills are then nicely done up in packages, each denomination by itself, and the whole carelessly tossed into a small leather gripsack. This done, the bag is laid on top of the desk, while the manufacturer holds the attention of the stranger and lifts the lid of the desk in front of, and so as to completely hide, the bag. Half a dozen genuine bonds are shown as specimens of good counterfeiting, and the suggestion is made that after the money just purchased has been used, the customer may take a fancy to handle some bonds also. While the two men are busy looking at the bonds, a confederate in the next room opens a noiseless slide or panel in the wall, swiftly changes the satchel for one precisely like it, but with the important difference that the contents are nothing but old newspapers instead of thousands of dollars in genuine money, fresh from the government printing presses. The victim is escorted to the railway station under promise to go straight home and not to open the satchel on any account until he gets there, lest the detectives may see what is in his possession. When he reaches home and retires to his most secret room or shed or barn, he eagerly opens the satchel and discovers what? Dashes and exclamation points will best indicate his remarks. He is pretty sure to preserve silence, as he does not wish his neighbors to know that he has designed to pass counterfeit money upon them. He dare not complain to the police, for he would criminate himself by so doing. If he does complain, and seeks to prosecute those who have defrauded him, he gets little satisfaction. He cannot prove the substitution of the satchel, for the very obvious reason that he did not see it, and altogether his case is very weak. Since the panel trick became known, the sawdust men have invented other devices. They recently issued a long circular, which contains a clipping supposed to be cut from a New York newspaper, announcing that a full set of dies and plates have been stolen from the sub-treasury. It is claimed that the dealer has obtained the stolen plates, from which the greenbacks he offers for sale are struck off. This interesting circular ends with the following statement. The newspaper quotation will show you that our officials in high standing have used my bills for their own purpose and benefit, and why not everyone in need? Address in confidence, etc. The purpose of the letter is to lead the one addressed to believe that the money offered is really genuine, being printed from the plates claimed to have been stolen from the treasury. Then the same old scheme of inducing a man to go to a certain hotel from whence he is duly conducted to the office is successfully worked. The green goods business has grown and prospered. The operators work carefully, their only fear being lest some detective be entrapped. The police have tried over and over again to get at the swindlers, and although they are known, and occasionally some of them are caught, it is not easy to obtain direct proof against them. Their victims refuse to testify, for the very fact of having had dealings with these swindlers closes their mouths. Moral: honesty is the best policy. The end. End of chapter 42. End of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life, by various authors.